Reborn as the leader of the demon cult, I obtained the villain invincible system, and from then on, I opened the invincible state of the demon cult. I, Zhou Qiong, am the leader of the demon cult. No one is allowed to refute what I say. Even if I protect the demon cult with one hand, I am still invincible in the world. Chapter 1, Villain Invincibility System. Kangwo Continent, Tianma Peak, Tianma Sect Headquarters. In the empty hall, four giant pillars pierce the sky. The dark environment is illuminated by a little bit of nether fire. In the middle of the hall, a figure sits on the magic dragon chair, with demonic flames surging on his body and deep eyes that make people feel like falling into the abyss. A thin man stood silently and motionlessly beside him. Lianxing, has anything big happened recently? Master, there have been constant battles on the border between the Dayu dynasty and the Great Wilderness dynasty recently. The Demon King is still in seclusion and there is no news of him coming out. What's going on with the 5 major sects recently? No major movement. Apart from some disciples still going around the world to exorcise demons, there's not much else going on. Well, go down. The thin man disappeared from the hall in a flash. The man sitting on the magic dragon chair was silently thinking, with a wry smile on his face, that he was not originally from this world. His name was Zhou Qiong, and he was the president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association in another world. His kung fu was invincible on that planet. Just when he was about to break through the legendary unprecedented realm of destruction, his body suddenly exploded. When he woke up again, he had become the leader of a demonic cult in seclusion. It took him a month to absorb the memories of his original body. Coincidentally, this body also had the surname Zhou Qiong. He is the son of Zhou Shintong, the former leader of the demon cult. However, Zhou Shintong died unexpectedly when Zhou Qiong was 18, causing chaos in the entire demon cult. Zhou Qiong eventually spent 2 years stabilizing the situation and became the new leader of the demon cult. He is very proud. In the end, due to his injuries, he could only stay in seclusion for a year. In his eagerness to break through, he went astray and died during the seclusion. Zhou Qiong's soul happened to travel through and took advantage of the opportunity. Zhou Qiong examined his injuries and found that all his meridians were severely damaged. He couldn't even exert 1% of his strength. This was extremely dangerous in the demon cult headquarters, which was full of demons. Fortunately, he had the memories of the original owner, otherwise he really wouldn't survive for more than a single episode. Ding, the villain invincibility system is activated, binding, fusing, 10%, 40%, 80%, 100%, binding successful. A voice sounded in Zhou Qiong's mind, and then a message appeared. Character, Zhou Qiong. Position, Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation, Emperor Wu. Seriously injured. Skills, Heavenly Demon Sutra. Sky Hand, self-created. Mount. It took Zhou Qiong half a day to finally figure out how to use the system. The system was designed to cultivate an invincible villain. The invincible villain system had 3 main sections: a lottery system, a quest system, and a mall. The lottery system is activated once a week, and 1 primary lottery can be conducted. Every 3 primary lottery draws can be exchanged for 1 intermediate lottery draw, and every 5 intermediate lottery draws can be exchanged for 1 advanced lottery draw. The task system will randomly assign some tasks. There will be certain rewards for completing them, and there will be no penalties for failing to complete them. It can be said to be extremely willful. The mall is not open yet. Ding, since this is the host's first time drawing a lottery, I will reward the host with an advanced lottery. Do you want to draw? Yes. A large screen suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Qiong, and a roulette wheel began to spin continuously. There were 6 grids on it, with the words Hand of Life and Death, Demon Body, 10,000 Years of Ghost Brew, Ghost Gate Formation, Demon Art of Devouring the Sky, and a blank grid written on it. Zhou Qiong's breathing became rapid. He didn't recognize the others, but the heaven-devouring demon art should be the one he knew. It was the art of the Ruthless Emperor. Under Zhou Qiong's expectant gaze, the pointer stopped at the Ghost Gate Formation. Zhou Qiong felt relatively relieved, at least it was better than the spacebar. At this moment, the pointer suddenly moved again and jumped to the heaven-devouring demonic art. Congratulations to the host for drawing the heaven-swallowing demonic art. The art has 9 levels. Would you like to practice it? Yes. I'm practicing the heaven-devouring demonic art. I've reached the first level. The rest requires villain points to exchange for. Feeling the dramatic increase in his internal strength, Zhou Qiong silently calculated that he could now at least exert half of his strength, which meant he had the ability to protect himself in this world. System, draw the primary lottery too. The big compass turned again, and this time there were still 6 grids on it, with Magic Soldier Tactics, Devil King Tactics, Mysterious Gift Pack, and 3 blank spaces written on it. Zhou Qiong didn't hold out much hope, leaving half of the space blank. The chances of getting something good were slim to begin with, but today, maybe luck was on Zhou Qiong's side, and the pointer once again fell on the Mysterious Gift Package. Congratulations to the host for winning the Mysterious Gift Package, which contains the magic weaponry, magic generalship, sunflower magic skill, god and demon eye, and strength pill. Zhou Qiong used the system to scan the information of the god and demon eye, eyes of gods and demons, eyes of ancient unknown gods and demons, incomplete, function, break all illusions, breeding divine weapons, god and demon ring. Host, have you installed the eye of god and demon? Installed. Zhou Qiong's brows suddenly glowed with an infinite magical light. An eye was forming in the center of his brows, and a black ring in the pupil was slowly rotating. Slowly, the eye in the center of his brows disappeared, and a silver-black lightning appeared in the center of his brows. Character, Zhou Qiong. Position, Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation, Emperor Wu. Half Strength. Skills, Heavenly Demon Sutra, Skyhand, Self-Created, 1 level of Heavenly Demon Devouring Skill, God and Demon Eye, incomplete. Looking at the powerful pill in his hand, this is not the powerful pill from the previous world. It is a supreme magic medicine. Its effect is that no matter how serious the injury is, one can recover to full strength after taking it. The disadvantage is that it can only be used for 3 moves, and then it will return to the seriously injured state. Zhou Qiong sat on the magic dragon chair, thinking quietly, and knocked on the chair lightly. A figure appeared in the hall and knelt on one knee facing Zhou Qiong, who was sitting in the ancestral seat. I, your subordinate, would like to pay my respects to the leader. Tell me about the recent situation, Master. The Azure Dragon Hall Master and the Black Tortoise Hall Master are in the East China Sea resisting the Demon Tribe. The White Tiger Hall Master and the Vermilion Bird Hall Master are both in seclusion within the sect. The Great Elder and the 5th Elder are also in seclusion within the sect. The remaining elders and the Demon King are all patrolling outside. He knelt for a long time without hearing any sound. He looked up and saw an ancient god and demon fighting a dragon. Space seemed to shatter. He was so frightened that he knelt down in an instant. He lowered his head even deeper. He felt that the leader's power was becoming more and more unfathomable. Pass my order to hold a court meeting in the Demon Palace in 3 days, yes. Di's figure slowly disappeared in the hall. Zhou Qiong frowned even deeper. The current situation of the demon cult was not very good, and there were still many people below who were dissatisfied with him. Clenching his fists, Zhou Qiong still believed in his fists. Whether in this life or the previous one, as long as his fists were strong enough, all problems would be solved. The best way to improve strength was the system. Chapter 2. No one is allowed to refute what I say. Inside the Heavenly Demon Palace, groups of people gathered in 2s and 3s. Each of them had a raging demonic flame and an imposing manner. They were all famous demons in the Kangwu continent. The 4 Hall Masters, the 12 Demon Kings, and the 8 Elders were all there. Even the Great Elder, who had been in seclusion, showed up and had been resting with his eyes closed. No one at the scene had a cultivation level lower than that of a martial king. There were also many martial emperors, and the Great Elder was even at the half-emperor level. Tiger King, I heard you went to the 10,000 Demons Cave recently. Did you find any treasures? Master 1, how are the demon tribe doing recently? 5th Elder, your cultivation has improved again during this retreat. Congratulations. What does the leader mean by asking us all to come here? Ahem. Lianxing, standing next to the dragon's chair, cleared his throat, and the scene fell silent. Everyone knew Lianxing was Zhou Qiong's trusted confidant. The leader has called us here to make an important announcement. Just wait. The Great Elder, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked at the magic dragon chair. A flash of surprise flashed across his eyes before he closed them again. The others also noticed that a figure as deep as the ocean appeared on the magic dragon chair, emitting an aura that suppressed everything. Meet the master. There was no echo, and the aura of repression in the air became heavier and heavier. One after another, some of the 12 demon kings could no longer bear it and used their skills to resist with all their might. Just when the Great Elder felt the pressure disappeared. How is the situation in the East China Sea? Two people stood up from the crowd and said, Master, the East Sea demon tribe has been very peaceful recently. They only occasionally invade our territory, but they are easily suppressed. Zhou Qiong looked at the two people below, namely Li Changsheng, the leader of Qinglong Hall, and Wan Li, the leader of Xuanwu Hall. Both of them were in the middle stage of martial emperor cultivation. Well, step back. I heard that recently, people from the Wanjian sect have been slaying demons and monsters in my sect's territory. Report to the leader, we have found out that he is just a disciple of the Yulong Sword sect, a subordinate sect of the Wanjian sect. A secret guard in charge of intelligence stood up from behind. Tiger King, Monkey King, two more people appeared in the crowd, one with a strong build and the other with a pointed face. I order you two to go to the Jade Dragon Sword sect and destroy the sect. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a man in a cyan shirt stepped out from the elders. Master, this is absolutely impossible. Our sect has been gathering strength for the past 2 years. If we attack the Jade Dragon Sword sect now, it will very likely involve the 10,000 Sword sect. The Monkey King grinned and sneered, Third Elder, I think you are getting more and more cowardly as you grow older. How can my great demon sect be afraid of a small sect like the 10,000 Sword sect? If he dares to attack, I, Monkey, will kill him immediately. Okay, the decision I made will not be changed. Master, please think twice. We have worked so hard to accumulate such a huge family fortune. We can't. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on the magic dragon chair, stretched out his right hand. In an instant, a dark hand from the sky grabbed the Third Elder, and no matter how the Third Elder struggled, he could not break free. The Third Elder suddenly bit his tongue and shouted Batian demon body, and a light appeared on his body, but the big hand just clenched it lightly, and the light disappeared in an instant. Great Elder, save me. He could only shout loudly. Things happened very quickly. By the time everyone reacted, the Third Elder was already dying in the big hand. The Great Elder, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened them. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Master, please give him a chance. For the sake of the Great Elder, go to the back mountain and reflect on your mistakes for a year. With a slight wave of his hand, the Third Elder disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in the reflection cave in the back mountain. Remember, from now on, no one is allowed to refute what I say. Zhou Qiong was very pleased with the Third Elder's sudden dissenting voice. He had originally wanted to find someone to make an example of, but the 12 demon kings were all promoted by him later, so he couldn't use this trick. The remaining 4 hall masters and 8 elders in the elders group, except for Li Changsheng of the Azure Dragon Hall, were all old men who had followed his father. They didn't have much respect for him, so the Third Elder's move was just the right opportunity. As expected, the elders and the 4 hall masters all bowed their heads deeply. The Third Elder, a mid-stage martial emperor, was among the highest-ranking figures in the entire demon cult, yet Zhou Qiong had subdued him. The 12 demon kings were even more agitated, their gazes fixed on Zhou Qiong with intense intensity. On the outskirts of the demonic sect, in a Yuelayan, 3 or 5 men and women were sitting at a table eating, swords slung across their waists. A very pretty woman in a light green gown said, Brother Wu, this time we are out to exorcise demons and monsters, which can be said to be acting on behalf of heaven. A thin man in a white shirt next to him took over the conversation. Of course, the demon cult is the root of trouble, everyone must get rid of it as soon as possible. Senior Brother Jing, I heard that you were accepted into the Wanjian sect. Is that true? Of course, Senior Brother Jing is a talent that only appears once in a century in our Jade Dragon Sword sect. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of Martial Master and will soon break through to Martial Marquis. He has also mastered the Jade Dragon Sword technique to a minor degree. After joining the 10,000 Sword sect, he will definitely be a prominent figure. But I heard that the leader of the demon cult has reached the Martial Emperor realm at the age of 21. The young man, known as Senior Brother Jing, was enjoying the praises of his fellow apprentices. He did not expect someone to mention the leader of the demon sect. He wanted to say something harsh, but he did not dare to say it. Eat quickly, we've been out for a month, it's time to go back to the sect and rest. With a loud bang, the door of the inn shattered in an instant. It's time to take a rest. The king of hell misses you. A group of people walked in from the gate, led by two people, one with a burly build and the other with a pointed face. How is this possible? This shouldn't be. The man known as Senior Brother Jing was so frightened upon seeing the two that he sat down on the ground. He knew these two people. When he came here, he had paid special attention to the portraits of the demon cult's high-ranking officials, thinking that he would be prepared for any eventuality. He had never expected to actually encounter them. How could they have provoked these two powerful figures when they had only killed a few minor figures from the demon cult? These two were the Demon Tiger King and the Demon Monkey King, two of the 12 demon kings of the demon cult, both at the peak of the martial king level. Remember, the strongest leader of their Jade Dragon Sword sect was only at the high martial king level. And there was only this one, the rest didn't even have a martial king. These two people were enough to destroy the Yulong Sword sect with their troops. Why would they deal with such small-time figures like them? He didn't expect that his guess was correct. They were here to destroy the Yulong Sword sect, and destroying them was just a side job. Brother Jing, what's wrong with you? Are the people over there from the demon sect? Let's kill the demons right away. The woman in green looked at Brother Jing with admiration. Senior Brother Jing immediately stood up from the ground, ran towards the people opposite, and knelt down. Master Tiger King, Master Monkey King, I had no involvement in this demon eliminating operation. It was all done by them. He turned around and pointed at his fellow disciples. At this time, the other people also found something wrong and knew that they had encountered a powerful figure from the demon sect. The tall and thin senior brother was shouted, Jing Tian, you coward, it was a waste that I praised you just now. The demon cult monster must be killed by everyone. Brothers, let's fight him to the death. Several people picked up their swords at the same time and formed a simple sword formation. In the early stage of this book, the realms are divided into warrior, martial master, martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, and martial emperor. Chapter 3, Massacre of the Clan. The Tiger King stretched out his hand, stepped forward, and gently waved it. The demonic cult members following behind him instantly launched an attack on everyone. It was a completely devastating attack. The room was instantly filled with demonic light, and the sword light occasionally flashed. When Jing Tian looked back, the Yulong Sword sect disciples had already fallen to the ground, some of their bodies already shattered. A junior sister in green lay on the ground, a long sword piercing her body, her eyes fixed on Jing Tian, still flickering with disbelief. Suddenly Jing Tian saw a headless body kneeling in front of the Tiger King and the Monkey King. The clothes looked particularly familiar. Before he could react, his eyes went dark and he had lost contact with the world. Maybe this guy can be used for something. Why do you just kill him? The Tiger King looked at the Monkey King and muttered. The leader is planning to exterminate the entire sect this time. How could he have so much time to plot and exploit? It wouldn't be easy for the two of us to crush his small Jade Dragon Sword sect. Indeed, the leader has entrusted this matter to us this time. It's obvious that he wants to suppress the arrogance of the elders. We must get things done quickly. Located in Yulong Mountain, 500 miles away from the demon cult, is the headquarters of the Yulong Sword sect. As a second-level sword sect, there are thousands of disciples. Hundreds of people are practicing sword techniques in a uniform manner in the training ground, and the momentum is as high as a rainbow. In the meeting hall, the headmaster and several elders were discussing the year-end competition. Master, our Jade Dragon Sword sect has gained more and more disciples in the past 2 years. We must offer generous rewards for this disciple competition. This will benefit the development of the sect. Several other elders also echoed this, and Jing Kong, the head of the Jade Dragon Sword sect, also nodded. He was wearing a long robe, a jade hairpin on his head, and a pair of raised eyebrows, giving people the feeling of a sword drawn from its sheath. If you look closely, you can see that he looks very similar to Jing Tian, who is his nephew. His plan is to let Jing Tian study at Wanjianmen for a few years, and then take over Yulong Sword sect. In this way, Yulong Sword sect will become more and more powerful, and one day it will become one of the 5 major sections. Outside the hall, a man was running towards the main hall, shouting as he ran. Master, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Don't make any noise. What's the rush? Master, Senior Brother Jingtian's jade token is broken. What? How is that possible? Aren't they only operating in the fringe areas of the demon sect? With a loud bang, the entire Yulong Mountain began to shake. Master, something bad has happened. The demon cult has sent people to attack the mountain. In an instant, everyone's faces showed disbelief. You know, the last time the demon cult officially attacked the righteous sect was 5 years ago. Now that the new leader has just been established, how could they attack the mountain so soon? Several people immediately walked out of the hall. The disciples who were practicing sword outside stopped and gathered in 2s and 3s. Many of them were new disciples who had joined the sect in the past 2 years and did not know the horror of the demon sect. Only some old disciples looked pale, as they had experienced the great battle between good and evil. As the elders left the hall, they saw that the entire Jade Dragon Mountain was surrounded by demonic soldiers. 2 figures stood in the sky, one with a sturdy build, the other with a pointed face and monkey-like features, both imposing and domineering. Master, something terrible has happened. The Demon Tiger King and the Demon Monkey King, 2 of the 12 Demon Kings, have come out in person. Junior brother, send a message to Wanjianman immediately and tell them that the demon cult is attacking the mountain. Jingkong walked towards the sky, looking at the demon soldiers covering the mountains outside, with a face full of righteousness. The disciples below also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the leader appear. I don't know what the Tiger King and the Monkey King are doing in my Jade Dragon Mountain. Following the leader's orders, we will exterminate the entire sect. The Tiger King and the Monkey King bowed in the direction of Tianma Mountain. Are you, the demon sect, going to start another war between good and evil? Jing Kong said with a grim face. So what? My demon cult has nothing to fear. Monkey King, please take action. The Tiger King said proudly. The Monkey King was seen emitting a terrifying aura, and his body gradually swelled up. A huge demon ape appeared in the sky, as big as a mountain. Even the Jade Dragon Mountain only reached his waist. He was covered in black hair, as if he had walked out of the abyss. The Monkey King shouted, "The demonic ape is stepping into the sky," and the demonic ape in the sky raised its right foot and stepped towards Yulong Mountain. Not good, activate the mountain protection formation with all our strength, Jing Kong shouted hurriedly in midair, and a golden protective shield instantly rose above Yulong Mountain. This protective shield was set up by the founder of the Jade Dragon Sword sect, and even ordinary martial emperor masters would find it difficult to break it. The demon ape's right foot had touched the protective shield, and the shield instantly shook violently, with a bunch of cracks appearing on it, and the entire Yulong Mountain began to shake. Master, the Wanjian sect replied, saying they've sent someone over and told us to hold out for half an hour. Jingkong looked up at the increasing number of cracks on the protective shield and sighed silently. He was not sure if he could hold on for half an hour, so he could only hope that his protective shield would be strong enough. I say, Monkey, can you do it? If not, I'll do it. The Tiger King in the sky sneered with glee. I was just trying it out. The demon ape in the sky stomped on the protective shield of Yulong Mountain and roared to the sky. He clenched his fists and pounded his chest repeatedly. Demon ape, hammer heaven, open it for me. The 2 huge fists of the demon ape in the sky smashed towards Yulong Mountain. Not good. The protective shield shattered instantly. Jade Dragon Mountain collapsed in half, and countless disciples were killed or injured. All disciples set up sword formation to fight against the demons. Jing Kong shouted, "My men, destroy Yulong Mountain." The Monkey King laughed loudly. He waved his palm and struck Jing Kong. Good demon, prepare to die, sword control flying dragon. Suddenly, a giant sword appeared in the sky, stabbing the demon ape repeatedly. The demon ape kept dodging. The surrounding mountains and rivers were constantly being trampled. The demon ape would occasionally reach out and swap the giant sword away. Every time it did, Jing Kong would spit out blood, clearly at a disadvantage. Jing Kong is only a high-level martial king, while the Demon Monkey King is at the peak of martial king and is not an ordinary martial king. Master, we are here to help you. Seeing that Jing Kong was at a disadvantage, several elders hurriedly flew on their swords to help Jing Kong. Unfortunately, before they could even reach Jing Kong, they were slapped away by a tiger claw in the sky. The elders had no choice but to attack the Tiger King first, hoping that the sect leader could hold on. The sword opens the lotus. The demons will take their lives. The sword controls everything. The demons will take your life. Demon slaying sword, demons take your lives. Several elders continuously attacked the demonic Tiger King, but the gap in their realms was too great. Several elders were at the Marquis of Martial Arts, while the Tiger King was at the Martial King realm, peeking at that. The gap was like a chasm. The Tiger King could only slap them like a ball, constantly sending them flying. Jing Kong, who was desperately trying to resist the demonic ape, suddenly heard several screams. He turned around and saw that several elders had been killed by the demonic Tiger King, their bodies shattered into pieces, leaving no intact body. Most of the disciples were also killed or injured. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Go to hell. The demon ape swung his fist and smashed the giant sword, sending it flying dozens of meters away. It shattered in mid-air. Jing Kong vomited blood and knelt on the ground. Chapter 4, the demon cult's chief steward. Looking at the wreckage all over the ground and the increasingly quiet shouts and cries of killing, Jing Kong felt hopeless. He knew it was all over. The Yulong sword sect was completely finished. The demon ape in the sky stepped on Jing Kong again. Jing Kong was no longer able to resist, and even looking up seemed very difficult. Just when the demon ape's foot was half a meter away from Jing Kong's head, a flying sword even larger than the demon ape appeared out of thin air and instantly knocked the demon ape away. A straight figure appeared in the sky. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and sword-like light flashing in his pupils. He was Shiman Di, the younger brother of the master of Wanjianmen. Looking at the broken walls below, Shiman Di frowned. He didn't expect things to develop so quickly. He rushed all the way but still arrived too late. The demonic Tiger King and the demonic Monkey King also gathered together, their expressions solemn. They both knew each other. Shiman Di was well known on the mainland. He had practiced swordplay at the age of 8, reached the Martial Master realm at 9, the Martial Marquis realm at 12, the Martial King realm at 18, and the Martial Emperor realm at 25. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of Martial Emperor cultivation and was hailed as one of the most likely candidates to become a Martial Emperor. Unfortunately, he has an older brother, Shiman Tian, who is a little more powerful than him. He is also 25 years old and has reached the Martial Emperor realm. When he was running for the leader, he was defeated by Shiman Tian and did not become the leader. However, in order to comfort his younger brother, Shiman Tian specially set up the position of deputy leader in the sect and let Shiman Di take the position. We have no choice but to give it a try. The demon Tiger King and the demon Monkey King exchanged glances and attacked instantly. The demonic ape hammers the sky, splitting tiger sealing claw. Simon looked at the two men. Without drawing his sword, he gently swung the scabbard, and all the attacks in front of him disappeared without a trace. With another swipe, the demon Tiger King and the demon Monkey King were immediately knocked hundreds of meters away, spitting blood. Two peak martial kings can actually unleash the attacks of martial emperors. The demon cult is becoming increasingly troublesome. It seems we need to kill them. Monkey, it seems that we are in great danger this time. What are you afraid of? I'll die if I do. It's a pity that I didn't complete the task assigned by the leader. Zemendi looked at the two men and said, "You two are members of the demonic cult and have committed many evil deeds. Today I will execute you both at Yulong Mountain. Do you have any last words?" "Bah, no need to be so righteous, just kill if you want to. Sooner or later, the leader will destroy your Wanjian sect as well." Shiman Di looked at the two of them coldly and said, "Sooner or later I will go to meet your leader. I will see how powerful he is." He picked up the scabbard and swung it at the two of them. At this moment, Shiman Di's eyes focused, and he instantly retracted the scabbard, drew out the long sword and slashed backwards. An irresistible force came from the blade, and Shiman Di retreated 5 steps in the air before he stood firm. Looking at the thing that the sword had just hit, it turned out to be a silver needle. An incredible expression flashed in Shiman's eyes. A silver needle could force him back 5 meters, so this person must be no simple person. Shiman Di suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly found a thin man in a red robe appeared 10 meters to his left. His hands were as slender as a woman's, and he was holding an embroidery needle in his hand. He had been scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense, but he hadn't noticed the other person appear beside him. Either his cultivation was much stronger than his, or his speed was so fast that he couldn't react. Either way, it proved that the other person was a figure no less powerful than him. "I don't know who you are and why you attack me. I am the chief steward of the demon cult. The demon tiger king and the demon monkey king suddenly became excited, and immediately bowed to the red-robed man and shouted, "Greetings, chief steward." Shiman D was startled, remembering a legend. It was said that the previous demon cult leader, Zhou Shintong, had found a child on a lotus while traveling around the world and named him Lianqing. Later, Lianqing and Zhou Qiong grew up together, but there had been no news about him, and people had always assumed he was just Zhou Qiong's follower until the past 2 years. When the demon cult was in chaos, Zhou Qiong turned the tide and became the leader. He directly appointed Lianqing as the demon cult's chief steward. Although he had no real power, he had become a figure second only to the demon cult. "You are Lianqing," Zemendi looked at the red-robed man in surprise. "I heard that you wanted to meet our leader, so I will give you this opportunity and ask you to come with me to the demon cult's headquarters." Lianqing waved his hand, and instantly countless silver needles shot towards Zemendi. The silver needles were still faintly attached to the silk threads. Zemendi unsheathed his sword and quickly cut off all the silver needles. The silver needles shot towards the surrounding mountains and pierced into them. Lianqing pulled gently with his hand, and several mountains rose from the ground in an instant and crashed into Zemendi. "Sword slashes the world." Shiman D roared loudly, sweeping a massive sword towards the surrounding mountains, shattering several peaks. The recoil of the sword made Shiman D spit blood. However, he didn't bother to heal his wounds and instantly left the spot. The moment Shiman D left, several silver needles emerged from the ground and chased after Shiman D. "How is it possible? Have you already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm?" Shiman D said tremblingly. Even the demon tiger king and the demon monkey king looked at the grand steward in disbelief. They all knew something and had always thought that the grand steward was in the late martial realm or at most at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Seeing the grand steward coming, they thought that he would surely be able to hold Shiman D back, and the two of them could complete the leader's orders. But looking at the current situation, Shiman D didn't even have the ability to resist in the hands of the chief steward. This means he has probably really reached the martial emperor realm. The dead don't need to know so much. Go ask the king of hell. Countless silver needles pierced Shiman D again, with even more shocking momentum. The silver needles filled the sky and ground, leaving Shiman D with no way to escape. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Zemendi shouted again, and the long sword in his hand turned into 10,000 long swords, forming a sword formation that surrounded Zemendi, resisting the sneak attack of the silver needle. Inside the sword formation, Shiman D continuously vomited blood, his eyes fierce. He quickly pressed several major acupoints on his body, and blood began to flow from all 7 orifices of his body, even his skin. A burst of sword light enveloped Shiman D and he instantly disappeared into the horizon. The demonic tiger king and the demonic monkey king immediately tried to give chase, but the chief steward waved him off. "No need to chase. Clean up the mess, both of you, and then return to the headquarters to report." Yes, burning blood essence and escaping with sword light, the speed is amazing, but unfortunately it has too many drawbacks. It seems that I need to study the treasure book given by the leader carefully when I return. He was born a eunuch, and no matter what secret manuals he practiced, he could not master them. But fortunately, he was incredibly talented and was always able to innovate, which allowed him to reach the late stage of martial arts in his 20s. A few days ago, the leader suddenly came to him and gave him a secret manual for cultivation, the Sunflower Demonic Codex. This manual opened a new door for him. It turned out there were secret manuals specifically for those who were born as eunuchs. These past few days, he had been practicing non-stop. The more he practiced, the more he felt the power of the manual. Even when the leader sent him to Yulong Mountain, he could sense the leader's trust in him. A normal person would rather destroy such a precious thing than let others learn it. He could only sigh at the leader's truly broad mind. Chapter 5: The Demonic Dragon Pulling the Cart. At the Martial Emperor level Wanjian sect, several elders and the leader of the main peak are in the council. "Master, why did the demon cult suddenly attack the Jade Dragon Sword sect? Are they trying to start another war between good and evil? Yeah, is that kid Zhou Qiong really that brave? I heard that he just came out of seclusion. Could it be that his cultivation has broken through to the middle level of Martial Emperor?" The head of the sect, Shimen Tian, who was sitting in the upper seat, waved his hand and said, "The disciple we sent out to gather information hasn't returned yet. We'll talk to him when he comes back." Shiman Di has already arrived at Yulong Mountain and should have already engaged the demon sect. The letter from Yulong Mountain says that the Demon Tiger King and the Demon Monkey King are leading the team. These two are among the 12 Demon Kings, and their cultivation is at the peak of the Martial King level. Yulong Mountain is indeed unable to stop them, but the deputy leader has already gone there and can easily destroy them. Shiman Tian also nodded. He was very confident in the strength of his younger brother Shiman Di. He was confident that he could remain safe and sound even if he was besieged by several people of the same level. In the entire demon sect, only Zhou Qiong and the Great Elder could threaten his brother. When a few people were discussing the matter, a red sword light broke through the Wanjian sect's mountain protection formation, which remained unresponsive. The red light rushed all the way into the main peak hall. Who dares to break into my Wanjian sect? A green-robed elder stood up in the meeting hall. With a long sword in his hand, the red sword light disappeared, and a figure lay on the floor of the meeting hall, his body oozing with blood, his flesh and blood blurred, his brows furrowed tightly. It was Shiman Di who had escaped using the sword light escape. Deputy sect leader, how is this possible? Who made you like this? Could it be that kid Zhou Qiong who did it himself? The elder in green hurried over to help Shiman Di up, took out a handful of healing elixirs and stuffed them into Shiman Di's mouth. Shiman Di forced his eyes open, swallowed the healing elixir, and raised his head to say to Shiman Tian with difficulty, "Brother, the demon cult's chief steward Lianqing should have broken through to the martial emperor realm." After saying this, Shiman Di fainted. Shiman Tian's face turned pale. Help the deputy headmaster to the back hall to rest, and go to the Dan Palace to get him a Dehuan Dan. Yes, Shiman Tian looked towards the direction of the demon cult and whispered silently, being able to force Shiman Di to use the sword light escape. It seems that Lianqing has really broken through to the martial emperor level. The continent will be in turmoil soon. In a magnificent imperial palace in the eastern part of the continent, a burly man in a golden dragon robe was leafing through memorials in the imperial study. A noble aura etched between his brows. It was none other than Yuan Tong, the emperor of the Dayu dynasty. A eunuch stood beside him, bowing. "Your Majesty, news has come from the front line that the demon cult's chief steward, Lianqing, is suspected of breaking through to the martial emperor realm." Upon hearing the news, Yuan Tong gently closed the memorial and asked, "Has Zhou Qiong come out of confinement?" "He has come out of seclusion. I heard that he punished the 3 elders of the demon sect as soon as he came out. It seems that he has also achieved a breakthrough." Yuan Tong frowned tightly. Zhou Qiong is indeed a rare genius. He reached the pinnacle of the continent at the age of 21. Few people have achieved this throughout history. Lianqing is not even 30 years old either. How come the demon cult has so many geniuses? Your Majesty, if you hadn't been busy with state affairs day and night, you would have achieved a breakthrough long ago. Pass on my order to mobilize 100,000 troops to garrison the border of the demon sect. In the western Jinshan temple, a bald middle-aged man wearing a white robe is meditating in the temple. Master, the demon cult's chief steward, Lianqing, is suspected of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. I understand. Let's go down. On this day, all the forces on the continent received the news that the demon cult had destroyed the Jade Dragon Sword sect, and the demon cult's chief steward was suspected of breaking through to the martial emperor realm and seriously injured Shiman Di in the demon cult's main hall. In the heavenly demon hall, Zhou Qiong sat upright on the demon dragon chair. Lianshang still stood beside Zhou Qiong. Below him, the demon tiger king and the demon monkey king were reporting the incident to him. Then they left the hall. How long will it take to break through? Master, I will be able to break through in the next 2 days. Go to the warehouse and get a demon yuan pill. Swallow it and break through as soon as possible. There is a lot to do in the future. Yes, Lianqing's figure disappeared into the hall. Zhou Qiong muttered to himself, this sunflower demonic codex is truly powerful. Lianshang's speed is at least twice as fast as before, and that's before he even breaks through to the martial emperor realm. If he did, his speed would probably be comparable to his. It seems the techniques given by the system are all extraordinary. It's a pity that the flaws are so obvious that he simply can't practice them. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You destroyed a righteous sect, and are rewarded with a life and death hand and a black dragon chaser. You will also receive 1000 villain points. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the demon cult, and a black dragon 100 feet long flew out, pulling a huge sedan chair behind it. The sedan chair was as big as a mountain and extremely majestic, looking like the palace of a demon god. Who dares to come to my demon sect and act so presumptuously? The great elder who was in retreat suddenly felt the breath of a martial emperor, and instantly appeared above the demon sect. What came into view was a black dragon of 100 feet long. The aura of the martial emperor emanated from him. This was a demon dragon of the martial emperor level, but when he looked back, the great elder was instantly frightened and cried out in shock. What did he see? The magic dragon was actually pulling a flying chariot, which was at the level of a martial emperor. You should know that there are only 2 known monsters in the entire continent who have cultivated to the level of martial emperor. One is the Monster King, and the other is the Sea King. The Sea King has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. This may be the 3rd monster to break through to the martial emperor level. He is actually pulling a cart for someone else. Who on earth can let him pull a cart? The demon cult's high-ranking officials were all startled by the demon dragon's aura. The 4 hall masters, the 12 demon kings, and several elders all looked incredulous. Lian Shang's hand flashed with silver light, ready to strike if the demon dragon made any move. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the heavenly demon palace. Don't panic, this is my flying sedan chair. Tianyi, go drive it to the back mountain. Yes, a man dressed in black and wearing a diamond mask answered in the corner, flew towards the dragon's chariot, and led the dragon to the back mountain by the reins. The dragon did not resist and followed him to the back mountain. Immediately the various demon kings, hall masters, and elders gradually dispersed, but everyone's face was filled with shock. Their leader actually had a martial emperor level magic dragon pulling a carriage, which was beyond their understanding. In addition, the legendary 4 divisions of heaven and earth, which only the leader could command, had always been very mysterious. Could there be any martial emperor level masters in them? In fact, Zhou Qiang was also very shocked. He didn't expect the system to be so generous and give him a martial emperor level magic dragon cart. What he originally cared about was the hand of life and death. Name, life and death hand level, god level primary performance, control life and death, can be integrated. Ding, whether to merge or not. Fusion, it is merging with the sky hand, 1%-30%-70%-100%, fusion successful. Name, sky life and death hand level, intermediate god level performance, can control life and death, and control the yin and yang energies. Zhou Qiang checked his own attributes, character, Zhou Qiang position, demon cult leader cultivation, Emperor Wu, half strength, skills, heavenly demon scripture, sky life and death hand, sky devouring demon skill level 1, god and demon eye, incomplete. Chapter 6 Teaching the Kung Fu. 1,000 years ago, a great war broke out in the Kangwu continent, known as the War of the Gods. After the war, the entire continent was severely damaged, and all the martial gods disappeared, along with the martial god level skills. After that, no more martial gods were born in the Kangwu continent. There are only 4 martial god level skills left, namely the Demon Sect's Heavenly Demon Sutra, the Jinshan Temple's 10,000 Buddha Sutra, the Dayu Dynasty's Yuwang Sutra, and the Demon King's 10,000 Demons book. The levels of the skills are human, king, emperor, and god. Each level is divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. Ding, system mission issued. 6 months later, defeat the Demon King head-on the shores of the East China Sea and annihilate the Beast Tide. Success will reward you with a Tongxian Advanced Mountain Protection Formation and 20,000 villain points. Zhou Qiang grasped some of the words, half a year, the coast of the East China Sea, Beast Tide, and Tongxian High Level. These words mean that a Beast Tide will occur on the coast of the East China Sea in half a year. As for Tongxian High Level, it should be something 1 level higher than the God level. System, open the mall. After completing the first mission of destroying a sect, the mall has been opened. 1,000 villain points cannot upgrade one's own heaven-devouring demon art. It may be because the level is too high. To upgrade the heaven-devouring demon art to the 2nd level, one needs 100,000 villain points. It is better to use the villain points to exchange for skills and let his subordinates practice. A panel appeared in front of Zhou Qiang, showing various categories, techniques, magical weapons, elixirs, and miscellaneous items. Zhou Qiang clicked directly into the techniques section, but it was all blurry, probably because he didn't have enough villain points. By the time he reached 1,000 points, which was enough to buy something, he had already scrolled through countless pages. Host, you can jump directly. Zhou Qiong's mouth twitched. It's okay. I just like turning pages. Any recommendations? The Demon Emperor's Law is very suitable for cultivation. It is also integrated and can be improved according to one's own practice. The 10,000 Demons skill has a very strong attack power, and its strength far exceeds that of others in the same level. Ghost King Kung Fu, the training speed is very fast, but the attack power is not good. System, exchange for the Demon Emperor technique. Zhou Qiong finally decided to exchange for this technique because he already had the Demon Soldier technique and the Demon King technique. This was a systematic technique, and above that, the Demon God technique. It had strong potential for development and expansion. Exchange successful, costing 500 villain points, with 500 remaining villain points. A week later, in the Heavenly Demon Hall, Zhou Qiong sat reclining on the demonic dragon chair, Lian Sheng standing beside him. His aura soared into the heavens, clearly having reached the Martial Emperor realm. Below, high-ranking officials from various demonic sects stood, many glancing at Lian Sheng from time to time. You must know that when the news of Lian Sheng's breakthrough to the Martial Emperor realm was passed back to the demon sect, even the people of the demon sect themselves did not believe it. You must know that Lian Sheng had just broken through to the peak of the Martial Emperor less than 2 years ago. How could it be possible for him to break through to the Martial Emperor realm so quickly? But the facts were before their eyes. There are no more than 10 known Martial Emperors in the entire continent. Now there are 2 in their demon sect. However, if you count the sect leader's magic dragon mount, that makes 3 Martial Emperors. I feel like a beast tide is coming. You need to intensify your training. A battle will be fought soon. The leader should have fought them long ago. Those devils from the East China Sea have never taken our demon sect seriously. The Demon Tiger King slapped his head and laughed. He was a warmonger and also Zhou Qiong's confidant. It could be said that the 12 demon kings were all Zhou Qiong's confidants and were promoted by him. What do you know? The demon tribe has a large number of people. How can we just start a fight? The second elder of the elders pointed at the nose of the Demon Tiger King and shouted loudly. I think you are getting old. Don't say you are from our demon sect when you go out. You can't afford to lose face. The Demon Monkey King also pointed at the second elder. You guys don't consider anything. You don't think at all. Are you saying that the leader can't think? Of course not, I mean you. The elders and the demon kings were arguing with each other, almost coming to blows. Master, let's go to war with the demon king. I, Chen Shu, am willing to lead the charge, a man dressed as a scholar offered to Zhou Qiong, who was at the head of the group. He was the Demon Rat King, leader of the 12 demon kings. Master, I, Hu Zi, am willing to be the vanguard. Master, I, Monkey, am willing to be the vanguard. Master, the 12 demon kings volunteered. Okay, 6 months from now, on the shores of the East China Sea, I will order you to be the vanguard. The elders below saw that Zhou Qiong had made up his mind and said nothing more. Ever since Lian Sheng's breakthrough 2 days ago and the appearance of the demonic dragon flying chariot, Zhou Qiong's prestige within the entire demon cult had become unrivaled. Many of those who had previously supported the elders had now turned to the younger faction of the 12 demon kings. Even the morale within the elders was unsettled. Zhou Qiong looked down on the elders. Regardless of whether they had any ulterior motives, their spirit was gone. As a famous demon on the continent, they kept saying think twice before acting. Isn't this sick? Do you think you are a well-known and upright sect? Shouldn't demons do whatever they want? These are the demonic weaponry and demonic kingship. They are given to the followers of the demonic cult to practice and improve their cultivation as quickly as possible. From now on, these 2 books will be the required skills for our demonic cult. The people below were not surprised. Although the levels of the 2 books were pretty good, they were a bit low-key at their level. However, they were indeed very important to the people below. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on the seat, threw out another manual. This is the Demon Emperor's manual, for you to practice. What, Emperor-level technique? Everyone below was shocked. You have to remember that the entire demon sect only had 3 emperor-level techniques, and many of them were only practicing peak king-level techniques. Even outside the sects, only candidates for the position of sect leader could practice emperor-level techniques. This showed how scarce emperor-level techniques were, and how they were essentially secrets that were never passed down. The Great Elder took the demon emperor technique and took a look at it. What, an advanced emperor-level technique? He was practicing an intermediate emperor-level technique, but the leader casually took out a technique that was even higher than this. This demon emperor law is given to you for free. All high-level members can practice it. It counts as your previous contributions to the demon cult. However, if you want a higher level, you will need to exchange it for other merits. What? Everyone was in disbelief when they heard there was a higher level technique. This demon emperor technique was already an advanced emperor level technique, so anything higher would have to be a god level technique. The leader actually had a god level technique. Could it be the heavenly demon scripture? It couldn't be that the heavenly demon scripture was only practiced by successive leaders. That meant the leader had other god-level techniques. The Great Elder looked at Zhou Qiong solemnly. He had noticed a significant change in him since he emerged from his retreat. First, his cultivation had clearly improved, potentially reaching the mid-level martial emperor stage. He had even acquired a martial emperor-level dragon to pull his cart. Now, he had produced an emperor-level technique, and possibly a god-level technique. Even Lian Sheng's breakthrough was likely related to Zhou Qiong. Chapter 7, Strength increases. Everyone else please step back, the 12 demon kings will stay. Yes, everyone responded and left the hall. Only 12 demon kings were left standing in the hall. These 12 demon kings were all Zhou Qiong's trusted confidants who had been promoted within the sect in the past 2 years. Among them, the demon rat king and the demon bull king have already reached the early stage of martial emperor cultivation, and the remaining 10 are also at the peak of martial king cultivation. Ordinary martial emperors can hardly be their opponents. It can be said that the high-level military force of the demon cult far exceeds that of other forces. The Council of Elders and the 4 Hall Masters, plus the 12 demon kings, have 13 martial emperors and 10 martial kings at the peak, not to mention the troops of the 4 divisions of Heaven, Earth, and Yellow, but now it is too low for Zhou Qiong. What he wants is for the demon cult to have the power to dominate the world, but it is still far from that now. You 12 are my trusted confidants, but your cultivation is still too low. Yes, your subordinates will work hard to cultivate and live up to the reputation of the leader. Zhou Qiong waved his hand and 12 brocade boxes appeared in the air. This is the Demon Ascension pill, which can help you break through. I don't want to see anyone at the martial king level in 6 months. As you wish. The 12 demon kings took the brocade box. Although they had never heard of the name of this elixir, the leader said that it must be a top-notch elixir that could help them break through. This demon ascension pill was exactly what Zhou Qiong had exchanged for his remaining 500 villain points. It could quickly help the 12 demon kings break through. For the next 6 months, Zhou Qiong decided to thoroughly master his techniques. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the divine demon eye and the heaven-devouring demon art. Yulong Mountain is full of debris and is so desolate that there is not even a blade of grass. It is hard to believe that this was once the base of the Yulong Sword sect. There are many tombstones in the center, and a figure is kneeling in front of a tombstone. Master, you and your fellow disciples can go with peace of mind. I will definitely avenge our sect, destroy the demon cult, and kill that bastard Zhou Qiong. This is none other than Zhao Li, the young disciple of Jing Kong, the head of the Yulong Sword sect. He is wearing a white shirt, with a long sword on his back, and exudes a cold aura. There is an aura of oppression within 2 meters around him. If Jing Kong were still alive, he would definitely find out that Zhao Li, who was at the martial artist level 2 months ago, is now at the early stage of the martial king level. Zhao Li originally went back to his hometown to visit his relatives, but he unexpectedly found a ring under the corner of the ancestral house. There was an old man inside who guided him in his cultivation. In just 2 months, he broke through to the early stage of martial king. Unfortunately, before he could tell his master the news of the annihilation of the Yulong Sword sect came. Zhao Li endured for 2 months before rushing back to erect a monument for his master and fellow brothers. He knew that he did not have the ability to fight against the evil cult yet. Mr. Fu, I have decided to go to the 10,000 Demons Cave. The ring on Zhao Li's left hand flashed lightly, and an old voice rang out, "If you decide, go ahead. I'll rescue you when necessary." Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye.at. The demon cult's main altar, the heavenly demon hall. Zhou Qiong sat upright on the demon dragon chair. Below, the higher-ups gathered once again, their presence even more imposing. Especially the chief elder, head of the right-hand elders, dressed in purple brocade robes and with his eyes slightly closed, had clearly broken through to the martial emperor realm. Speaking of it, the experience of the great elder is also very legendary. He and Zhou Qiong's father Zhou Shintong were brothers and competed for the position of leader. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Zhou Shintong later. Because he dueled too many times with the righteous, his foundation was damaged, and he has been unable to break through the martial emperor realm. Speaking of which, if Zhou Qiong hadn't suddenly broken through to the martial emperor realm after Zhou Shintong's death, he might be the great elder leading the demon cult now. The remaining 7 elders, except for the 3rd elder who was still facing the wall in the back mountain to reflect on his mistakes, were all in the middle stage of the martial emperor's cultivation, and the 2nd elder had even reached the peak of the martial emperor. The 4 hall masters, Li Changshang, the hall master of the Azure Dragon Hall, and Wan Li, the hall master of the Black Tortoise Hall, both broke through to the peak of the martial emperor realm, while Chu Kaishan, the hall master of the White Tiger Hall, and Bing Li, the hall master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, also reached the late stage of the martial emperor realm. The 12 demon kings made the most progress, each reaching the martial emperor realm. The demon rat king, Chen Shu, even reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, while the demon bull king reached the late martial emperor realm. The remaining 10 demon kings also reached the mid-martial emperor realm. Their natural talents were already exceptional, and with the added boost of cultivation techniques and elixirs, they naturally soared to new heights. Li Changsheng of the Azure Dragon Hall stepped forward and said, "Master, according to statistics, our demon sect currently has 4 martial emperors, 4 peak martial emperors, 3 late martial emperors, 15 mid-stage martial emperors, and no fewer than 100 martial kings. We are at least 5 times stronger than we were 6 months ago." Everyone was very excited. They hadn't paid much attention to it just now, but after listening to Li Changsheng's report, they realized that the demon cult had become so powerful. There were only a few martial emperors in other sects, but the demon cult had more than 20 martial emperors, and there were more than 100 martial king-level masters who could establish their own sects outside. Ever since the founding of the demon cult by its founder, the heavenly demon god, it hadn't had 2 martial emperor-level masters simultaneously for over 1,000 years, let alone 4. This could be considered the strongest era for the demon cult, aside from the heavenly demon god. Very good. I have decided to cancel the name of the Elders' Council and change it to Dharma Protectors. What? How can this be? The elders below were immediately thrown into chaos. However, due to Zhou Qiong's recent overwhelming power, no one dared to object. They could only constantly signal the Great Elder with their eyes. The Great Elder took a step forward and bowed to Zhou Qiong. According to the sect leader's order, the Elders' Council will be officially disbanded after today. From now on, there will only be Dharma Protectors. The other elders all looked at the Great Elder in disbelief. Even Zhou Qiong's diehard fans, the 12 demon kings, were also in disbelief. Zhou Qiong was actually quite surprised, as he had thought the Great Elder would refute him. He could just kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, to let him know that the martial emperor was not invincible. Okay, we'll march to the East China Sea in half a day. The Grand Protector and the Azure Dragon Hall and White Tiger Hall will remain at the main altar, and the rest of the troops will follow me. Yes, sir. Inside the Great Elder's bedroom, several elders were anxiously discussing something. The Great Elder sat expressionlessly in his chair, eyes closed. He didn't open his eyes until the elders had stopped talking. Great Elder, are we really going to abolish the Council of Elders? Do you think the Council of Elders still needs to exist? Why not? Except for me, you can't even defeat the 12 demon kings who rose up later. How can you still be called the Elders? The title of Dharma Protector is already very good. I advise you to follow the leader this time and abide by your duties. Otherwise, no one can save you. Grand Elder. Several people shouted again unwillingly. Call me by Hufa from now on. The elder waved his hand and made a gesture to see the guest off. I've been called the Great Elder for so many years that I almost forgot my own name. Bai Haotian, the name of the White Protector, will once again resound throughout the continent. Chapter 8, Holding the Sun and Moon, Picking the Stars. There is no one like me in the world. The demon dragon that had been resting in the back mountain suddenly opened its eyes and pulled the flying chariot into the sky. The 12 demon kings, the 2 hall masters, and several guardians also soared into the sky and rushed towards the demon dragon flying chariot. The sedan chair was as large as a palace, with a couplet on each side of the entrance. The left read, Holding the Sun and Moon, Reaching for the Stars, and the right read, There is no one like me in the world. It was the height of pretense. The members of the demon cult in the air were also surprised. They didn't expect that their leader would have such a powerful aura. He held the sun, moon, and stars in his palms. His invincible aura was truly admirable. Let's go, a voice came from the flying chariot. Yes, sir. The members of the demon cult responded to the flying sedan. Scanned itself. Character, Zhou Qiong. Position, demon cult leader. Cultivation, middle stage of martial emperor. Martial arts, demonic god skill, sky life and death hand, eyes of gods and demons, the first level of heaven. Devouring demonic skill, mount, dragon chariot. That's right, in just half a year, Zhou Qiong has recovered to his peak state and even made a breakthrough to a small realm. The magic dragon's chariot flew across the continent. Countless people below knelt down when they saw it and called it a god. Linhai City, due to its proximity to the East China Sea and the demon race, has many hunters who hunt demon beasts for money. It also serves as a training ground, and almost all the famous forces on the continent have branches in the city. In a restaurant, several people were eating around a table. A man whispered to the others, Do you know, there's going to be a war soon? The others looked incredulous and said, Why fight? This is Linhai City. All the major forces have branches here. Who dares to fight here? Seeing that they didn't believe him, the man immediately got angry and stood up and slammed the table. Don't disbelieve me. I received news that the demon cult is on its way to the East China Sea and is going to fight a decisive battle with the demon clan. When that happens, Linhai City will definitely be affected. Before the man could continue, he felt someone grabbing his shoulder. He turned around and saw a man in a white robe, carrying a long sword on his back. His eyes seemed to contain sword light. What can I do for you, sir? Tell me the details of what you know about the demon cult. I heard from others that the demon cult has already sent troops on their way to the East China Sea. Their leader, Zhou Qiong, has also arrived. I heard he's riding on a flying dragon. The man in the white robe frowned upon hearing this and turned away. He took a long time to sit down on the chair. The others were curious to see him. It's nothing serious. Who is this person? Why did he scare you like this? Who? He is Zhao Li. What? He is Zhao Li, the demon-slaying sword master who was number 1 on the human ranking. The person nearby exclaimed after hearing this. The human list was created by the righteous sects, and it brings together all the masters on the continent except the demon clan and the demon sect. The human list is limited to masters of the martial king level under the age of 40. Above it are the earth list and the heaven list, which correspond to the martial emperor level and the martial emperor level respectively. 6 months ago, a man named Zhao Li suddenly appeared. Dressed in a white robe and carrying a long sword, he challenged countless experts on the human rankings, climbing to the top of the rankings in less than 6 months. The reason he was called the Demon Slayer Sword was because Zhao Li would leave no one alive when he encountered anyone from the demon cult. Over time, he earned the nickname Demon Slayer Sword. Oh no! Oh no! The beasts are attacking the city. A group of people in Linhai City shouted as they ran. Suddenly, everyone stopped working and ran to the city wall. A large number of people had already gathered on the city walls, including high-ranking officials from various sects stationed in Linhai City. Outside the city, a dense swarm of beasts gathered. Many people with low cultivation levels began to tremble when they saw what was happening outside. How could that be? The last beast tide was less than 5 years ago. This shouldn't happen. I don't want to die. Shut up, how could we die? Don't you see so many adults are here? Look, Master Wuchen Monk Liaofan, who is ranked 3rd on the human ranking, is here too. So is Wang Mang, the 9th on the human ranking, and Zhao Li, the 1st on the human ranking, who is ranked Demon Slayer. The Saint Monk Wu Tian, who is ranked 8th on the Earth ranking, is also there. He will be fine. The crowd began to clamor. Then the monk known as the Holy Monk Wu Tian coughed softly, a hint of a lion's roar in his cough, and the scene immediately quieted down. The Holy Monk Wu Tian, dressed in a red cassock, clasped his hands together and said, Amatba, benefactors, don't worry. The beast tide will not last forever. I have already passed on the message, and someone will come to help in half a day. The leaders of other sects also came out and said that they had notified the outside world and someone would come to rescue them in half a day. Linhai City has a large city defense formation, so the monsters won't be able to attack for a while. The beast tide began to attack the city, and all the masters jumped off the city wall to hunt down the monsters. Among them, a figure stood out. His strength was not the strongest, only at the peak of the martial king, but his efficiency was very high. Every time he attacked, he used all his strength. The sword light flickered continuously among the beasts, harvesting the corpses of the beast tide. Whenever he was about to run out of strength, the ring on his right hand would flicker gently, and he would immediately recover his vitality and release his ultimate moves continuously. The people on the city wall couldn't see the ring flashing, so they just thought he had incredible physical strength and profound skills. As expected, he's number 1 on the human ranking. His reputation is well deserved. The number 1 on the human ranking is truly formidable. Look, Master Liuchen, number 3, and Wang Meng, number 9, have been resting several times. Even the Holy Monk Wu Tian noticed Zhao Li, and the monsters also noticed him. Oh no! Get out of the way! Zhao Li's ring suddenly flashed with a blue light, carrying Zhao Li horizontally 3 meters. A giant claw struck Zhao Li's spot, creating a 5 deep pit. A white tiger, about 20 zhang tall, appeared. Oh no, Zhao Li, this is a demon tiger in the late Wu period. You are no match for it. Run away. Uncle Fu shouted loudly in the ring. Zhao Li immediately ran towards the city wall. The tiger behind him once again slapped out a huge claw and flew towards Zhao Li. The Holy Monk Wu Tian and others in the distance wanted to help but were entangled by the opponent. Uncle Fu, what should we do? Your current strength is not enough to resist. I can only use my soul power to move you directly to the city wall. After that, I will sleep for a while. Uncle Fu in the ring sighed and said, just as Uncle Fu was about to use his soul power to move Zhao Li, a demonic dragon roared from the sky. A heavy pressure descended upon him. All the demonic beasts ceased their assault on the city, and the lower level ones even lay prone on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Even the demonic tiger, a late-stage martial emperor that had attacked Zhao Li, retracted its claws and gazed into the distant sky, where a black dot was gradually growing larger. When everyone could see clearly, they discovered that it was a 100-foot-long demon dragon pulling a huge flying sedan chair, with a pair of couplets on each side of the sedan chair. On the left side is written, holding the sun and moon and picking the stars. On the right side is written, there is no one like me in the world. Chapter 9 Ring. Grandpa looking at the couplet that depicted the magic dragon flying in the sky, everyone felt a surge of momentum coming towards them. The couplet perfectly expressed the momentum that was unmatched in the world. In Linhai City, everyone returned to the city wall. Zhao Li also took advantage of the demon tiger's distraction and ran back to the city, looking at the flying beast in the sky with a sneer. Uncle Fu in the ring was also speechless and said, holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Who is this? Such arrogant words, even the many martial gods 1,000 years ago would not dare to say such words. The magic dragon chariot stopped above Linhai City, and its pressure was even heavier than before. Even the city defense formation began to shake. Saint Monk Wu Tian looked up at the dragon with a horrified expression. It's actually a martial emperor-level dragon. How is that possible? Who in the world can let a martial emperor-level dragon pull a cart? Everyone in the city wall was also frightened and hurriedly passed the news back to the leaders of each family. The door of the sedan chair opened, and heavy footsteps were heard, as if stepping on everyone's heart. A tall figure appeared at the door, wearing a black dragon robe. There was an invincible domineering aura between his eyebrows, and the silver-black lightning between his eyebrows added a bit of mystery. It's the demon cult leader Zhou Qiong. He's here as expected, Zhao Li said on the city wall, his veins exposed, and he said with gritted teeth. The ring flashed with light. You are not his match yet, but you will surpass him in the future. Don't be impulsive. I understand, Mr. Fu, I will control myself. A blue light emanated from the ring, sweeping towards the flying chariot in the sky. Surprisingly, no one could detect it. Zhou Qiong in the sky suddenly looked towards Zhao Li in Linhai City, or more precisely, towards the ring on Zhao Li's right hand. How is this possible? Oh no, he has discovered me. Let's go. The light from the ring instantly enveloped Zhao Li and he disappeared in Linhai City in an instant. Zhou Qiong smiled slightly. Interesting. The ring? Is it the old man? Could he be the destined child of this world? Judging from the expression on his face just now, he seems to have great hatred for me. Ignoring Zhao Li, Zhou Qiong, whose cultivation had returned to its peak, was not afraid of any son of destiny. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would kill them all. Demon King, I'm here, why don't you show up? Are you planning to let me slaughter this tide of beasts? There was no echo in the sky. Zhou Qiong sat upright on the magic dragon's flying chariot. With a wave of his hand, all the members of the demon cult flew out of the chariot and rushed towards the monster. Only Lianqing still stood beside Zhou Qiong. That's the demon monkey king. He's actually in the middle stage of the martial emperor. When did he break through to the martial emperor realm? That's Hall Master Wan, he's actually at the peak of the martial emperor, that's the second elder. How did he break through to the peak of martial emperor? How is it possible? All the members of that demon sect are actually martial emperor realm masters, and there are no lower than the mid-martial emperor realm. The monk Wu Tian said in disbelief. He said to Liao Fan beside him, hurry and pass the news to the abbot. The sudden appearance of more than 20 martial emperors frightened everyone present. The demon cult launched an attack on the beast tide, which was completely devastating. The gap between the two sides was too big, and the beast tide was killed in large numbers. If no one stopped them, the beast tide would have been wiped out in less than half an hour. A roar was heard from afar, and the members of the demon cult immediately stopped their attack. A blood-red claw came from behind the beast tide at an unbelievable speed. Lianqing, who had been standing next to Zhou Qiong, also stretched out a hand to face the blood-red claw. With this pair of palms, a sonic boom was heard, and the heaven and earth were crackling with the power of this palmed. It was as if the world was destroyed within a few miles. Endless pressure fell, and the members of the demon cult retreated one after another, but the beast tide did not react at all. Except for some monsters above the martial king realm, the rest were instantly crushed into a ball of blood mist by the powerful pressure. This scene was truly astonishing. Just now, the numerous warriors of Linhai City had fought fiercely for an hour, yet they hadn't even managed to annihilate even a tenth of the beast tide, and had also suffered numerous casualties. Now, with just two people exchanging palm strikes, they had already annihilated nearly half of the beast tide. This is just the aftermath of the two people's attack. It is hard to imagine whether the two of them can kill the entire beast tide with one blow. You have indeed broken through to the martial emperor realm, and you are not just an ordinary martial emperor. If you ask me, why don't you just follow me? How about I let you and I jointly rule the demon race? A slender figure appeared above the beast tide, dressed in a white fur coat, with a face as pale as a woman's, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that could captivate anyone. It was none other than the Demon King, Su Huang, rumored to be a nine-tailed fox in cultivation. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Lianqing bowed to Zhou Qiong, turned around and threw a silver needle at Su Huang. Suddenly, the sky was filled with silver light shooting towards Su Huang, interweaving into a large net in the sky, blocking all of Su Huang's escape routes, and the vital energy in the air was vibrating and buzzing. The warriors in Linhai City were terribly excited. This was a fight between martial emperors, a once-in-a-century event that few could witness. A demon king of the demon clan and a demon cult's grand administrator. This was something they could brag about. Su Huang slapped his palm across the sky, an endless fighting spirit burst out, the surrounding space shattered, and the space within 100 feet began to distort. The silver needles were shattered by space before they could reach them. He continued to push towards Lianqing without stopping, shattering the mountains, rivers, and land along the way. Zhou Qiong was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the weak Su Huang would be so domineering when he started fighting. He could break the space with just his body. He was worthy of being the longest-lived martial emperor on the continent. Su Huang was already over 300 years old. Even at the martial emperor level, humans could only live for 200 years, unless they reached the martial god level. However, no one had reached that level in over 1,000 years. The longest-lived martial emperor in human history is Taoist Master Changshu, the head of Shenkong sect, one of the 5 major sections. He is already 180 years old. His cultivation level is mid-stage martial emperor, and it can be said that he has no chance of breaking through to the martial god stage. Lianqing drew out a long sword and instantly slashed at the giant palm. The sword was indescribably fast, as if it had crossed the long river of time, as if it could cut off everything in front of it. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed across 100 miles, instantly shattering mountains and rivers. Nearby peaks were reduced to ash. Cracks instantly appeared in Linhai City's defensive formation, and sections of the city wall collapsed. Lianqing was still standing in midair, with a trace of blood slowly flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "You win," he said, and returned to Zhou Qiong's side in a flash. "You are already quite remarkable for being able to withstand my full-strength palm strike from a mid-stage martial emperor. It's hard to believe you've only just reached the martial emperor stage." Su Huang looked at Lianqing and spoke solemnly. A sword mark suddenly appeared on the palm of his left hand under his fur coat, but it disappeared again in an instant. Chapter 10. The Demon Cult Leader. Zhou Qiong, why are you coming to the shores of the East China Sea instead of staying at your demon cult headquarters? I wanted to see how powerful a fox that has lived for more than 300 years is, but you disappoint me. Zhou Qiong glanced at Su Huang, and Zhou Qiong was indeed disappointed. Su Huang's strength was not as strong as he had imagined. As they were both in the middle stage of martial emperor, Zhou Qiong could easily kill Su Huang. "Su Huang, I will show you a clear path. Submit to my demonic cult and I will give you the position of Dharma protector." "Zhou Qiong, don't go too far." A spear appeared in Su Huang's hand. The tip of the spear trembled slightly, and the space trembled along with it. Endless fighting spirit surged from his body, soaring straight into the sky. The clouds in the sky were dispersed by this fighting spirit, the holy monk Wutan on the city wall side. Facing Su Huang's fighting spirit, he didn't even have the courage to attack. This was because all the fighting spirit was concentrated on Zhou Qiong. Whether it is Su Huang, Zhou Qiong, or Lian Shang, they are all rare figures in the continent. Unfortunately, they are not from the righteous sects, and it is not known whether it is a blessing or a curse. Su Huang swung his spear, which instantly broke through the space, shattering time and space along the way and rushing towards Zhou Qiong. This was the time and space spear that Su Huang had practiced for 100 years, which could break everything in the world. This was the first time he had used it since he started practicing in Zhou Qiong. Standing on the flying dragon, swung his fist, and the space and time shook instantly. Endless domineering aura rushed out instantly, and in lawless momentum followed his fist, as if to destroy all enemies in the world. When the two collided, a roar even louder than before erupted, sending even the dragon chariot back hundreds of meters. The ground sank dozens of meters again, flattening everything within 1,000 miles. Even the distant ocean was rocked by the aftermath, creating a massive tsunami. Linhai City's protective formation was shattered, and even Linhai City collapsed in half, resulting in countless casualties. While trying to protect the crowd, the Saint Monk Wu Tian was directly knocked unconscious by the aftermath. Su Huan was directly knocked away for several hundred meters. How is this possible? Su Huang spat out blood and looked at the spear in his hand in disbelief. A crack suddenly appeared on the spear head. This was an emperor-level weapon, and it was actually broken by someone's fist. What Su Huang couldn't accept was that he began to retreat in his heart. His intuition told him that he could not defeat the man in front of him. He was terribly strong and weird. When they fought just now, a terrible suction force came from the spear, instantly absorbing half of his strength. On the other hand, Zhou Qiong hadn't changed at all. He was closing his eyes to feel the power he had just absorbed through the heaven-devouring demonic art. After absorbing and refining it, in just a few tens of seconds, Zhou Qiong felt that his power had increased a bit, and he was closer to the late stage of martial emperor. Su Huan wanted to escape, but he was unwilling to run away in disgrace. He wanted to make Zhou Qiong pay the price. He looked at a small hill in the distance. The hill was inconspicuous, but the aftermath of the previous wave had shattered all the surrounding mountains. Only this hill had not changed much, except for a few more cracks. This mountain has a terrifying legend among the demon clan. It is said that an unparalleled figure is sealed inside. Instantly, Su Huang raised his spear and launched another attack. This time, his target was no longer Zhou Qiong, but the hill. Bang! The hill instantly shattered, sending plumes of white smoke billowing out. Su Huang didn't even bother to look, shattering the void and fleeing. Zhou Qiong ignored Su Huang. He sensed something resurrecting beneath the hill, like an ancient god. It was terrifyingly powerful, yet there was a sense of weakness within its aura, a profound contradiction. An illusory shadow slowly condensed in the sky. The figure was very blurry, with 4 pairs of wings behind it. The vitality in the air continued to gather towards the hill, and a figure slowly flew out from under the hill. It was a woman with a pretty face, breathtakingly beautiful. She was wearing a white robe, and her whole body exuded a hint of holiness, but also a hint of evil. She had 4 pairs of wings on her back. Zhou Qiong scanned it with the system. Name, Fallen Angel, Cultivation, Unknown Status. An accident occurred when completing the falling transformation, causing the body to possess both the pure and corrupt auras of an angel. The woman continued to absorb the vital energy in the air. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, indicating she was regaining consciousness. The aura she exuded grew stronger and stronger. In a short period of time, she had already reached the middle stage of the martial emperor, and it was still rising. "Master, how about I go and test it first?" Lianqing whispered to Zhou Qiong beside him. "No need, take your men and get away from here first." Zhou Qiong did not let Lianqing test it first. His intuition told him that this woman seemed to be staring at him. "Yes, sir." Lianqing led everyone on the magic dragon chariot and flew away. Everyone in Linhai City had left here early. Today was an unimaginable disaster for them. The century-old Linhai City was completely gone, and most of the warriors in the city had died. Now a mysterious winged man appeared, and everyone fled desperately. Zhou Qiong flew to within 10 meters of the woman. The woman's cultivation had already reached the late martial emperor stage. Her eyes slowly opened, and they were completely black, with no white in them at all. She murmured silently, "I've come to such a lowly continent. I need to find a way to recover my strength first. Louis Carmel, sooner or later, I'll find you again." The woman looked at Zhou Qiong and said, "What a powerful cultivation. You look like you must be quite influential on this continent." "I am the leader of the demonic cult." Chapter 11, Destroying Pupil Light, Killing Angels. Leader of the demon cult, although your cultivation is a little low, your foundation is still very solid. If I can eat a few more people like you, I should be able to leave this continent. The fallen angel tilted his mouth and revealed a wicked smile. "You're so arrogant. You're only a late-stage martial emperor, and you think you can eat me?" Zhou Qiong felt that the other party was clearly not an ordinary late-stage martial emperor, but he wasn't too worried. He, Zhou Qiong, was also not an ordinary mid-stage martial emperor. The fallen angel flapped its wings easily, and suddenly the space of hundreds of kilometers around it seemed to be locked. Even Zhou Qiong felt a pressure that made it difficult for him to move, and the surrounding space began to collapse towards Zhou Qiong. Little by little, the fallen angel looked at Zhou Qiong with an evil smile on her face. Her eyes were cold and crazy. She didn't think Zhou Qiong could dodge her attack. She didn't take a person from a low-level continent seriously, even if he was a top figure. If it were in her heyday, she could kill a person like Zhou Qiong with just a sneeze. Zhou Qiong watched the collapsed space gradually approaching him, and a black gas slowly emerged from his body. The pressure around him disappeared, and the collapsed space fragments began to fly into Zhou Qiong's body continuously. He stretched out a palm and slapped the fallen angel. There was a giant palm in the sky, as big as 100 miles. The energy of life and death was swirling on it, and there was even a hint of devouring breath. It instantly slapped in the direction of the fallen angel. The space did not collapse, but seemed to be compressed, making it difficult for the fallen angel below to escape. This is Zhou Qiong's strongest palm strike so far. The sky hand of life and death is fully deployed, mixed with the heaven-devouring demonic art. The attack power is so strong that even the peak martial emperor cannot resist it. What? You actually hid your cultivation? The angel below had an incredible expression on his face. His wings flapped non-stop and he punched the giant palm. The space began to make continuous loud noises. With a loud bang, a shockwave began to spread outward. Even the flying sedan that had already flown hundreds of kilometers away was hit and sent flying hundreds of kilometers away again. The people in the demon sect inside were all in disbelief. What kind of monster is it that can fight with the leader like this? I hope the leader is not in danger. The fifth guardian said with a worried look on his face. How is it possible? The leader is extremely blessed. Who in the world can be his opponent? The demon tiger king on the side patted his head, but a worried expression appeared on his face. He's not dead yet. He still has strong vitality. Zhou Qiong said jokingly as he looked at the fallen angel lying on the ground and trying to stand up. The fallen angel continued to cough up blood, saying in shock, "You haven't hidden your power. You can actually launch such a bombardment. Who are you? I don't like to be introduced a second time. If you have any last words, please tell me now. I never thought that I, Luna, would be defeated by the natives of the lower continent. You will pay the price." The fallen angel Luna stood up straight, speaking confidently, and a jade-white crown slowly rose above her head. Then her aura rose again, and in just a moment she broke through the limit of the martial emperor. A god-level aura began to emanate, soaring into the sky. Prince Yu, who was listening to the minister's reports at the Dayu dynasty's court, suddenly looked up towards the east and whispered, "Martial god, could it be that someone has truly reached the martial god level?" The monk who was chanting in Jinshan Temple also stopped and looked towards the east with a solemn expression. All the top masters on the continent have turned their attention to the east. They feel a powerful aura rising there, which is most likely the aura of the martial god realm. Zhou Qiong narrowed his eyes, feeling threatened, even a hint of death surrounding him. He thought to himself, I really can't underestimate this angel. He actually managed to reach the martial god realm. Silver-black lightning flickered silently between the eyebrows, and a black ring was slowly rotating inside. Looking at Luna, who was obviously preparing to use a big move, Zhou Qiong would not give her time. The lightning between the eyebrows split open and an eye emerged. A black ring instantly shot out from his dark pupils and flew towards Luna. Before she could react, the ring had already trapped her, instantly tightening, leaving her unable to move. The crown on Luna's head shone at the black ring, which vibrated continuously, and tiny cracks gradually appeared on it. Clearly overwhelmed by its current state, Luna was so shocked that she couldn't describe it. What she saw was that an eye suddenly appeared between the man's eyebrows, and a black ring flew out and trapped her instantly. She was now in the middle stage of the martial god. Even the crown on her head could not destroy the black ring. You must know that the crown is the sacred object of the angel clan. Even if it cannot exert any power, it is not something that ordinary weapons can contend with. She concentrated on her technique, even starting to burn her blood in essence. She knew she would be in danger if she continued like this. The black ring was bearing the double pressure of the crown and Luna, and the cracks in it suddenly began to widen. It sounds like a long story, but in reality, only a few breaths have passed since Luna's breakthrough. Luna suddenly looked up, feeling the threat of death. Zhou Qiong whispered, "Annihilation pupil light." The black eye between his eyebrows instantly shot out a beam of light, piercing Luna's body. The aura in the sky disappeared, the black ring also disappeared, and the black eye between Zhou Qiong's eyebrows slowly closed. Luna looked at Zhou Qiong with a look of horror. "Who on earth are you?" Before she could finish her words, her body instantly turned to ash. She couldn't believe it until her death, that she would die on such a lowly continent. Only the crown remained, spinning in its place. Zhou Qiong waved his hand, collected the crown, and disappeared hundreds of miles away. The demon dragon flew over and caught up with the people in the demon sect. They stood quietly, some with shock on their faces, some with worry on their faces. The aura that surpassed the martial emperor just now was so powerful that they could not imagine it. The demon tiger king twice proposed to go investigate, but was stopped each time. Even a Yubo martial emperor couldn't handle this level of fighting. As everyone waited anxiously, the demon dragon roared softly, and a figure appeared on the flying sedan. Everyone was very happy. Meet the master. Get up, the demon tiger king couldn't help but ask, "Master, how is that person? I have beaten you to ashes. Let's go back to the headquarters." Zhou Qiong said this and got into the flying sedan chair. The dragon pulled the flying sedan chair toward the demon cult's headquarters. Before everyone could react to the shock, the flying sedan chair flew away. The demon tiger king kept laughing. "Didn't I tell you the cult leader is invincible?" The eyes of the several Dharma protectors, gazing towards the flying sedan, were filled with fear. From the aura of the previous fight, they knew the leader's skills far surpassed theirs, but they hadn't expected him to be so formidable. This taught them to be more self-aware and act more like Dharma protectors. If anyone called out a mistake, they would be corrected immediately after the Birdman flew away. The people of Linhai City, dozens of miles away, were also shocked. Although they didn't see anything, they also felt the momentum, which far surpassed that of the martial emperor. They were still wondering whether both sides would suffer losses, or whether the Birdman would kill the leader of the demon cult and start to cause harm to the people. As a result, they saw the demon cult leader return, seemingly unharmed. Instead, the Birdman who had emitted such a powerful aura completely disappeared. Chapter 12. First destroy Jinshan, then destroy Xuankong. Zhou Qiong entered the flying sedan chair and sat upright on the demonic dragon chair, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Luna's sudden breakthrough to the martial god realm was beyond his expectations. The black ring in the demonic god's eyes was still spinning, but there were some tiny cracks on it. The demon god's eye hidden between his eyebrows also became dim. The annihilation divine light it emitted was a bit too much for Zhou Qiong at the moment. The demon god's eye had already merged with him. With the damage to the divine eye, he also suffered serious internal injuries. Zhou Qiong was speechless. He had just arrived in this world and was injured. He had finally recovered his strength, but just as he was showing off, he ran into Luna again and was injured again. It could be said that he was extremely unlucky. Zhou Qiong, who was healing his wounds silently, had no idea that the entire continent was now shocked by his news. Inside the Diwu Dynasty Council Hall, you said that Zhou Qiong defeated the Demon King with just one move. A birdman with 4 pairs of wings also appeared. That terrifying aura was emitted by the Birdman. In the end, Zhou Qiong fought her. Zhou Qiong was safe and sound, and the Birdman disappeared. Have the demon cult's high-ranking officials broken through to the martial emperor level or above? Prince Yu looked at the Jinui who was kneeling below to deliver the news to him and asked gloomily. He really couldn't accept such information. The ministers in the hall also stared at the Jinui kneeling on the ground. This news was really too shocking. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Many warriors in Linhai City have witnessed it with their own eyes. King Yu looked towards the direction of the demon cult's headquarters, feeling a little powerless. He had never given up since he was a child, and relied on his talent and strategy to become the emperor of the Diyu dynasty. He established imperial examinations to select poor people to be officials, and worked diligently to make the Diyu dynasty increasingly powerful, with a tendency to become the first dynasty. His cultivation had never fallen behind, and even at the early stages of the martial emperor stage, he was one of the best in the entire continent. Even though Zhou Qiong had reached the martial emperor stage at the age of 18, he still believed that he was just a genius, and that he was no less capable than him. However, today's news shattered his belief, suggesting that Zhou Qiong had surpassed everyone else's expectations. Apart from him, there are only 3 other martial emperor realm masters in the Diyu dynasty, all of whom are princes of the Diyu dynasty. While there are more than 20 such figures in the demon cult, all major forces on the mainland received the news. Some did not believe it, some cursed God for being blind, and some wanted to join the demon cult with the idea of surrendering. Zhou Qiong, who was in the demon dragon's chariot, didn't know what outsiders thought of him, nor did he bother to know. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, the Tongxian Realm Mountain Protection Formation and 20,000 villain points. Item, True Demon Mountain Guarding Formation Level, Tongxian Level 5 Function, Increase Spiritual Energy, Protect the Mountain. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, killing the fallen angel, and rewarding the villain with 50,000 points. Zhou Qiong uttered a soft "huh?" There were no item rewards, only villain points. Could it be the nature of hidden quests that didn't have item rewards, or was there some other reason? But the extra 50,000 villain points was certainly a pleasant surprise. The demon dragon chariot was suspended in the air above the demon peak. Zhou Qiong stepped out of the chariot and looked down at the mountain. The demon peak was the headquarters of the demon cult for hundreds of years. It was magnificent after generations of hard work. There were many palaces on the mountain that could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. The mountain was also covered with large formations, like a solid wall of steel, so strong that even a martial god-level warrior would find it difficult to break through. The demon cult members only saw Zhou Qiong, atop the flying sedan, holding a transparent model shaped like a mountain. Zhou Qiong casually tossed it, and it enveloped the mountain below. The model grew larger in the air, instantly enveloping the entire sky demon peak. The mountain's protective formation instantly shattered, but the members of the demon cult atop it felt nothing. Sky Demon Peak instantly shook, rising several hundred meters higher. Aura vortexes appeared in the air, brimming with spiritual energy. Upon smelling it, the members of the demon cult felt a surge of energy, as if they had taken a miraculous elixir. Many who were on the verge of a breakthrough sat down cross-legged and tried their best to absorb the energy. The aura of a breakthrough burst out from their bodies. For a while, the sounds of breakthroughs were heard everywhere in the demon cult. Even those who had not yet made a breakthrough hurriedly sat down to meditate and try their best to absorb the vortex of spiritual energy. Many high-ranking members of the demon cult who were on the run were also very shocked. Hallmaster 1 nudged the demon Tiger King from behind, and the demon Tiger King immediately understood what he meant. He wanted him to ask, "Master, what is this good thing?" Zhou Qiong glanced at the demon Tiger King. He had a fondness for this burly man. He was bold, careful, and most importantly, loyal. When he was young, Zhou Qiong had saved him once, and since then he had been completely devoted to Zhou Qiong. This is the new mountain protection formation I created. It can increase spiritual energy. Even a martial god would find it difficult to break it. The leader is really powerful. The demonic Tiger King touched his head. Half a month later, Zhou Qiong, sitting on the magic dragon chair, had a gloomy expression on his face. No matter how he practiced during the past half-month, he could not repair his internal injuries because the eye of gods and demons had affected him too deeply. If the eye injury was not healed, he would not be able to recover. He searched through all the things in the mall, but he could not afford to buy anything that could repair the eye of gods and demons, and anything he could afford was of no use. It's safe to say his current condition isn't much better than when he first crossed over. It seems this is the only solution left. The demon cult really needs to take action. Zhou Qiong gently tapped the chair a few times. A figure appeared in the hall, wearing a golden mask on his face. The subordinate pays homage to the leader. Which one is closer to Jinshan Temple now? Master, Xuanbu is the closest to Jinshan Temple now. Okay, pass on my order and have them check the background of Jinshan Temple to see if the abbot is in the temple and whether there are any hidden masters. Yes, sir. The shadow disappeared above the hall. Zhou Qiong murmured silently in his heart, "This is a mission after all. I don't want to accept it, but there's nothing I can do. Besides, isn't the existence of the demon cult meant to destroy the righteous?" Zhou Qiong glanced at the top of the system and saw the pinned task, "Destroy Jinshan first, then destroy Shenkong." The reward for completing it was that all injuries would be restored and one's realm would be raised to a higher level. Jinshan Temple is 50 miles away. The entrance of Yuelian in Jinwu City is bustling with people coming in and out. Yuelian suddenly became popular in Kangwu Continent 5 years ago, and countless branches were opened almost instantly. There are branches of Yuelian in cities under the jurisdiction of major dynasties and sects. No one knows who opened Yuelian, but we know that he has a deep background, and anyone who dares to cause trouble in Yuelian will end up badly. In the private room on the 3rd floor of the inn, a figure was sitting cross-legged and practicing. The innkeeper brought a bottle of wine and knocked on the door gently. A voice came out from inside, "Who is it?" "The inn's wine delivery, come in." The innkeeper pushed the door open and entered the private room, then closed the door, placed the wine on the table in the room, and knelt down in front of the figure sitting cross-legged on the bed. "I pay my respects to the First Lord." Chapter 13, The Shen sect's chief monk breaks into Jinshan Temple at night. The man in the seat hummed softly and slowly opened his eyes. He was wearing a tight-fitting suit, thin, with a silver mask on his face. A long sword was placed beside him. "What's going on?" Reporting to the head monk, the leader has ordered the Shen department to thoroughly investigate the situation at Jinshan Temple to see if the abbot is in the temple. "I understand. Go ahead." The man waved his hand gently, and the shopkeeper below bowed and retreated. The man was none other than Xian Yi, the leader of the Shen department of the demon cult. In an underground palace, several men wearing light silver masks stood on both sides and communicated with each other. "What do you think the chief wants us to do?" "The leader should have given us Xian's troops an order. The leader's strength has spread throughout the world. Sooner or later, our demon sect will unify the world. Our Xuanbu is finally going to take action. Suddenly a figure appeared in the underground palace, wearing a silver mask on his face and a long sword on his back. Everyone immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Master." The man nodded. "The leader ordered us to come here this time. He ordered us to investigate the current situation of Jinshan Temple and whether the abbot is inside the temple." "Yes, we will follow the leader's orders." Everyone bowed in response. "This is the first official mission since the establishment of our Xian department. We must complete it beautifully to let the other 3 departments know the strength of our Xian department. If anyone doesn't try his best, don't blame me for being rude." There was a hint of coldness in Xian Yi's eyes. The people on both sides responded with a solemn expression. Xian Er, who was standing in the first position on the left, stepped forward and said, "Master, do you need to summon Xian San and Xian Si as well?" Xian Yi said calmly, "No need. The 8 of us are enough. They also have their own tasks. Get ready, we'll act at midnight tonight." Jinshan Temple, as one of the 5 major sects in Kangwu continent, has been built for 2,000 years. It covers an area of dozens of kilometers and is under the jurisdiction of Jinshan Temple for thousands of kilometers around. There are no less than 10,000 monks in the temple, and countless masters. In a side room of the temple, a monk was lying on the bed. His body was wrapped in gauze and his breathing was very weak. A little monk next to him was pounding medicine with a pestle, and his eyes were looking at the monk on the bed from time to time. The young monk's name is Liu, and he is an orphan. He entered Jinshan Temple 10 years ago and has been working in the menial yard. He is very dull and doesn't like to talk. Even the manager of the menial yard said that he has no wisdom. Unexpectedly, 3 years ago, he suddenly met the holy monk Wu Tian, who took the initiative to accept him as his disciple. The holy monk Wu Tian is the head monk of the martial arts hall of Jinshan Temple. He is a peerless master ranked 8th on the earth list. His life suddenly became different after becoming the head monk's disciple. The monks who didn't like talking to him before now approached him on their own initiative, and even those older than him called him senior brother, but he did not change his life. Except that his residence address became a side hall of the martial arts hall, he still maintained his daily life of practicing martial arts, chanting scriptures, and going to and from work until half a month ago, something happened that disrupted his life. Half a month ago, the holy monk Wutan was suddenly carried back to Jinshan Temple by Luofan. He was seriously injured and unconscious. Even the abbot, who had not appeared for a long time, came to treat his injuries. It has been half a month and Wutan still has not woken up. In the past half month, Liu stopped chanting scriptures and practicing martial arts. He kept pounding medicine every day, and his eyes never left Wu Tian, who was lying on the bed. Over the years, he had regarded Wu Tian as his closest relative. Liu picked up the medicine pounding pot and was about to go to the side to boil the medicine when he suddenly saw Wu Tian's hand move and his eyes slowly opened. He quickly ran to the bedside and held his master's hand. "Master, you are finally awake." Wu Tian's eyes slowly focused, and after looking at him with a worried look, he said, "Master, I'm fine. Help me go see the host." Liu didn't answer, but ran away directly, all the way to the main hall of Jinshan Temple, knocked on the door and said loudly, "Master, my master is awake, master, master." There was no sound behind the door. Liu thought for a while and ran to Wutan's residence. In front of Wutan stood a middle-aged bald man with some holy light faintly shining on his head. The man said softly, "Brother, you are awake. Well, thank you for rescuing me, host." Wutan thanked him and wanted to stand up, but the host waved his hand to stop him. "Fortunately, you are lucky. There is still one last De Huan Dan in the temple. Master, that demon has indeed reached the mid-stage martial emperor level, and his actual combat capability may even have reached the late stage of martial emperor." Wutan said solemnly. The host gave a wry smile and said, "More than that, he's probably almost surpassing the martial emperor." He slowly told Wutan about the series of events that happened in the East China Sea after Wutan fell into a coma. Wu Tian's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "The devil is so powerful." "Okay, take a good rest today. We can deal with the rest after you recover from your injuries," the host said and walked out of the room. Liu was standing outside the door. "Take good care of your master." The host looked up at the sky, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Buddhism also has the methods of the angry Vajra. It seems that it is necessary to take action against the evil sect. In the darkness of the night, numerous monks patrolled Jinshan Temple. Several unseen black shadows flashed by, unnoticed by the patrolling monks. As they approached the Jinshan Temple's protective formation, the shadows pulled stones from their pockets and slowly walked into the formation. The formation rippled gently, and the shadows passed through without any resistance. The formation-breaking stone given by the leader is indeed powerful. It can even easily penetrate the protective formation of Jinshan Temple. Alright, let's act quickly. If anything goes wrong, the chieftain won't forgive us. The 8 figures quickly separated and went in different directions. At the door of the meditation room of the holy monk Wu Tian, a figure slowly appeared, looked at the person lying inside, and slowly disappeared again. From beginning to end, the holy monk Wu Tian inside did not notice anything. Although Wu Tian was seriously injured and had not recovered yet, it was enough to show that the person who came was definitely not an ordinary person. A figure flashed quickly and headed straight for the main hall. Along the way, neither the patrolling monks nor the meditating monks reacted at all until they approached the main hall door. A voice suddenly came from inside, "Friend, come in and sit down." The figure didn't respond after hearing the voice, but instead retreated quickly, swiftly dashing back. From the main hall, a palm strike instantly struck the fleeing figure, who responded with a palm strike, instantly emitting a loud bang, startling everyone in Jinshan Temple. In an instant, countless figures rushed out of Jinshan Temple and immediately discovered the many men in black in the temple. Which evildoer dares to break into my Jinshan Temple? Take my Vajra fist. 10,000 flowers and 1,000 Buddhas palmed. The figure rushing out of the main hall shouted, "Retreat," and the many black-clad men who were fighting fiercely with the monks in the temple no longer wanted to fight and immediately rushed out of the temple. "Where are you running to?" everyone in the temple shouted to stop him, but the man was really fast, and even though he was injured, he didn't want to fight anymore, so he was about to run out of the temple. This time, a finger rushed towards the many men in black in the main hall, and a loud voice came out, "Pick the flower finger." The many men in black seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Chapter 14, Sending Troops to Jinshan Temple. In the air, a man wearing a pure silver mask, the long sword on his back hummed and automatically flew into the man's hand. The man grasped the hilt of the sword and shouted, "Cut the sky and the earth with one sword." In an instant, a cross was cut in the air. The cross sword energy broke through the sky, and the dim sky began to become bright. The sword energy broke through the blockade and slashed towards the giant finger in an instant. A loud noise resounded throughout the Jinshan Temple. The entire temple began to shake, and the mountain protection formation was automatically activated. Many abbots of the temple used all their strength to use their skills to protect the temple. The blockade in the air disappeared in an instant, and the men in black took advantage of the gap to break through the blockade, escaped from Jinshan Temple, and disappeared without a trace. Several abbots came to the main hall. The host sat cross-legged on a cushion. The abbot of the lecture hall put his hands together and looked at the people sitting on the cushion. "Master, that group of thieves escaped. There are 8 of them in total, and no one is left alive." After saying this, even the head monk of the lecture hall felt a little embarrassed. You know, his Jinshan Temple is one of the 5 major sections. Although they were not prepared, none of the 8 people were left alive. A tall man wearing a monk's robe, standing over 2 meters tall, stepped forward. Outsiders would have recognized him as the second-ranked saint monk on the earth ranking. He shouted, "Brother Wuwa, every one of these thieves is above the martial emperor realm. The one wearing the pure silver mask was even able to break through your blockade. It's hard to imagine what kind of force trained them." "Master, I still have a question. How did they break through the mountain protection formation? Could it be that there is a traitor in our Jinshan Temple?" The abbot sitting on the cushion coughed lightly and chanted a Buddhist name. "This is very strange. I can't help it. Go check if there are any suspicious monks among those who are inspecting today." Unable to get a single response, he stormed out. He was practicing the wrathful Vajra Dharma, and had a bad temper to begin with. Today, the men in black came to make trouble, and he had wanted to keep a few of them, but he didn't expect to be entangled by 3 of them. Later, they took the opportunity to slip away, and he was filled with rage. After everyone left, the abbot Wuwa, who was sitting on the futon, looked solemn. He raised his right hand, and a clear cross-shaped cut was visible on his index finger. He is clearly at the peak of the martial emperor's cultivation, yet he can unleash the attack of a martial emperor. He is truly an extraordinary person. On a barren mountain 300 miles outside Jinshan Temple, several men in black surrounded a man wearing a silver mask. The man was spitting blood and was practicing internal energy to heal his wounds. The people around him looked anxious. Half an hour later, the man's breathing began to stabilize, and he slowly opened his eyes. Everyone asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" "I won't die." Immediately pass on the information I collected tonight to the leader. In the demon cult's main hall, Tianma Peak, Zhou Qiong was still sitting on the demon dragon chair in the main hall, and a man wearing a light yellow mask was kneeling on one knee below him. Reporting to the leader, the Xian department has reported that Abbot Wuwa is in Jinshan Temple. There are 12 people in the temple at the martial emperor level, among whom the Saint Monk Wutian, ranked 8th on the Earth ranking, is seriously injured. During the investigation, Abbot Wuwa discovered the Xian department, and the head monk of the Xian department has suffered some injuries. Okay, got it. Inform all the senior executives and have a meeting in the hall tomorrow. Dier responded and slowly disappeared into the hall. Zhou Qiong, sitting on the magic dragon chair, fell into deep thought. Jinshan Temple was established thousands of years ago, which is longer than the history of the demon cult. It has a solid foundation. If he had not traveled through time and increased the strength of the demon cult in a short period of time, it would be hard to say who would win or lose if they really fought, but things were different now. The demon cult had dozens of martial emperors, both overt and covert. Besides Zhou Qiong, there were 3 other martial emperors. Destroying Jinshan Temple wasn't a difficult task. However, it would easily trigger a chain reaction, so it had to be done as quickly as possible. As long as Zhou Qiong recovered from his injuries, they could rest easy. The next morning, many high-ranking members of the demon cult gathered in the demon palace. This time, they didn't have to wait long. As soon as they entered the palace, they found Zhou Qiong sitting on the demon dragon chair. Zhou Qiong's aura in the demon cult was unmatched. As soon as the high-ranking officials entered the hall, they could sense Zhou Qiong's superior aura. No one dared to talk much, and they stood quietly on both sides of the hall. A red figure also slowly appeared beside Zhou Qiong. "I came here today to assign you a task. I wonder if you have the confidence to complete it. The leader has commanded us, and we will carry it out even at the risk of our lives." The second protector stepped aside and bowed. Due to Zhou Qiong's powerful rise, the Elders' Council had completely disbanded, and the second protector had recently been moving closer to the 12 demon lords. Although the others somewhat despised the second protector, most of the demon cult's high-ranking officials were completely devoted to Zhou Qiong and all said in unison, "We are willing to die for the leader." "Alright, I can't bear to see you die. I still want to lead you to dominate the world. I have witnessed your breakthroughs. Master Wan, please tell me about the current strength of our sect." "Master, our sect currently has 4 people at the martial emperor level, 31 people at the martial king level, 243 people at the martial king level, and over 1,000 people at the martial marquis level." The demon cult members nearby were all shocked. Although they knew that the demon cult's strength had increased dramatically recently, the data was still unbelievable. This was several times stronger than before. You should know that the 3 major dynasties on the continent all have regulations that those at the marquis level can become generals, those at the king level can become princes guarding a region, and those at the emperor level are even qualified to be crown kings and obey orders but not decrees. My demonic sect is becoming increasingly powerful, and it's time to make some moves. White Tiger Hall, Vermilion Bird Hall, Black Tortoise Hall, 7 Dharma Protectors, 12 Demon Kings, Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice. "I am here," the people below bowed and responded. "I order you to capture Jinshan Temple within 1 day and destroy its 1,000-year-old tradition. Do you have the confidence?" "Yes," everyone shouted in response. Although they didn't know why the leader wanted to destroy Jinshan Temple, he had his reasons. Some warmongers were eager to take action immediately. For this operation, the Azure Dragon Hall will remain at the main altar, and the others will be commanded by Lianqing. "I will not take any action. Everything is up to you. I hope you will not let me down." "We won't let the leader down," everyone said with great enthusiasm. Lianqing also bowed in response. Only the leader of Qinglong Hall, Li Changshan, looked depressed. He finally encountered a big operation, but it was his Qinglong Hall that was left behind. He could not get any credit this time and could only hope for the next time. Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news. Chapter 15. I am no longer the Great Elder, I am Bai Haotian, the guardian of the demon sect. 100 miles from Jinshan Temple, a mist rose from a peak, obscuring people's vision. A cowherd boy was on his way down the mountain when the sudden fog made him lose his way. He had been born at the foot of the mountain and had visited it countless times, but he had never seen such thick fog. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. The cowherd boy kept turning around until he heard a sound, as if they were discussing something. He slowly walked towards the direction of the sound and vaguely saw a group of people in black standing in the distance, and more people in black were gathering around. The leader was wearing red clothes, which looked quite dazzling even in the fog. People around him gathered around him. General Manager, the 500 elite members of the White Tiger Hall have arrived. 500 elite members of Xuanwu Hall have arrived. 500 elite members of Suzaku Hall have arrived. Devil Tiger King, Demon Dragon King, Demon Rat King, people next to the red-robed man kept bowing and speaking to him. This was exactly the strategy formulated by the demon cult leader Lianxing. They would split up into small groups, gather on a mountain peak 100 miles away from Jinshan Temple, and then attack Jinshan Temple by surprise. The red-robed man waved his hand and said loudly, "This operation is unprecedented in our demon cult in decades, and it is also the leader's test of us. Only success is allowed, no failure. Let's go." "Yes, Chief Steward." The cowherd boy instinctively felt that something was wrong. Even though he had never seen the world and didn't understand what these people were saying, it was obvious that this group of people were not good people. He immediately wanted to run away, but before he could run, he felt dizzy and then he knew nothing. At Jinshan Temple, during the morning sutra chanting, a man and woman were led into the mountain gate by a novice monk. "Brother, this Jinshan Temple is so tall and majestic." The man also smiled and said, "Of course, Jinshan Temple is one of the 5 major sects on the mainland, the most powerful force." "Brother, do you think we can get the Xiaohuan Dan?" "Of course we can. Master's injury can't be delayed any longer. The holy monk Wufa from Jinshan Temple is a good friend of Master and will definitely help. But the unstoppable Saint Monk is the second highest expert on the Earth ranking. How could he know Master? In their eyes, Master is just a small-time figure at the martial marquis realm. How could they become friends?" The man looked at his little apprentice sister who was like a curious baby and didn't say much. In fact, he didn't know why his master could recognize a figure like the unstoppable Saint Monk. The two were led by the novice monk to the door of a meditation room in the back hall. The novice monk knocked on the door and said, "Master Wufa, there are 2 guests who say they are your old friends and want to see you." A deep and rough voice came from inside, "Come in." The novice monk opened the door of the meditation room, led the 2 of them in, bowed to Wufa, turned around and left the meditation room. The 2 brothers and sisters looked at the holy monk Wufa in front of them. Although there were many rumors about him in the world, they could feel his extraordinariness when they actually saw him. Although he was sitting cross-legged, his height was not even lower than the 2 of them. The 2 bowed and said, "Greetings to the holy monk Wufa. What do you 2 want from me?" The man took out a letter from his arms without saying a word and handed it to Wufa. Wufa took the letter and read it. The more he read, the tighter his brows frowned. Finally, he closed the letter, took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to the man. "There are 3 small pills in here. Take them." Before they could finish their words, the brother and sister suddenly found that they could not disappear from sight. Before they could react to what was happening, shouts of killing were heard outside. The 2 quickly ran out of the door and found that the outside was in chaos. A large group of men in black came out of nowhere and attacked Jinshan Temple. The man said in disbelief, "How is it possible that someone dared to attack Jinshan Temple?" At this time, Wu Bang was already fighting fiercely in the air with the man in the ink-black battle robe. Wu Bang had a furious look on his body and he showed no mercy when he attacked. Every time he struck, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. However, every time he was about to hit his opponent, a protective shell would flash out from his opponent's body. Apart from making a sound, he could not cause any damage at all. That he was so angry that he shouted, "Wanli, you stinky turtle, I must smash your turtle shell today." Wu Wu could not express his awe, but his heart was filled with indescribable shock. He recognized the man he was fighting as Wanli, the leader of the demon cult Xuanwu Hall. They had fought before, and Wanli was no match for Wu Wu back then. If he hadn't been so fast, the Xuanwu Hall leader might have been replaced by someone else. He hadn't expected that within a few years, Wanli would have cultivated to a level that was difficult for him to defeat. The entire Jinshan temple was filled with shouts and cries of killing. Men in black were everywhere. Many high monks fled the meditation hall, but were stopped by the higher-ups of the demon cult. An elder from the Arhat hall flew into the air and shouted, "Demon cult monster, who dares to fight me? Ah, you're so brave. I, the demonic Tiger King, will come and meet you." The two men had fought in the sky for less than 3 moves when they heard a scream. The guardian elder of the Arhat hall looked shocked, and a hand pierced through his body from his chest. The hand was slowly pulled out, and the guardian elder fell from the sky in an instant, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. The high-ranking officials of Jinshan Temple were instantly shocked. This guardian elder was at the early stage of the martial emperor's cultivation level, and was considered one of the top fighters in the entire Jinshan Temple. The demon Tiger King was just a rising star in the demon sect. There were only 12 people like him, and the demon sect also had 4 hall masters and elders, but even so, the guardian elder couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the demon Tiger King, and a shadow was cast over the hearts of everyone in Jinshan Temple. Not far away, above the main hall, 3 figures were standing in the air. One of them was wearing a yellow cassock and holding a 9-ring Zen staff. After hearing the screams in the distance, he looked at the 2 people opposite with a grim face. One of them was wearing a red battle robe, and the other was wearing a green robe with a long sword on his back. "Grand Steward, Grand Elder, are you really going to start a war between good and evil?" Lianqing raised his hand and said, "I am under the order of the leader to destroy Jinshan Temple. I have no choice but to borrow your head to report back." Wu looked at the Great Elder and asked loudly, "Great Elder, is this really what your demonic cult means?" The man in green raised his head and looked at Wu. The leader ordered that this operation be led by the chief steward. "Also, don't call me the Great Elder anymore. I'm the guardian of the demon sect, Bai Haotian. Of course, you won't have the chance to call me that anymore." Wu was secretly surprised. He had already realized that the demon cult seemed to have completely obeyed Zhou Qiong. Even the Great Elder had surrendered, and now he was even condescending to the Great Steward Lianqing. The distant cries of killing grew louder and louder. The high-ranking members of the demon cult were far too powerful, far exceeding the Jinshan Temple's ability to withstand. Palaces continued to collapse, and Wu knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to deal with the 2 men before him as soon as possible, otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the entire Jinshan Temple was destroyed. Chapter 16, A 1,000-year-old temple, destroyed in one day. Wu didn't say any more words. He picked up the flower with his left hand and attacked the 2 of them with the Vajra subduing palm with his right hand. "Ha!" Bai Haotian laughed loudly, and the long sword on his back instantly flew out. "Old monk, let me show you the 9 demon swords that the leader taught me." Lianqing also drew out his sword and shouted, "Exorcism sword technique." Suddenly, sword energy rushed into the sky, and the sound of breaking echoed within a radius of 100 miles. The 3 of them flew higher and higher, mainly because Wu took the initiative to pull them. He knew that if the 3 of them fought below, the entire Jinshan Temple would be destroyed by the aftermath. The people of Jinshan Temple below were still desperately resisting. They knew that as long as the abbot could eliminate Lianqing and Bai Haotian of the demon sect, they would be free to fight, and the crisis of Jinshan Temple would be over. Otherwise, they dared not think of it. There was an open space not far away, and the area within a few miles was flattened by the aftermath of the fight. Several people were surrounding and attacking a 2-meter-tall monk. The monk was covered in blood, like a King Kong from hell. He used all his strength in every move, shattering the space and roaring continuously. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, he could not break through the siege, because those surrounding him were the top fighters of the demon cult, the master of the Xuanwu Hall, the master of the Suzaku Hall, the 2nd guardian, the 4th guardian, 3 at the peak of the martial emperor level, and 1 at the late stage of the martial emperor level. An outsider would be speechless with astonishment. The 2nd-ranked saint monk on the earth ranking had been severely injured and could barely stand. After being continuously attacked by 4 masters of the same level for half an hour, he was exhausted, his internal organs were shattered, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. "Monk Wufa, you are already beyond help. I think you should just commit suicide. That way, your body will remain intact." Unable to spit out a mouthful of blood, he said, "Bah, you evil cult monsters, sooner or later you will be destroyed." 10,000 meters above Jinshan Temple, the space was constantly distorting. The 3 people inside kept launching attacks. A Zen staff turned into a golden dragon and kept spitting out golden light towards the 2 people, but was directly blocked by the sword energy of 2 long swords. Wowa's heart sank to the bottom as he listened to the shouts and screams of the monks below. He wished he could go down and kill all the evil cult monsters right now, but looking at the 2 people holding swords in front of him, he began to gradually despair. Both had clearly just broken through to the early stages of the martial emperor realm. One, with his uncanny swordsmanship, was so fast that even a mid-stage martial emperor like him could barely discern. The other's swordsmanship wasn't fast, in fact, surprisingly slow, yet each move seemed to anticipate his own movements. His swordsmanship was even more upright, as if he were subduing demons and monsters, leaving Master Wowa speechless, wondering if he was the demon from the demon cult, or was the other one. The flying dragon transformed from the Zen staff began to become gradually dull, and some cracks appeared on its body. It was obvious that it had reached the edge of its limit. The flying dragon let out a long roar towards the sky and emitted a last golden light. The voice was full of sadness, and its body was directly shattered into ashes. Wuwa even vomited blood. "Wuwa, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death," Lianqing said in a deep voice, and stabbed forward with a sword. This sword did not have any other messy power, but only the purest strength. Wuwa forced himself to take a deep breath, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and his whole body became solemn. Endless energy from heaven and earth around him exploded and was continuously absorbed into Wuwa's body. He struck out with a palm and suddenly a golden Buddha appeared in the sky. This is the secret method of Jinshan Temple that is not passed down. 10,000 Buddhas paying homage to the Buddha has always been a method that can only be practiced by the master. It is a divine level technique. Although it is extremely powerful, it requires a very high level of cultivation. For thousands of years, almost no one has been able to use it. Wui was already at the end of his strength. He could only use secret techniques to activate his skills, hoping to kill 2 people with 1 blow, so that Jinshan Temple would have a hope of survival. However, the consequence was that no matter whether he succeeded or not, he would not be able to survive. Lianqing and Bai Haotian also saw that Wuwa was going to fight to the death. They all shouted loudly, the sword cuts yin and yang, breaking palm. The sky was filled with turbulent winds and clouds, and even the clear blue sky was filled with thunder. The people fighting below stopped and looked up at the sky. Their intuition told them that an unimaginable battle was taking place there. Wuwa clasped his hands together, a look of peace on his face, a long sword inserted in his chest. He slowly sat down cross-legged, slowly falling downwards. The aura on his body gradually faded until it disappeared. Lianqing and Bai Haotian also looked pale. The consumption just now was really too great for them. Bai Haotian was even spitting blood, and there was a palm print on his chest. "Protector Bai, why?" Lianqing looked at Bai Haotian with a puzzled look. It turned out that in the previous fight, the 2 of them had tried their best to use their swordsmanship but still failed to stop the attack. At the critical moment, Bai Haotian blocked in front of Lianqing and took all the attacks. Lianqing also seized the opportunity to kill Wuwa with a sword. No reason. "You are still young, Lianqing, and the demon cult still has many things that need you to be at the forefront. Besides, I am not dead." Lianqing looked at Bai Haotian deeply, and at this moment it seemed as if he had gotten to know Bai Haotian all over again. The people below looked up at the sky and saw a sitting figure falling down with a long sword stuck in his body. "It's the abbot, how is that possible?" The monks below cried out in grief. The head monk of the Jinshan Temple cried out in grief. "These evil cultists have killed the abbot of Jinshan Temple and slaughtered the monks of Jinshan Temple. I will fight them to the death. I swear to defend the dignity of Jinshan Temple to the death. I will defend the dignity of the Golden Mount Temple to the death. I will defend the dignity of the Golden Mount Temple to the death." All the monks of Jinshan Temple shouted loudly, their voices filled with sadness and decisiveness, and they rushed towards the members of the demon sect fearlessly. For a moment, they actually suppressed the members of the demon sect. However, the strength of both sides was still too different. Many high-ranking members of the demon sect took action one after another, bullying the weak, and the screams became less and less. Half an hour later, there was no more shouting and screaming in the entire Jinshan temple. There was no one standing there. The corpses of monks were everywhere in the mountains. The 1,000-year-old temple looked like hell from the time the demon cult began attacking the mountain to the destruction of the entire Jinshan temple. Less than 2 hours had passed, and the top force on this continent completely disappeared because the demon cult had set up a soundproofing array around Jinshan temple when they attacked the mountain. Even though blood flowed like a river and shouts of killing filled the air, the people below the mountain could not detect a thing. They only noticed that there was more fog than usual in the direction of Jinshan temple. It was not until the demon cult retreated and withdrew the formation that the fog gradually dissipated, and the strong smell of blood in the air slowly floated out and slowly drifted down the mountain. What's going on? Why is there such a strong smell of blood coming from Jinshan temple? Could it be that someone caused trouble at Jinshan temple and was killed? There shouldn't be such a strong smell of blood. How is that possible? Anyone who dares to cause trouble in Jinshan temple is simply asking for trouble. Abbot Wuwa of Jinshan temple is a figure on the heavenly ranking. Chapter 17, Corpses Everywhere, Shocking the World. In the Yulian, located below the Jinshan temple, a long sword was placed on a small table near the window. Beside it sat a man with tall eyebrows, wearing a white robe and a black ring on his right hand. He looked at the food in front of him without eating a single bite. The man picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine. Uncle Fu, the inheritance of the sword god you mentioned is really there in Jinshan temple. Of course, Jinshan temple had not been built 1,000 years ago, and this location is where the sword god's coffin is. According to the old ghost's personality, he will definitely leave behind a legacy. The ring emitted a green light, but the voice sounded very weak. But Jinshan temple is heavily guarded and filled with experts. How can I get in? Uncle Fu in the ring did not respond. The last time he teleported Zhaoli, he had already consumed a lot of his mental energy. Now he was so weak that it took him a long time to even speak a word. There was nothing he could do to help Zhaoli. Zhaoli's eyes narrowed in surprise. A bloody smell wafted from outside the doors and windows, drifting towards Jinshan temple. Although the Yulian was right below Jinshan temple, it was still more than 10 miles away. The fact that the bloody smell had reached here proved that something serious had happened at Jinshan temple. That he picked up the long sword and disappeared in the inn in an instant. When the waiter saw the guest disappear, he was about to shout for the shopkeeper when he saw a silver ingot on the table where Zhaoli was sitting. He picked it up happily. Zhaoli quickly flew towards Jinshan temple. The road was thick with people, even martial emperors were flying towards Jinshan temple. The smell of blood was so strong that even ordinary people could smell it. Countless figures rushed towards Jinshan temple from all directions. Even some ordinary people behind were running towards Jinshan temple. Everyone quickly ran to the gate of Jinshan temple and saw two bodies lying on either side of the gate. Their heads and bodies were separated, obviously cut in half by a knife. One person exclaimed, "These two were the monks in charge of reception at Jinshan temple. They had at least the cultivation level of a martial king. Yet, they died at the gate. What on earth has happened to Jinshan temple?" Everyone smelled the increasingly strong smell of blood wafting out from inside, and without saying anything, they stepped into the mountain gate together. As soon as you enter the mountain gate, the strong smell of blood hits you in the face like a substance. What comes into view are corpses all over the mountain, body parts everywhere, and even a bloody river flowing on the ground. It is like walking into hell. Ugh 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 ugh. Some female cultivators squatted on the ground and began to dry heave. Suddenly, they screamed while he was retching. It turned out that there was an eyeball lying alone on the ground where they vomited. Although the cultivation world was inherently cruel, witnessing such a bloody scene was difficult to accept. Even some battle-hardened martial emperor masters frowned. The scene at Jinshan temple was simply too tragic. Who is so bold as to come to Jinshan temple to kill people? Aren't you afraid of being killed by the holy monk? Ah, how is it possible? A master in the king of martial arts realm was about to say something, but suddenly stopped, pointing in one direction and shaking constantly. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a 2-meter-tall monk kneeling on a piece of ruins. There was a round hole in the monk's heart. His eyes were not closed yet, and they were full of hatred. but he was lifeless. Suddenly, exclamations were heard from all around. How is it possible? Who can kill the unstoppable Saint Monk? Even the unfathomable Saint Monk was killed. Could it be that the Jinshan temple was completely razed to the ground? Impossible. Even if Saint Monk Wufa is dead, there's still Saint Monk Wuwa. He's a figure on the heavenly ranking, a master of the martial emperor realm. Who on earth has such audacity? Continuous sounds of surprise were heard, and everyone was shocked by Wufa's death. You know, Wufa was the second best master on the Earth list, and it was very likely that he would break through to the martial emperor realm within 10 years. Now, his heart was dug out and he died in Jinshan Temple. Several martial emperors were the first to calm down and slowly walk towards the interior of Jinshan Temple. Zhao Li followed. The corpses were scattered everywhere along the way, including many well-known monks in the outside world, such as the 10th-ranked Wukong Saint Monk, the 17th-ranked Wushuan Saint Monk, and the 3rd-ranked Master Liufan on the human list. Just as they arrived at the main hall door, several martial emperors in front suddenly stopped, trembling all over. Zhao Li looked in the direction they were looking, and even Zhao Li was frightened and trembling. There was a large stone tablet in the direction they were looking, about 10 meters high, and the selfless monk who was known as a master of the heavenly list and the martial emperor realm was nailed on it with a sword. He was covered in blood and had no breath. On the stone tablet were written a few large blood-red characters: follow the leader's order, first slaughter the Jinshan temple. In the lower right corner were a few smaller characters: the demon sect's lotus is established. It's actually the demon cult, it really is the demon cult. How dare they massacre Jinshan temple? Aren't they afraid of a counterattack from the righteous? Yeah, does his demonic cult really think they are invincible? One of the martial emperors bowed to the people beside him and said, "Everyone, I have to return to the sect to report the news immediately. I will take my leave now." After saying this, he turned around and flew out of Jinshan temple. The other martial emperors also quickly left Jinshan temple. This news must be spread as soon as possible. In the evening, the entire Jinshan temple was deserted except for the smell of blood. A figure appeared in the main hall, carrying a long sword behind him. "Uncle Fu, are you sure the sword god's inheritance is down there?" "Don't worry, Zhao Li. I can smell his scent. Just crush the beads in your hand and you can enter his mausoleum." Zhao Li crushed the beads in his hand when he heard this. A faint spatial fluctuation surrounded him. Zhao Li looked at the selfless monk on the stone tablet not far away, feeling mixed emotions. Not long ago, he was still thinking about how to enter Jinshan temple, and even thought about how to transfer the Wuwa Saint Monk out of Jinshan temple so that he could sneak in unnoticed. Unexpectedly, before half a day had passed, he entered Jinshan temple openly, but the price he paid was the destruction of the entire Jinshan temple. Before Zhao Li could think about anything more, a vortex formed in the space and swallowed Zhao Li directly. The vortex slowly calmed down and all the images disappeared. Not long after Zhao Li Gong disappeared, there was a slight noise under a collapsed side hall nearby. The sound became louder and louder, and finally broke through the ruins. Two figures crawled out from inside. One was a monk in a monk's robe, and the other was a woman in a green shirt. The woman's face was covered with tears, and she kept crying. The monk next to her also had a sad face, but he still spoke up to persuade her, "Please accept my condolences." After hearing this, the woman stopped crying and looked at the monk. "Master Liaoyu, everyone is dead, including my senior brother. Why did this happen?" "I don't know why, but the demons from the demon cult slaughtered my Jinshan temple. Sooner or later, I will take revenge. Master Liaoyu, I'm going back to the Daiyu dynasty to find my master. Will you come with me?" "No, I have to bury everyone in the temple, and then I will travel around the world to practice the art of exorcism." Chapter 18, Taoist Qingping. You are not dead yet. At the demon cult's headquarters, Zhou Qiong, who was practicing the heaven-devouring demon art, opened his eyes. "Ding, congratulations to the host sect for destroying Jinshan temple and completing half of the mission." Zhou Qiong showed a smile and knocked on the chair. A figure wearing a light yellow mask appeared in front of him and knelt on one knee. The second subordinate greets the leader. "Tell me about the situation outside." "The Grand Steward and his men have annihilated Jinshan temple, from the abbot, the holy monk Wuwa, the holy monk Wufa, down to the ordinary novices. No one survived, and less than 1/10 of our demon sect suffered casualties. The Great Protector was injured by the holy monk Wu's dying counterattack. The Grand Steward is currently leading everyone to the hanging pavilion. What's going on with the other 4 sects? Master, I've heard that the Wanjian sect and the Xiankong pavilion are filled with righteous indignation and probably hate our demon sect to the core. They've already begun recruiting disciples. The Fu sect has remained aloof from worldly affairs for thousands of years and won't be taking any action. As for Huangsha Fort, it's far away in the desert in the far north, so they probably haven't even received any news yet. Well, that's a very good analysis. Tell the Earth Department, the Mysterious Department, and I to go to the Xiankong Pavilion. In the hanging pavilion thousands of miles away from Jinshan Temple, the noise in the meeting hall was so deafening that even the Taoist boy standing guard outside covered his ears. He said to another older Taoist boy next to him, "Brother, what happened? Why did the master summon all the uncles? It looks like a fight has broken out inside." Another Taoist boy whispered, "Please don't spread rumors. I heard that Jinshan Temple was destroyed." "How is this possible?" The frightened little Taoist boy screamed, and his mouth was immediately covered by the senior brother next to him. The little Taoist boy immediately whispered, "Jinshan Temple is one of the 5 major sects, just like our Xiankong Pavilion. How could it be wiped out?" "How would I know? I heard that the whole family was wiped out by the demon cult." 2 little Taoist boys were whispering to each other outside, but inside it was like a battlefield. Some of the people who looked like immortals outside were blowing their noses and glaring, shouting loudly, with ferocious eyes as if they could kill people. The demon cult actually dared to destroy Jinshan Temple. Do they think they can dominate the world? The demonic sect is too rampant. We must unite all the sects and destroy the demon sect to avenge Jinshan Temple. If the demon sect had been destroyed earlier, Jinshan Temple would not have been destroyed. Poor brother Wu. That kid Zhou Qiong actually killed Wu. He's really amazing. Several people were discussing loudly, as if they were going to kill all the members of the demon sect right now. "Brother Chongshu, tell me what we should do now." The old Taoist Chongshu, the head of Xiankong Pavilion, who was sitting in the upper seat, drank a sip of tea and said, "Now that the demon sect has taken action, they will not stop easily. Chong Tian, go and tell Shiman Tian to come to Xiankong Pavilion to discuss the time to attack the demon sect." "Brother, do we need to notify Fuzong, Huangsha Fort, and the 3 major dynasties?" A Taoist priest with a slightly fat figure and a round face bowed to Chongshu. "No need. The Fu sect has always been aloof from worldly affairs, and Huangsha Fort is too far away. The 3 great dynasties have always disliked our sect, so there is no need to notify them." "Okay, brother, I'll go tell Master Shiman right away." Okita turned and left the meeting hall. "You guys should calm down and go out to comfort the disciples. It's time to make the demon cult disappear from this continent." The Xiankong Pavilion still didn't know that it wasn't Zhou Qiong who killed the Wu Saint monk, but Lianqing and Bai Haoqian. The entire world even believed that Zhou Qiong had killed the Wu Saint monk. No one in the outside world knew that Bai Haoqian had broken through to the martial emperor realm. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a peak martial emperor. Even Wu Wei was surprised to see Bai Haoqian break through to the martial emperor realm. As a result, Xiankong Pavilion misjudged the strength of the demon sect. Behind the Xiankong Pavilion, there was a small bamboo-covered hut in a bamboo forest. Chongshu walked to the door of the hut and knocked. "Uncle Junior Master, you may need to come out of seclusion." An old voice came from inside. "What's wrong? Is there any problem that the hanging pavilion can't solve?" "Master, Jinshan Temple was wiped out." The sound of a cup breaking could be heard from inside the bamboo house. "Which force did this?" "Demon cult. Wojia is also dead, killed by Zhou Qiong." "Zhou Qiong, I didn't expect Zhou Shintong to have such a good son." A bitter laugh came from inside the bamboo house. "You are the leader, just tell me what you have decided." Before Chongshu could reply, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. The door to the bamboo house opened instantly, and an old figure walked out. He looked like a centenarian, wearing an old Taoist robe. The old man looked up at the sky and said, "I'm coming." His figure disappeared in an instant, and Chongshu also disappeared in the bamboo forest. When the two appeared again, They had already arrived at the main hall of the hanging pavilion and figures kept rushing towards the square in front of the main hall. Okita appeared in the main hall and shouted, "Brother Chongshu, something terrible has happened. The demon cult has surrounded Shinkan Mountain." What a demonic cult! I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. They arrived before we could even start. Didn't they suffer any damage after capturing Jinshan Temple? Okita, the one leading the team is that kid Zhou Qiong. Ah, Uncle Qingping, you have come out of seclusion, but I didn't see that kid Zhou Qiong. The leader is the demon cult's chief steward Lianqing and the great elder Bai Haotian. Okita was surprised at first, and then said, "Who is Lianqing?" the old man asked a little confusedly. "Uncle Master, Lianqing is also a rising star in the demon cult. He is about the same age as Zhou Qiong. Now he is the chief steward of the demon cult and has reached the early stage of martial emperor." Chongshu explained on the side. "He actually broke through to the martial emperor level, and he's still so young. Okita, look at him, and then look at yourself. At your age, even a dog should have broken through, but you're still stuck at the martial emperor level." Okita curled his lips, didn't dare to refute, said he would go out to organize his followers, turned around and fled out of the hall. Taoist Master Qingping and Taoist Master Chongshu walked to the square together. Thousands of disciples from the entire Shinkan pavilion gathered in the square. Each of them had a resolute look on their faces and held a long sword in their hands. The sky was filled with the figures of the demon cult, as if the entire hanging temple was trapped in a jar. "Master Qingping, you are not dead yet," a dumb voice came from the sky, and a figure with a long sword on his back appeared in Qingping's eyes. "Bai Haotian, you are not dead, how can I bear to die? Why did your demon sect surround my Shinkan pavilion? Do you want to attack my Shinkan pavilion?" Taoist Qingping asked in a deep voice. The many high-ranking members of the demon sect in the sky sneered, as if they were mocking Taoist Qingping's ignorance. Bai Haotian glanced at Taoist Qingping and said, "According to the sect leader's orders, we will first destroy Jinshan, then slaughter Shinkan. After today, Shinkan pavilion will be removed from the Kangwu continent." Chapter 19, Be bold, you can call the leader by his name. Taoist Qingping's beard fluttered with anger. "With just you guys, why didn't that kid Zhou Qiong come? How dare you? A shrew like you can't just call out the leader's name casually." The demonic Tiger King in the sky pointed at Taoist Qingping and cursed. Lianqing looked at Qingping and Chongshu below, and said to Bai Haotian beside him, "Great protector, do your best to stop Taoist Qingping. I will deal with Taoist Chongshu first and then come to help you." "Okay," Bai Haotian agreed, and the long sword on his back automatically flew into his hand. He rushed down. "Master Qingping, let me see what you can do after living for so many years. Show me your sword skills." The long sword in his hand slowly slashed towards Qingping, with sword energy running all over the place. Although the movement was very slow, Taoist Qingping felt that he could not dodge it anyway and could only take it head-on. He immediately stood up and struck a Tai Chi posture, and his long robe automatically bulged out, forming a Tai Chi circle in front of him. Lianqing shouted in the sky, "Everyone in the demon sect, kill them all, leaving no one alive." Yes, the demon cult members responded and rushed towards the people in the hanging pavilion below. Taoist Master Chongshu held a long sword and said in a loud voice, "Now is the time for the fate of our Shinkan pavilion. All disciples, please form a sword formation and resist the demons." Yes, many Shinkan pavilion disciples formed sword formations in teams of 7. The little Taoist boy was in one of the teams. He had a face that showed he was ready to die, but the constant trembling of his thighs under his Taoist robe revealed his fear. With a loud bang, the attacks of Bai Haotian and Qingping in the distance resounded throughout the entire Shinkan mountain. Many disciples with low cultivation levels were injured internally and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Qingping did not retreat a single step, while Bai Haotian was knocked back 5 steps in the air, and the difference in strength was obvious. "Bai Haotian, you actually broke through to the martial emperor, is that possible?" Qingping was surprised at first, and then seemed to have thought of something, with a look of shock on his face. "Master Qingping, you are right. Lianqing and I were the ones who killed Monk Wuwa. You will be the next one." "Humph, do you think I didn't notice you were injured? Bai Haotian, don't even think about leaving my hanging pavilion today. Old Taoist, you are so old that it is difficult for you to walk. It is still enough for me to hold you back, But your disciples will be in trouble, Bai Haotian sneered and said grimly. A scream was heard not far away. A disciple of the Xiankong Pavilion had his heart dug out by the Demon Dragon King and died tragically. Xingping was so horrified that he wanted to rush over and kill the Demon Dragon King, but he was stopped by Bai Haotian with a sword. Xingping, your opponent is me. Xingping stamped his feet in anger and rained down his palms and fists on Bai Haotian, covering the sky and the sun with boundless power. A surge of murderous intent surged around him. Bai Haotian was very calm. Although he was seriously injured, Xingping was too old, almost 180 years old, and his time was up. It was good enough if he could exert 80% of his strength. What's more, he only needed to hold Xingping back. In the distance, Changshu and Lianqing also engaged in combat. Both were expert swordsmen, one the demon cult's chief steward, the other the Xiankong Hall's headmaster, both at the early stages of the martial emperor stage. In just a few seconds, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Sword energy radiated, slicing through the sky. Those fighting nearby retreated several thousand meters to avoid the aftermath before finally stopping. Changshu was secretly shocked. Lianqing had just broken through to the early stage of martial emperor, yet he had such strength. He also had such strange swordsmanship, and every move went straight to the vital points. If he had not dodged quickly just now, his throat would have been cut. Lianqing on the opposite side was also surprised. Although Changshu was only in the early stage of martial emperor, he gave him the feeling that he was more difficult to deal with than the Wuhua holy monk. No matter how he attacked, it felt like hitting cotton. What was different from the two of them was the fight below. The overall strength of the Xiankong Pavilion was not as good as that of the Jinshan Temple. There were only 7 people in the martial emperor realm. Under the siege of many masters of the demon sect, 2 of them died in less than an incense stick of time, and the rest were just struggling to hold on. The other disciples of Xiankong Pavilion suffered heavy casualties. Even if the demon cult stopped attacking now, it would take at least several decades for Xiankong Pavilion to recover. The screams around him grew louder and louder, causing Xingping's eyes, who had been unable to break through Bai Haotian's blockade, to turn red. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He bit his tongue hard and shouted, "I will sacrifice my body to the heavens." His body instantly became thinner and became like a dried corpse, but his strength increased dramatically. Taoist Changshu, who was fighting with Lianqing in the distance, heard the sound and immediately looked at Taoist Xingping and shouted, "Little master, don't do that." The many Xiankong Pavilion disciples who were fighting with the demon cult below shouted directly, "Master Uncle, stop it. Ah, demon cult monster, die." Everyone in the Xiankong Pavilion knows that once this secret technique is used, although it will increase strength for a short period of time, the person will die after the secret technique disappears. Xingping shouted and slapped Bai Haotian, "Go to hell." The space locked instantly, and Bai Haotian had no time to react. He barely managed to make a sword move before being sent flying several thousand meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. The many masters of the demon cult who were attacking the upper echelons of the hanging pavilion shouted, "Great protector." Xingping took advantage of this moment to attack Lianqing, but the demon rat king, Hall Masters Wan, Chu, and Bing immediately pulled away and flew towards Taoist Xingping, stopping him. All 4 were at the peak of martial emperor cultivation, and they all used their full strength. Among them, Master Chu and the demon rat king even burst out with the attack power of the early stage of the martial emperor. For a moment, the space was shattered and they fought like dragons. Even if Xingping used a secret method to temporarily break through to the middle stage of the martial emperor, it would be difficult to break through. Xingping became more and more irritated as the fight went on. The 4 men in front of him seemed to have discovered that his condition could not last long. Even though they were beaten to the point of vomiting blood and being seriously injured, they tried their best to prevent him from breaking out of the encirclement. The demonic Tiger King flew to Bai Haotian's side and felt that there was still a faint breath in Bai Haotian's body. He immediately showed joy on his face and took out a large pile of life-saving elixirs and fed them all into Bai Haotian's mouth. Due to the sudden outburst of Taoist Xingping, the situation on the battlefield has changed. The life or death of Bai Haotian, who is at the martial emperor level, is unknown. The 4 demon cult masters at the peak of the martial emperor level, Demon Rat King, Hall Master Wan, Hall Master Chu, and Hall Master Bing, are also entangled by Xingping and are seriously injured. The remaining masters of the demon cult were unable to suppress the people in the Xiankong Pavilion for a while, mainly because Taoist Okita was a master at the peak of the martial emperor realm, and he alone stopped 3 masters of the demon cult who were at the late stage of the martial emperor. realm. Taoist Chongshu and Lianqing had no idea how many times they had fought each other. Ever since Chongshu saw Taoist Qingping using the secret technique, he also started to fight with all his might. Lianqing was even more ruthless, and both of them fought with all their might and suffered serious injuries. Taoist Qingping, who was surrounded by the four great masters of the demon sect, began to slow down his attacks and made mistakes in his movements. It was obvious that the sequelae of the secret technique had appeared. The four masters of the demon sect immediately began to attack frantically. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from outside the hanging pavilion, "Stop being so presumptuous, you demon from the demon cult. I, Shiman Tian, am here." Qingping looked at the person who came, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. In the distance, two people were flying through the air. It was Shiman Tian from Wanjianmen. His aura was obviously that he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. As Qingping was stunned, a sword pierced his chest. He felt his vision go black before he lost consciousness, but a smile appeared on his lips, because he knew that Shiman Tian had arrived and the hanging pavilion would be saved. However, in his final moments, he seemed to hear the faintest roar of a dragon. Your following is the author's motivation to write. Chapter 20. I am invincible. Who dares to disobey? As soon as Shiman Tian flew above the hanging pavilion, he found that Taoist Qingping was dead, and his face turned ashen with anger. Everyone in the Xiankong pavilion was delighted to see Shiman Tian's arrival. Taoist Chongshu also breathed a sigh of relief, but a look of sadness appeared on his face when he looked at the dead Taoist Qingping. Just as Shiman Tian was about to join the battle, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the distance. The demon cult members, who had been worried, suddenly looked delighted. In the distance, a black dragon chariot was flying towards Hanging Mountain. Shiman Tian was immediately shocked, and Taoist Chongshu was even more desperate. The flying sedan quickly flew to the top of Xiankong Mountain. On both sides of the temple door above were inscribed, "Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world." Although they had heard of this couplet, the people who saw it for the first time still felt a sense of dominance. From the words, one could tell how domineering and confident the people in the flying sedan chair were. The gate of the flying sedan opened, and 10 people walked out from each side. One side all wore yellow masks, and the other side all wore silver masks. They had an imposing aura, and none of them was lower than the martial emperor level. Zhou Qiong, dressed in a black battle robe, slowly walked out, his whole body full of domineering aura and raging demonic flames, as if the devil had come to the world. "Greetings, Master." The members of the demon cult below bowed and saluted. "Little Zhou Qiong, you slaughtered my people in Xiankong Pavilion for no reason. What do you want to do?" Taoist Chongshu shouted at Zhou Qiong in the sky. "Zhou Qiong, you actually dared to destroy the Jinshan Temple and massacre the people in the Xiankong Pavilion. Do you really think you are invincible?" Shiman Tian also questioned from the side of Zhou Qiong, who was on the flying carriage, did not respond, and did not even look at the two of them. Instead, he looked directly at Lianqing. "Why does the hanging pavilion still exist?" Lianqing felt Zhou Qiong's cold gaze and bowed, answering, "Master, Taoist Qingping of Xiankong Pavilion is still alive. He suddenly awakened his potential and injured the Dharma protector, so he was delayed." Zhou Qiong glanced at the dead Taoist Qingping and said calmly, "Next time, I don't want to hear excuses." Lianqing bowed and agreed. Shiman Tian on the side was furious. He felt that he had been seriously insulted. He was the head of the Wanjian sect and a master of the martial emperor realm, but Zhou Qiong didn't even look at him, obviously looking down on him. Shiman Tian held a long sword in his hand. Pointing it at Zhou Qiong, he demanded, "Zhou Qiong, you're going too far. Do you really think you're invincible?" Zhou Qiong frowned and looked at Shiman Tian. "Shut up," he said as he struck Shiman Tian with one hand. Suddenly a giant hand appeared in the sky, majestic and powerful. The energy of life and death on it transformed, and it slapped down like the sky falling. Shiman Tian suddenly felt like an ant facing an elephant, unable to dodge or resist. He was extremely shocked. He knew that Zhou Qiong was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong, facing an attack that could take his life at any time. Fairy from the sky, Shiman Tian, who had no time to react, could only shout and use his strongest means. The long sword in his hand instantly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the giant hand. There was a huge crash, but there were no aftershocks. All the aftershocks were directly destroyed by the giant hand. Shiman Tian was blown away for hundreds of miles like a fly and was directly hit into the mountain. The giant hand continued to slap Taoist Zhongshu without stopping. Taoist Zhongshu looked solemn and drew a circle with the sword in his hand, forming a Tai Chi diagram in front of him. This was the strongest defense of the Xiankong Pavilion. The giant hand slapped the Tai Chi diagram, and the defense was shattered. Taoist Zhongshu was knocked back 50 steps, spitting out blood, but he finally took the palm. It took only a moment from the time Zhou Qiong started attacking to the time he finished. Before the people below could react, they only saw Zhou Qiong slap out his hand, and Shiman Tian was knocked away, his life or death unknown. Taoist Zhongshu also vomited blood and was seriously injured. When the demon cult members reacted, they burst into laughter, but the Xiankong Pavilion disciples all looked ashen, and some even put down their swords and gave up resistance. Zhou Qiong laughed loudly in the sky. I am invincible in the world. Whoever dares to disobey me will be called Zhou Wudi from now on. Ha 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 ha. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the title mission and raising your cultivation level by 1 level. Zhou Qiong's aura suddenly broke through, and then subsided again. Zhou Qiong was not acting silly for no reason just now, because the system suddenly gave him a task, titled the Invincible Task, and the reward was to improve his cultivation by 1 level. There was no reason for Zhou Qiong not to accept the task. Besides, as the leader of the demon cult, what was wrong with having the title of Zhou Invincible? A message appeared on the system's panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position: demon cult leader. Cultivation: late martial emperor, seriously injured. Martial arts: demonic god skill, sky hand of life and death, eyes of god and demon, incomplete. Mount: dragon chariot Lianqing. I'm here. The rest is up to you. Don't dawdle too long. Zhou Qiong turned around and returned to the sedan chair. Suddenly, shouts of killing rang out again outside. Zhou Qiong, who was inside the flying sedan, spat out a white pill with a tiny crack on it. He said silently, "It's worthy of being a powerful pill produced by the system. It can even temporarily heal the injuries of the god and demon eye. It's a pity that it can only be used 3 times. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door outside. Master, our subordinate, the Demon Tiger King, the Great Protector, has been seriously injured and is unconscious. His breath is gradually weakening. Help him in." Yes. The door of the flying sedan opened. The entire flying sedan was as big as a mountain, and the internal space was comparable to the size of the main hall of the Demon Peak. The Demon Tiger King directly came in carrying the Great Protector and laid him flat on the ground. Zhou Qiong looked at Bai Haotian. His body was a little broken, and he was completely relying on the medicinal properties of the elixir to support his last breath. System, is there any way to save him? Nirvana pill, requires a villain value of 5 million, no danger, and can increase strength. Don't you know how much villain value I have? 5 million. Even if I kill all the forces on the mainland, my villain value won't be that much. Host, you can also use the small Nirvana pill. It requires 50,000 villain points, but the success rate is less than 30%. That's it. Whether he survives depends on his luck. Ding, the exchange for the small Nirvana pill was successful, consuming 50,000 villain points. A fiery red pill suddenly appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, and inside it seemed as if a phoenix was reborn from the ashes. He threw it to the Demon Tiger King. Feed him, and then help him to the back hall. Yes, sir. The shouting and screaming outside gradually became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of destroying Jinshan first and then killing Xiankong. Rewards are being distributed. Zhou Qiong felt a green air rushing into the eyes of gods and demons, constantly repairing the injuries in the eyes. Zhou Qiong's aura also continued to rise, rushing straight into the sky. A huge laugh was heard from the flying sedan chair, and the sound stretched for thousands of miles. Countless birds and beasts were frightened and dared not move, and they all lay on the ground. Lianqing, who was outside the flying sedan, bowed and said, "Congratulations, Master, your divine power has reached perfection and you are invincible in the world." All the members of the demon cult bowed and shouted, "Congratulations, Master, your divine power has reached perfection and you are invincible." Congratulations, Master, your divine power has reached perfection and you are invincible. Congratulations, Master. Chapter 21. The world is in panic, everyone is in danger. In the Great Wilderness Dynasty, a young man in a dragon robe sat on the throne in the Golden Palace. On either side of him, court officials were discussing the destruction of Jinshan Temple by the demon cult. One of the officials suggested sending troops to attack the demon cult. Suddenly there was an urgent report from outside. Report: a man wearing a fish dragon robe and an embroidered spring sword on his waist quickly ran into the hall and knelt on one knee. It was the commander of the Jinyui of the Dahuang dynasty. Your Majesty, news has come from Shenkan Mountain that the demon cult has attacked Shenkan Pavilion. No one from the sect has survived. The leader of the Wanjian sect, Shiman Tian, went to rescue them but was killed by Zhou Qiong with a single blow. What? You're telling the truth. The young emperor sitting on the dragon throne was so frightened that he stood up. Everything I said is true. The bodies of Shiman Tian and Taoist Zhongshu are still nailed to the stone tablet on Shenkan Mountain. The young emperor was so frightened that he sat powerlessly on the throne. The Great Wilderness Dynasty had only one martial emperor-level expert, and that was his father, the previous emperor, who had died the previous year. Currently, the most powerful figure in the entire Great Wilderness Dynasty was his teacher, the Grand Tutor, who was only at the peak of the martial emperor level. The emperor looked down at the Grand Tutor who was standing at the head of the officials and asked, "Grand Tutor, what should we do now? Will the demon cult attack our Great Wilderness Dynasty?" An old man in a purple official robe stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. My Great Wilderness Dynasty has never targeted the demon cult since ancient times, and we have never spoken of exorcising demons. The demon cult will not attack us." That's good, that's good. The young emperor breathed a sigh of relief. A hint of worry flashed across the eyes of the Grand Tutor below. He wasn't entirely confident that the demon cult would attack the Great Wilderness Dynasty. At Wanjian Mountain, in the meeting hall, a frail Shiman Di sat in the seat of the sect leader. The elders below all had worried expressions. Ever since the news of sect leader Shiman Tian being killed by Zhou Qiong's palm reached Wanjian Mountain, no one could believe it. If the news had not spread throughout the world, they would have thought someone was joking. After reluctantly accepting the fact, the elders finally decided to let Shiman Di, who was still seriously injured and had not recovered, take over as the head of the sect. "Master, what should we do now? The demon cult will not let us go." Several elders asked Shiman Di, who was sitting in the upper seat. Zemendi straightened up and said, "Everyone, now, in the name of the 17th leader of Wanjian sect, I hereby declare, from today on, Wanjian sect is officially disbanded." "What, Simon, are you crazy? You are such an ambitious person. You just became the leader and you want to disband the sect. My Wanjian sect has been established for thousands of years. How can you disband it just like that?" The elders below immediately pointed at Shiman Di's nose and started cursing. If they hadn't had some sense left, they would have started a fight. "Then I wonder what good ideas the elders have." Shiman Di glanced at the elders in front of him with disdain. To be honest, the Wanjian sect had already withered by their generation. The 5 once renowned sects had actually been marginalized over the years. Not a single martial emperor was left, and the elders before them were only at the mid-stage martial emperor level, with one even at the peak of the martial king realm. They only held the position of elder due to their seniority. All these years, they had relied on the 2 brothers to barely hold on. Shiman Tian finally broke through to the martial emperor realm, but before he could fully exert his strength, he was killed by Zhou Qiong's palm. Now he could no longer support himself, and the demon cult will not let them go easily. Seeing the elders in front of him mumbling without replying, Shiman Di sneered, picked up the long sword on the table, turned around and walked out. "I've finished talking. The demon cult may come to my Wanjian Mountain at any time. I'm leaving now. See you again in the future." Several elders looked at Shiman Di, who had already left. They wanted to speak several times but couldn't. Looking at Shiman Di, who had disappeared, the elder in the middle stage of the martial emperor sighed and said, "Forget it, let's disperse. Go out and tell the disciples that those who want to stay can stay, and those who don't want to leave." "Great elder, what about you?" The only elder in the martial king realm asked in a low voice. "I was born here, and now I'm old. I don't want to go anywhere else. I'll stay here in Wanjian Mountain and live and die with it." "Do you want to stay too?" No one responded, and an awkward atmosphere appeared in the air. An elder sighed and turned to walk out of the hall. Watching him leave, the other elders also hurried away. In the end, only the chief elder was left in the hall. Alas, the Wanjian sect has completely disappeared, haha. The laughter was filled with endless sadness. At the demon cult's headquarters, a dark figure was kneeling in front of Zhou Qiong. Master, news has arrived from the Xian department that Shimen Di disbanded the Wanjian sect after becoming the sect leader. Now, with the exception of the Grand Elder and a few scattered disciples who are unwilling to leave, the Wanjian sect has become a deserted mountain. Zhou Qiong chuckled. Oh, this Shimen Di is quite clever. Has there been any progress on the spatial turbulence that Xuanbu discovered in the far west last time? Master, we still haven't found anything. It has disappeared since it last appeared. Xiansan and Xianxi are still searching over there. Okay, go down. System, are you sure that the spatial turbulence is a spacetime channel? Yes, every continent has a spacetime channel leading to the upper realm. Something may have happened on this continent, so the channel is hidden, but it will not disappear. System, there are realms above the martial god realm, right? Of course, to be precise, there is no martial god realm. The realm directly above the martial emperor realm is the Tongxian realm. The Tongxian realm has a total of 10 levels. The early, middle, late, and peak stages of the martial god realm correspond to the first 4 levels of the Tongxian realm respectively. As long as the people of the lower continents reach the 5th level of the Tongxian realm, they will automatically ascend to the upper realm. Others need to use the time and space channel. The martial emperor realm can go to the upper realm. System, how big is the upper realm? It is boundless. With your cultivation level, you will never reach the end even if you fly for 10,000 years. Host, are you planning to go to the upper realm now? Of course. No, according to what you said, how can a small character like me, a martial emperor, live so freely in the upper realm? It's better for me to develop here first, and then go to the upper realm with my men. Chapter 22, Space Turbulence. The upper realm appears in the far west. The weather was freezing cold, with ice and snow covering an area of 10,000 miles. At the foot of a snowy mountain, 2 people were roasting a rabbit over a fire, chatting while they ate. Old 4, you said we've been hanging around here for 2 months, and we haven't seen anything except heavy snow. Third brother, I want to ask you if you saw it wrong last time. There is no such thing as spatial turbulence. How is that possible? The turbulence was less than 1,000 meters away from me at that time. The 2 men wore silver masks on their faces. They were Xiansan and Xianxi, who were ordered to search for spatial turbulence. 10 kilometers away, a man in a white robe and a long sword on his back was walking in the snow. He was at the west gate of Wanjianmen. He had originally planned to practice and recuperate here, but he got lost unexpectedly. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a wisp of smoke rising in the distance, and immediately walked in that direction. Xiansan, who was chatting, suddenly stopped and said, "Someone is coming." Xianxi raised his head and looked forward, and saw a white figure flying towards him quickly. Zemendi flew all the way and finally saw 2 people sitting on the ground eating rabbits. They were wearing silver masks on their faces. He didn't think much of it. "My 2 friends ahead, I'm lost in the snow. Can you show me the way?" Xiansan suddenly laughed and said to Xianxi, "These few days have not been in vain. Although we didn't find anything, we did encounter a big fish. You and I deserve this achievement." Xianxi also chuckled and looked at the man in white. "Shimen Di, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in." Shimen Di also realized that something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that someone once said that there were some mysterious people around the leader of the demon cult, Zhou Qiong. They wore masks made of diamond, gold, silver, and bronze. All of them were masters of the martial emperor realm. It seemed that the 2 people he met today were them. If it were before, Shimen Di would not have cared, but now his injuries have not healed yet, and he can only exert 50% of his strength. He cursed his bad luck inwardly, but Xiansan and Xianxi didn't give him a chance to react and attacked him directly. Mysterious demon palm, mysterious demon fist, fists and palms suddenly collided in the air, and what was even more terrifying was that the 2 attacks complemented each other. Even the ice and snow in the sky seemed to be blocked. They were obviously Xiansan and Xianxi in the middle stage of Martial Emperor, but they launched an attack at the peak of Martial Emperor. It turned out that the 2 grew up together, and later entered the demon sect together, passed the selection together and entered the Xian department at the same time. After years of living together day and night, and practicing the same martial arts, they had already understood each other's minds. When the two of them attacked together, their attack power would increase dramatically. Even the leader of the Xian department would find it difficult to take them down for a while, let alone the injured Shimendi. Zemendi only felt a wave of death threat coming, and immediately drew out his sword, shouting "Flying Fairy" from the sky. Bang! There was a sound like a landslide. The surrounding snow-capped mountains began to collapse. Shimendi was blown thousands of meters away. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran away quickly. Zemendi, where are you running to? Xian San and Xian Si quickly chased towards Shimendi was spitting blood while running. He was already seriously injured, and the heavy blow from Xian San and Xian Si made his injuries relapse immediately. He could no longer suppress the pain. Half an hour later, Shimendi's eyes began to turn black, and he felt that he had reached his limit. The two members of the demon cult were chasing him relentlessly. In his current state, he couldn't shake them off. If he kept running, he would only become exhausted and have no chance at all. It would be better for him to fight with the two members of the demon cult now so that he could have a chance of survival. Shimendi bit his tongue, alerted himself a little, turned around, drew out his sword and looked ready to die. However, Xian San and Xian Si suddenly stopped when they were still 200 meters away from him, and retreated instantly. Shimendi had a puzzled expression on his face, and the expressions of the other two were as if they had seen some terrifying existence. Shimendi seemed to sense something, and looked back suddenly, only to see that the space behind him had formed a turbulence, slowly forming a black hole, like a time and space tunnel. Before Simon could react, the turbulence rushed towards him, wrapped around him and slowly disappeared. Xian San and Xian Si hurriedly retreated hundreds of miles. Fourth brother, go report to the leader immediately and tell him that the spatial turbulence is indeed nearby. And Shimendi was swept away by the spatial turbulence and disappeared. A huge city stands on a plain. The city is about 1,000 miles long and about 10 meters high, like an ancient giant city. 3 big characters Black King City are written above the city. If the people of Dayu Dynasty in Kangwu continent saw this city, they would be scared to death. They thought that the imperial city was the largest in the world, but it was not even 1% of the size of this city. The city gate was open, and countless figures were walking in and out. Among them were some aliens. Some were 3 meters tall like giants, and some were dark green in color, with 4 arms like messengers from hell. There were all sorts of strange and bizarre creatures, but what they all shared was the aura of strength. At a glance, martial emperors were everywhere, martial gods were everywhere, and even occasionally, someone above martial god could be seen. It can be said that there are martial gods everywhere, and the martial emperor is worse than a dogi. In the center of the city lies a huge square with hundreds of huge stone tablets, most of which are bright, but a small part of them are dimmed. In the square, there was a group of 4-meter-tall creatures, all blue, like larger versions of the Smurfs. They were wearing armor and seemed to be the managers of the square. The teleportation array in the square would occasionally emit light, and then various species would walk out of it. Then, people in armor in the square would go over to take the people away, say something simple, and take them to an open space on the side. In half a day, 99 people were accumulated. Originally, there would have been more people gathered, but some of those who came out of the stone tablets were not taken to the open space, but were taken away by other groups. At this moment, a stone tablet with dim edges suddenly emitted light, and a man in white clothes and spitting blood fell out from it. The man looked up at the scene in front of him, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the leader of the armored crowd. If he remembered correctly, it was said that the stone tablet had not been lit for thousands of years. Today, a human appeared, and a seriously injured human at that. He took the initiative to walk over, looked at the man, and asked loudly, "Who are you? What force are you from? Do you have any support from the upper realm? You are only at the mortal realm." Chapter 23. Do you dare to follow me to the upper realm? A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the man who vomited blood. He looked up at the armored leader opposite him. He dared to guarantee that there was absolutely no such species in the Kangwu continent, and the powerful aura of the other party was definitely stronger than anyone he had ever seen. Even Zhou Qiong, who was vaguely known as the invincible man in the Kangwu continent, was far inferior to the man in front of him. "I'm Shimendi, a disciple of the Wanjian sect. I don't know what the upper realm is, nor do I know where I am now." Wanjian sect, the armored leader didn't recall the sect, and guessed the other party must be referring to a sect from the lower realm. He didn't respond to Zemendi's words. The other party was just a small figure in the mortal realm and did not interest him at all. If the other party had not come out of this dim stone tablet, he would not even ask, and the dim stone tablet became dim again after Simon D came out. The armored leader looked at the stone tablet and muttered, "I thought it was healed, but it turned out to be broken." Then he ignored it, grabbed Zemendi, and threw him directly to the open space. There were exactly 100 people including Simon D in the open space now, all standing there obediently. Simon D also stayed among them with his head down. When he was caught by the armored leader just now, he thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect that he was just thrown into this open space. There are now a total of 100 people in the open space. Except for Simon D, the lowest among the others is at the martial emperor level. There are also a few people at the martial god level, but they are all at the early stage of martial god cultivation. The armored leader looked at the 100 people below and spoke loudly. "You all came from the lower realms. No matter who you were before, now that you have come to Black King City, you must abide by the rules here. From today on, you are slaves of my Blue Rain clan and must work for my Blue Rain clan. The duration of your stay in the martial god realm is 3 years, and the duration of your stay in the martial emperor realm is 5 years. After that, you can regain your freedom." Everyone below was surprised and there was a brief commotion. A 3-meter-tall figure with a bull's head and a human body, who was in the early stage of martial god, stood up. Although they knew that the armored leader in front of them was very powerful, he was the top figure in his continent and was used to being domineering. How could he bear to be suddenly made a slave? Facing the armored leader, he shouted, "Sir, why do you want us to be slaves? Is this how the upper realm exploits us ascenders?" This minotaur, who had cultivated to the level of martial god, was naturally not a fool. He looked at the others while questioning, wanting them to resist together, which would easily cause chaos, and he could take advantage of the chaos to escape, but things did not go as he wished. No one joined him in resisting. Everyone could feel how powerful the armored leader was and had no intention of resisting. "Why?" "Because you are weak." The armored leader looked at the minotaur and immediately pressed the minotaur with his aura, pressing the minotaur directly to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he could not get up, and kept spitting out blood from his mouth. However, he stopped struggling in a short moment and fainted. "Any other opinions?" the armored man asked, looking at the others. No one dared to ask any more questions and they all shut up. At this time, a weak voice sounded, "Your Excellency, I have a question to ask you, is that okay?" It was Simon D. The armored leader looked at Zemendi and exclaimed in surprise, "You are quite courageous. Ask." "Sir, I just saw a few people coming out from over there who didn't come to this open space. Instead, they were taken away by someone. I don't know why." "Oh, you've observed it very carefully. Their ancestors came to this place and established a considerable power, so their descendants no longer need to be slaves when they come here." After hearing this, everyone below shut their mouths and kept thinking in their minds whether any of their elders had ascended to the upper realm. Unfortunately, those who had power in the upper realm had already been taken away, and they could only serve as slaves silently for a few years. At the demon cult's headquarters, Zhou Qiong was secretly pondering. Xian Si had already reported the problem of spatial turbulence to him. "System, what's going on with the spatial turbulence appearing and disappearing?" The continuous appearance of spatial turbulence proves that that location was once a passage to the upper realm. Its disappearance proves that there is no energy left. All we need to do is bury an energy stone there, and the passage will reopen. "System, is there anyone from the upper realm coming down here?" "No, the passage is one way. Only those who have reached a certain level of cultivation or have used some secret treasures can go down to the lower world. There are too many low-level continents like Kangwu continent, as numerous as stars, and few people would bother to go down to the lower world." "That's good. Let's develop on this continent first. I don't want to be a soldier there. Ding, there is a new mission. Dominate the Kangwu continent within 3 years and become the true king of the Kangwu continent. Success will reward you with 3 levels of cultivation and 1 million villain points. Failure will have no penalty. Do you accept? Accept?" At the Heavenly Demon Hall, many high-ranking officials stood on either side, each with a look of arrogance. The demon cult's successive destruction of Jinshan Temple and Xiankong Pavilion had given the members of the demon cult confidence. When walking outside, they could finally say they were members of the demon cult, and no one dared to directly call them out. Zhou Qiong, sitting upright on the magic dragon chair, said in a cold voice, "Are you complacent? Do you think you are so powerful?" The demon cult members replied that they dared not, but their expressions showed dissatisfaction. Even Lianqing was a little surprised. The demon cult's recent advantage was really too great. They all believed that the demon cult was the strongest force on the continent, the leader was the most powerful master, and they were the most powerful people besides the leader. Humph, Zhou Qiong sneered. Do you know the martial god realm? Do you know the Tongxian realm above the martial god realm? Zhou Qiong asked coldly. The demonic tiger king slapped his head and bowed. Master, what is the Tongxian realm? Is there really a realm above the martial god? Of course, above martial god there is Tongxian, and above Tongxian there is more. Now you haven't even reached the level of martial emperor yet, you are already becoming arrogant. Master, I have heard of the martial god realm, but how come I have never heard of a master in the profound passage realm? It's not on this continent, but in the upper realm. Above this Kangwu continent, there is an even larger continent, more than 1 billion times larger than Kangwu continent. There are so many masters there that even those at the martial god realm are just at the bottom level. Everyone in the demon sect was shocked. They didn't expect that there was an upper realm above the Kangwu continent. Even the god of war was a low-level figure. Then what was the point of their cultivation? They all looked ashamed. Zhou Qiong looked at the people of the demon cult below and said, "You are all the elites of our demon cult. What does it matter if we are in the upper realm? It won't be long before we will dominate there too. Do you dare to follow me to the upper realm? I, the demonic tiger king, am willing to follow the leader's footsteps. King Longtang is willing to follow the leader's footsteps. Lianqing, I am willing to follow the leader's footsteps. White Tiger Hall by Haotian, I hope everyone will give it a 5-star rating." Chapter 24, Those who do not submit will be killed, those who dare to resist will be killed, and those who have different opinions will be killed. A deafening sound was heard on Tianmo Mountain. It turned out that the voices of the many high-ranking members of the demon cult in the hall were too loud, and all the members of the demon cult on Tianmo Mountain could hear them. The demon cult members also knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, "We are willing to follow the leader's footsteps until death. We are willing to follow the leader's footsteps until death. We wish to die." The sounds filled the mountains and fields, even making the birds in the sky tremble. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on the magic dragon chair, patted the chair and said, "Okay, then we will flatten this continent first, and then go to the upper realm. Where are the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise halls?" 4 people stood up from the crowd and responded in unison, "Subordinates are here. I order you 4 halls to bring all your disciples to launch a full-scale attack on the mainland. Those who do not submit will be killed. Those who dare to resist will be killed. Kill those who have different voices. I will give you 3 years. After 3 years, I hope that the entire continent will have only the voice of my demon sect." "Yes, sir." "Where are the 12 demon kings? Where are the great guardians?" A group of people stood up again in the crowd and responded, "Subordinates are here. I order you to assist from the sidelines without making any mistakes." "Yes, sir." "Lianqing, you are still in charge of the overall situation this time. Don't let me down." "Yes, sir." Lianqing, who was standing next to Zhou Qiong, bowed in response. "System, have I accumulated a lot of high-level lottery prizes? There are 36 junior draws available, which can be exchanged for 3 senior draws. Let's smoke them all." Time flies like an arrow. In a city east of the Great Wilderness Dynasty, several men in white shirts were sitting in a corner eating, chatting in low voices, and looking around from time to time. "Brother Bai, we can't stay in the Great Wilderness Dynasty any longer. It's too dangerous. We must leave immediately. Where can we go now?" The whole world is filled with members of the demon cult. I heard that the Great Wilderness Dynasty can no longer withstand the attacks of the demon cult. If it doesn't work, let's surrender. Bullshit. How can we surrender when the evil cult is slaughtering our sect? I have decided to go to the Dayu dynasty. I heard that they can still resist the evil cult. Do you want to go with me? A young man with a flat head said angrily. Before they could answer, the door of the inn was suddenly kicked open, and a large group of Jinui dressed in fish dragon robes and with embroidered spring swords on their waists rushed in and surrounded them. The man known as Senior Brother Bai hurried forward a few steps, looked at the leading Jinui and said, Sir Jinui, I don't know why you have surrounded us. We haven't violated any of the laws of the Great Wilderness Dynasty. The leading Jinui captain sneered. Whether or not someone has broken the law is not up to you to decide. I advise you to surrender and not waste your efforts. Shin Hu waved his hand and said, Go ahead. If you resist, I will kill you without mercy. The men in white finally understood that this wasn't an attack to capture them, but to kill them. They immediately grabbed their swords and desperately resisted. Unfortunately, the strongest among them, Senior Brother Bai, was only at the martial marquis realm. Facing the siege of dozens of elite Jinui, he was dead in less than half an incense stick of time. The Jinui carried the bodies of several people out of the inn and walked into a courtyard under the leadership of the Jinui captain. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man in blue clothes was sitting and drinking tea with a smile on his face, but he gave people the feeling of a smiling tiger. Jinui Captain Wang Lisan greets Captain Chen. The man known as Captain Chen took a sip of tea from his cup and said with a faint smile, So it's Captain Wang. Come on, take a seat. There's no need to be so formal with each other. Captain Wang didn't sit down after hearing this. He said softly, We caught a few remnants of the Qinglian sword sect on the street today and brought them to you, Captain Chen. Captain Wang, since you're so kind, I'll accept it. Anything else? Ah, that's all. I hope Captain Chen can help me say a few good words to the higher-ups. Wang Lisan said with a flattering look on his face. Don't worry, your contributions are all remembered by this leader. When the merits are rewarded in the future, you will definitely be given the position of Incense Master. Thank you, Captain Chen. From now on, I will follow your orders. Captain Wang was overjoyed after hearing this and immediately knelt on one knee to swear an oath to Captain Chen. That's enough. Just have this intention. We are all serving the leader. We will be a family from now on. Captain Wang nodded heavily, then happily led his men away. He wanted to capture more remnants and make greater contributions. If his superiors were happy enough to give him the position of helmsman, he would be rich. Captain Chen had no idea what Captain Wang was thinking. He drank his tea happily. Although he was also the leader of the demon cult before, the demon cult did not have such power at that time. Everything changed when the leader came out of seclusion. At first, they destroyed Jinshan Temple, then destroyed Shenkong Pavilion, forcing Wanjian Mountain to disband on the spot. Now they are conquering the entire continent and destroying all the forces that do not submit. At present, except for the Dayu dynasty which is still resisting stubbornly, the other two dynasties have gradually given up resistance. This is the case with the Great Wilderness dynasty where he lives. These days, he doesn't have to do anything himself. There is a group of people who help him kill the remnants who refuse to submit. The only purpose is to say a few good words to the higher-ups and get a position in the demon cult. The other helmsmen are basically in the same situation. Moreover, the treatment that the demon cult had given him in the past 2 years was horrific. He, the leader of the White Tiger Hall, had already practiced the Demon King's law, and was supplied with a large amount of elixirs. He had now reached the peak of the Martial King's cultivation. Even many captains of other halls have broken through to the Martial Emperor realm and started to practice the Demon Emperor technique. That is an emperor-level technique. Even the emperor of the Dayu dynasty can only practice at this level. I also heard that the Hall Master Demon King and his men have already started practicing the Magic God technique. That is a god-level technique, and I don't know how powerful it is. I only heard from the Deputy Hall Master that their Hall Master 1 broke through to the realm of Martial Emperor after practicing the Magic God technique for less than 2 months, and his level has become even more unfathomable in the past 2 years. Captain Chen thought secretly that it seemed that he should work hard. The demon cult had been expanding rapidly in the past 2 years. Although he was an old man, if his cultivation level did not improve over time, he would easily be replaced by later generations. The demon cult is a fast-growing train, and everyone is trying hard to get on board. He doesn't want to be left behind halfway because of insufficient cultivation, otherwise he will cry to death. Someone come here. Captain Shen shouted. Several figures suddenly came in from outside the courtyard, bowed and said, "Captain, what are your orders?" "This leader is in seclusion to break through his cultivation. You are here to protect him. Unless it's an emergency, you are not allowed to disturb him." "Yes." Several people answered. Chapter 25. Zhou Qiong's cultivation increased dramatically. By Haotian's Nirvana system, are you sure this 10,000 demons pool can be used? Why does it feel so dangerous? Zhou Qiong looked at a bubbling pool in front of him. The fragrance inside was so refreshing that people wanted to soak in it. Of course, it would be better if it didn't emit some electric current occasionally. Host, the small 10,000 demons pool is the best for those below the martial god realm. You drew it using the primary lottery, so be happy. The first time you draw, the effect is the best. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qiong stepped into the small 10,000 demons pool and immediately felt a stream of spiritual energy entering his body, which continuously improved his cultivation. The electric current that he was worried about only made his body numb, which continuously increased his physical strength. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting cross-legged in the small 10,000 demons pool, secretly practiced his skills and cultivated continuously. His aura was rapidly increasing. 2 hours later, a powerful aura emanated from Zhou Qiong, and then slowly returned to calm. Zhou Qiong checked the character panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Woody. Position: Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation: Midstage Martial God. Martial Arts: Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic Art. Level 2 Mount Dragon Chariot. 2 years had passed since the demon cult launched its full-scale attack on the continent. A year earlier, Zhou Qiong had broken through to the martial god realm, thanks to his extensive time cultivating the heaven-devouring demonic art. This time, with the help of the small 10,000 demons pool, he had broken through to the mid-stage martial god realm. In fact, the biggest gain this time was the improvement of his physical strength. Zhou Qiong had a feeling that he could break the space with his physical body without using any magic power. Now, his physical strength alone was no weaker than that of an ordinary peak martial god. Looking at the small 10,000 demons pool, the lightning inside had disappeared, all absorbed by him. Zhou Qiong quietly put away the 10,000 demons pool. This 10,000 demons pool will bring a steady stream of masters to the demon cult in the future. Zhou Qiong tapped his fingers, and a figure wearing a diamond mask appeared in the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your subordinate Tian-san, I pay my respects to the leader. Tell me how the investigation went recently." "Master, we have found out that Zhao Li was last seen at Jinshan Temple and disappeared afterwards." Zhou Qiong muttered. "Interesting, is he dead?" "That's impossible. He should be the protagonist in his current state. Could it be that he ascended to the upper realm for some reason like Shiman Di?" But he didn't think much of it. He had only wanted to see how far Zhao Li had progressed in his cultivation. If he truly had the potential to threaten him, Zhou Qiong wouldn't mind killing him beforehand. He wasn't the foolish villain in a TV series who waited until the protagonist's cultivation reached a peak before dueling. Nipping the danger in the bud and eradicating it was the proper course of action for the demon cult. "Tell me, how are Lianqing and the others progressing?" "Master, the Grand Steward and his men have already taken down most of the forces. The Great Wilderness Dynasty and the Great Qian Dynasty have officially declared their surrender. Only the Dayu Dynasty is still stubbornly resisting. There is still no news of Huangsha Fort and Fuzhou surrendering. The Grand Steward said that these forces can be dealt with in at most 6 months." Zhou Qiong laughed heartily. "He's not slow at all. Tell Lianqing that I told him to take his time. It doesn't necessarily take a year to unify the continent. Also, notify all the Dharma Protectors, Hallmasters, and Demon Kings to return to the Demon Cult headquarters in batches." "Yes, sir." Tian-san, who was kneeling on the ground, gradually disappeared above the hall. "System, open the time house. I want to practice." "Okay, host." It turned out that Zhou Qiong learned from the system that the first 4 levels of Tongshan realm were the initial stage, and after the 5th level, there was a change at each level, which was very difficult to improve, so Zhou Qiong wanted to make good use of the system's rewards. As long as he cultivates to the peak of the martial god before unifying the continent, he can be promoted to the 7th level of Tongshan with the rewards, so that he will be more confident in going to the upper realm. As for why the high-ranking members of the demon cult were asked to come back in turns, it was of course to use the small 10,000 demons pool to improve their cultivation. Zhou Qiong did not want to go to the upper realm alone. As someone who had been used to being the leader of the demon cult, he could not bear to give up such a life. In a city on the edge of the Daiyu dynasty, Lianqing, dressed in a red robe, is making plans with the top leaders of the demon cult. General Manager, I suggest we just charge in all at once. Do you think the Daiyu dynasty can stop us? The Demon Tiger King patted his head and said, he really felt that the research plan was troublesome. Li Changsheng of the Azure Dragon Hall also smiled and said, although the method is a bit clumsy, it does work. Although the Daiyu dynasty is stronger than the other two dynasties, it is still far behind my demon sect. Lianqing thought for a moment and nodded. Tomorrow morning, everyone follow me straight to the palace and take down the Daiyu dynasty in one fell swoop. The remaining Fuzhong and Huangsha fort will no longer be a concern. Yes, sir. The high-ranking members of the demon cult answered excitedly. After 2 years, they were finally going to complete the task assigned by the cult leader ahead of schedule. At this time, a figure wearing a diamond mask appeared next to Lianqing, said a few words to Lianqing, turned around and disappeared again. Everyone in the demon cult knew that this was an order from the leader. In the past 2 years, the 4 divisions of Tiandi Shenhuang have appeared in the sight of the demon cult's top leaders and occasionally cooperated with their actions, but no one has ever seen what they look like because they never take off the masks on their faces. All I know is that they are all masters, the worst of whom is at the martial emperor level, and they only obey the leader, and even the chief steward has no authority over them. Lianqing coughed lightly and said, the leader has ordered that we must take down all the forces within 1 year. No more, no less. Everyone in the demon cult was surprised, but no one dared to object. Now the demon cult was completely ruled by Zhou Qiong. In the hearts of the demon cult, Zhou Qiong was even more powerful than the founder. He was a well-deserved leader. In a retreat room in the back mountain of the demon sect, a figure was sitting cross-legged. His body was covered with dust and his breath was so weak that it seemed as if he was not breathing. It was the great protector Bai Haotian who had been reborn in Nirvana. In the past 2 years, he had nearly died several times, but a phoenix figure in his heart continued to emit vitality, maintaining his life, over and over again. Finally, the phoenix stopped emitting vitality, but spread its wings and flew, emitting red flames. Suddenly, Bai Haotian's whole body was burning, but the flames not only did not burn Bai Haotian, but the more they burned, the stronger his vitality and momentum became. It didn't take long for Bai Haotian to recover to the early stage of martial emperor, and he didn't stop there. His cultivation continued to increase from the middle stage of martial emperor, to the late stage of martial emperor, and finally to the peak stage of martial emperor. With a bang, something seemed to break inside Bai Haotian's body. His cultivation level climbed up again, and then slowly calmed down. Half an hour later, Bai Haotian opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Chapter 26, The Demon Cult Leader at the Peak of the Martial God. The Daiyu Dynasty Palace, which is known as the largest palace complex on the continent, is now full of broken walls and corpse remains, and its original appearance is completely unrecognizable. In the Golden Palace, Prince Yu, dressed in a dragon robe, stood on the wreckage, covered in blood. There were only a few ministers and guards left beside him, all covered in blood and looking exhausted. The surrounding area was full of masters of the demon sect, led by Lianqing in a red robe. Prince Yu, this chief steward admires you very much. How about you submit to my demonic cult? I will definitely report to the cult master and find you a satisfactory position. Prince Yu snorted coldly. Bah, forget it. Your demonic cult destroyed my dynasty and killed my people. I have an irreconcilable feud with your demonic cult. I wish I could eat your flesh and drink your blood. You're about to die, yet you're still stubborn. I see you really don't want to live anymore. The Demon Tiger King cursed at King Yu, then turned to the chief steward and said, Chief steward, I volunteer to kill King Yu. Lianqing nodded. He knew that King Yu would never surrender, so he just wanted to ask. Before the Demon Tiger King could make a move, King Yu raised his head and shouted, I am the king of the Daiyu dynasty. How can I be killed by you evil cult monsters? He drew out a long sword and placed it on his neck. I feel ashamed of my ancestors, you evil cultists. I will be waiting for you in the underworld. After saying that, he slashed his neck with his sword, and his body slowly fell down, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Your Majesty, please don't. What will happen to this old minister if you die? Several ministers knelt on the ground and cried out in grief.
Your servant, Li Guanyuan, is here to accompany you. I hope to continue to follow your majesty in my next life. Your servant, Sun Xin, is here to accompany you. I hope to continue to follow your majesty in my next life. Your majesty, is here to accompany you. I hope to continue to follow you in my next life. As he spoke, several ministers took out their swords and slit their throats, and several guards also committed suicide. Lianqing exclaimed in amazement, Prince Yu is truly charming. To think that so many people are willing to die for him, let's give him a proper burial, yes. At this time, the Demon Monkey King came over from a distance, holding a boy of 4 or 5 years old in his hands. The child was wearing a brocade robe and kept struggling in the Demon Monkey King's hands. The Monkey King walked up to Lianqing and threw the boy to the ground. General Manager, I found this child in a secret room. It must have been hidden by Prince Yu. Oh, are you King Yu's son?
Lianqing squatted in front of the boy and said softly.
I'm not. I'm the son of a landlord. I was brought here because of my talent in cultivation. Are you here to save me?
The boy's eyes were full of fear, and he looked at Lianqing with longing. Lianqing reached out and gently touched the boy's hair.
Don't be afraid, Uncle is here to save you.
Thank you, Uncle. Before the boy could finish his words, he felt a huge force coming from his head, and immediately blood came out of all his orifices, and he lost his breath. The Demon Monkey King asked in surprise, General Manager, how did you kill him? The look in this child's eyes when he looked at me just now was filled with murderous intent. It's very likely that he is Prince Yu's child.
Even if he isn't, then let him be unlucky and bury him together with Prince Yu, yes.
Hallmaster Li, Hallmaster Wan, Demon Rat King, Demon Tiger King, Demon Monkey King.
I'm here.
Several people bowed in response.
Take your men to the Fu sect.
If they agree to submit and pay tribute every year, fine.
If they don't agree, we'll just slaughter them.
Yes, sir.
Several people led their troops and flew towards Fuzhong. The rest of you, follow me to Huangsha Castle.
Yes. The remaining members of the demon cult responded. At this time, in the demon cult's main hall, Bai Haotian, wearing a white robe and holding a long sword on his back, appeared in front of Zhou Qiong. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Bai Haotian knelt on one knee on the ground.
Get up!
A majestic voice came into Bai Haotian's ears. Bai Haotian stood up and looked at Zhou Qiong sitting on the magic dragon chair. He was extremely shocked. This time, he was reborn from the ashes and broke through to the realm of martial god, which had not been achieved in 1,000 years. He was afraid that Zhou Qiong would be suspicious of him and was thinking about how to express his loyalty to Zhou Qiong. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qiong gave him the feeling of an abyss and an ocean, as if an ancient demon god was sitting there, with a terrifying aura that seemed as if he could crush him to death with just a flick of his finger. He even felt a sense of being broken next to Zhou Qiong, as if he could break through the space and leave this world at any time. In fact, he was right. Zhou Qiong had already broken through to the peak realm of martial god. When he broke through, he was almost expelled from this continent by space. Fortunately, the sky-avoiding stone purchased by the system concealed the secret of heaven and avoided the embarrassment of directly ascending to the upper realm.
Great Protector, you already know the information from the upper realm.
I have heard what the demonic Tiger King said, but I don't know what the situation is in the upper realm or what forces are there. I don't know either, but I have confidence that my demon cult can reach the top no matter where it is.
What do you think, Great Protector?
I, your subordinate, swear to follow you till death.
I am willing to be your vanguard in the battle for the upper realm. Bai Haotian replied and expressed his determination directly to Zhou Qiong.
Well, my demon cult has a new sacred object, the small 10,000 demon pool.
You should go and soak in it. It will be very helpful to you. Your strength is still too weak now. It's not so easy to break into the upper realm.
Yes. Bai Haotian slowly walked out of the hall. He walked all the way to the Demon Saint Temple, where the small 10,000 demon pond was located. When he reached the door, there were 2 guards guarding the door. When they saw him, they immediately bowed. I have met the Great Protector. Well, this guardian has come to the 10,000 demons pool to practice at the order of the leader.
All right, please wait a moment, Great Protector.
The 10,000 demons pool can only accommodate 2 people practicing at the same time, and there are 2 people practicing inside right now.
Bai Haotian waited for about half an hour, and the door of the Demon Saint Temple opened.
2 people walked out, one with a pointed chin and a monkey face, and the other wearing a silver mask. The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks smiled happily when he saw Bai Haotian. Great protector, you are finally out of seclusion.
You are here to bathe in the 10,000 demons pool, right? This pool is amazing.
Monkey King, congratulations on your great progress in cultivation, Bai Haotian exclaimed in amazement. He felt the aura of a peak martial emperor in the demon Monkey King's body, and there were even faint signs of a breakthrough. You know, before he went into seclusion, the demon Monkey King's strength was only mid-stage martial emperor, but now he has actually broken through to the peak of martial emperor.
How is this possible?
Is the 10,000 demon pool really that powerful? Bai Haotian looked at the man wearing the silver mask again.
He even felt a hint of threat from him. The silver man nodded at Bai Haotian, turned around and disappeared. Monkey King, who is this person who has such a profound cultivation? Bai Haotian asked in surprise. He should be from the Xian department.
Judging from his mask, he should be the leader of the Xian department. The demon Monkey King replied with a depressed look on his face. In the past 2 years, the 4 tribes of Tiandi, Shanawang, and Heilongjiang have frequently traveled on the mainland. As a high-ranking member of the demon cult, the demon Monkey King has naturally come into contact with them. This time, he entered the 10,000 demon pool with the leader of the Xian tribe and was hit hard. When they went in, their cultivation levels were obviously similar, but when they came out, the other party had obviously broken through to the realm of the god of war, while he was stuck. Chapter 27, Cultivation increased dramatically, reaching the 7th level of Tongshan Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of unifying the continent.
Mission rewards are being distributed.
Zhou Qiong, who was practicing, continued to improve his cultivation level, from the 5th level of Tongshan to the 6th level, and the 7th level of Tongshan, and finally stopped at the peak of the 7th level of Tongshan. The surrounding space began to constantly repel Zhou Qiong, as if to force him out of the continent, but the heaven-resisting stone in Zhou Qiong's arms continued to emit light. After a struggle, the space slowly began to stabilize and no longer repelled Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong opened the property panel. Character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou Woody. Position, Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation, peak of the 7th level of Tongshuan Martial Arts, Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic Art Level 2 Mount, Dragon Chariot. The Demon Cult held a court meeting. The high-ranking officials of the major demon cults stood on both sides of the hall. Zhou Qiong was still sitting there, and Lian Shang, who was wearing a red robe, stood next to him. Lianqing bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, "Master, the Daiyu dynasty has been destroyed. The Great Wilderness Dynasty, the Great Qian Dynasty, the Yellow Sand Fort, and the Fu sect have all submitted to our sect and are willing to pay tribute every year."
Well done. Lianqing, you have done a great job.
As a reward, you will be allowed to practice in the Great 10,000 Demon Pond for 3 months. The other major Dharma protectors, hall masters, and demon kings will be rewarded with a month of training at the Great 10,000 Demon Pond.
Thank you, Master.
The members of the demon cult bowed. Everyone's face was filled with joy, even Lianqing showed a hint of joy. Recently, 2 holy places appeared in the demon cult, a demon holy temple and a great demon holy temple. Both were created by the leader. They had all practiced in the small 10,000 demon pond in the demon holy temple and gained a lot of benefits from it. The big 10,000 demons pool just appeared in the past 2 days. It is said to be more than 10 times more effective than the small 10,000 demons pool.
Practicing there will definitely be more effective. Dai, report the strength of our demon sect.
Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice. De, wearing a black robe and a golden mask on his face, stood up and bowed to report, "Master, not counting the 4 divisions of Tiandi Shanawang, our demon sect currently has 2 Tongshan 3rd level people, 4 Tongshan 2nd level people, 20 Tongshan 1st level people, more than 300 Woody realm people, and more than 2,000 Wulwang realm people."
Of course, this number doesn't include Zhou Qiong.
No one knows what realm Zhou Qiong is in right now, but it's speculated that he's already far beyond the realm of martial god. He might even be well into the realm of profound mystery, but as for exactly what level he's reached, no one knows.
It's far from enough, Lianqing.
Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice, "I'm here."
Lianqing bowed and replied, I will expand the scale of my demon cult. Resources can be supplied in unlimited quantities. I will open the small 10,000 demon pool.
Anyone who has made a contribution to the demon cult can enter.
I will give you 1 year. After 1 year, I will take you to ascend to the upper realm.
Yes, sir.
Lianqing replied with a bow. After everyone dispersed, Zhou Qiong pondered silently.
He planned to make good use of the 1 year. The specific situation in the upper realm was unclear, so he needed to be fully prepared.
System, how much villain value do I have left to use?
Host, you still have 800,000 villain points, which can be exchanged for a lot of goods.
What do you recommend me to buy?
Mysterious Fantasy God and Demon Pill. This host may need it very much. It requires 500,000 villain points to exchange. Zhou Qiong opened the store and found the page for the Mysterious God and Demon Pill.
He read the description and was immediately surprised.
Mysterious God and Demon Pill, casually refined by an unknown entity.
There is only one in the world, comparable to a divine weapon.
Taking it can increase the host's cultivation by 1 major level, but only 3 attacks at that level can be used.
After 3 years, the effect will automatically disappear.
Oh my god, this is really a pretender artifact, a great realm. What kind of realm is that system?
Host, above Tongxian is Qiangu, also known as the Qiangu Giant.
Above Qiangu is Jinwu, and above Jinwu is Daluo.
System, is there a realm above Daluo?
Yes, you will know this later. System, is there anything else you recommend buying? Some time flies like an arrow. Ever since the demon cult unified the world, it announced a message, informing everyone that there is an upper realm above the continent. For years later, the demon cult will open the passage to the upper realm, and then anyone at the Martial Emperor level will be able to ascend to the upper realm. As soon as this news came out, the entire continent seemed to have entered a period of explosive growth and cultivation. Many outstanding figures emerged at once, many people who had been in seclusion emerged, and even some people who were previously thought to be dead jumped out. There was a Yulian in the imperial capital of the great Qian dynasty. People came and went, and from time to time someone would come in with weapons to drink. A man with a long knife on his back walked into the inn. He had a scar on his face and a sinister look on his face. He looked at the already full inn, walked up to a table of guests, and slammed the table. I want this table, you guys leave now. The few guests sitting on the chairs didn't dare to say much and left in shame. Guests at nearby tables murmured, those guys are such cowards. They left when they were told to, but they didn't even dare to fart.
What do you know?
Do you know who that person is? A man dressed as a businessman whispered.
Who is it?
Several people immediately asked the man when they heard it. The businessman hesitated for a moment and pointed at the table. One of them understood and said, just tell me, I'll pay for this table of wine, okay? The businessman smiled and said, I'm telling you, this person is Duan Sanping, the 3rd on the Earth ranking, and I heard he's related to someone. The people around were surprised and said, what? He is the Death Blade Duan Sanping. Isn't he the last disciple of Elder Tian Can? What's the connection? The businessman smiled and shook his head, pointing to the south and then pointing upwards. Several people didn't understand at first, and one of them seemed to have thought of something. You mean the devil? He didn't say anything else, but everyone understood what he meant, and looked at Duan Sanping with eyes full of fear. There were 2 people sitting at a table in the corner. There were a few plates of vegetables and 2 bowls of rice on the table. An old man and a girl were eating in silence. The girl looked very innocent. She said to the old man, Master, can we still avenge our brother? Yes, the evil people of the demon cult will definitely be punished for their evil deeds. You must also practice hard and reach the Martial Emperor realm as soon as possible. Then we can go to the upper realm to find another opportunity. After saying this, the old man buried his head in his food, his eyes filled with despair. The girl still had a chance, but he was already old and only at the early stage of the Martial Emperor realm. It was estimated that he would never be able to break through to the Martial Emperor realm and ascend to the upper realm in this lifetime. The girl nodded seriously after hearing what the old man said. At this time, a man 8 feet tall and as strong as an ox walked into the inn, holding a big iron hammer in his hand, like an ancient giant. He walked in and shouted, Boss, give me 10 pounds of beef. Chapter 28. Meeting Tiger Guard. Duan Sanping, who was eating, looked at the tall man who came in. His eyes suddenly shrank, and a trace of shock flashed across his face. He shouted loudly, "How is it possible? Xiongba, how could you have cultivated to this level?" The other guests were also startled by Duan Sanping's reaction, and followed his gaze to look at Xiongba. Apart from his tall stature and the exaggerated sledgehammer in his hand, they didn't see anything special about him. However, since he could scare Duan Sanping, who was ranked third on the Earth list, like this, his cultivation must be extremely high. A hint of surprise flashed in the businessman's eyes. He knew Xiongba. Xiongba was once a figure on the Earth list, but he was squeezed out because he stayed there for too short a time. However, Xiongba was only ranked 20th on the Earth list at that time. How could he possibly scare Duan Sanping like this? Xiongba glanced at Duan Sanping, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. He did not respond, but instead said to the inn-waiter, "Help me set up a new table." The inn-waiter agreed and hurried to the backyard to get a new table and placed it in an empty space next to the window. Xiongba sat down, ordered another pot of wine, and started to drink while eating. Duan Sanping was furious when he saw that Xiongba ignored him. He had met Xiongba a year ago. Although he had the cultivation level of a peak martial emperor, his body was rather clumsy, and he could not even withstand a single move from Xiongba at that time. But when Xiongba came in just now, he felt a fatal danger. He was born with extraordinary intuition, and the person who could give him such a feeling must be at the martial emperor level, and not even an ordinary martial emperor. Duan Sanping finally stood up and walked towards Xiongba angrily. He bowed and said, "I am Duan Sanping, the Deathblade. Please teach me." Xiongba looked at Duan Sanping and said nothing. Instead, he waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a huge force blew Duan Sanping out of the inn window and he fell on the road. Duan Sanping climbed up from the road with blood spitting out of his mouth. He didn't dare to say a harsh word and ran away quickly. About half an hour later, Duan Sanping walked in from outside, looking at Xiongba with a vicious face. Behind him followed a group of men in black, led by a fat young man dressed in brocade clothes. Duan Sanping said a few words to the young man with a flattering look on his face and pointed at Xiongba. The man in brocade clothes led his men to Xiongba's table. He didn't know what level of cultivation Xiongba had, so he said to Xiongba with a smile, "I don't know where your friend is from. How dare you mess with my demon sect? Do you want to be my enemy?" Before Xiongba could say anything, the guests at the other tables in the inn were terrified. They hadn't expected Duan Sanping to actually know someone from the demon cult and even have someone to back him up. They immediately looked at Xiongba with sympathy. You know, provoking the demon cult in Kangwu continent right now is basically the same as courting death. Xiongba looked at the man in brocade clothes and asked calmly, "I don't know who you are in the demonic cult, and how did I offend you?" The Jindu man looked at Xiongba deeply. He felt that this man was a little too calm. Was he just naturally carefree, or was he just too confident in himself? Duan Sanping, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and shouted at Xiongba, "Xiongba, do you know who you are talking to? Master Chen is the leader of the demon cult stationed in the imperial city of the Dakian dynasty. How can you ask such questions casually?" Xiongba said nothing. He pulled out a palm-sized token from his bosom. On one side of the token was written the word tiger, and on the other the word bear. He threw it directly on the table and said, "I wonder if this captain recognizes this token." The man in brocade robe looked at the token with a surprised expression. He had seen such a token before. It was on his father. His father was also the leader a few years ago. Later, because of his meritorious service, he was rewarded to go to the demon cult headquarters to practice for a period of time. After returning, his cultivation level soared directly to the middle stage of Martial Emperor. 6 months ago, he had reached the peak of the Martial Emperor realm and was promoted to an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall. At the time, his father had a token like this, but one side of his token was inscribed with the word Bai and the other with the word Chen. His father said that anyone holding this token would be among those who would ascend with the leader for the first time, and that they should never be provoked unless absolutely necessary. "Sir, please put the token away quickly. I didn't expect that you are the Tiger Guard under the Demon Tiger King. I am really short-sighted. My name is Chun Shi, and my father is an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall." The man in brocade clothes whispered to Xiongba. Xiongba frowned as he looked at Chun Shi. Although Chun-Chi had called him Sir just now, he deliberately said that his father was an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall, which was obviously a reminder to him that there was someone behind him and that he should not make things difficult for him. Chun-Chi saw Xiongba frowning, then remembered his father's advice and turned to look at Duan Sanping. Duan Sanping felt something was wrong when he saw Xiongba take out the token. Later, he heard Chun-Chi calling the other party Tiger Guard Lord. He immediately knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. He immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Unexpectedly, before he could run, Chun-Chi looked at him and stretched out a hand to hit him on the head. Before Duan Sanping could react, a huge force suddenly shattered his head. Chun-Chi slowly withdrew his hand, gently wiped it with a handkerchief, and said to Xiongba, Master Tiger Guard, this man actually dared to sow discord among our demon sect. He deserves to die. I have things to do here, so I won't disturb you while you're eating. After saying that, he bowed to Xiongba, turned around and left with his men. Xiongba looked at Chun-Chi who was leaving and Duan Sanping who was lying dead on the ground, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Chun-Chi to be so decisive in doing things, and he would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. Everyone in the inn was still in a daze. They originally thought that Duan Sanping had brought people from the demon cult and Xiongba was doomed to die. They didn't expect that Xiongba was also a member of the demon cult and his status was obviously very high. At this time, the old man sitting in the corner of the inn stood up, bowed to Xiongba, and asked, Sir, I don't know what the realm above the martial god is. Could you tell me? Xiongba looked at the old man and said, Actually, this isn't a secret anymore. The demon cult will announce the realm to the world in a few days. Seeing that everyone in the inn was listening attentively, Xiongba continued, Actually, there's no such thing as the martial god realm. In the upper realm, it's uniformly called the Tongxian realm. The Tongxian realm has a total of 10 levels, and the martial god corresponds to the first 4. Then I wonder what level of cultivation the demon cult leader has. The old man asked after hearing this. The girl standing behind the old man tightly grasped his clothes. Xiongba frowned and said loudly, How can you know the master's cultivation level? You only need to know that the master is invincible. Chapter 29, Ascension. In the far north, a city stands among thousands of miles of icebergs. On the city wall are written 3 large characters, Invincible City. This city was built by the demon cult a year ago for the Ascension passage inside. A year ago, Zhou Qiong exchanged for energy stones and reopened the passage. As for energy stones, they are a universal currency in the upper realm and are also the best items that can be used for cultivation. The exchange rate is 10 primary energy stones for 1 intermediate energy stone, 10 intermediate energy stones for 1 advanced energy stone, and 10 advanced energy stones for 1 top-grade energy stone. Unfortunately, Zhou Qiong searched the entire continent but couldn't find a single energy stone. You know, when breaking through to the Tongxian realm, one must have a supply of pure spiritual energy. If Zhou Qiong hadn't used the system to create the 10,000 demons pool, the demon cult would never have had so many Tongxian masters as it does now. Inside Wudi City, a massive square stood with a stone tablet emitting a green glow. Beside the square stood several thousand men in black, each radiating a terrifying aura. Anyone witnessing this scene would be terrified, as no one below the martial emperor realm was present. In the sky above the square, a magic dragon chariot was parked in the air. Zhou Qiong, who was known as the Invincible in the world, was standing on it. His aura was so powerful that it was terrifying, like an ancient demon god. A sound came from the chariot. Liansheng, how are the preparations going? Liansheng, dressed in a red robe, stood in front of the black-clothed man and bowed to Zhou Qiong on the flying sedan chair. Master, everything is ready. This time, our sect will ascend to heaven with 2 people at the 5th level of Tongxian realm, 8 people at the 4th level of Tongxian realm, 500 people below the 3rd level of Tongxian realm, and 5,000 people at the peak of Wudi realm. Okay, this ascension is extremely dangerous. Are you willing to take the risk with me? We swear to follow the leader until death. We swear to follow the leader until death. We swear to follow the leader until death. The members of the demon cult below knelt on one knee and shouted excitedly, and the entire Invincible City was filled with such sounds. Okay, Li Changshan. I'm here. The Qinglong Hall master, who was dressed in green, responded with an unhappy look on his face. Protect the demon cult well. After I ascend, I will close the passage for 3 years.
After 3 years, I will reopen it. Then everyone can ascend, yes. Ascension!
Zhou Qiong shouted, and the men in black began to line up and walk towards the stone tablet. The moment their hands touched the stone tablet, they disappeared in the square. In the upper realm of Black King City, a square hundreds of times larger than the one in Invincible City, the various teleportation arrays continued to operate in an orderly manner. A group of armored guards, led by the Blue Rain Clan, who resembled a larger version of the Smurfs, stood outside the square, ready to collect their own ascenders. Among them, there was a handsome man with a pair of sword-like eyebrows carrying a long sword standing next to the old man. There was also a young woman next to the old man. The man was Shiman Di, who had accidentally ascended to heaven. He was very lucky. He was originally going to be a slave in the mine of the Blue Rain Clan for 5 years, but he met this human old man on the way to the mine. The old man's name was Yi Tian. Yi Tian was impressed by his talent in swordsmanship and used a large amount of energy stones in exchange for his freedom and accepted him as his disciple. The woman was Yi Tian's daughter Yi Qing, who was also his senior sister. Yi Tian was a disciple of the sword sect of Black King City, and his cultivation was said to have reached the 5th level of Tongxian. In recent years, he would come to the square with Yi Tian from time to pick up the ascenders from the sword sect. Shiman Di looked at a stone tablet in the corner of the square. The light it emitted proved that it was a useful teleportation tablet. He knew that it was the stone tablet of Kangwu continent. He came out from that stone tablet, and the light on the stone tablet had been emitted since a year ago. When he suddenly noticed the stone tablet light up a year ago, he guessed that the demon cultist Zhou Qiong was about to ascend. After all, when he came to the upper realm, Zhou Qiong was already at the peak of the martial emperor, and now he was probably at the early stage of the martial god, or even the first level of the Tongxian. Shiman Di was just wondering why Zhou Qiong hadn't ascended in a year when the stone tablet suddenly shone with light and a figure in black walked out from it, with the cultivation level of a peak martial emperor. "Ha, that's not right!" Shiman Di exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the man who walked out of the stone tablet. He didn't know this man. He was not Zhou Qiong, not a high-ranking member of the demon sect, nor a master from other sections. Could he be a hidden master from the Kangwu continent? Zemendi's scream attracted the attention of Yi Tian and Yi Qing. Yi Qing asked curiously, "What's wrong, junior brother?" Looking at Yi Tian and Yi Qing, who were looking at him, Shiman Di did not dare to hide it and told them the situation. Yi Tian looked at Shiman Di and said, "He might be a hidden master from your continent. You can go and ask him about the situation before he is taken away." Okay, Simon nodded. The armored guards on the side watched the men in black coming out of the stone tablet and were about to go forward to take the men away, but they found that the men in black stood aside after coming out. The stone tablet continued to emit light, and one man in black after another walked out from it. Before the armored guards could react, more than 100 men in black had already walked out of the stone tablet, and they were still walking out. Each of them had the cultivation level of a peak martial emperor. The armored leader realized something was wrong and immediately walked towards the stone tablet and asked the many black-clad men who came out, "Which faction are you from? Why are you ascending together?" The men in black didn't reply, but just kept moving to the side to make room for the people coming out. The movement here attracted everyone in and outside the square. Even the people who were joining their own forces stopped and looked towards the side of the men in black. It was really rare to see hundreds of people ascending at once. No, it shouldn't be said that there were hundreds of people. Just when everyone was confused, no less than 500 people had walked out of the stone tablet. All of them had the cultivation level of a peak martial emperor. Although it was nothing in the Black King City, that was the lower realm. With 500 peak martial emperors, how powerful would that continent be? Even Yi Qing, who was standing by, was so surprised that he was speechless. He looked at Shiman Di and asked, "Is this really the continent you ascended to? Your continent is so powerful." Shiman Di was now more surprised than anyone else in the square. He knew that there had not been a single peak martial emperor in the Kangwu continent over the years. Only Zhou Qiong had managed to break through to the peak of martial emperor later on, and the other two were not even in the late stage of martial emperor. But where did these more than 500 peak martial emperor warriors come from? Seeing that the man in black did not answer him and people were still coming out of the stone tablet, the armored leader stretched out his hand to hit the man in black. A huge palm slapped towards the man in black from the sky, carrying endless pressure. He wanted to kill a few people to establish his authority, so that these people might answer him honestly. Just when the giant palm was about to hit the men in black, a loud shout of "How dare you!" suddenly came from inside the stone tablet. A sword light shot up into the sky from the stone tablet and slashed towards the giant palm. Chapter 30. The Eternal Giant moves out with a loud clang. The armored leader stepped back 5 steps with an incredible look on his face. He raised his hand and saw a sword mark across his entire palm. He looked at the stone tablet and saw a figure in a red robe walking out of it, holding a long sword with a trace of blood on the sword, proving that the shocking sword light just now was slashed by this person. Everyone nearby looked at the figure walking out of the stone tablet in surprise. If they were not mistaken, it was this red-robed figure who injured the armored leader with a sword. You must know that the armored leader has the cultivation level of the 6th level of Tangshan realm. Although he is not a top figure in Black King City, it is impossible for him to be injured by a person from the lower realm. Yi Ching pointed at the red-robed man and asked in surprise, "This man is also from your continent. How could he be so powerful? Is he also a hidden figure?" Even Yi Tian, who was standing by, was shocked. Someone who had ascended from the lower realm directly injured the leader of the guards from the upper realm. This had never happened in Black King City before. This person who had ascended was actually stronger than Yi Tian. Zemendi looked at the red-robed man with eyes full of disbelief and said dully, "He is the demon cult's chief steward Lianqing." When Yi Ching heard this, he immediately looked at Shiman Di. "You know him?" Shiman nodded. "Yes, he's Lianqing, the demon cult's chief steward who forced my sect to disband." Shiman pointed in surprise at the black-clad men who continued to emerge. Could it be that all these people are from the demon cult? The armored leader looked at the red-robed man with a gloomy expression. "Who are you? You actually have the cultivation level of the 5th level of Tangshan. Did these men in black ascend with you?" After the red-robed man walked out of the stone tablet, he looked around the square curiously, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "What the leader said is indeed true. The spiritual energy in this upper realm is indeed abundant, more than 10 times stronger than that in the lower realm." He raised his head to look at the armored leader and said in a deep voice, "I am Lianqing, the chief steward of the demon cult. This time, my demon cult and I will ascend together. I hope you will not stop us." A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the armored leader. He had never heard of the demon cult. It should be a force from the lower world. He didn't know what was wrong with the continent below. So many martial arts masters appeared at once. There must be thousands of them. And they didn't stop. They were still walking out. The armored leader had a gloomy expression on his face. He waved his hand, and instantly hundreds of armored guards in the square gathered around him. Each one of them was a master of the 2nd level of the Tangshan realm or above. "No matter where you ascended from, if you dare to provoke my Blue Rain clan, you are courting death. If you surrender, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you without mercy." Lianqing looked at the armored leader and knew that today's matter would not end well. The long sword in his hand turned into a meteor and stabbed directly at the armored leader. The armored leader shouted and 4 long swords appeared from his forearms and slashed towards Lianqing. The two immediately started fighting. Perhaps because the upper realm was relatively stable and the square was made of unknown materials, the duel between 2 Tangshan level 6 masters did not damage the square at all. The armored guards in the field also attacked the man in black, but just in a short time, a group of people walked out of the stone tablet again. This time their cultivation was no longer at the peak of the martial emperor, but they had also reached the Tangshan realm. Lian Shang, who was fighting with the armored leader, shouted, "The armored guards are the enemy, trying to stop our demon sect from ascending. All the demon sect leaders, attack with all your strength." Yes. Many high-ranking members of the demon cult who had already walked out of the stone tablet responded. The burly demon tiger king yelled, "Blue cubs, take my demon tiger sky-splitting claw." Demon ape hammers the sky. 9 netherworld palm. For a moment, the square was in chaos. At the beginning, the demon cult was at a disadvantage, but when an old man with a sword walked out of the stone tablet again, the situation suddenly reversed. The old man slowly swung the sword in his hand. Although his movements were very slow, he could kill an armored guard with one sword. The armored leader looked at the old man holding the sword, and suddenly felt incredible in his heart. He originally thought that he had won the victory, but he didn't expect that the other party would send out a group of Tongshan realm masters, and now there was a Tongshan 5th level master.
Is this continent below really so powerful? But doesn't it mean that as long as you reach the 4th level of Tongshan, you must ascend?
How did they maintain the 5th level before ascending? The other factions in the square were initially merely surprised, their expressions showing a playful anticipation.
They didn't believe that this self-proclaimed demonic sect from the lower realm could defeat the Blue Rain clan.
After all, there was only one expert in the Tongshan realm. Even if being able to draw with the armored leader was incredible, he was the only one. However, the demon cult quickly shattered their understanding. Martial artists at the Tongshan realm continued to emerge from the stone tablet, and now two had even ascended to the 5th level of Tongshan.
News continued to be sent out from the square. As they reported the situation to the forces behind them, Shiman D on the side was so frightened that he couldn't speak.
He didn't recognize the people who started to ascend, but since Lianqing ascended, many high-ranking members of the demon cult followed suit, and he basically knew all of them, especially the demonic Tiger King and the demonic Monkey King. If he was not mistaken, they had already reached the 3rd level of Tongshan cultivation, while he, relying on the resources of the upper realm, had only cultivated to the peak of the martial emperor. This was really hard for him to accept.
You have to know that a few years ago, the two of them couldn't even withstand a single move from him. The armored leader became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Although the red-robed steward in front of him had a lower level of cultivation than him, his sword skills were so fast that he dared not be distracted at all and could only deal with him with all his strength. However, in a short period of time, more than half of the armored guards in the field had been killed. If he didn't think of a solution, his entire army might be wiped out. The armored leader gritted his teeth, pulled out a jade pendant from his bosom, and crushed it. Suddenly, a surge of momentum rose from the east side of the square 100 miles away, and a figure instantly appeared on the square. The overwhelming momentum made it difficult for everyone in the square to move. How is it possible? Even Lan Yuwu was alarmed.
He is the second best master of the Lan Yu clan, and his cultivation has reached the level of a giant throughout the ages. Yi Tian said in surprise as he looked at the blue figure that suddenly appeared in the sky.
Yes, Lan Yuding was really driven crazy. He even used the amulet given by the family. What a shame.
Although these ascended people have good cultivation, they can be dealt with by just calling two high-level Tongshan people.
Is it really a waste to send out the amulet to the Qiangu realm? Everyone in the square immediately started talking in low voices. Lan Yuwu, known as the second strongest of the Blue Rain clan, stood in the sky, looking at Lan Yuding and the armored guards lying on the ground below, and asked seriously, "What happened?" Lan Yuding knelt on one knee and whispered what had happened. After that, he pointed to the corpses of the armored guards on the ground and said sadly, "Elder, you must avenge our people." Chapter 31. Are you looking for death by attacking my demon sect members? Lan Yuwu looked at the people from the demon sect below. At this time, thousands of people from the demon sect had ascended, and among them, there were hundreds of people in the Tongshan realm. Lan Yuwu thought to himself that he might have to explore this continent in the future. There must be some great secrets in it. For now, he still needed to capture some high-level officials and ask them about the specific situation of that continent. Lan Yuwu's hands formed into claws and grabbed downwards. The air seemed to be locked. Even Lianqing and Bai Haoqian were so scared that they could hardly dodge. "How dare you!" A loud shout came from the stone tablet, and the sound formed a huge wave that rushed towards Lan Yuwu. Even Lan Yuwu was overwhelmed by the momentum. For a moment, it was as if he was facing the danger of death. Everyone in the entire square was shocked by the sound. Everyone's ears seemed to be filled with these two words: presumptuous, presumptuous. The sound waves seemed to be intentionally attacking the Blue Rain clan. Lan Yuwu was fine, but Lan Yuding and other members of the clan were directly shocked by the sound and bled from all 7 orifices. They covered their heads and screamed in pain. A dragon roar was heard from the stone tablet, and a huge magic dragon chariot rushed out from the stone tablet. Everyone in the square looked at the chariot, and saw inscriptions on both sides of it: "Holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world." In the middle stood a man wearing a magic dragon battle robe with a silver-black lightning between his eyebrows. The many forces below opened their mouths in surprise. What a powerful aura! How confident must one be in oneself to say such words? What a crazy sentence. There are actually people like this in the lower realm.
The man in the dragon robe flew up to the chase, and his whole body slowly exuded a huge aura, which directly suppressed everyone in the audience. Even Lan Yuwu felt the heavy pressure. Everyone looked at the man in disbelief and fear. Lan Yuwu looked at the man and shouted in disbelief, "How could there be a master of the eternal realm in the lower realm?" At this time, all the members of the demon cult inside the stone tablet had ascended to heaven. The stone tablet became dim again. More than 5,000 members of the demon cult knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, "Meet the master."
Get up!
The man on the flying carriage looked at Lan Yuwu, who was still resisting his momentum, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?
How dare you attack someone from my demon sect? Are you looking for death?" Lan Yuwu's mind was immediately filled with the words, "Are you looking for death?"
He covered his head and tried his best to use his internal energy to resist. Squatting on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, Lan Yuting looked at the demon-like figure flying up, feeling as if he were dreaming.
What was he seeing?
This person from the lower realm had actually ascended to the eternal realm. Was this a fucking joke? Yi Qing, who was pale from the pressure of the aura beside the square, pushed Shiman Di, who was already stunned, and said in horror, "Junior brother, is this the leader of the demon cult you mentioned? Didn't you say he was only at the peak of the martial emperor? But this guy is clearly at the eternal realm."
Simon was even more confused.
He was now wondering if there was something wrong with his memory, or if there had been changes in the time and space of the netherworld. In fact, countless years had already passed. Simon imagined it in an illusory way. Lan Yuwu reluctantly raised his head and looked at Zhou Qiong. "You have just descended from the lower realms and you are so overbearing.
Do you think you can be the king of my Black King city?"
Ha ha, Lan Yuwu is right. At this time, a loud laugh suddenly came from the sky, and a strange species with a height of 8 feet, black skin, and only one eye on its face appeared in the square. It exuded a powerful aura and actually resisted Zhou Qiong's aura. A creature with the same appearance below shouted, "It's me, Lord Longchang, the leader of the One-Eyed Clan." Longchang glanced at Zhou Qiong and said with a chuckle, "What a profound cultivation! You really must have ascended from the lower realms. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? When did our human race need to explain to you?" Zhou Qiong said while looking at Longchang with a frown. "You're right. When did our human race need to explain to you?" A sound of breaking air was heard in the air, and a young man with a long sword on his back appeared in the square. He was wearing a pure white gown and holding a folding fan in his hand, like a graceful young man. Yi Qing, who was below, saw the man appear and exclaimed, "Big brother." Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the person coming.
Shiman Di looked up at the man in white.
He had heard from Yi Qing before that their sword sect had a senior brother whose cultivation had broken through to the eternal realm a long time ago. Many people even suspected that his current cultivation had surpassed the old leader and that he was the sword sect's #1 master. The man folded his folding fan, bowed to Zhou Qiong, and said, "I am Shangguan Yun, a disciple of the sword sect." Zhou Qiong nodded and said, "I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demonic cult." Longchang, who was standing by, frowned at Shangguan Yun and said, "These people have all ascended from the lower realms. They must have some big secrets.
Shangguan Yun, do you really want to get involved in this mess?"
"I didn't say I wanted to get involved in this matter.
I just came here to make friends."
Shangguan Yun shook his fan, smiled softly, and waved at Zhou Qiong. "Brother Zhou, if you have time in the future, please come to my sword sect and sit down.
I will definitely open the bed to welcome you."
Zhou Qiong also nodded and said, "I will go when I have time."
"Brother Shangguan, please don't find me annoying."
Shangguan Yun laughed loudly and waved his sleeves, carrying Yi Tian, Yi Cheng, and Shiman Di and disappearing in the square. Shangguan Yun's words came from the sky, "Longchang, I hope to see you alive again in the future." Longchang looked towards the place where Shangguan Yun disappeared, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes.
Shangguan Yun's words just now clearly meant that he was no match for Zhou Qiong.
"Zhou Qiong, what secrets does your continent have? If you tell me, I will ensure the safety of all the members of your demon sect." Longchang said viciously.
"Who do you think you are? Why do I need you to protect the safety of my demon sect?"
Zhou Qiong said calmly. "You are looking for death, so you can't blame me. Longchang let out a strange cry, and a divine light shot out from the single eye on his head, breaking through the void and shooting towards Zhou Qiong. The smaller one-eyed man below shouted in admiration, "It's the holy light of annihilation, our clan's most powerful attack method. That demon cult leader is dead, but he should be proud to have died at the hands of our clan's holy light of annihilation." Zhou Qiong, who was on the flying sedan chair, stretched out a big hand, and a black vortex suddenly formed in front of him. The divine light of annihilation shot into it and disappeared without a trace. The vortex rushed forward and swallowed Longchang in one go. The vortex began to shake continuously. Zhou Qiong slowly withdrew his hand, the vortex disappeared, and Longchang's figure appeared. Longchang was kneeling on the ground with both knees, and his original appearance was completely unrecognizable. His left arm had disappeared, and his body was covered in blood. His only eye was also bleeding, as if he was blind, and he was shouting in grief. The people below were so frightened that they dared not speak at all. The one-eyed tribesman who was shouting just now also lowered his head, afraid that Zhou Qiong would notice him. "I've been a bit busy these days, and I'll definitely update in a few days." Chapter 32 7 Eternal Worlds, Great Teleportation Talisman. Longchang knelt on the ground, looked up at Zhou Qiong, and said in horror, "How is this possible? You are both at the 8th level of the Eternal Realm, how can you be so strong?" Zhou Qiong ignored Longchang. He looked up towards the east of Black King City. He felt a powerful aura rising into the sky in that direction. A dark green figure instantly broke through the air and came in front of Lan Yuwu. Judging from his appearance, he was also a member of the Lan Yu clan. The visitor glanced at the seriously injured Longchang and asked Lan Yuwu in a deep voice, "Lan Yuwu, what on earth happened?" Lan Yuwu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the newcomer, and recounted the events that had just taken place in the square. When he mentioned that all the members of the demon cult had ascended from the lower realms, the patriarch of the Blue Rain clan glanced in the direction of the demon cult with a meaningful look on his face. When Lan Yuwu said that Zhou Qiong had severely injured Longchang with only one move, the patriarch of the Blue Rain clan looked solemnly at Zhou Qiong, who was being chased by the demon dragon. The Blue Rain clan leader thought that since he could severely injure Longchang with one blow, his actual combat capability definitely surpassed the 8th level of the Eternal Realm, and might even have reached the peak of the Eternal Realm. The Blue Rain clan leader bowed to Zhou Qiong and said in a friendly manner, "I am Lan Yukong, the clan leader of the Blue Rain clan. According to the regulations of Black King City, my Blue Rain clan will guard the Ascension Square for the next 10 years. It may be due to some misunderstanding that we attacked someone from your sect. I hope you will not be offended." Then, Lan Yukong said, "I wonder if you could tell me what happened in the lower realm. I would be very grateful." Zhou Qiong looked at Lan Yukong. Although the other party's attitude was very good, his men had just killed many members of the Lan Yu clan. Now the other party was obviously afraid of his strength, and that was why he said this, but his own family knew his own family. Although Zhou Qiong was now at the 8th level of the Eternal Realm, and had seriously injured Longchang with one move, that was the result of the elixir he had taken. Not to mention that it could only last for 3 years, the limitation that he could only use 3 moves within 3 years made him a little distressed. He originally wanted to calm the situation here by seriously injuring Longchang of the One-Eyed clan. He would then take the people of the demon cult and leave the Black King City directly. After understanding the situation in the upper realm, he would make his future plans, but judging from Lan Yukong's current appearance, it is unlikely that he will be able to leave easily. When Zhou Qiong was about to answer Lan Yukong, he suddenly frowned, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Since you are here, why don't you come out and meet me?" Such a keen perception. I can't believe you just ascended from the lower realm. Several figures appeared in the air. Judging from their appearance, they should be from different forces, but they surrounded Zhou Qiong tacitly, cutting off his possibility of escape. One of them was a chubby, short man in yellow, also a human. He chuckled, and said what he had just said. Aside from him, the others were not human. Among them were 2 female demons with foxtails, both with charming expressions. There was also a tall minotaur with a bull's head and a human body. The only thing they all had in common was the aura of the 8th level of the Eternal Realm. The people below were already numb. In a short period of time, 7 masters of the Eternal Realm gathered in the square. This did not include Shangguan Yun of the Sword Sect, who had already left. 5 of the 8 major forces of the Black King City had already come, and the middle-aged human man looked at Zhou Qiong and said again,
Brother, I am Qian Sihai, the leader of the Dajang gang in Black King City. I am also curious about the secrets of your lower world. As a fellow human, as long as you are willing to tell me, I will guarantee your safety.
The others also remained silent, but their eyes were fixed on Zhou Qiong, indicating that they agreed with Qian Sihai's words. After all, the secrets of the lower world were more curious to them, so there was no need to embarrass Zhou Qiong. After all, Zhou Qiong is also a master of the 8th level of the Eternal Realm. There is no need to deal with him unless it is necessary. But if Zhou Qiong doesn't say it, they may not be so easy to talk to. Zhou Qiong knew that if he didn't tell these people about the situation in the lower realm today, they would not let him leave easily.
System, open them all.
I want to buy the Great Teleportation Talisman, okay, host?
The mall has been opened.
The Great Teleportation Talisman requires 300,000 villain points to purchase.
Are you sure you want to redeem it? Confirm the exchange.
Exchange successful, 300,000 villain points deducted, remaining villain points 80,000. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, showing a strange formation on it. Zhou Qiong looked at the people around him and said in a deep voice, "My demon sect is ascending this time and doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Once I'm settled, I'll have a good chat with you."
The Minotaur with a bull's head and a human's body shouted, "Do you think you can get away without explaining yourself today?"
A sledgehammer suddenly appeared in his hand, and it was obvious that he was planning to attack. Zhou Qiong ignored him, waved his hand, and crushed the teleportation talisman in his hand. The space began to fluctuate, and in an instant it enveloped all the members of the demon cult. Before everyone in the square could react, all the members of the demon cult disappeared. Qian Sihai was the first to react. He looked in the direction where the demon cult disappeared and exclaimed, "It's actually a teleportation talisman."
What grade of teleportation talisman is this?
It can actually teleport so many people at once. There is actually such a treasure in the lower realm. The others also cast aside their spiritual senses and searched everywhere.
Qian Sihai sighed and said leisurely, "Don't waste your time.
With a teleportation talisman of this level, the person must be no longer in Black King City."
Qian Sihai looked at Lan Yuding.
He knew that this was the leader of the guards that the Blue Rain clan had stationed in the square.
He directly questioned, "Did those people just ascend from that stone tablet?"
Lan Yuding looked at the clan leader Lan Yukong, and the leaders of several other forces also looked at Lan Yukong. Finally, Lan Yukong nodded slightly. After all, this was not a secret.
Many people in the square saw it. Qian Sihai asked Lan Yuding directly just to find out more quickly.
He didn't need to offend several major forces because of this matter. Lan Yuding pointed to a dim stone tablet in a corner of the square.
Qian Sihai's face turned gloomy. "Are you kidding me? How could a person fly up from a dim stone tablet?" Lan Yuding bowed to Qian Sihai and said, "Boss Qian, I didn't lie to you.
The group of people claiming to be from the demon cult did ascend from this stone tablet, but the stone tablet became dim after they ascended.
Many people present here have witnessed this."
Qian Sihai and others turned their heads to look at the crowd around them, and the crowd immediately echoed their words, saying that the demon cult ascended from that stone tablet. Qian Sihai and others looked at the stone tablet, and their faces became gloomy. Chapter 33 The demon cult's headquarters in the upper realm. On a barren mountain thousands of miles away from the Black King City, various animals were playing around. The space above the mountain began to fluctuate, and suddenly a large group of people in black came out of thin air.
A magic dragon chariot was hovering in the air.
They were the members of the demon cult who had moved over from the Black King City. Zhou Qiong on the magic dragon took out a mountain model from his hand. It was the upgraded version of the True Demon Mountain Protection Array, the Great True Demon Mountain Protection Array, which Zhou Qiong exchanged for 100,000 villain points. It was a true martial level array. Even if a master of the true martial realm came to challenge the mountain, he could not easily get in. Zhou Qiong waved his hand lightly, and the formation instantly covered the entire barren mountain. Slowly, a wisp of mist began to rise from the barren mountain, and it was difficult to see the situation inside from the outside.
"Where are the 4 divisions of heaven, earth, and yellow?"
Zhou Qiong said loudly. A group of people wearing masks of 4 kinds, diamond, gold, silver, and bronze, suddenly emerged from the crowd and answered, "I'm here. Understand the surrounding situation in the shortest possible time."
"Yes."
The 4 troops received the order and turned around to fly out of the mountain.
Everyone else, rest here.
This mountain will be the headquarters of our demon cult in the upper realm.
Yes.
The demon cult members answered, although this is a barren mountain, its height is not smaller than the demon peak in the lower realm, and it is even larger. This may be because the upper realm has abundant spiritual energy, so the mountains are abnormally tall, so this barren mountain is not noticeable among them. At once, all kinds of sounds were heard on the barren mountain. Some were starting to build a palace, some were controlling the river, and some were constructing roads.
Various sounds came one after another.
A huge stone tablet was also erected at the foot of the mountain with 3 big characters Tianma Peak written on it. This proved that the demon cult officially had its own territory in the upper realm Dai and the lower world. At the demonic peak of the Kangwu continent, the huge square was filled with young men, each of whose faces was filled with excitement, because they had passed the test and entered the demonic cult, the most powerful force on the continent. Li Changsheng, the head of the Azure Dragon sect, stood in the air above the square in a black robe. He spoke loudly, "You have all been carefully selected through numerous rounds of selection. You will all become pillars of our demon sect. You must remember the sect's rules and swear allegiance to the master until death."
Yes.
Many young men below bowed and saluted. Li Changsheng simply gave a few instructions to the people around him and left. He wanted to practice hard. He heard from the leader that the practice environment in the upper realm was better. He must work harder in the next 3 years and not fall too far behind everyone else. A purple-robed steward led the young men out of the square and toured the various locations of the heavenly demon cult.
Soon they reached the demon saint temple.
The purple-robed steward said casually, "This is the sacred place for our demon cult to practice. Only those who have made great contributions can enter."
Many young people looked at the demon saint temple in surprise.
How powerful must it be to be called a holy place for cultivation by the most powerful force in the continent, the demon cult? One of the young men in brocade robes whispered, "I know this. I have an uncle who went in there to practice 2 years ago. In just 2 months, he broke through from the peak of the martial emperor to the late martial emperor. Now he has ascended with the Lord's sect leader."
Really? I can break through 3 levels directly. What's inside this demon saint temple? Is it full of magical herbs and herbs?
The other young men all looked at the young man in brocade clothes in surprise. The young man in brocade clothes did not answer.
He knew what was inside.
He heard it from his uncle, but he didn't know if it was a secret. If he said it directly and made the manager unhappy, then he would lose more than he gained. The purple-robed steward glanced at the young man in brocade clothes meaningfully. He had a good impression of this young man.
Although he was flamboyant, he was well-mannered and knew what to say and what not to say.
At his age, he could be said to be 1 in a million. The crowd walked through the demon saint temple, visited some of the demon cult's many training places and retreat places, and finally came to the heavenly demon temple. Ever since the leader Zhou Qiong and others ascended to heaven, the heavenly demon temple has been in a semi-closed state. Now the person in charge, Li Changsheng, has been issuing orders in his own Qinglong temple. The purple-robed steward led the group into the heavenly demon hall. Inside, dozens of statues filled the hall, and in the center stood a statue 100 feet tall. The statue, clad in a dragon robe, bore a domineering expression. A streak of silver-black lightning between its brows added a touch of mystery. Its eyes, gleaming with endless black light, gazed skyward, as if it regarded the world with indifference. The many young men who had just stepped into the hall suddenly felt endless majesty. It was as if an ancient demon god appeared in their minds, fighting with the whole world, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood along the way. Suddenly, screams echoed throughout the hall. More than half of the young men fainted, and most of the rest lay wailing on the ground. Only 2 young men stood out. One was the young man in brocade clothes, and the other was the young man carrying a long sword. Although both of them were pale, they remained silent from beginning to end. This time, a guard next to the purple-robed steward said a few words to him softly and then retreated. Half a minute later, the pressure in the hall disappeared, and only 2 people were left standing. The rest of the people were awakened by the guards. The purple-robed steward said loudly to the young men, "Do you all recognize the statues in the hall?" Most of the young men present were confused. Although the names of the high-ranking members of the demon cult were well known throughout the continent, they were still too young and had only heard of their names but had no idea what they looked like. Only the young man in brocade clothes and the young man with a knife on his back looked calmer. The purple-robed steward looked at the young man in brocade clothes. The guard had just told him that this man was the third prince of the Dacian dynasty, and the one with a knife on his back was the young master of Huangsha Castle. You should all know the third Prince Qian, so please introduce him to everyone. The young man in brocade robe bowed to the purple-robed steward and said, Sir, my name is Qian Yuqi.
You can just call me Qian-san.
Then he turned around and looked at the many confused teenagers. You may have heard of him before, but you have never seen him.
The one in the middle is the supreme leader of our demon sect.
The one wearing a red robe next to the leader is our sect's chief steward, Master Lianqing. The one standing in the first place on the left in a white robe is the chief protector, Lord Bai Haotian.
The other 7 are the protectors Lord Ningwu, Lord Wei Xiao, Lord Sun Hao, Lord Zheng Yuan, Lord Chu Tianhe, Lord Han Su, and Lord Yang Rong. The 4 on the right are the head of the Azure Dragon Hall, Lord Li Changsheng, the head of the Black Tortoise Hall, Lord Wanli, the head of the White Tiger Hall, Lord Chu Kaishan, and the head of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Lord Bingli.
The first of the other 12 people is the Demon Rat King among the 12 Demon Kings, Lord Qin Shu. I only know the titles of the other 11 people, but not their specific names. Qian-san turned around, bowed to the purple-robed steward, and retreated back into the crowd. In fact, there were 4 people he had not introduced just now. They were the 4 statues hidden behind the leader, each wearing a different mask. The purple-robed steward waved his hand and said, Very good.
You should remember the names and appearances of the adults. It will be very helpful for your future ascension, yes.
This chapter mainly introduces the names of some high-level members of the demon cult, and then the protagonist officially begins his conquest of the upper realm.
Chapter 34. Unless he is the reincarnation of a mighty one in the upper realm, on the new demon peak, in a palace several times larger than the demon palace in the lower realm, Zhou Qiong was still sitting upright on the demon dragon chair, with De wearing a golden mask and Xianyi wearing a silver mask kneeling on one knee below him. Master, the area where my sect is currently located belongs to the Black King City in the Chaos Zone.
There are over 200 cities like the Black King City in the Chaos Zone, and the Black King City's jurisdiction covers an area of 1,000,000 miles. Each of these cities operates independently, making the entire Chaos Zone far larger than the Kangwu continent.
Outside, there are also some dynasties and sects whose jurisdictions are even more boundless. Because it's so far away, I haven't fully understood it yet.
Zhou Qiong nodded calmly. The system had said before that the upper realm was boundless, and this situation was within his expectations. Tell me about the situation in Black King City.
Yes, the Lord of Black King City is called Mulao.
It is said that he is a tree spirit that has cultivated to the true martial realm. He is the strongest person in the entire Black King City, but he is kind and never interferes in other people's affairs.
So now Black King City is jointly ruled by 8 major factions: the Blue Rain Clan, the Red Fox Clan, the Single-Eyed Clan, the Bullhead Clan, the Sword Sect, the Great River Gang, the Ghost Sect, and the Flower Clan.
Every 10 years, these major factions exchange control of the city square, allowing the ascended warriors to work for them for free for a few years, and also recruiting some talented talents.
Is there any other useful news?
According to the city guards, Elder Mu will celebrate his 3,000th birthday in a month.
The address will be the City Lord's Mansion.
A secret realm will also be opened at the same time.
I haven't heard the details yet.
Zhou Qiong nodded, and the 2 figures slowly disappeared into the hall. He thought to himself, Black King City, Zhou Qiong needed to take it within 3 years, so that the people of the lower realm demon sect could ascend safely. Ding, mission generating, participate in Mulao's birthday, obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm, successfully enter the secret realm, complete and improve the host's cultivation by 2 small levels, 200,000 villain points, no penalty for failure. Host, do you accept?
Accept.
Although Zhou Qiong didn't understand how to obtain the qualifications, he accepted it first and would know it naturally during his birthday party. In the city lord's mansion, in a huge courtyard, an old farmer was fiddling with the vegetables on the ground, turning the soil and watering them from time to time. Next to him, a charming young girl in a bright red dress kept saying something, but the old man never looked up and kept fiddling with the vegetables.
Oh, Mr. Mu, did you even listen to me? The fiery red girl stomped her feet in anger. The old man raised his head and said helplessly, I heard it. A lot of people just flew up from the lower world. Why are you so excited?
Master Mu, there were thousands of people ascending at once, and their leader was said to be extremely ferocious.
He crippled that one-eyed monster in Longchang right after he arrived. He's probably still recovering from his injuries. You little girl, don't you usually hate Longchang? How come you are not happy when someone helps you teach him a lesson?
The old man patted the dirt off his body helplessly.
Oh, I'm just curious. Master Mu, you said your birthday is in 2 days. Will that demonic cult leader come?
Why, our Miss Rose has grown up and is already thinking about love.
What are you talking about? I've never even seen him. I'm just curious. Who in the entire Black King City isn't curious right now? Master Mu, what secrets does the lower realm have that could allow such a giant to emerge? Okay, there are many wonders in the world. By the way, how is your cultivation going?
Mu Lao suddenly changed the subject.
The fiery red girl covered her ears, pretending not to hear, and ran away quickly. 2 days later, the city lord's mansion was filled with joy, and people were coming and going throughout the mansion. Today was the 3000th birthday of Mu Lao, the master of Black King City.
Although Mu Lao never took part in affairs, it could not change the fact that he was the strongest person in Black King City. No one dared to disrespect him, and all the forces, big and small, under the jurisdiction of Black King City came. 2 people at the door were waiting to welcome the guests, and they kept shouting out the guests' names.
Boss Qian of the Dajian gang has arrived. Head of the Blue Rain Clan, Lan Clan leader, has arrived. Sword Sect's Shangwan Yun has arrived. Red Fox tribe in the lobby, an old man was sitting on the upper seat.
He was none other than Mu Lao, the master of Black King City. A young girl in red was pouring wine for the old man. There were 4 seats on each side, and 7 of them were already occupied. They were none other than the leaders of the 8 major forces in Black King City. There are hundreds of scattered seats below, which are reserved for small forces or independent cultivators. The 2 tree people at the door were still shouting loudly. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in front of them.
The leader was wearing a dragon robe and looked domineering. The 2 behind him were one with a handsome face and a red robe, and the other was dressed in black and wore a silver mask. They were Zhou Qiong, Lian Shang, and Xian Yi. One of the tree people bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, "Did you bring your invitation?"
Zhou Qiong said calmly, "There is no invitation. I heard that the master of Black King City is celebrating his birthday today, so I came here specially to congratulate him."
Isn't that okay? At the same time, Zhou Qiong exuded a domineering aura and pressured the 2 of them. Another treeman quickly said, "Okay. I don't know which faction you belong to, so we'll just let you know.
I am the leader of the demon cult." After saying this, Zhou Qiong took Lianqing and Xuanyi directly into the mansion without waiting for the 2 to report. The 2 tree people did not dare to stop them because of their power. The leaders of the various factions were chatting inside. Xian Sihai pointed to an empty spot across from them and said loudly, "I think we should evacuate this position. Longchang is currently recuperating in some remote corner, so he can't come at all." A man sitting across from him, dressed in black and wearing a black cloth, exuding a ghostly aura, slammed the table. "I say, Longchang is such a loser, to be so severely injured by someone who just descended from the lower realms.
I think his one-eyed clan isn't worthy of joining us as one of the 8 great powers of Black King City." A woman wearing pink and looking like a human but with a fox tail also said softly, "I think so too. Longchang's injuries are probably too severe to recover. Let's just give him to their tribe as a replacement."
At this time, a young man was standing behind Xian Sihai, carrying a long sword on his back and wearing a ring on his right hand, which occasionally emitted a blue light. He listened to the leaders of many forces talking about the leader of the demon cult. His face was very ugly and his eyes were full of disbelief. It was Zhao Li who disappeared in the Kangwu continent.
"Old Fu, do you think that the leader of the demon cult has really reached the Eternal Realm? He was able to severely injure the one-eyed clan leader who was at the Eternal 8th Realm with one strike?"
The ring emitted a faint light, and a few words appeared in Zhao Li's mind. "His cultivation speed is indeed too fast, comparable to some princes and saints of the imperial dynasties in Holy Lands, but he is not even that, unless he is the reincarnation of a great being." Jolly frowned when suddenly a loud shout came from outside.
The demon cult leader has arrived.
Chapter 35. From now on, he belongs to me. Do you have any objections? The sound of congratulations from outside instantly surprised everyone in the room. Oh my god, he actually dared to come to the city lord's mansion.
Doesn't he know that we are all here?
The Minotaur touched his horns and said harshly. The other people all looked gloomily at the three people who walked in. Even Mulao, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at the newcomers. The girl in red who was pouring wine for Mulao looked up at the newcomers with curiosity in her eyes. The leaders of many small forces below also started discussing it.
These three people are the members of the demonic cult who flew up from the lower realm.
I heard that this guy crippled Lord Longchang with just one move.
I wonder how high his cultivation level must be. He actually dared to come here. Isn't he afraid of death?
Jingsheng, if he heard you, you'd be courting death.
It's obvious he's not a righteous man. He's not someone you or I can afford to offend.
Zhou Qiong and the other two hurried into the hall, bowed and said, I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demonic cult. I heard that you, Master Mu, are celebrating your birthday, so I came to congratulate you.
I wonder if you would welcome me.
Mulao smiled and nodded. Since you are here, you are a guest. Please take a seat. The Minotaur beside him said jokingly, there's no room up here.
Master Zhou, please find a seat down below.
The others also looked at Zhou Qiong and the other two with a joking look on their faces. Zhou Qiong didn't respond. He took the two of them and walked directly to Longchan's original seat and sat down. Lianqing Xuani and the other two stood behind him. After sitting down, he said in a deep voice, this should be the seat of the one-eyed monster.
From now on, it belongs to me. Do you have any objections?
Zhou Qiong exuded an infinite aura and was surrounded by infinite demonic energy, as if an ancient demon god was sitting there. For a moment, no one dared to respond.
Ahem, Mulao, who was sitting in the upper seat, coughed lightly, and the pressure in the hall dissipated instantly. Since sect leader Zhou wants to sit there, then sit down.
Seeing that Mulao had spoken, the others stopped talking. On Zhou Qiong's left was Shang Guanyun, whom he had met last time, and on his right was the leader of the Red Fox clan. Shang Guanyun raised the wine in his glass to Zhou Qiong with a smile. Zhou Qiong also picked up the glass, took a sip, and nodded with a smile. The girl in red who was pouring wine for Mulao stood up and said loudly, now that the guests are here, let's begin the ceremony. A member of the Lan Yukon clan came out from behind him and shouted, the Lan Yu clan sends a Xianyang golden pill to wish Elder Mu a long life. The Red Fox tribe also shouted loudly, the Red Fox tribe sends a piece of Wanzakonking, wishing Mulao eternal youth. Taoren sent Sword Sect sends Dajiang Gang sent first, the 7 major factions, and then some smaller factions began to offer gifts, each of which was a rare and precious treasure, but the Elder Mu, who was sitting at the top, had a smile on his face from beginning to end.
It seemed that nothing could catch his attention. At this time, the Ghost Tribe leader who was full of ghostly aura laughed sinisterly and said, Ha, Master Zhou, are you attending Mulao's birthday party without even bringing a gift? You are looking down on Mulao.
When the others heard this, they all looked at Zhou Qiong. They were very happy to see someone trying to make things difficult for Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong ignored everyone and looked up at Mulao. The silver-black lightning between his eyebrows began to emit a faint light, and then the light disappeared. Mulao looked at Zhou Qiong in surprise. When Zhou Qiong looked at him just now, he actually felt that he was seen through. You know, he has the cultivation level of Jinwu realm. It seems that this demon cult leader really has some tricks. Zhou Qiong lowered his head and thought secretly. This old man Mu's true form turned out to be a fairy peach tree. It was radiant with light and also revealed a sense of confinement. It should be on the verge of a breakthrough, but could not break through due to the limitations of its true form.
System, is there anything that can help the fairy peach tree break through its limitations? Some hosts possess immortal essence, a treasure of the plant race.
1 drop can help them break through the limitations of their original body.
100,000 villains are worth 1 drop. System, how much villain value do I have left?
The host currently has 80,000 villain points remaining. System, help me exchange half a drop of immortal essence.
Okay, the exchange for half a drop of immortal essence is successful.
The cost is 50,000 villain value, and the remaining villain value is 30,000. A porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand.
He handed it to Xianyi and gave him a few instructions. Xianyi walked to the center of the hall with the porcelain bottle in his hand, facing Mu Lao, and shouted loudly, "The demon cult congratulates Mu Lao on his birthday and presents him with half a drop of immortal essence. I wish Mu Lao great progress in his cultivation and a higher level." What?
Mu Lao, who was always calm, stood up directly, waved his hand, and the porcelain bottle in Xianyi's hand instantly appeared in his hand. He slowly opened the porcelain bottle, and a fragrance instantly filled the hall.
Others were not surprised, but the plant clan in the field seemed to be under fatal temptation, and they all looked at the porcelain bottle with desire. Mu Lao closed the bottle cap, waved his hand to dispel the fragrance in the hall, carefully put away the porcelain bottle, turned around and bowed to Zhou Qiong. "Thank you for the gift, Master Zhou, it's so thoughtful." Although everyone in the field had never heard of the name of the immortal essence, they could tell from Mu Lao's reaction that it was definitely not an ordinary thing.
You know, after they presented the gifts, Mu Lao didn't even nod his head. Lan Yekon looked at Zhou Qiong with a plundering gaze. If this hadn't been at Mu Lao's birthday party, he would have rushed over and grabbed Zhou Qiong, plundering everything he had. But wanting to do something and being able to do it were two different things. The girl in red next to Mu Lao looked at Zhou Qiong deeply. She was more interested in this mysterious leader of the demon cult. Just now, when Mu Lao opened the porcelain bottle, she was the closest to it. The fragrance emitted from it alone made her feel like a breakthrough. She really didn't know what kind of treasure this fairy Mara was. The red-dressed girl stood up.
It's still the same old rules. Each major faction sends 2 Tongshan realm masters to participate in the competition.
In the end, 8 people will be selected to qualify to enter the Kongtong secret realm.
Each of the 8 major factions will select one person to directly advance to the finals.
After saying this, he looked at Zhou Qiong again and added, "The original qualification of the Single-Eyed clan will be taken over by the demon cult. The competition officially begins. Let's have a feast." Countless maids suddenly came up from both sides, holding trays filled with various rare fruits, and placed them on the tables of the leaders of the major forces. 2 maids brought fruit plates and placed them on Zhou Qiong's table. One of them pointed to a fairy peach placed alone on a plate and said softly, "This is what Elder Mu specially prepared for Master Zhou." Zhou Qiong looked at the fairy peach, which was gleaming with light. It was clearly different from the other fruits. He turned to look at Mu Lao and then laughed. This Mu Lao is really willing to give it away. Chapter 36, Ruthless Lian Xing. Zhou Qiong picked up the fairy peach and took a bite. It melted in his mouth. He immediately felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing into his abdomen, then continuously spreading throughout his body, increasing his physical strength. Zhou Qiong finished the peach in a few bites. A crackling sound echoed within him, and his aura shifted slightly before quickly vanishing. Because it happened so quickly, no one in the room noticed anything wrong with the peach Zhou Qiong had eaten. They simply assumed it was an ordinary exotic fruit. Only Mu Lao looked at Zhou Qiong with a hint of doubt. An attribute panel appeared in Zhou Qiong's mind. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Woody. Position: Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation: Tongshan 9th level, contains the momentum of the 9th level of the ancient times. Martial arts: Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic art level 2 mount. Dragon Chariot. A peach directly allowed Zhou Qiong to improve a small level. If Zhou Qiong's foundation was not so strong, he might have improved even more. This shows the preciousness of this fairy peach. Zhou Qiong looked at Mu Lao deeply. This peach and even this peach tree must be obtained. This will be of great help to the increase of the power of the demon cult. Mu Lao, who was sitting in the first seat, suddenly felt a chill in his body. He seemed to feel that someone had bad intentions towards him, but he didn't know who it was. At this point, for seated contestants had already emerged from the arena. A mysterious wave seemed to be emanating from the arena, suppressing each contestant's cultivation to the first level of Tongxian. Furthermore, a massive protective shield confined any remaining damage within the arena. The red-dressed girl said loudly, "Okay, the qualifying round is over. Each major force will send its own people to compete with the seeded players. In the end, 6 winners will be selected and qualify to enter the secret realm. Each of the forces present sent one person to participate. Zhou Qiong also sent Lianxing. The 8 contestants from the major forces and the 4 seeded contestants began to draw lots and compete in pairs. Each person fought 3 games, and the 6 people with the most wins won.at this time. Xianyi came to Zhou Qiong's ear and whispered a few words. Zhou Qiong frowned and looked at the arena. At this time, a young man with a sword was fighting with a minotaur. The swordsmanship of the young man was very magical and he had completely suppressed the minotaur, but this was not what Zhou Qiong noticed. What Zhou Qiong noticed was the ring on his right hand. If Xianyi hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about Zhao Li. He originally wanted to kill him directly in Kangwu continent, but he didn't expect that he had ascended to the upper realm and advanced. It seems that his cultivation has been upgraded to the 5th level of Tongxian. He is worthy of being the protagonist with an old grandfather. He upgrades very quickly. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to kill him as soon as possible. Ah, you pervert! A woman in red clothes and a fox tail shouted, covering her face. A sword mark appeared on her face, and it was bleeding profusely. A man in a red robe stood opposite him. He slowly retracted his sword, walked out of the arena, and said in a cold voice, "If this were any other time, you would have already been a corpse." A nearby treeman referee shouted, "Demon cult Lianqing wins." The competition was still going on. The woman in red who had been pouring wine next to Mulao also came out to participate in the competition. She represented the Flower Clan. Her true form was a red rose. She was very skilled in throwing knives and won 2 games in a row. In the end, she lost to Zhao Li in the 3rd game. The sword sect sent Shiman Di's senior sister, Yi Qing, to participate in the battle. Unfortunately, she encountered Zhao Li and Huame Gui in 2 consecutive matches and was defeated directly. The seeded players from the smaller forces were simply there to go through the motions and show up in front of Master Mu. They would not and dared not compete for the qualification to enter the secret realm. After 2 hours of duel, 4 winners have been selected in the square, namely Lan Yuding from the Blue Rain clan, Huame Gui from the Flower clan, Niu Kuei from the Bull Head clan, and Giki from the Ghost clan. The last 2 remaining were Lianqing and Zhao Li, representing the Dajiang gang. Originally, they had each won 2 matches and could have won directly, but Zhao Li disagreed and insisted on fighting Lianqing. The treeman referee said loudly, "In the end, the demon cults Lianqing and the Dajiang clan's Zhao Li will compete. Regardless of the winner, they will both gain the qualification to enter the secret realm." The 2 stood on either side of the fighting arena. Zhao Li looked at Lian Shang with hatred. "Do you still remember the Yulong sword sect that your demon sect wiped out? I am a disciple of the Yulong sword sect. Today I will avenge the Yulong sword sect. I will kill you first, then Zhou Qiong, until all the members of the demon sect are gone." Lianqing knocked the long sword in his hand and said in a cold voice, "Yulong sword sect, maybe. My demon sect has destroyed countless sects as numerous as the stars. Who knows which one you are talking about? If you seek revenge on my demon sect, I don't think you will even survive today." Lianqing didn't give Zhao Li a chance to speak after he finished speaking. The long sword in his hand turned into a sword light and instantly slashed towards Zhao Li. Zhao Li used his sword to block it. The fighting arena was instantly filled with sword lights. The speed of the 2 swords became faster and faster. For a moment, it seemed that the only sound in the arena was the collision of 2 swords. The more Zhao Li fought, the more uncomfortable he felt. Ever since he obtained the inheritance of the sword god, he had never met an opponent at the same level as him, and he could even fight across realms. But now Lian Shang was obviously at the same level as him, but he couldn't defeat the opponent at all. Instead, he was confused by the opponent's desperate fighting style. Shang Guanyun, who was sitting in his seat, looked deeply at Lianqing who was fighting. What a brutal swordsmanship, without any defense, cruel to the enemy and to himself. A strange scene appeared on the field. Lianqing's desperate fighting style made both of them start to fight for their lives. 72 moves of the Exorcist sword technique combined into one. Sword cuts through the sky. A huge aftermath caused the protective shield of the fighting arena to begin to shake. When the aftermath dissipated, the 2 people fighting in the arena were revealed. Everyone looked hurriedly and saw Lianqing standing in the fighting arena, covered in blood, with a long sword piercing his chest. Lianqing slowly pulled out the sword and threw it on the ground, then turned and walked out of the arena and returned to Zhou Qiong's back. Zhao Li on the opposite side had been cut into 2 pieces, with blood constantly oozing from his mouth. Although this kind of injury would not kill a Tangshan realm cultivator, it was enough to damage his foundation, and the long sword that Lianqing had just pierced through his heart was pulled out directly, which obviously injured his foundation. He would rather sacrifice his own foundation than destroy the foundation of others. This Lianqing was really cruel. Everyone looked at Lianqing with a hint of fear in their eyes. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting in front of Lian Shang, was even more shocked. He thought that to be able to subdue such a ruthless person, how ruthless must the leader of the demon cult be? He felt that he must not offend him at all. The Treeman referee also trembled and shouted loudly, "The demon sect Lianqing wins." The people from the Dajiang gang rushed to rescue Zhao Li, continuously feeding him elixir and reconnecting the two parts of his body. Chapter 37, Kongtong's Secret Realm, Ancient Monsters. The competition is over, and the ones who have obtained the qualification to enter the Secret Realm are the Blue Rain Clan, the Flower Clan, the Bullhead Clan, the Ghost Clan, the Dajiang Gang, and the Demon Cult, said the girl in red with a smile. The banquet continued until the evening. Many guests had left, and even the Red Fox Clan and the Sword Sect, who had not qualified, left the city lord's mansion unwillingly. Before leaving, Shang Wanyan specially greeted Zhou Qiong and invited Zhou Qiong to visit the sword sect again. At this time, a girl in red came up to Zhou Qiong and said to him with a smile, "Hello, my name is Red Rose. They say you ascended from the lower realm. Is that true?" "Yeah." Zhou Qiong nodded coldly. "Is that Lianqing one of your men? He's so powerful." Where is your demonic cult? Is it convenient for me to visit it when I have time?" Why are you being so perfunctory? Do you hate me?" Zhou Qiong frowned as he looked at the girl in front of him who was asking endless questions. "If you don't have anything else to do, please stop hanging around in front of me." When the girl heard this, she seemed to find it unbelievable. She gritted her teeth in anger and finally stomped her feet and ran away. Mu Lao stood up from his seat and said softly, "The time has come, follow me." Everyone followed Mu Lao to the back of the city lord's mansion. They walked for half an hour before they arrived at a waterfall. Yes, there was a waterfall in the city lord's mansion, which shows how big the city lord's mansion is. Mu Lao pointed at the waterfall and said, "Behind this is the Kongtong Secret Realm. According to the rules, the 6 winning families at the Tangshan realm will enter first, and 3 hours later, those at the Qiangu realm will enter." It was obvious that the other families were not participating in this kind of activity for the first time, and they let their disciples in directly. Even Zhao Li, who was weak and seriously injured, flew into the waterfall. Lianqing bowed to Zhou Qiong and turned to enter the waterfall. After everyone entered the secret realm, the place in front of the waterfall became eerily quiet for a while, and Zhou Qiong also began to close his eyes and rest. Qian Sihai and others on the side were silently communicating. "We must seize this opportunity since Zhou Qiong offered himself to us. His world definitely holds a great secret. Yeah, I was wondering how long he would hide, but I didn't expect him to show up on his own initiative. He's courting death. Okay, after entering the secret realm, if you find any trace of him, send a message immediately. Don't think about taking it all for yourself. Zhou Qiong is not someone you can easily deal with." Then it's settled. Whoever contributes the most will take the most treasures, and will share them in secret. If anyone breaks the rules, everyone else will punish them together. Good. Zhou Qiong didn't know that the people behind him were figuring out how to deal with him, and of course he wouldn't care even if he knew. 3 hours passed quickly. Mu Lao coughed lightly, and the leaders quickly flew into the waterfall. Mu Lao looked at Zhou Qiong, who had not yet entered, and whispered, "There is a kind of immortal stone in the secret realm. There are very few of them, but they are very helpful for cultivation. There are also some wild beasts in it. They have no intelligence and will attack any intruders. The secret realm will automatically close in 3 days. You must leave within 3 days." Zhou Qiong nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Mu, for telling me." Then he strode into the waterfall. As soon as Zhou Qiong entered the waterfall, he felt a wave of space transfer. After the wave disappeared, Zhou Qiong's eyes lit up and he appeared on a mountain peak. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains within 1,000,000 miles around him. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission to enter the secret realm. Rewards are being distributed. Suddenly, Zhou Qiong's aura continued to increase, and it was as if some shackles inside his body were opened. His aura even caused the secret realm to become unstable. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Woody. Position: Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation: Eternal Level 1. The aura on his body is that of the true martial level 1. Martial arts: Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic art level 2. Mount, Dragon Chariot System. As I improve my cultivation, will my aura also increase? No, the pills you took can only increase your aura to the first level of Jinwu at most. At the same time, you can use 2 moves of the first level of Jinwu realm. Zhou Qiong nodded silently. He knew that the effect of the elixir would not last forever. On the mountain peak, a beast that looked like a lion or tiger looked at Zhou Qiong with red eyes, but was so frightened by the demonic energy all over Zhou Qiong's body that it didn't dare to get close to him. However, it didn't leave, but kept growling. Zhou Qiong uttered a sigh. A beast from the Tongshan realm is not afraid of my Jinwu realm aura. This secret realm seems to be really not simple. After killing the beast with a wave of his hand, Zhou Qiong, who was about to leave, suddenly had a serious expression, and light began to emanate from between his eyebrows. Finally, a black vertical pupil appeared directly, emitting countless rays of light. Where the vertical pupil saw the beast's death, a wisp of blood-black smoke slowly emerged from the corpse, then sank into the ground until it disappeared. Zhou Qiong frowned. He seemed to see an ancient monster roaring underground, but he couldn't see clearly what it was. Without hesitating for too long, Zhou Qiong stood up and flew towards the distance. A voice just came from there. Not long after flying, Zhou Qiong saw a girl in red. It was the Red Rose of the Flower Clan. She was holding a stone emitting white light in her hand. It should be the fairy stone that Mu Lao mentioned. The girl in red also saw Zhou Qiong and immediately put away the immortal stone. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Master Zhou, what a coincidence. Immortal stone, take it out." A cold voice came from Zhou Qiong's mouth. "I found this, how could you steal it? Don't you know the principle of first come, first served? How could a weak woman like you steal it from me? Everything I see belongs to me. Hand it over or you will die." Zhou Qiong stretched out his right hand, and demonic light overflowed from it. No, I am Mu Lao's granddaughter. If you want to kill me, Mu Lao will not let you go." Hong Meigui saw that she had no choice but to use Mu Lao to scare Zhou Qiong, but her palm did not stop. Red Rose only felt a breath of death enveloping her. She knew that if she did not hand it over, the other party would really kill her. She did not care about being shocked and quickly took out the fairy stone and threw it to Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong took the fairy stone in his hand and looked at it carefully. Hong Meigui, who was standing beside him, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhou Qiong no longer attacked her. She thought she was dead just a moment ago. Zhou Qiong used his divine demon eye to examine the immortal stone and discovered that besides the astonishing amount of energy within, there was also a wisp of white mist lingering within it, which must be the so-called immortal energy. This immortal stone was essential for cultivation in the Daluo realm, and even more so for those below the Daluo realm, as it could rapidly elevate one's cultivation realm and was extremely rare. Zhou Qiong put away the immortal stone, glanced at Red Rose, and said in a cold voice, "This time, for the sake of Elder Mu, I will spare you. There won't be a next time." After saying that, Zhou Qiong turned around and disappeared in front of Hong Meigui. Hong Meigui's face was terribly red at this time. She was not scared by Zhou Qiong, but was angry. She liked Zhou Qiong a little when she first met him, but she didn't expect that she was nothing in his eyes. Chapter 38 Ashura Blood Wonder. This time, Zhou Qiong flew for a whole day but didn't see anyone else entering the secret realm, nor did he find the immortal stone. This secret realm was indeed terrifyingly large, and Zhou Qiong flew for a whole day but still couldn't see the end. Zhou Qiong kept flying towards the west because he felt as if something was attracting him and guiding him to that place. This time, 500 kilometers underground in front of Zhou Qiong, Jolly was exploring a cave with a pale face. "Old Fu, are you sure there's a powerful righteous inheritance here? Why is it that the more I walk around, the more eerie and bloody it becomes, as if there's an unparalleled demon inside? My soul has been severely damaged, and my memory is very vague, but I do have some memories of this place, and there is definitely a righteous inheritance in it." Zhao Li didn't say anything and continued to walk into the cave. On the other side of the cave, Lianqing, dressed in red, was also exploring the cave. He fell into the cave by accident and originally wanted to go out immediately, but his intuition told him that there was an opportunity for him here. This time, Zhao had entered a secret room with a bronze statue in the middle.
Mr. Fu, what do you think of this secret room?
This should be a teleportation chamber.
Try twisting the left hand of the bronze statue on the right.
After hearing this, Zhao moved the bronze statue's right hand, and the entire secret room suddenly came alive.
A dense and complex formation appeared on the ground.
The bronze statue's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of light, enveloping Zhao, and disappeared in the secret room before he could react. Above the cave, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. It was Zhou Qiong. He frowned as he looked down. His intuition told him that there was something below calling him.
Without hesitation, Zhou Qiong attacked the ground.
Suddenly, an unfathomable pit appeared on the ground, and Zhou Qiong jumped down 100,000 meters below the cave. Zhao looked at the scene in front of him with a confused look. He was in a cave. Above the cave, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a stone chair. He had a square face with a resolute expression, and was wearing a suit of armor. He opened his eyes and looked at Zhao. The figure said calmly, "You actually have the aura of the sword god on your body.
Who is he to you?"
Zhao bowed and said, "Senior, I am the descendant of the sword god from another era. I passed the examination in his mausoleum and became his last disciple."
Ha ha ha.
The person in the upper seat sounded as if he had heard a huge joke. The sword god's mausoleum, his last disciples, he probably doesn't even know how many last disciples like you he has.
Besides, he's not dead, so where would there be a mausoleum?
Zhao looked at the armored man in front of him with confusion and asked anxiously, "Do you know my master?"
"He is not dead yet."
The armored man moved his body, which seemed to have not moved for a long time, and said in a deep voice, "I dare not say much about his affairs.
You will know it later."
Before Zhao could react, the man continued, "I originally planned to find a successor, but I didn't expect it to be reserved in advance. Listen carefully, kid. This clone of the general has been ordered to suppress the evil demons here for 2,000 years.
Now the time has come and it's time to disperse. Since you are here, I will teach you a move. How much you can learn depends on your ability."
After saying that, the armored man stood up, a spear appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Gun shocks the world." The spear shook rapidly, and there was obviously no spiritual energy fluctuation, but it was as if a general appeared in front of Zhao's eyes, suppressing thousands of evil demons, and his mind was attracted to it for a moment. The armored man looked at Zhao, who seemed to have an epiphany, and nodded with a smile. Then he sighed and his figure slowly disappeared. Before he completely disappeared, the armored man suddenly looked towards the west, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The west is the place where evil spirits are suppressed. At this time, in a huge cave in the west, a skinny, blood-red monster about 100 feet tall is roaring constantly. There are countless chains tied to his body, and each chain has a talisman attached to it. Whenever the monster tries to break free, the talisman emits light and suppresses the monster again. The monster suddenly stopped struggling. At this moment, a man wearing a dragon battle robe was standing 100 feet in front of him.
"Finally, someone is here. I am, Ashura Sweki. I have been waiting for you for a long time."
The monster who called himself Ashura seemed to be used to roaring and had not spoken for a long time. The man in front of him was Zhou Qiong. After continuously attacking the ground, he fell into the cave. Looking at the monster in front of him who claimed to be a Ashura clan member, Zhou Qiong could feel that the inexplicable attraction was emanating from him.
"Human, what do you want?"
"I'll satisfy you, as long as you do me a favor."
The monster stared at Zhou Qiong with blood-red eyes, and traces of evil spirit invisible to the naked eye on the ground kept drilling into his body. Zhou Qiong looked at the evil spirit and suddenly understood. It turned out that the animals on the ground were affected by this monster and had lost their rationality and only knew how to attack the enemy. After death, the evil spirit would enter the monster's body. Judging from the appearance of this monster, it was unknown how long it had been suppressed. It must have survived for so long by absorbing the evil spirit. Zhou Qiong looked at the monster and said calmly, "What benefits can you give me?" The monster pondered for a moment and said, "I can help you improve your cultivation. I see that you are only at the first level of the Jinwu realm. If you do me a favor, I will teach you the supreme secret method of my Shura clan, which will allow you to enter the Daluo realm within 100 years. System, if the other party wants to take over my body, will it succeed?
No matter who it is or what level of cultivation they have, they cannot take over the host's body. Please rest assured, host. Zhou Qiong heard the system's affirmative answer and looked at the monster. What do you need me to do for you? The monster said softly, as long as you tear off the talisman on the third chain on the left, it will be fine with your true martial realm cultivation. I need to get some benefits first. You have to show me something that makes me want to do something. It's not a good habit to get something for nothing. The Azura monster looked at Zhou Qiong's furious face and reluctantly spat out a blood-red bead from its mouth. With a look of pain on its face, it offered it to Zhou Qiong. This is the Azura Pearl, a treasure of my Azura clan. Using it can increase your cultivation speed fivefold. Zhou Qiong picked up the bead, which contained infinite evil spirits and countless wrong souls roaring constantly. It was obvious that it was cultivated by killing countless races. People with low concentration would go crazy and be controlled by it just by looking at this bead. He looked up at the monster and said, "You are plotting against me." Chapter 39 Swallowing Shura and Killing Fulao. The Shura monster roared, "No, seeing the overwhelming demonic energy surrounding you, you must have killed many people. Plus, with your true martial realm cultivation, your mind won't be affected by it." Zhou Qiong looked at Shura, and a vortex appeared in his hand and directly swallowed the bead. Suddenly, his whole body was filled with turbulent energy, and endless evil spirits surrounded Zhou Qiong. Countless wrong souls roared in his body, but they were all restrained by the vortex on Zhou Qiong's body, and finally slowly returned to calm for a moment. Zhou Qiong's aura increased again, mixed with a hint of murderous intent and evil intentions, making people dare not look directly at him. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position: Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation: Eternal Realm, 3rd level. Momentum: True Martial Realm, 1st level. Martial Arts: Demonic God, Sky Life and Death Hand, God End. Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic Art Level 2. Mount, Dragon Chariot. Ashura Pearl allowed Zhou Qiong's cultivation to rise by 2 levels. How is this possible? Roar! Shura Sweki widened his blood-red eyes. He had just lost contact with the Shura Pearl, which he had cultivated using a secret method after slaughtering billions of lives. He had originally just wanted to stabilize Zhou Qiong, but he didn't expect it to disappear directly. Judging from Zhou Qiong's condition just now, it was very likely that the pearl had been absorbed by him. After a long while, Shura Blood Wizard calmed down and said to Zhou Qiong in a deep voice, "You have taken the things and used them up. It's time for you to help me get the talisman." Zhou Qiong did not hesitate when he heard that. He walked directly to the chain designated by Xue Qi and gently uncovered the talisman. The moment he uncovered the talisman, Zhou Qiong felt something suddenly drilled into his body. "Ha, I finally broke free from the confinement. Just wait, if you dare to confine me, I will tear you into pieces and grind your bones into ashes when I recover my cultivation." Ha ha. The voice of Sweki's oath kept ringing in Zhou Qiong's mind. Hey, why is there something wrong with the cultivation of this body? The physique is quite strong, and the foundation is also amazing, but this spirit, what the hell? System, you solved it. Well, it's solved. I didn't leave any memory fragments or anything. Destroy it directly, leaving nothing behind. Shura Sweki died without understanding why he died. He had been planning for thousands of years, using a secret method to separate his soul from his body and attach it to an iron chain, just so that he could be reborn. He finally fooled a human being, but he didn't expect to be killed by the system directly without even a chance to beg for mercy. The Shura's body on the iron chain instantly lost its breath and turned into a Shura corpse. Just as Zhou Qiong was about to turn around and leave, his eyes suddenly focused. He actually felt that the attraction still existed, which was coming from Shura's body. The divine and demonic eyes between the eyebrows kept twitching, as if they were about to emerge automatically. The eyes kept sending longing thoughts to Zhou Qiong, as if they wanted Zhou Qiong to eat Shura. Without hesitation, Zhou Qiong used all his strength to activate the heaven-devouring demonic art, forming a huge vortex that enveloped Shura's body. Suddenly, the entire Shura was enveloped by the vortex until it slowly disappeared. For a moment, Zhou Qiong's body was filled with blood and flames, and his whole body was swelling as if it was about to explode. The devil's eye between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a black light that enveloped Zhou Qiong. Slowly, Zhou Qiong's body began to return to normal. The god and demon eye at the center of the eyebrows was still slowly emitting light.
If you look closely, you can see that in addition to the god and demon ring slowly rotating inside, there is also a long sword standing upright in the middle, with endless bloodlight flowing on the blade. Item: Eye of God and Demon, broken, breeding divine weapons, the divine demon ring, the divine demon sword. The god and demon sword is a supreme divine weapon bred by the god and demon eye. It absorbs blood and souls for nourishment and can launch a divine and demonic attack. The power of the attack depends on the amount of blood and souls absorbed. Zhou Qiong pondered silently. It seemed that this god and demon eye could recover from damage by devouring things. He needed to pay attention to such things in the future. Another hidden trick had appeared, and it was very timely for Zhou Qiong. Furthermore, after swallowing Shura with such force just now, his heaven-devouring demon art had actually broken through a level, reaching the 3rd level, and his cultivation had also risen to the 5th level of the Eternal Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission Devour Shura, and be rewarded with 200,000 villain points. With a bang, the stone wall on Zhou Qiong's left was suddenly knocked open, and a figure with a sword on his back walked out from inside, muttering something. This wall is really strong. I finally broke through. The roar just now came from inside. Old Fu, what level of cultivation do you think that armored man who claimed to be a general just now has? He's at least at the Daluo realm. Since he knows the sword god, you'll meet again sooner or later. When the time comes, just don't forget this good relationship with him. Zhou Qiong chuckled at the mumbling figure, then struck out with a palm without hesitation. What? Why is he here? Run! Fu Lao was the first to react and shouted loudly in the ring. Zhao Li didn't bother to say anything after hearing this, and turned to run towards the cave. However, the palm's speed far exceeded his escape speed, and it was about to kill him directly. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on Zhao Li's body, enveloping him and moving him horizontally for 100 meters. Barely avoiding the attack, the blue light flashed again and was about to teleport Zhao Li out of here, but suddenly a black halo appeared above Zhao Li's head, slowly rotating. No matter how the blue light flashed, it could not break through the space. Oh no, Zhao Li, his halo has the effect of suppression and blocking. I can't break through the space at all. Old Fu shouted weakly in the ring. Zhao Li looked at Zhou Qiong, who was grinning sinisterly in front of him. Demon Zhou, do you think that killing me will eliminate the trouble forever? There are still countless righteous people in the world. Can you kill them all? What greeted Zhao Li was Zhou Qiong's huge hand, which directly hit Zhao Li with a palm. In Zhao Li's current state where he could not move at all, death was definitely waiting for him. At this time, the ring in Zhao Li's hand suddenly began to spin, and a blue figure emerged from the ring. It was an old man with a long beard. He looked at Zhao Li kindly and said, "It's worth it to meet you." After that, he waved his hand gently. The space around Zhao Li suddenly began to fluctuate and disappeared into the cave in an instant. The old man looked at the black giant palm coming towards him and laughed loudly. "Come on, let me show you my magic-breaking palm." A blue giant palm met the black giant palm. The cave collapsed under the attacks of both sides, and the blue figure was completely killed without even a scream. This time, in an unknown place far away from the Black King's city, a dusty figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure took off a broken ring from his right hand, and hot tears flowed from his eyes. "My little Zhou Qiong, I, Zhao Li, will not be a human being unless I tear you into pieces." Chapter 40. I hope you will give my people a way out. Zhou Qiong frowned as he looked at the disappearing Zhao Li, and ran away again. It was different with the cheat, but this time he had directly killed his cheat grandfather. He didn't know what he would use to resist him next time. A red-robed figure walked out of the cave opened by Zhao Li. It was Lian Shang. Upon seeing Zhou Qiong, he bowed and said, "Greetings, master." Zhou Qiong looked at Lianqing and saw that Lianqing was covered in blood and flames. Not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also increased to the realm of the ancient times. He must have had an adventure in this cave. Lianqing saw Zhou Qiong looking at him and whispered, "I followed my intuition and came to this cave. I discovered a pool of blood, which is how my cultivation level was raised to the 1,000-year stage. Okay, we've almost gotten enough benefits, it's time to go out and deal with those jumping clowns." After saying that, Zhou Qiong waved his hand and disappeared underground with Lianzhang. This time, Shenxiai and others were gathered on a mountain. Where did that kid Zhou Qiong go? He's nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they know we are united and dare not show up? It's okay. The exit is right next to us.
As long as Zhou Qiong doesn't want to be trapped in this place for the rest of his life, he will definitely show up. A woman in white at the side coughed lightly and said, "We, the Flower Clan, will not get involved in your affairs, and of course we won't tell on you." Xian Sihai said in a deep voice, "We won't force Chief Lily to participate if he doesn't want to. We need to discuss specific matters next. I hope Chief Lily will leave first." The woman in white nodded, waved her hand, and disappeared on the mountain with the red rose. Why let her go? What if she tells on me? What if you're not allowed to leave? If you really killed him, do you think Mu Lao will let you go? Just when everyone was still arguing, two figures suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. One was wearing a dragon robe and was filled with demonic energy, and the other was wearing a red robe and was surrounded by blood. They were Zhou Qiong and Lianqing. Everyone was immediately delighted when they saw this. The Ghost Clan leader smiled sinisterly and said, "You won't leave heaven, and you'll force your way into hell. Zhou Qiong, you can't escape today." At this time, Xian Sihai's trembling voice came from the side, "Impossible, how is it possible, Jinwu realm, Zhou Qiong, how could you be in Jinwu realm?" After hearing this, the others also looked at Zhou Qiong intently, only to see that Zhou Qiong was covered in demonic flames, but if they looked closely, they could see a hint of the true meaning of martial arts. This was the unique sign of the true martial realm, and they all opened their mouths in disbelief. "Jinwu, this is the Jinwu realm. You should know that the realm below Tongxian is called the mortal realm, and the longest lifespan does not exceed 200 years. Tongxian is considered to be beyond the mortal body and can live for 500 years. When you reach the Qiangu realm, you can be called a giant of the ages, and the longest lifespan can be 3,000 years. In this chaotic place, it is enough to establish a force and be called the ancestor of a sect. Those at the Jinwu realm can even rule a region, similar to Mu Lao, who became the lord of a city, controlling the life and death of billions of lives, and their lifespan is recorded in tens of thousands of years. Weren't you planning to kill me? Now that I'm here, why haven't you done anything yet?" Xian Sihai and the others just looked at each other, and no one knew what to say. "I'll give you a chance. Two of you can survive. Don't listen to him, everyone. He wants us to kill each other. Let's fight him. You. The bull-headed chief hadn't finished his words when he saw his heart being ripped out from behind. He turned around and saw it was Xian Sihai, who was grinning sinisterly. Before the bull-headed chief could react, the ghost chief nearby smashed his head with a single claw. The remaining three people, Xian Sihai, the ghost clan chief, and Lan Yukon, all began to face each other, guarding against each other's sneak attacks. Xian Sihai and the ghost clan chief nodded to each other, as if they had discussed it beforehand, and attacked Lan Yukon together. Lan Yukon was so angry that he yelled, "Do you two really believe that Zhou Qiong will let you go? It's better for the three of us to resist together and have a greater chance of survival." The two did not react at all after hearing this, but instead attacked even more swiftly and fiercely, leaving Lan Yukon completely unable to defend himself. For a moment, Lan Yukon knew that he had no way to escape today. Even if he could dodge the attacks of the two men, he could not escape Zhou Qiong's hands. But the people he hated most in his heart were not Zhou Qiong, but Xian Sihai and the leader of the ghost tribe. If the two of them had not launched a sneak attack, and they had fought against Zhou Qiong together, he would have been willing to die. But he was really unwilling to die at the hands of these two people. In that case, no one will have an easy time. A loud shout came from Lan Yukong's mouth, and Lan Yukong's slender body quickly grew larger and swelled up in an instant. Not good. Xian Sihai and the other man realized something was wrong as Lan Yukong just shouted, and hurriedly retreated, but Lan Yukong's self-destruction was too fast, giving them no chance to react. With a clang, a shocking sound was heard from the place where the battle took place. The aftermath of the attack spread rapidly, and even the mountains that were more than 100 times harder than those in the lower realm were blasted and exploded. In the distance, a protective shield appeared on Zhou Qiong's body, protecting himself and Lianqing. After the aftermath dissipated, two very embarrassed figures appeared. At this time, a light gate suddenly appeared not far away, continuously emitting light. It turned out that the 3 days had expired and the exit of Kongtong's secret realm was opened. The two flew directly to the exit without hesitation. With a bang, the two who had just rushed to the light door seemed to hit a wall. Looking up, they saw a black ring slowly rotating at the light door, emitting a black light that blocked their progress. The black light enveloped the two, and a sense of confinement emanated from the black ring, making it impossible for them to move. Lianqing, go kill them both. Yes, sir. Lianqing bowed in response, picked up his sword and walked towards the two of them.
Zhou Qiong, you broke your promise. You said you would let us go.
You're such a villain, I shouldn't trust you.
Zhou Qiong, Master Buzhou, I am willing to submit to you, bringing my entire ghost clan to you, as long as you spare me. My Dajiang gang is also willing to submit to you, sir. Please don't kill me. Ah.
The two men began to curse continuously, and then immediately begged for mercy, but Lianqing did not give them a chance to continue, and directly killed them with his sword. Zhou Qiong looked up at the light gate and said coldly, I've been watching for so long, why hasn't it appeared yet? Suddenly, two figures appeared beside the light gate, one in white and the other in red.
They both knelt on one knee. Master Zhou, my flower clan is willing to submit to the demon cult.
We did not participate in this operation. If you really want to kill me, as the leader of the flower clan, I am willing to die.
I hope you will give the flower clan a way out.
The lily clan leader in white clothes said in a low voice. Sir, I, Hua Meigui, am also willing to die. I hope you can give my Hua clan a way to survive. Chapter 41, Demon Cult Guardian. Mulao, the lily clan leader and Red Rose, who were kneeling below, lowered their heads deeply after saying this. They were really frightened by how Zhou Qiong had just killed Qian Sihai and the other four with just a few simple words. Zhou Qiong's true martial realm cultivation had even broken their minds. You should know that there is only one true martial realm person in the entire Black King City, and that is Mulao. However, Mulao has only reached the first level of the true martial realm. Since his body is a plant and is not suitable for fighting at all, Mulao is usually at the bottom of the same realm. Now that Zhou Qiong has broken through to the true martial realm, he will definitely become the new lord of the Black King City. Zhou Qiong's personality is completely different from Mulao's. He obviously will not tolerate the existence of 8 forces. Now he has killed the leaders of the 4 major forces in one breath. No, including Longchang of the One-Eyed Clan who has been crippled, the leaders of the 5 major forces have fallen into Zhou Qiong's hands.
My demon peak still lacks some flowers and plants to decorate it. I wonder if your flower clan would be willing to do so.
The Lily tribe leader, who heard Zhou Qiong finally speak, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Master, my tribe is willing.
I am willing to lead my people to live on Demon Peak.
Okay. Zhou Qiong nodded and walked into the light gate with Lianqing. Lily and Red Rose behind him also quickly stood up and went into the light gate together. At this time, in a training room in the city lord's mansion, an old man in a white robe was practicing. A huge peach tree appeared above his head. The peach tree kept flashing with light, and the tree body was constantly growing, but it seemed to be imprisoned by something. Every time it grew, it would shrink back immediately. After repeating this many times, the old man slowly opened his eyes, looked at the empty porcelain bottle in his hand, sighed, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes, and then he became happy again. This was none other than Mulao, who had obtained the immortal marrow. After everyone entered the secret realm, he immediately began to practice. He had originally wanted to use the immortal marrow to break through the limitations of his body in one fell swoop, but he had too little marrow and was unsuccessful. However, he opened the door to a breakthrough. After that, he only needed to practice step by step, and he would be able to break through in less than 1 or 2,000 years. It seems like a long time, but it is still acceptable for a warrior in the Jinwu realm, not to mention that the wood species already live longer than ordinary warriors. Suddenly, Mulao looked towards the direction of the waterfall, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his figure instantly disappeared in the training room next to the waterfall. 4 figures walked out of the waterfall, while the leaders and disciples of the other 4 forces were buried in the secret realm. Mulao's figure slowly appeared in front of the waterfall, looking at the 4 people in front of him. No, to be more precise, he only looked at Zhou Qiong, who was wearing the magic dragon robe, his eyes full of disbelief. After a long silence, Mulao finally bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, Congratulations, Master Zhou, on your great advancement in cultivation and entering the realm of Jinwu. From now on, you will be free to roam freely in the world. Zhou Qiong nodded and looked around. I wonder how long Mulao has been in Black King City, and how long he has been the city lord. I have been cultivating around Black King City since I became conscious. It was not until 500 years ago that I reached the true martial realm and became the city lord. I really like this Black King City. I wonder if Mr. Mu would be willing to give it to me.
Mu Lao frowned.
Although Zhou Qiong had just asked for his opinion, his tone was unquestionable. This Zhou Qiong was indeed as domineering and arrogant as the legend said. Mu Lao pondered for a long time, as if he had figured something out. He bowed to Zhou Qiong again and said, "Since Master Zhou likes this Black King city, then I will give it to you. The position of guardian of my demon sect is currently vacant. I wonder if Elder Mu is qualified for the position." "What? Don't push your luck." Mu Lao glared angrily. He was a master of the true martial realm, but he wasn't very good at fighting. At most, he would give Black King City to the other party. But what did he mean now? He was going to recruit him as a subordinate. If I can't win, can I not hide? At worst, I can leave the Black King City and live in another city. Even if I can't become the city lord, at least I can be the leader of a force, which is much better than condescending to others. Thinking of this, Mu Lao started to move his body, ready to break through the air and leave. "You haven't answered my question yet. Do you want to leave?" A cold voice came into Mu Lao's ears. At the same time, Mu Lao felt a terrifying sword intent locking onto him, as if he would be killed on the spot if he moved half a step away. Mu Lao didn't doubt his intuition. He was born with superb intuition and had avoided countless dangers in the past by relying on his keen intuition. But since he reached the Jinwu realm, he rarely had this kind of death intuition. The last time this happened was 300 years ago, when a peerless demon flew past Black King City at high speed and glanced at him. He felt like he was an ant in its grasp, easily crushed to death. Zhou Qiong had only just broken through to the true martial realm, so how could he be so powerful? After a long silence, Mu Lao bowed his body as if accepting his fate and said, "I am willing to submit to the demon sect and serve as its protector." After saying this, Mu Lao felt that the sword intent that was locking onto him disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good. Qian Sihai and the other 4 are already dead. There is no need to keep their clansmen. Except for the Flower Clan Sword Sect, all others should be destroyed. I'll leave this matter to you, Elder Mu." "Yes, as you wish." Mu Lao bowed, and when he stood up, Zhou Qiong had already disappeared with Lianqing. Soon after, a group of armored soldiers rushed out of the city lord's mansion and ran towards the major forces, causing chaos in the entire Black King City. "Oh my god, what's going on? Why are the soldiers from the city lord's mansion being dispatched? It's been over 100 years since they last went out. Did someone offend the city lord, so he sent soldiers to arrest him? Shit, this direction leads to the Blue Rain Clan's base." A member of the Blue Rain Clan seemed to have discovered something and ran away quickly. Has the Blue Rain Clan offended the city lord? Are they seeking death? The city lord is a true martial realm expert. He can wipe out the Blue Rain Clan with just one sentence. At this time, the situation at the Blue Rain Clan's base was tense. The soldiers from the city lord's mansion directly surrounded the base and blocked all exits. At this point, the Blue Rain Clan still hadn't heard of their leader, Lan Yukong's death. Lan Yuwu, the leader, stepped forward, looked at the soldiers surrounding the clan's base, and solemnly bowed to the Treeman leader. "I'm not sure how our Blue Rain Clan has offended the city lord's mansion. Please let me know, sir. We will rectify this." "No need for that. Elder Mu has issued an order. The Blue Rain Clan will be expelled from the clan starting today." He waved his hand and shouted, "Elder Mu has issued an order. No one from the Blue Rain Clan will be spared." Chapter 42 Domination of Black King City. The battle was over in a short time. The Blue Rain Clan only had one master in the Eternal Age realm, Lan Yuwu, left. He was no match for the well-equipped soldiers of the city lord's mansion. The entire Blue Rain Clan's territory was littered with dead bodies, and Lan Yuwu's body was nailed to the courtyard wall. It officially announced the complete destruction of the Blue Rain Clan. Perhaps for the entire upper realm, countless small forces like Blue Rain were destroyed every day, and at the same time, countless forces were established. After the soldiers retreated, the crowd watching outside suddenly exploded. What's going on? Why would the city lord's mansion directly wipe out the Blue Rain Clan? How did this offend the city lord's mansion, causing Elder Mu, who doesn't care about anything, to take such a ruthless action? Oh my god, why are these soldiers heading towards the Ghost Tribe's base again? In the evening, the entire Black King City was eerily quiet, and the air seemed to be filled with a hint of blood.
In one day, the city lord's mansion directly dispatched soldiers to successively annihilate the 5 major forces, namely the Blue Rain Clan, the Ghost Clan, the Ox Head Clan, the One-Eyed Clan, and the Dajiang Gang. Except for the seriously injured One-Eyed Clan's Longchang, who resisted and was directly killed by the Lily Clan leader, the other forces were basically destroyed like dry weeds and rotten wood. Now, of the 8 major forces in the entire Black King City, except for the Red Fox Clan who ran away in advance after hearing the news, only the Sword Clan and the Flower Clan are left. In many guests were drinking, eating, and chatting in low voices. Why did Mr. Mu suddenly take action and destroy the 5 major forces? Yeah, I think it's just that the Red Fox Clan ran fast, otherwise they would have been wiped out too. Is it because Mr. Mu wanted to regain power in Black King City that he destroyed these forces? I did receive some news, I wonder if you would like to hear it. A young man in brocade clothes said in a low voice. When everyone saw him say that he had news, they all gathered around him. Hurry up and tell me, hurry up and tell me. I wonder if you still remember the demonic cult that ascended a while ago. Of course I know. It caused a sensation throughout the Black King City at the time. It was said that the demon cult leader had the 8th level of cultivation, and he severely injured Lord Longchang with a single blow. No, you all guessed wrong. The city lord celebrated his birthday a few days ago, and the leader of the demon cult also came to attend. Guess what? What's the matter? Stop keeping us in suspense and tell us quickly. When the others saw that he was keeping us in suspense, they slammed the table in anger. I also heard that the leader of the demon cult is not at the Eternal Realm, but at the True Martial Realm. Now our city lord, Mu Lao, has surrendered to the demon cult. That's why he sent troops to destroy several major forces. Don't talk nonsense. How could Mu Lao possibly surrender to someone else? If this gets out, you'll be dead. Similar news is constantly being circulated. Some people do not believe it and curse the rumormongers, while others are skeptical and wait for the news to be published. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Black King City. All the small forces cannot sleep at all, for fear that they will be killed by the soldiers of the city lord's mansion when they wake up the next morning. A notice was issued in the city lord's mansion, officially setting off an uproar throughout the Black King City. The notice read, "The Black King City Lord, Mu Lao, has officially joined the demon cult as its protector." The entire Black King City is now officially under the demon cult's wing. Immediately afterwards, the Flower Clan also released news, announcing their official submission to the demon cult. For a moment, all the cultivators and warriors in the Black King City were stunned. In just one night, the entire Black King City seemed to be turned upside down. It had a new owner, a force that had just ascended from the lower realm. This time, at the Sword Sect's headquarters, on a straight mountain, many high-ranking officials gathered in the main hall. A thin old man sitting at the head said in a deep voice, "Tell us what you think. What should we do now? I wonder why the city lord's mansion didn't touch my sword sect." Exactly. Except for the Flower Clan, they were all wiped out. What's the point of leaving only my Sword Clan? The young man sitting next to the chief's seat coughed lightly. I think I understand some of the reasons. Everyone turned to look at the young man. Although he was sitting next to the headmaster, he was emitting an infinite glow that seemed to attract everyone's attention. This person is Shangguan Yuan, the eldest brother of the Sword Sect, and also the Sword Sect's #1 master. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. If he didn't dislike power at all, he would probably have been the leader now, Shangguan Yin said slowly. I wasn't quite sure yesterday, but after reading the notice from the city lord's mansion today, I finally understood a little. Then he told some of the things about his acquaintance with the leader of the demon cult. Everyone was delighted after hearing it. I wonder if we can talk to the leader of the demon cult and let us continue to practice in Black King City. The head of the first seat said softly. I'm afraid not. Zhou Qiong is a very intolerant person. Besides, he and I don't have a very close relationship. Shangguan Yun said helplessly. What should I do then? Everyone had a worried look on their faces, not knowing how to survive this disaster. Suddenly, Shangguan Yun's face froze and he looked down the mountain. The old leader also had a serious expression on his face. Go, ring the bell and perform the highest etiquette of our sword sect to welcome the guests.
Shang Guanyun disappeared in the hall in an instant after he finished speaking. At the foot of the mountain, some disciples of the sword sect were practicing swordsmanship.
Among them, a father and daughter were chatting. "Father, is that demonic cult really that powerful?"
They just ascended from the lower realm and directly dominated the Black King city, forcing Mu Lao to submit. "I don't know either, but since Mu Lao has surrendered, I think the leader of the demon cult must have reached the true martial realm." "Father, you said that junior brother Shiman also ascended from that lower realm. His talent is also very high, but he is not as talented as the leader of the demon sect." "Well, your junior brother Shiman's talent in swordsmanship is indeed very high, even comparable to Shang Guanyun. A few days ago, he told me that he had an epiphany and has gone out to seek opportunities." The two were still chatting when suddenly a bell sounded from the mountain. Then, the bell sound continued to come from the mountain. A white jade ladder began to emerge from the top of the mountain and continued to extend down the mountain. The disciples at the foot of the mountain discussed, "Oh my god, the Kaitian bell and the white jade ladder, who are they welcoming? It's been over 70 times, why is it still ringing? The last time Mu Lao came, he only rang 81 times. Could it be that Mu Lao is here again? No, it's already past 81, why is it still ringing? Look, the eldest brother is here, and the headmaster is here too." I saw many high-ranking members of the sword sect quickly flying down the mountain. At this time, the bell had already rung a full 100 times before it stopped. Many disciples looked down the mountain with curiosity. The person who could attract so many high-level people to come down to greet him and ring the bell an unprecedented 100 times must be a person more important than Mu Lao. I saw a black figure standing at the foot of the mountain. The leaders of the sword sect flew to the foot of the mountain, bowed and shouted, "Welcome to the demon cult master." Chapter 43. The next time we meet, either surrender or die. Brother Shangguan, you don't have to be polite. I'm here to visit the sword sect at your invitation. Zhou Qiong smiled gently as he looked at Shang Guanyun, who bowed to him. "Master Zhou, it is an honor for our sword sect that you can come. Please come." Shang Guanyun said while making a gesture of invitation. Zhou Qiong didn't hesitate and strode up the white jade stairs towards the top of the mountain. Behind him followed many high-ranking members of the sword sect, who followed with a smile on their faces and introduced the various sites of the sword sect. Watching the crowd gradually disappearing on the top of the mountain, the disciples of the sword sect instantly became excited. "Is this the legendary demon cult leader? So domineering." "Exactly. Didn't you see the sect master and the other brothers all following along with apologetic smiles on their faces? I wish I could have such a powerful cultivation level someday. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and practice." In the sword sect's main hall on the mountain, Zhou Qiong sat on the first seat with his horse and sword, and other sword sect leaders sat below him. "Brother Shangguan, your sword sect does have beautiful scenery. I like it very much." Shang Guanyun, who was sitting below, was so frightened when he heard this. He was very happy. What did this mean? Did he want the sword sect and the flower clan to submit to the demon cult like the others? It's okay, it's okay. Shang Guanyun didn't know how to answer, so he could only say a few simple words. "Okay, I'm not the kind of person who keeps you in suspense. I'm sure you all already know about the Black King City. I wonder what your sword sect's plans are." Zhou Qiong took a sip of tea and said with a smile. The sword sect's top leaders immediately turned serious. They knew that serious matters were about to begin, and the following conversation would determine the future fate of their sword sect. Before Shang Guanyin could say anything, an elder from the sword sect spoke up first. "Master Zhou, our sword sect will definitely not interfere in the affairs of the demon sect from now on. We hope Master Zhou will not embarrass our sword sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the other senior leaders secretly cried out in alarm. Sure enough, the entire hall was suddenly filled with a domineering and bloody sword intent. The elder who had just spoken seemed to have been shattered by the sword intent. He vomited blood and his eyes began to become a little unfocused. "Master Zhou, Elder Yan Qing just spoke hastily just now. He does not represent the opinion of our sword sect. I hope Master Zhou can forgive me." Shang Guanyun immediately bowed and shouted with the sword intent. Zhou Qiong smiled and nodded, and the sword intent in the hall slowly dissipated. "Brother Shangguan, don't mind. I just saw that you were all masters of swordsmanship, and I was itching to try my hand. Many of the sword sect's high-ranking officials dared not refute him, and could only echo his words, cursing in their hearts. What itchy hands! He was clearly being overbearing and refusing to refute. And still making excuses. How shameless! Elder Yin Chang, who had finally recovered, rolled his eyes and said, "You're itching to beat me half to death." "I just made a suggestion. Is it necessary for you to do that?" Shang Guanyun and the old leader exchanged glances, as if making some important decision. Shang Guanyun stood up, bowed to Zhou Qiong, and said solemnly, "My sword sect is willing to move out of the Black King City area and never set foot here again. I hope sect leader Zhou agrees." "Oh, move away? This is your ancestral land. Are you really planning to move away?" As he spoke, the domineering sword intent that had just dissipated in the hall rose again. Elder Yin Shang, who had just recovered, didn't even have the chance to roll his eyes before fainting again. He had only one thought in his mind: why was it always me who got hurt? Shang Guanyun could feel that this time the sword intent was only aimed at him. The violent and domineering sword intent attacked him layer after layer, making him feel as if he was experiencing the battlefield of an ancient demon god. His eyes began to slowly turn red, and the sword intent in his body kept trembling, as if it was about to collapse. The pressure became greater and greater, and gradually Shang Guanyun's legs began to tremble, as if he was about to kneel down in front of Zhou Qiong in the next second. Suddenly, the sword intent in the hall disappeared again, and Shang Guanyun began to slowly regain his consciousness. He looked at Zhou Qiong with a face full of fear. What seemed like a long time just now was actually only a moment. In this moment, he was actually affected by the other party's sword intent and wanted to kneel down to Zhou Qiong, and even had thoughts of suicide. At this moment, a cold voice reached Shang Guanyun's ears. "Shang Guanyun, you are the first person I have ever taken a liking to in the upper realm. I will give you this opportunity. In 3 days, the sword sect must move out of the Black King City. The next time we meet, you will either surrender or die. There is no third choice." After saying this, Zhou Qiong's figure slowly disappeared from the sword sect's main hall. Many of the sword sect's high-ranking officials breathed a sigh of relief. In just a short period of time, they felt like they had experienced a life-or-death experience, but Shang Guanyun seemed to still be thinking about Zhou Qiong's words, and kept thinking in his mind that they would meet next time and next time. "Yuner, what are you thinking about?" "I plan to move my sword sect to the nearby Tianhai City. There happens to be a force there that my sword sect is on good terms with." The old leader looked at Shang Guanyun and said softly. Shang Guanyun seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "No, we can't go to Tianhai City, it's too close. We have to go farther away. Let's go to Yangcheng." The other elders seemed to have heard something incredible. "Yangcheng, how can we go to Yangcheng? It's too far. Besides, our sword sect doesn't have any friendly forces there. Yes, it's good to go to Tianhai City. It's close enough for us to move. It's too far for so many disciples to go to Yangcheng." But in the end, due to Shang Guanyun's insistence, the sword sect decided to move to Yangcheng, because Shang Guanyun was the pillar of the sword sect and the strongest person. Although he rarely spoke, once he spoke, even the leader had to consider it carefully. Shang Guanyun did not give any explanation, but he had a guess in his mind. He thought that Zhou Qiong was obviously not satisfied with just Black King City, and he wanted to expand his sphere of influence. If the sword sect moved to Tianhai City, they would probably meet again soon, and by then the sword sect would have no other choice. What he didn't know was that his guess was completely correct. Zhou Qiong would certainly not be satisfied with just a small Black King City. Zhou Qiong's target was not even this chaotic place. Regardless of how the sword sect discussed the relocation issue, the demon cult's headquarters was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Above the demon peak, Zhou Qiong took a piece of soil and threw it onto the ground. This is exactly the Shirang that Zhou Qiong won through the system lottery, which can change the topography of the mountain. Suddenly, the entire Tianhua peak seemed to have taken a tonic. It rose and grew rapidly, surpassing the surrounding mountains in a short time. It slowly stabilized after half an hour. This time, the height of Tianhua Peak has exceeded twice the height of the surrounding mountains, and can be clearly seen even in Black King City, and the entire mountain is like a living thing, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Part of the spiritual energy increases the spiritual energy inside the mountain, and the remaining spiritual energy is also absorbed by the mountain itself, making the mountain expand little by little. Chapter 44. The leader said you are 3,000 years old. In the main hall of Tianma Peak, the high-ranking members of the demon cult stood on both sides below, while Zhou Qiong sat above, surrounded by raging demonic flames. Lian Shang, dressed in a red robe, bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, "Master, the entire Black King City has been brought under the control of our demon cult. All the energy mines of the 8 major factions have been identified. There are 11 high-level energy mines and 50 mid-level energy mines." Well, very good. Increase the mining efforts. My demon cult needs to quickly improve its strength. Yes, sir. After saying that, Lianqing retreated back to Zhou Qiong. Huang Yi, wearing a bronze mask, knelt on one knee and said, "Master, I have found out that there are 220 cities in the entire chaotic land, all of which are about the same size as Black King City. The closest one to Black King City is Tianhai City. What's the situation in Tianhai City?" "Master, Tianhai City is controlled by the Hong family of the human race. The city lord is the ancestor of the Hong family, named Hong Tuesday. He is over 10,000 years old and reached the Jinwu realm 3,000 years ago. His current realm is unknown. There are also more than 20 people in the Qinggu realm and several thousand in the Tongxian realm." After hearing this, Zhou Qiong pondered silently for a moment. With the current strength of the demon cult, it is still impossible to take over Tianhai City. "Where are Lianqing and Bai Haotian?" "I'm here." Lianqing and Bai Haotian both bowed and agreed. "I will give you 2 years to utilize all available resources. After 2 years, my demon cult will officially march towards Tianhai City." Yes, they both shouted in unison. After many high-ranking members of the demon cult left, Zhou Qiong was thinking silently in the hall. Ding, the Domination of Chaos Land mission begins. Rule the entire Chaos Land. This mission is divided into 10 levels. For every 10th completed, each time you rule 22 cities, the host will be rewarded with a level increase and a villain value of 1 million. There is no penalty for failure and no time limit. Do you accept the mission? Accept. System, I still have some draws to do, so let's draw them all now. Okay, at this time, the news that Black King City was occupied by a demonic cult spread to the surrounding cities, but it did not cause much waves. Although it was not common for cities to change owners in this chaotic place, it did happen from time to time, and other people could only sigh at most. A huge peach tree stands on the peak of the demon cult's back mountain, emitting colorful light, making it obvious that it is not an ordinary peach tree. At this moment, Bai Haotian, dressed in white, was standing in front of him. Bai Haotian bowed to the peach tree and said, "Greetings, Guardian Wood." An old man's face slowly emerged from the trunk of the peach tree. The man looked at Bai Haotian and said softly, "Protector Bai, there's no need to be so polite. You are the great protector. Logically, I should greet you." As he spoke, the trunk of the tree shook slightly and actually bent. "No need to be so polite, Mu Protector. I'm here to get some peaches on the orders of the leader." "Okay." Protector Mu agreed and shook the tree trunk. Thousands of peaches flew towards Bai Haotian. Bai Haotian waved his hand to collect them, but did not leave. "Is there anything else White Guardian wants to say?" "Mu Protector, these peaches are too few. My demon sect has a large number of people. Even if we only divide them among the elite disciples, there won't be enough peaches. Protector Bai, you don't know that my spiritual peaches only bear fruit every 10 years, and there are not many left." Old Mu looked at Bai Haotian helplessly. "The leader said you are over 3,000 years old." Mu Lao almost choked to death when he heard Bai Haotian's words. What's wrong with being 3,000 years old? A 3,000-year-old should have a lot of peaches. Isn't this bullying? Looking at Bai Haotian, who looked like he couldn't leave without taking the peaches, Mu Lao sighed deeply. He shook his body again, and thousands of peaches flew towards Bai Haotian. Seeing Bai Haotian looking at him again, he hurriedly said, "It's gone, it's really gone this time." Bai Haotian smiled dumbly and turned to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a voice called out from behind. "Protector Bai, please stay." Bai Haotian turned around and looked at Mu Lao, only to see a crack in Mu Lao's trunk, and a peach-emitting white light was sent towards Bai Haotian. "Protector Bai, this is a gift from me to you. I hope Protector Bai will speak well of me to the leader in the future.
Bai Haotian picked up the peach and took a look at it. This peach was different from the batches of spiritual peaches just now. It was obviously of a higher grade. What he didn't know was that Mu Lao had only given away 2 of these fairy peaches, and the other one was the one he gave to Zhou Qiong at the last banquet. Inside the empty heavenly demon palace, a black figure stood inside, exuding a domineering and bloody aura, as if an ancient demon god was standing there. Behind him were 4 people wearing different masks, kneeling, as if frightened by the aura, with their heads lowered very low. How is the strength of the 4 departments developing?
Master, my Tianbu currently has 1 person in the Qiangu realm and 50 in the Tanshan realm.
Master, our local tribe currently has 1 person in the Eternal Age realm and 43 people in the Profound Passage realm.
Master, my Xian department is currently, Master, my Huang tribe is currently, that's right, the leaders of the 4 divisions of Tiandi Shanhuang have all entered the Eternal realm. It can be said that except Lianqing, no one in the entire demon sect's high-level leadership can be a match for these 4. This was because not long after his ascension, Zhou Qiong used the system to draw a secret manual of martial arts, named Dark Department, which was just right for the 4 parts of cultivation. Combined with all the resources supplied by the demon cult, it can be said that the 4 divisions have now grown to be extremely terrifying, and with the help of this technique, they will become more and more terrifying in the future. You will be divided into 4 groups in 4 directions to fully investigate the situation of the entire chaotic city. This will be the territory of my demon cult in the future.
Yes, sir.
The 4 responded in unison, and their figures slowly disappeared in the hall.
System, how much villain value do I have left? The host currently has 200,000 villain points. Open them all, I want to exchange for a technique.
Okay. Zhou Qiong kept browsing them all and finally saw an interesting martial art. The name of the whole martial art only had 1 word: magic, but the exchange price was terribly high, requiring 500 million villain points.
System, what's wrong with this technique?
I clearly can't afford it, but why is it lit up?
And I can't open the introduction.
Host, because this technique can be redeemed in layers, the first layer only requires 100,000 villain points, and each subsequent layer will double. This introduction needs to be redeemed before it can be opened.
How many levels does this technique have?
13th floor. Although the system is very shady, Zhou Qiong still exchanged it in the end. To be honest, this is the most valuable thing Zhou Qiong has exchanged in the system so far. Although it is only the first level, Zhou Qiong clicked on the introduction of the martial arts method magic and was immediately surprised.
Oh my god, I have found a treasure.
Chapter 45, If you don't surrender, then massacre the city. The introduction only said, the skill magic is a strange book that was generated by the world itself when the unknown world was shattered. Yes, that's the sentence, but it was enough to shock Zhou Qiong. Although he didn't know how powerful that big world was, just looking at the villain value required, he knew it was extraordinary. Zhou Qiong thought to himself that this skill should be able to become the protagonist of the world. System, please use the remaining 100,000 villain points to exchange for some spiritual medicine for cultivation.
Okay, host.
Time flies, and 2 years have passed quickly. In fact, for the Jinwu realm, 2 years is just the time to take a nap, because the lifespan of the Jinwu realm is really too long. At this time, inside the main hall of Tianma Peak, many high-level officials were standing on both sides with excitement. These 2 years could be said to be the 2 years with the fastest development of the demon cult. The resources of the entire Black King city were used for the cultivation of the demon cult. In addition to the secret manuals of martial arts given by the leader, it could be said that the strength of the entire demon cult had risen by several levels in succession. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on the first seat, slowly opened his eyes. He had gained a lot in the past 2 years. He changed his main cultivation method to magic. In just 2 years, he broke through 2 levels in succession and his cultivation reached the 7th level of Eternal Age. Unfortunately, his aura was still only at the first level of Jinwu. A light cough came from the corner of Lianqing's mouth, and the hall fell silent instantly. Lianqing bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, Master, our sect has made great progress in the past 2 years. We currently have 5 people in the Eternal Realm, more than 30 people at the peak of the Profound Realm, and more than 4,000 people in the other profound realms.
Zhou Qiong nodded secretly.
The strength was indeed improving rapidly. If given a few more years of development, the demon sect would probably have hundreds of people in the eternal realm. Unfortunately, Zhou Qiong didn't want to wait that long. Using war to cultivate war talents should be the way for the demon cult to train talents. As for whether some talents would die along the way, Zhou Qiong didn't care.
Lianshun.
I'm here. Send a notice to Tianhai City, saying that my demon cult has given them 3 days to consider. If they submit to my demon cult, everything will be over. If they don't, I will massacre the entire city and exterminate their entire clan.
Yes, sir. Zhou Qiong believed that if he wanted to quickly expand his sphere of influence, he had to let others know the cruelty of the demon cult, so the first time he officially took action, he had to shock others. At the gate of Tianhai City, as usual, 2 rows of guards stood on both sides of the gate, watching the pedestrians coming in and out. Every guard was actually a high-level Tongshan cultivator, which showed how powerful the Hong family of Tianhai City was. Although the 2 rows of guards stood straight, their thoughts were already wandering. They didn't think anyone would dare to cause trouble. The last time someone caused trouble at the Tianhai City gate was a long time ago, perhaps 1,000 years ago, and they were killed by a single blow from the Hong family, apparently by a master of the eternal realm. Suddenly, a shocking sword light shot towards the city gate. The long sword, like a cleaver, pierced the wall before the guards could react. The leader of the guards looked around but saw no one. Turning to look at the long sword, his eyes fixed on it. There on it was a blood-red declaration of war. The leader quickly drew his sword, looked at the letter of challenge, and ran quickly towards the city lord's mansion. The crowd entering the city were all surprised when they saw this scene. What's going on? Someone actually dared to nail a sword to Tianhai City. Aren't they afraid of the Hong family?
I saw the guard leader take out a red letter from his sword and run towards the city lord's mansion. No matter what the situation is, with the Hong family in Tianhai City, how can things change?
2. In the city lord's mansion, the chief guard ran in quickly and handed the letter to the steward on duty. After reading it, the steward's face was full of anger and he quickly walked towards the main hall. The current head of the Hong family is not Hong Tuesday. Hong Tu is the ancestor of the Hong family. He has been in seclusion practicing and has no business except for some major matters. The person in charge now is his son Hong Biao. At this time, Hong Biao was drinking tea in the main hall, looking at the account books reported below, and thinking about how to make more money for the Hong family. Ding ding ding, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The steward on duty, dressed in a butler's robe, trotted in and quickly handed the blood-red letter to Hong Biao, saying, Master, the Black King City demon cult has sent us a declaration of war. Hong Biao felt as if he had heard it wrong. Someone actually dared to deliver a declaration of war to his Hong family. He quickly picked up the letter and took a look. The more I look at it, the angrier I get, and my veins are popping out. With a bang, Hong Biao was so angry that he smashed the table with his palm. The housekeeper's statement that it was a declaration of war was probably an exaggeration. This was clearly a letter of humiliation, asking the Hong family to surrender within 3 days, otherwise the city would be massacred and the entire family would be exterminated. This showed that he looked down on the Hong family and what he thought of them. Go, call the top leaders from all parties to the meeting hall. Hong Biao said to the butler with a grim face. Half an hour later, in the Hong family meeting hall, many of the Hong family's senior executives were sitting inside, and sitting in the first seat was Hong Biao with a gloomy face. Brother, what's the matter with calling us here? Yes, I have to go to South City to check the project later. Hong Biao waved his hand, opened the letter, and threw it to a few people. Look, someone has issued a declaration of war to our Hong family. What? A challenge. The others looked at the letter in disbelief. This is too much. Has this demon cult gone crazy? Yeah, does he think it's so great to have conquered a Mulao? Compared to our ancestor, that Mulao is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Doesn't he know that? This isn't a declaration of war, it's a humiliation to our Hong family. No, even if the demonic cult doesn't come, our Hong family won't let them go. For a moment, there was a constant roar in the meeting hall. The content written on the envelope was really too irritating and too pretentious. In the evening, Tianhai City was still bustling with activity, but a piece of news slowly spread throughout the city. Have you heard? The demonic cult of Black King City has declared war on our Tianhai City. They issued the declaration of war this morning.
No, I heard that they wanted the Hong family to surrender directly, otherwise they would massacre all living beings in the city.
Is this true?
I heard that the demon cult was planning to force all the top leaders of the Hong family to commit suicide, or else just kill everyone. For a while, it seemed like all kinds of things were being said, but the final result was that Black King City was going to go to war with Tianhai City, and the news that the demon cult was going to massacre the city spread throughout Tianhai City. However, not many people believed that the demon cult could succeed. It was because the Hong family had ruled Tianhai City for too long, so long that they did not think anyone could threaten the Hong family's status, let alone a newly rising demon cult. Chapter 46. If you can take my attack, I will spare your life. The 3 days passed quickly. 100,000 members of the demon cult gathered together at the foot of the demon peak, led by many high-ranking members of the demon cult.
Mu Lao and Lily were also among them.
A huge flying dragon was hovering above them. Zhou Qiong, wearing a dragon robe and covered in blood-red flames, stood above the flying chariot. Below him, many members of the demon cult knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, "Meet the master! Get up! Today, our demon cult will officially start the first battle in the upper realm."
Do you have the confidence?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
The huge sound echoed throughout the Tianma Peak.
Let's go!
A huge dragon roar sounded, and the magic dragon chariot began to fly towards Tianhai City.
Many people from the demon sect below also followed and flew towards Tianhai City. At this time, apart from the guarding soldiers, no living creatures could be seen coming and going at the gate of Tianhai City. A large number of creatures were hiding on the city walls and watching everything. Although they were not sure whether the demon cult would attack Tianhai City today, no one dared to take risks at the door. After all, neither Tianhai City nor the demon cult were people they could afford to offend, and offending either of them would lead to death.
It's coming, it's coming, it's really coming.
A man on the city wall pointed to the distance and shouted loudly. Sure enough, a huge dragon flew over from afar, followed by countless men in black. Although they had known that it would come, the Hong family still found it hard to believe that it actually came. They really didn't know where the demon cult got the confidence to attack their Tianhai City. Hong Biao stood on the city wall, looking at the magic dragon flying above, his mouth twitching, because the couplet he saw was too pretentious. Holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. This couplet could be written by a very arrogant person. It was hard to imagine that a person in the Jinwu realm would dare to say such a big thing. A man in a blood-red robe flew out from the side of the sedan chair. He looked at Hong Biao and said loudly, 3 days have passed. It seems that your Hong family has chosen to resist. When Hong Biao heard this, he immediately laughed in anger. Who do you think you are? You let your leader talk to me. Let me see what kind of courage he has to attack my Hong family. How dare you insult the leader? Lianqing drew out his sword and slashed at Hong Biao in an instant. Hong Biao grinned, clenched his fist and hit the sword directly with a bang, like the sound of metal clashing. Hong Biao stood in the air without retreating a single step, while Lianqing was blown away for several thousand meters. Just when Hong Biao wanted to strike while the iron was hot and kill Lianqing directly, a crutch appeared in front of him and knocked him into the city. Hong Biao flew up to the city wall again, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the old man in front of him with a gloomy face. Old man Mu, you've truly become a lackey of the demon cult. You're still at the true martial realm, but you surrender so easily. Old man Mu looked at Hong Biao without saying a word, but his brows were furrowed. The crutch in his hand emitted light and hit Hong Biao directly. Although he, old man Mu, had surrendered to the demon cult, he was not someone who could be insulted casually by a warrior of the eternal realm. He really thought that the tree had no temper. It was just that he had no backing in the past. Suddenly, a fist of light rushed out from the city lord's mansion and hit Mu Lao. Mu Lao didn't bother to fight Hong Biao anymore. He directly blocked the attack with his cane and quickly retreated. He didn't stop until he reached the side of the demon dragon chariot. A man as sturdy as a mountain appeared above Tianhai City. He looked at Mu Lao standing beside the demonic dragon chariot and said softly, Old Mu, you have indeed made a lot of progress in these years. When many members of the Hong family in the city saw the man appear, they immediately knelt down and shouted, Greetings, ancestor. Well, you didn't insult the Hong family's ambition. Hong Biao, you're not bad either. Thank you for the compliment, father.
Hong Biao, who was below, laughed when he heard the man's compliment. The man looked towards the demon cult's flying sedan chair. He could sense the surging bloody aura within it. When he saw the couplet, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "I presume you are the leader of the demon cult." "I am Hong Tu, the head of the Hong family in Tianhai City." There was no echo.
The door of the demon cult's flying carriage opened, and a heavy figure walked out from inside.
He looked up at Hong Tu and said in a cold voice, "I'm not interested in knowing the names of the dead.
If you can take my sword, I'll spare Tianhai City.
Otherwise, all the living beings in Tianhai City will be slaughtered."
Everyone in the city below was frightened by Zhou Qiong's words. Even Mu Lao beside him was frightened. Through the brief fight just now, he could feel that Hong Tu's cultivation had at least reached the 5th level of Jinwu, and now Zhou Qiong was going to kill Hong Tu with one move. The city was immediately filled with discussions.
What? What did the demon cult leader say just now? He wanted Master Hong Tu to take his attack. Doesn't he know how powerful Master Hong Tu is?
Oh my god, this demon cult leader is indeed as domineering as the rumors say, but this domineeringness is too scary.
He's really crazy. He actually thinks that the ancestor can't even withstand one of his moves. At this moment, Hong Tu's expression was even more terrifyingly cold. He looked at Zhou Qiong with anger.
Since he cultivated to the Jinwu realm, no one dared to look down on him like this.
Who did he think he was, the king of heaven? Okay, I don't have to take your sword. If you can take my punch, I will spare your life.
Zhou Qiong didn't respond. The pupil between his eyebrows shone slightly, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. He slowly raised it, and suddenly the surrounding area within a radius of 100 miles seemed to be filled with a bloody aura. Zhou Qiong shouted loudly, "Cut!" Suddenly, endless murderous and bloody energy rushed towards Hong Tuesday. The murderous energy was so strong that the shadow of a demon appeared. Hong Tu on the opposite side felt something was wrong when the long sword came out. Looking at the long sword, he seemed to see an unparalleled vicious weapon, with countless wronged souls crying on it. It was hard to imagine how many lives this sword had killed. The long sword was clearly not coming fast, but Hong Tu felt as if he had been locked in and could not dodge it no matter what.
Suddenly, a look of determination appeared on his face.
He was not a coward who could cultivate to the Jinwu realm. A pair of huge fists emerged from Hong Tu's body, struck the long sword, and shouted loudly,
"Unrivaled in the world's iron fist, I am invincible." Bang!
Unimaginable aftermath of the bombardment collided out, and even the city defense formation of Tianhai City was directly shattered. Some people with low cultivation in the city were even killed on the spot by the aftermath. The elders of the demon cult quickly raised a protective shield to protect everyone in the demon cult. The aftermath slowly dissipated, but everyone seemed to hear the sound of gently flowing water. Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone was so frightened that they sat down on the ground.
What did they see?
A huge knife pit, 100 feet wide and an unknown depth, had appeared in front of Tianhai City. Since there is a huge river next to Tianhai City, which is not even much smaller than the sea, the water in the river is slowly pouring into the deep pit, just like building a huge moat for Tianhai City. Chapter 47, Billions of Lives Destroyed. Shocking the world. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw Zhou Qiong slowly put away his sword. Without even glancing at Hong Tu, he turned around and walked into the demon dragon chariot. Meanwhile, Hong Tu on the opposite side was already kneeling on one knee. He looked at Zhou Qiong, who was disappearing before his eyes, and laughed miserably. What a good sword! Before his body slowly began to dissipate, Zhou Qiong chopped him down into ashes with one blow.
What? How is that possible? The ancestor is dead. The ancestor was actually killed. How can he be so powerful? This is impossible.
Even Mu Lao, who was standing beside the demon dragon's chariot, looked at the interior of the chariot with fear in his eyes. He secretly felt lucky that he had surrendered quickly, otherwise he would be the one to be reduced to ashes. A cold voice came from the flying sedan chair. Massacre the city.
Yes, sir.
Lianqing bowed and responded, looking in the direction of Tianhai City, and shouted loudly.
The leader has ordered a massacre of the city, yes.
The members of the demon cult flew towards Tianhai City, and even Mu Lao went to join the battle. Hong Biao looked at the horrified Hong Tu with tears in his eyes. He knew that the sky had fallen. Hong Tu's death had already proved that his Hong family could not survive this disaster.
He looked at the flying dragon with hatred in his eyes. Looking at the demon cult members who had already attacked, Hong Biao stood on the city wall and roared. "Where are the Hong family disciples? Here! Here! Here!" Many Hong family disciples shouted with tears in their eyes. "My Hong family has defended Tianhai City for over 8,000 years. Now is the time for our family's survival. There are disciples of the demon sect who want to kill my people and destroy my home. What should we do? Defend Tianhai City to the death. Defend Tianhai City to the death. Disciples of the Hong family, follow me to fight against the demons. Kill! 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 The Hong family is worthy of being a large family with thousands of years of history. Its cohesion is very terrifying." The clan members rushed towards the members of the demon cult without fear of death. Even if they died, they would drag the members of the demon cult down with them. And the people of the demon cult were all vicious and evil. For a while, the two sides fought hard, but this cannot change the fate of Tianhai City. The high-level combat power is the key to deciding a battle. No one in the entire Tianhai City can stop Mu Lao, who is in the Jinwu realm. Even if Hong Biao used the secret method to stimulate his potential, he could only stop Mu Lao for half a minute. With the death of Hong Biao, the Hong family suddenly lost its backbone. A blood-red long sword flew over Tianhai City, emitting a red light that enveloped the city. Suddenly, the whole city was filled with a strong smell of blood. After being enveloped by the red light, the people of the demon cult seemed to have taken a tonic pill, and their fighting power increased greatly. Earth-shattering screams echoed from within Tianhai City, a mixture of roars, pleas for mercy, and outrage. First, it was the Hong family, then other creatures, including aliens, demons, and humans. The entire city felt like it was experiencing an apocalypse. Countless bloody auras and wronged souls continued to emerge from Tianhai City and were absorbed by the long sword in the sky. The blood-red color of the long sword became darker and darker, and the red light became stronger and stronger. Some members of the demon sect even displayed cultivation levels that were several levels beyond their own realm. However, the other creatures were attracted by the red light, and their strength dropped several levels in an instant. Some of them even went crazy and started attacking indiscriminately. The shouts and cries of killing lasted for 2 days, and the smell of blood in the entire Tianhai City was as thick as substance. However, the strange thing was that there was not even a drop of blood in the entire city except for corpses everywhere. A group of men in black walked out from the city. Each of them was filled with the aura of blood and killing, like messengers crawling out of hell. Most people would probably be scared to death if they saw them. Everyone walked to the foot of the demonic dragon chariot and knelt on one knee. Lianqing, dressed in a blood-red battle robe, knelt at the front and spoke loudly. "Master, the entire Tianhai City has been annihilated, and no one has survived." "Very good, let's set off back to the headquarters." A heavy voice came from the flying sedan chair. "Yes, sir." The demon dragon flying chariot turned around and flew towards the demon peak. The blood-red longsword on Tianhai City quickly left and disappeared into the flying chariot. This time, in Huangshan City, next to Tianhai City, in a human force, an old man was looking at the news in his hand, and his hands were shaking a little. The news in it was so shocking that he couldn't believe it. The demon cult officially begins its attack on Tianhai City. The leader of the demon cult killed Tianhai City Lord Hong Tu with one sword, and formed a huge moat outside Tianhai City. The last piece of news was the hardest for him to accept. The entire Tianhai City was annihilated by the demon cult, leaving no one alive, regardless of race or species. Tianhai City is now a dead city, filled with the corpses of billions of people. Some people who were investigating the situation were even driven mad by the horrific scene inside. The old man looked at the guard who delivered the message, sighed, and said, "Go to Tianhong Tower and reserve a seat. Send invitations to the other high-ranking officials of the desolate mountain city. Just tell them that I'm inviting them to a gathering." In fact, it was not just Huangshan City. All the surrounding cities and forces that received the news were shocked. If there were no living creatures in the entire Tianhai City, they would have thought someone was joking. For a while, the top leaders of the surrounding major cities began to talk non-stop. There was only one thing they talked about, that is, whether the demon cult would attack the next city. The result of the discussion was that it would definitely happen. Not long after the demon cult ascended from below, it occupied the Black King City, and now it has even destroyed the Tianhai City. It is obvious that he is an ambitious person, and it is impossible for him to be satisfied with just the current power. For a time, people in the surrounding weak cities were in panic. Some individual forces in many cities had already relocated, moving to cities that were farther away from the demon cult and more powerful, for fear that the demon cult would massacre them again. The surrounding forces that had not relocated were also living in fear all day long, fearing that the demon cult would suddenly attack. The news was still spreading rapidly, even in some remote cities. It could be said that the demon cult's massacre had officially disrupted the balance of the entire chaotic land. At this moment, in a meeting hall atop a mountain on the edge of Yangcheng, several elders, swords slung across their waists, sat together drinking tea. They were the Sword Sect, who had recently relocated. With considerable strength, they had spent the better part of 6 months establishing a stronghold in Yangcheng. While not a major force, no one dared to bully them. Elder Yin Sheng, standing by, smiled bitterly and said, "Nephew Shangguan is indeed insightful. If our sword sect had moved to Tianhai City, we would have been wiped out by now." Yes. Some other elders also echoed softly. I don't know how the demon cult leader cultivated himself. He was able to kill Hong Tu with just one strike. It's incredible. Shangguan Yun did not participate in their discussion, but had a worried look on his face. Although they moved to Yangcheng, which was separated from Tianhai City by several cities, and Yangcheng's strength was far from comparable to Tianhai City, he always felt that the danger not only had not disappeared, but was about to come at any time. Chapter 48, Conquer 2 cities and surrender voluntarily. The demon cult's headquarters, the Heavenly Demon Peak Hall, has many high-ranking officials standing on both sides below. Lianqing, what did I harvest this time? Lianqing, who was standing beside Zhou Qiong, bowed and saluted. Master, this time, more than 10,000 people in our sect have directly broken through realms during the battle. Some with good talent have even broken through several realms in a row. Very good. How is the situation in Huangshan City and Lishui City going? A man wearing a black robe and a silver mask knelt on one knee and said, Master, the overall strength of Huangshan City and Lishui City is far inferior to that of Tianhai City. The cities are jointly managed by several major forces, and there are no masters in the Jinwu realm. Lianqing, by Haotian, I will give you 1 year to capture Huangshan City and Lishui City. Yes, sir, the two responded in unison. At this time, in Huangshan City, Tianhong Building, in a private room, the leaders of the 5 major forces were sitting. A woman with a timid look on her face shook her head slightly and said, Why don't you guys talk? What should we do now? Is it possible that the demon cult will rest for a while after occupying Tianhai City? We should try to find help from other cities during this time. A huge, black-skinned creature that looked like a toad said softly. There's no time. I've received news that the demon cult's troops have already set out for my Huangshan City. The person who said this was the old human who organized this gathering. What, really? The others were shocked. What should we do? Why don't we surrender? Didn't the demonic church give us 3 days to surrender? Yeah, why not just surrender? At least you can stay alive. With a bang, a person who was 8 feet tall and looked like a giant slammed the table. Surrender, go ahead and surrender if you want. My giant race will never surrender. He then looked at the old human who organized the gathering and said, By Xiao, if you are here to discuss how to deal with the demon cult, I, Meng Tu, will listen. Since you are discussing how to surrender, then I will leave first. After saying this, he walked out of the private room regardless of the people trying to stop him. Why is Meng Tu so angry? He just left without saying anything. Does he even take us seriously? Well, you don't know that Hong Tu from Tianhai City once saved Meng Tu's life. Now the demon cult has massacred the entire Tianhai City. How can you ask him to surrender? What a stubborn guy. The few of them talked until late at night, and when they left, they all had smiles on their faces, but their eyes revealed coldness and cruelty. At night, when everyone was asleep, a roar of killing suddenly spread across half of the desolate mountain city. Many small factions quickly got up, thinking that the demonic cult was attacking. The brave ones dared to go out to see what was going on,
while the timid ones were so frightened that they squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Outside, at the giant tribe's residence, Meng Tu shouted, why are you slaughtering my people and attacking my ancestral land? The woman with a human body and a snake tail whispered, of course it's for our lives. We can't let all of us die with you just because you have a grudge against the demon cult. That's right, Meng Tu, if you ask me, for the sake of the safety of our desolate mountain city, you should just commit suicide. Bah, forget it. You're the masters of desolate mountain city, but I think you're all just a bunch of spineless people. No one responded, and what answered him was a fierce attack from the four people. The sounds of fighting throughout the entire Huangshan city continued until dawn. When everyone in the city came out to watch the situation, they found that the 5 major forces in Huangshan city had become 4 major forces. The giants were wiped out overnight by the combined efforts of the other 4 factions, and the body of their leader, Meng Tu, was hung on the city wall. Notices were posted everywhere in the city, announcing that the 4 major factions had decided to submit to the demon cult. What made the 4 major forces happy was that the creatures in the city had no intention of opposing, and even everyone showed a happy look on their face. They were really happy that the 4 major forces had surrendered voluntarily. They were afraid that the 4 major forces would resist. If they resisted, the demon cult would massacre the city again, and then everyone would be finished. At the same time, the 4 major factions secretly rejoiced. Judging by the reactions of the city's inhabitants, if they truly resisted to the end, they might be killed by these people and then offered to the demon cult in exchange for their lives. They didn't have anyone at the true martial realm to suppress everything. All the smaller factions in the city combined were probably more powerful than them. 100 miles outside the Huangshan city, the members of the demon cult, led by Lianqing, flew towards the city. Hey, Chief Steward, why do I see a giant hanging on the city wall? The demon Tiger King, who was following Lianqing, said puzzledly while looking at the city wall in the distance. Lianqing looked up at the city and saw a huge human-shaped corpse nailed to the city wall. General Manager, one of the 5 major forces in Huangshan city is the giant tribe. I guess this should be a member of the giant tribe. For some reason, he was nailed to the wall. The demon rat King Qinshu said softly. At the gate of Huangshan city, the leaders of the 4 major forces and their senior leaders stood at both ends of the gate, watching countless men in black flying towards them in the distance. At the same time, a bloody aura came towards them. The bloody aura was so thick that it even broke some people's minds. Looking at the black-clothed man coming from the opposite side, it was like facing a messenger from hell. Their whole bodies began to tremble. It was hard to believe how many people these people in the demon sect had killed to condense such a huge bloody aura. The members of the demon cult stopped at the city gate. Lianqing frowned and looked at the 4 major forces opposite, then looked at the corpses on the city wall, as if he understood something. Bai Xiu and the other 4 looked at Lian Shang, the leader, and knew that this must be the chief steward of the demon sect. They immediately bowed and said, the Bai family of the human race in Huangshan city respectfully welcomes the chief steward of the demon cult. The Beauty Snake clan of Desolate Mountain City respectfully welcomes the demon cult's chief. The Ghost Clam clan of Desolate Mountain City respectfully welcomes the demon cult's chief. The Scorpio clan of Desolate Mountain City respectfully welcomes the demon cult's chief. Lianqing chuckled. It seemed that his guess was correct. Bai Xiu looked at Lian Shang and continued, we, the 4 major forces, are willing to take Desolate Mountain City and submit to the demon cult. The other 3 also nodded quickly. Lianqing raised his hand and pointed at Meng Tu on the city wall. What's going on? Master General, you may not know this, but this is Meng Tu, the patriarch of the giant clan of Desolate Mountain City. He is stubborn and unyielding. Because of his past ties to the Hong clan of Tianhai City, he refused to submit to the demon cult. We have beheaded him and have him hung on the wall. Oh, very good. Lianqing smiled more and more happily. It seemed that the leader's policy of massacring the city was really powerful. Look, he didn't even move his hands, but the other party came out to surrender on their own initiative. He even dealt with those who disagreed to surrender. What Lianqing didn't know was that Bai Haotian's situation was even smoother than his. None of the factions showed any resistance and simply surrendered. It could be said that the demon cult effortlessly captured 2 more cities. You should know that the territory of this city is almost as big as the continent below. Chapter 49, there are 4 cities like this in my demon cult. The consecutive surrender of Huangshan City and Lishui City once again caused an uproar in the surrounding cities, but fortunately, the demon cult entered a period of calm after conquering the 2 cities and did not take any further action. At this time, in the Kangwu continent in the lower realm, in the Invincible City in the far north, many members of the demon sect stood on the Ascension Square. Li Changsheng, dressed in a green robe, stood in the first place, followed by 2 young men with knives on their backs. They were Qian Yuqi and Dao Qi, who had joined the demon sect 3 years ago. Both of them were extremely talented, and with the demon sect's full training, they both reached the high level of martial emperor in just 3 years. This time, a group of people flew in from outside the square. They stopped at the edge of the square and bowed to Li Changsheng, who was the first one.
Fu Zong, Fu Bai greets Lord Changsheng. Daqian Dynasty, Chen Tongshan greets Lord Changsheng.
Yellow Sandcastle, knife. Li Changsheng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, the leader has ordered that the Ascension channel will be opened in 3 years, and all forces can ascend.
Those who want to ascend, please stand in the square. Yes. Zishuan, I'm here.
A purple-robed steward in the square bowed and responded. After we ascend, the passage won't have to be closed again.
We can ascend every year from now on, yes.
At this time, the Ascension channel had been opened.
Li Changsheng looked at everyone and shouted, Ascension.
Everyone walked towards the stone tablet together and slowly disappeared. Li Changsheng also walked towards the stone tablet, but strength was slowly accumulating in his body. Although the leader and others had ascended for 3 years, no one knew what the situation in the upper realm was like. In the Ascension Square of Black King City, all the stone tablets were still functioning normally, and ascenders were still emerging continuously, but the managers had been replaced by a group of men in black robes. A burly man sat in the middle of the square with his eyes closed, and a bloody aura surrounded him, making people inside and outside the square dare not look directly at him. This time, a man in a black robe quickly walked to the strong man and said softly, Master Tiger Guard, the stone tablet of the ancestral land is lit. The sturdy man opened his eyes, quickly stood up and walked towards the stone tablet that had just lit up. At this time, a group of people had already walked out of the stone tablet. As the sturdy man just walked in front of the stone tablet, a figure in green appeared in front of him. The strong man immediately saluted the figure in green. The figure in green was Li Changsheng, who had just ascended. He had just come out of the stone tablet, and before he could react, a voice came into his ears.
I, the Demon Tiger King and his Tiger Guard Xiongba, greet Lord Changsheng.
Li Changsheng looked at Xiongba, who was bowing to him, and seemed to have some impression of him. He was indeed the person who ascended to heaven from the demon sect last time. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief and let down his guard. However, Xiongba's murderous aura at this moment made him afraid to look directly at him. He was afraid that his cultivation was higher than his own. The other people who ascended together looked at Xiongba in front of them with their mouths wide open in surprise.
This devil-like figure in front of them was actually saluting Li Changsheng.
Could it be that the demon cult has become very powerful in the upper realm? Chen Yuqi and Dao Qi, who were standing behind Li Changsheng, also looked at Xiongba with curiosity. Xiongba's aura was really too scary. Li Changsheng looked up and looked around, seeing that races kept appearing on the hundreds of stone tablets in the square. He knew that this should be the common ascension site for many continents. When he saw that the ascended races were taken away by the men in black, he asked Xiongba what was going on. Others also looked at Xiongba curiously. Sir, the city we are in now is Black King City, and this square is the Ascension Square. Hundreds of ascenders from the continent below will ascend here. All ascenders must serve as slaves for 3 years, working in the mines, before they can gain freedom.
Mining the mine, then we.
Chen Yuqi, who was standing behind Li Changsheng, asked in surprise. Xiongba grinned, Of course you don't. The mine they dug belongs to my demon sect, and they have been slaves for my demon sect for 3 years. The leader said that all the ascenders in Kangwu continent do not have to be slaves.
What?
Everyone was surprised. Those who were not part of the demonic cult forces who ascended with him were all very glad that they ascended from the Kangwu continent, otherwise they would have to be slaves for 3 years. However, they were all secretly thinking that this demon sect had already gained so much power after only ascending for 3 years. They must be a force to be reckoned with in the Black King City. Before they could use their imagination, Li Changsheng had already asked, I wonder what the power of my demon sect is like in the upper realm now.
Master Changsheng, let's talk as we walk. The demon cult's headquarters is not in Black King City, but on the heavenly demon peak outside the city. The city we are standing on now is Black King City. The entire city has jurisdiction over tens of millions of kilometers. It is comparable to most of the Kangwu continent. Before the others could be surprised, Xiongba continued, "My demon cult currently owns 4 cities like Black King City." The others didn't know what to say. Even the usually calm Li Changsheng opened his mouth slightly but didn't say anything in the end. It was really hard to accept this information at once. The demon sect, which had only ascended for 3 years, actually had jurisdiction over such a large area in the upper realm. Half an hour later, everyone flew to the foot of the demon peak. Looking up at the peak, which was unknown how high it was, everyone had begun to feel numb. The demon cult was already so powerful, so it was not too much to have such a big mountain. It was not too much at all. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from the mountain peak. "Ah, Master Li, you are finally here." Li Changsheng looked at the newcomer and said with a smile, "I should have ascended with you earlier. It seems like I don't know anything now." "Alright, stop complaining. The leader is still resting. Let me take you around this demon peak first." The man who came was none other than the demon Tiger King. He waved gently at Xiongba, who bowed and took his leave. The other demon cult disciples who had ascended were taken away to rest, leaving only Chen Yuqi and Dao Qi still standing behind Li Changsheng. The two looked at the demon Tiger King with curiosity, not at Xiongba. They didn't know Xiongba, but they knew the demon Tiger King's appearance. There was a statue of him in the demon hall on the continent below. He was an actual high-ranking figure in the demon cult. The demon Tiger King took Li Changsheng and the other two to visit around the demon peak. When they came to a flower bed, many flowers were in full bloom, but Li Changsheng frowned. He actually felt threatened by these flowers, as if they had the ability to kill him. A red rose in the flower bed suddenly transformed into a red figure, looked at the demon Tiger King, made a face, and disappeared again. The demonic Tiger King looked at Li Changsheng and chuckled softly. "This is the flower that the leader raised. It's full of flower essences, and their cultivation is not bad either." Chapter 50, Semi-Saint Relics. The demonic Tiger King brought the 3 of them to the back mountain, in front of a huge peach tree. The demonic Tiger King bowed to the peach tree and said, "Wood Protector, this is Li Changsheng, the newly ascended leader of the Azure Dragon Hall of my demon cult." After that, he pointed at the peach tree and said to Li Changsheng, "This is the new guardian of the demon cult, Mu Lao." An old face slowly appeared on the peach tree. It looked at Li Changsheng and said, "I still need to practice in seclusion. I will apologize to Master Li later. This peach is for you." After saying that, 3 peaches flew towards Li Changsheng and the other 2. The peach in front of Li Changsheng was emitting fairy light, and the peach in front of Chen Yuqi and Dao Qi was emitting spiritual energy. The demonic Tiger King looked at Li Changsheng and said, "This is a sacred object for cultivation. After you eat it, your cultivation level will catch up quickly." The few of them then went on to visit Tianhua Peak. This time, billions of miles away from Black King City, a beam of white light shot straight into the sky, and the entire chaotic land could be clearly seen. And Zhou also opened his eyes and looked towards the white light in the distance. He gently knocked on the seat, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. "Go check what's going on." "Yes, sir." The figure slowly began to disappear. Inside the main hall of Tianhua Peak, the court was holding a meeting. The high-ranking members of the demon cult were still standing on both sides. This time, there was one more person, and that was Li Changsheng, who had just ascended. Zhou Qiang sat upright and asked in a deep voice, "How's the investigation into Baiguang going?" De knelt down and said, "Master, I have received news that a semi-saint's ruins have been opened, and many forces have now led their troops to the ruins." Half-saint, many high-ranking members of the demon cult below were surprised. You know, in recent years, the high-ranking members of the demon cult have also begun to understand the realm of cultivation. Tongxian cultivates Qiangu, Qiangu cultivates Xinwu, Xinwu reaches Daluo, and above Daluo is half-saint. At present, there is not even a Daluo realm in the entire chaotic land, and the sudden appearance of a semi-saint relic is really horrifying. Ding, mission is being generated. Explore the semi-saint relics and become the biggest beneficiary. Completion rewards include 2 levels of cultivation, 500,000 villain points, and a mysterious gift pack. There is no penalty for failure. Do you accept? Accept. Where are Lianqing, Ningwu, the Demon Rat King, the Demon Bull King, the Demon Tiger King, the Demon Dragon King, and the Demon Snake King? I'm here. The people below responded. You all follow me. The rest of you will stay behind to guard the demon cult. While I'm away, I Haotian will temporarily take charge of the demon cult. Yes, sir. Bai Haotian bowed and replied. At this time, a large number of living beings have gathered in the semi-saint ruins. Every mountain around is occupied by a large force, and the area below the mountain is surrounded by small forces and independent cultivators. They are all living beings from nearby cities who have rushed over to see if they can get any benefits. Suddenly there was a lot of discussion. I didn't expect that there would be a semi-saint relic in this chaotic place like ours. Yeah, if we can get some benefits from it, we will be rich. Don't overthink it. Look at the forces on the surrounding mountains. This kind of relic is not something you and I can get our hands on. We'll be lucky to have a sip of soup. On top of one of the mountain peaks, a man and a woman in brocade robes were talking quietly to each other. Behind them stood several guards who were obviously very skilled in cultivation, and a group of old men were surrounding them in a fawning manner. I didn't expect that there would be a semi-saint relic in this remote place. A cold voice came from the woman's mouth. The man curled his lips and muttered, "What's so surprising about a semi-saint relic? You're never surprised when you see a living semi-saint. What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing, sister, this is really surprising. Mr. Hu, please introduce us to the surrounding forces." The woman ignored the man and asked an old man behind her. When the old man heard this, he immediately bowed and walked to the woman. "Greetings, Miss Li." He pointed to the mountain opposite and said, "That's the Yang family, the largest power in Yangchang. Headed by the Yang family's top master, Yang Liwu, a master of the 7th level of Jinwu." The mountain on the left, the mountain on the south side. The man dressed like a young gentleman immediately became interested. He looked at the old man and asked curiously, "Has the demon cult leader arrived? I've been hearing rumors about him ever since I came to this chaotic place. I wonder what he looks like." Curiosity also appeared in the eyes of the woman called Miss Li. When she first heard the legend of the leader of the demon cult, she was also surprised. Although there are all kinds of wonders in the world, it is really unbelievable that he could conquer such a large territory just 3 years after ascending from the lower realm. "I haven't seen him yet, so he probably hasn't arrived yet," the old man said to the young man, shaking his head. Suddenly, a dragon roared, and a magical dragon chariot flew over from afar. The forces on the mountain looked up at the chariot, some with disdain, some with curiosity. The many creatures below the mountain also looked up at the magical dragon chariot. Damn, he's really pretentious. How did he come up with that couplet? He's so arrogant. Even my father wouldn't dare say that. Young Master Li stared at the couplets on either side of the flying sedan with his mouth wide open. Even the impassive Miss Li twitched her lips. Many of the other factions on the other peaks were even more shocked by the couplets on the flying sedan. Was this demonic cult leader crazy, daring to say such a bold statement? Truly, the higher one's cultivation, the more one realizes the courage it takes to say such a thing. Chapter 51. Do you want to die? Outside the flying chariot stood many high-ranking members of the demon cult. Lian Shang, dressed in a red robe, whispered to the chariot inside, "Master, the surrounding mountains have been occupied by various major forces." No sound came from the flying chariot, but it flew directly to the nearest mountain. On this mountain stood the master of Yuang City, a member of the bear tribe among the demons. The others, seeing the flying chariot flying towards the bear tribe's territory, seemed to understand something and looked over with a look of gloating joy. Meanwhile, the bear tribe on the mountaintop, seeing the flying chariot flying towards them, suddenly looked gloomy. They knew that this was coming to seize their territory. Did they think they were just soft persimmons? The chief elder of the bear clan, Xiong Tianhai, flew up and said in a deep voice facing the flying chariot of the demon cult, "I am Xiong Tianhai, the lord of Yuang City. You must be the leader of the demonic cult. I wonder what brings you to this mountain." A cold voice rang out from the flying chariot, "This mountain is ours to the demon cult. Leave or die." What? Xiong Tianhai looked at the flying dragon chariot with embarrassment.
He did not expect that Zhou Qiong was even more domineering than the legend. He originally wanted to borrow the slope and say a few words to give the mountain to the demon sect. After all, Zhou Qiong's fighting power was too exaggerated. He killed Hong Tu with one sword. His own fighting power was about the same as Hong Tu's. He was no match for Zhou Qiong at all, but now that Zhou Qiong said this, the surrounding forces also heard it. If they retreat now, how will they survive in this chaotic place in the future? Everyone around was filled with emotion when they heard what was said in the flying chariot. Zhou Qiong was indeed as domineering as the legend said. They wondered how the bear tribe would respond now. Xiong Tianhai's expression changed several times. He clenched his fists, stared at the demon cult's flying chariot, and said in a deep voice, "Then I would like to ask Master Zhou to teach me." There was no voice answering him. Bang! The door of the flying chariot opened, and a sword intent filled with blood rushed out and rushed directly towards Xiong Tianhai on the opposite side. Heavy footsteps slowly sounded, and with each sound, the sword intent and bloody aura increased by 1 point. Finally, Zhou Qiong, dressed in a dragon robe, stepped out of the flying chariot, looked at Xiong Tianhai, and said coldly, "Are you looking for death?" With a pu sound, Xiong Tianhai on the opposite side spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee in the air. He was actually seriously injured by the bloody sword intent just now. Xiong Tianhai looked up at Zhou Qiong, a look of fear on his face. He hadn't even attacked, yet his opponent had already severely injured him with just his sword intent. He couldn't imagine if he had drawn his sword, he wouldn't even have had a chance to escape. Xiong Tianhai didn't dare to respond. He turned around, called out to his tribesmen, and then left the mountain and flew downwards. He had actually admitted defeat. After all, he had no choice but to admit defeat. He was afraid that Zhou Qiong would kill him directly. The people on the surrounding mountains frowned deeply as they watched Xiong Tianhai and the others run away without saying a single harsh word. They looked at Zhou Qiong with a bit more fear in their eyes. It was really because the sword intent just now was too domineering. Not only did it directly injure Xiong Tianhai, but even they felt a sense of danger from such a distance. On the mountain where the Li siblings were, a man dressed as a guard said to the woman, "Young master, young lady, if it's not necessary, try not to clash with that demonic cult." The young master was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Who was he? He was a noble, and he could still be bullied in this remote place. "I say, Ada, he's just a small demon sect, can't I afford to offend him?" Ada looked at the young master and said helplessly, "Young master, you don't know, the demon cult leader just released a knife intent, which made me feel dangerous. If a conflict really broke out, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you and the young lady." What? The young man was shocked when he heard this. Although he had sneaked out with his sister this time and did not bring any powerful guards, Ada was also at the peak of Jinwu and half a step away from Daluo. In addition, the level of the martial arts he practiced was very high. In this remote place, I am afraid that ordinary Daluo would not be able to do anything to him. Now he actually said that if a conflict broke out, he might not be able to protect himself and others. Could it be that the leader of the evil cult was really that powerful? Zhou Qiong's gaze now turned to the Li siblings, or to be more precise, to Adi, who should be the one with the highest cultivation level among all the people present. Without paying any more attention to the others, he turned and walked into the flying chariot. At present, the semi-saint secret realm has not been opened yet, so there is no need for him to wait outside. Zhou Qiong, sitting in the demon cult's flying chariot, opened the attribute panel. Character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position, demon cult leader. Cultivation, eternal 7th level. The aura of the 1st level of Jinwu. Martial arts, demonic god sutra, sky life and death hand, god and demon eyes. The 3rd level of heaven devouring demonic art, demon mount, dragon chariot. Although Zhou Qiong's current cultivation level was only the 7th level of the eternal realm, with the help of his heaven-defying divine demon sword, he wasn't worried about being threatened by anyone. Ever since it absorbed the blood and souls of the entire Tianhai city, he didn't know how much more powerful the divine demon sword could be, but I guess any ordinary Daluo should be able to kill him. Moreover, since Zhou Qiong practiced demon, not only has his combat power increased greatly, but he also exudes a state of mind that makes it impossible for people to detect his realm. 3 days passed, and some forces came from the surrounding area. One of them wanted to seize the mountain from the Li siblings, but was killed by Ada with a palm. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting in the demon cult's flying chariot, suddenly opened his eyes and saw a vortex-shaped passage appearing above the semi-saint ruins. When the many creatures below saw this, they immediately wanted to rush into the whirlpool, But they were afraid of the major forces on the mountain and did not dare to make any big moves for a while. Zhou Qiong stepped out of the flying chariot and flew towards the vortex with the members of the demon cult. At this time, the entrance of the vortex was already filled with creatures from various forces. The Li siblings were also among them. The younger brother looked at Zhou Qiong and whispered, "It's a great honor to meet a hero like Master Zhou in this place. My name is Li Gu, and I wonder if we can be friends." The Li family's sister looked at Li Gu with a puzzled look on her face. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude? Shouldn't he just introduce himself and ask him to be his guest? Now he has turned it into making friends. Zhou Qiong looked at Li Gu without saying anything. He looked at the vortex passage and said in a deep voice, "Since the passage is open, I will go in first." After that, he waved his hand and led the people of the demon sect into the passage. When other forces saw Zhou Qiong enter first, they immediately followed and flew into the passage. Li Gu looked at Zhou Qiong, who disappeared in the passage with a depressed look on his face. He actually ignored him. He was really pretentious, even more so than himself. The Li family elder sister beside him said softly, "It's better for you to have less contact with people like this. You know your father's character. If he knew you were on good terms with a demonic figure, he would probably kill you." This book is currently being promoted. I hope everyone can give it more 5-star praise and follow me to update the book. This will give me more motivation to write. Thank you. Chapter 52, Shadow Possession. The world was spinning for a while, and when Zhou Qiong opened his eyes again, he found that he was the only one around. He guessed that the vortex channel was randomly transmitted, and everyone was teleported to a different location. Zhou Qiong looked around and found himself in an underground palace. There were densely packed passages all around him. He frowned secretly and walked into one of the passages. The secret realm of the semi-saint, to put it simply, is the sleeping palace and inheritance place of the semi-saint after his death. It usually contains some secret treasures and skills used by the semi-saint during his lifetime, and even the semi-saint's inheritance. On the other side, just as the Li siblings and Adi and others entered the passage, a jade pendant in Li's sister's hand began to emit light, forming a protective film that wrapped around them. The light only slowly disappeared after they completely stepped into the secret realm. Li Gu glanced at the entrance to the passage and said disdainfully, "A mere half-saint created a passage and thought he could separate us? Wishful thinking." Then he turned to Li's elder sister and said, "Sister Wanner, why did we enter this shabby secret realm? I felt uncomfortable the moment I entered." Li's elder sister, Li Wanner, did not answer, but explored the surroundings. This time, countless creatures have entered the secret realm. The spiritual energy inside the secret realm is several times that of the outside. In addition, no one has mined or destroyed it for countless years, so the spiritual medicines and herbs inside are everywhere. In the secret realm, an old man was exploring with 2 young disciples, picking a bunch of spiritual herbs from time to time, all with a look of joy on their faces. One of the disciples looked at the old man and said, "Master, this semi-saint's secret realm is indeed filled with treasures. After we get out, we will use these spiritual medicines to exchange for resources. By then, I believe you will be able to enter the eternal realm. By then, our Tianjin sect will be considered the #1 force." "Yes, but we can only pick some spiritual herbs here. We won't have the chance to get the real good stuff." Another disciple said depressedly. The old man looked at the 2 disciples and chuckled softly, "You should know how to be content. I am very satisfied to have these spiritual medicines as my teacher." After they finished talking, they went to pick elixirs. In a place where no one could see, a black shadow slowly emerged and went straight into the body of the disciple who had just spoken. Countless black shadows suddenly appeared in the entire secret realm. The black shadows seemed to have intelligence and possessed some creatures with low cultivation. However, they were extremely secretive and no one discovered them. Everyone is still exploring the secret realm and the harvest is very good. After all, there are indeed many treasures in the secret realm. A faint light suddenly emanated from one direction of the secret realm. All the forces that saw the light stopped exploring and flew towards the light. Even a fool could guess that this was the appearance of the inheritance of the semi-saint. There was a huge open space where the light was emitted. At this time, hundreds of thousands of creatures had gathered in the open space, but the glowing area was guarded by several of the strongest forces, and others could not get close. The center of the light was occupied by 4 factions: the Yang family of Yangcheng, the Tang snake clan of Fengcheng, the Li siblings, and the demon cult. The demon cult was the weakest at this moment, as its leader, Zhou Qiong, was absent. The only person in charge was Lian Shang, a member of the Eternal Realm. However, because everyone was afraid of Zhou Qiong's strength, the other three major forces also tacitly agreed to the demon cult entering this core circle. But if the inheritance really appeared in a while, there would be nothing to worry about. Even if Zhou Qiong really appeared, no one would give him face. Everyone in the demon cult gathered together and talked about their gains. Only the demon bull king simply said a few words, and his tone was a little stiff. No one else noticed anything. After all, the demon bull king was not a talkative person. Only Lianqing felt something was amiss, but he didn't find anything. Zhou Qiong had just emerged from the underground palace, his face gloomy. He had been trapped there for 3 days, wandering around in circles. Besides a few portraits, there was nothing else inside. It could be said that Zhou Qiong had gained nothing from entering the secret realm. After coming out of the underground palace, Zhou Qiong looked in the direction of the white light and flew over. Just as the members of the demon cult felt the pressure growing, a dark shadow appeared next to the white light. Everyone looked and saw that it was the demon cult leader Zhou Qiong. All the members of the demon cult immediately bowed and called out, "Cult leader." Li Go looked at Zhou Qiong, who suddenly appeared, and asked curiously, "Master Zhou, why did you come just now? The semi-saint inheritance is about to be opened. If you don't come now, it will probably be snatched away by others." Zhou Qiong did not respond. This time he really did not know how to answer. Could it be that he was trapped in an underground palace as soon as he entered the secret realm, and it took him 3 whole days to get out? Would he still be able to save the face of his demon cult leader if he told him? Suddenly Zhou Qiong frowned and looked at the demon bull king. Silver-black lightning flashed from his brows and he struck him directly with a palm. The people around were suddenly shocked. Was the leader of the demon cult crazy? Why did he suddenly start attacking his own men? Even the members of the demon cult looked at Zhou Qiong in confusion. Only Lianqing seemed to have discovered something. The giant palm hit the body of the demon bull king directly, but the demon bull king was not knocked away or killed as everyone expected. Instead, he did not move, but a black shadow was knocked out from his body. The black shadow looked at Zhou Qiong and laughed a few times, then instantly rushed towards a minotaur next to him. After being possessed by the black shadow, the minotaur picked up the axe behind him and chopped directly at his companion. The companion lost his life with an expression of disbelief on his face. Suddenly, countless screams rang out across the entire open space. Countless creatures seemed to be controlled by something and began to attack their companions around them. For a moment, the open space was in chaos, with shouts of killing rising one after another. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it was only a moment from the time Zhou Qiong attacked to the chaos on the scene. By the time everyone reacted, more than 1/3 of the creatures had died. No one could believe that the companion they had been with day and night would suddenly kill them. When everyone realized that the other party was possessed by something, they began to fight back. However, what made them despair was that even if they killed the other party, the black shadow would not disappear, but would drill into another person's body and continue to attack others. Fortunately, the black shadow seemed to have limited control ability, and no warrior in the Eternal Realm had been possessed yet. However, as time went on, the black shadow seemed to be getting stronger, and masters in the Eternal Realm also began to be possessed. Many major forces began to get restless. At first, they thought it was just some evil creatures because it didn't pose a threat to them. Now, if the situation continues like this, the Black Shadow might be able to possess the Jinwu realm, and then it would be a big trouble. Chapter 53. I hope you can survive my blow. Li Gu looked at the black shadows that kept appearing and the creatures controlled by them, and asked Li Wanner softly, "Sister Wanner, what is this black shadow? How can there be such a thing in the semi-saint's secret realm?" "I don't know exactly what it is, but it's probably some kind of ghost. It seems this half-saint isn't a righteous person." The strength of the black shadows began to increase continuously, and there were only a few forces left that could maintain stability in the field. The Li siblings took out a talisman and formed a huge protective shield to protect themselves and their group, and also helped some other people. The Yang family took out a stone that emitted a hot breath, which made the ghosts dare not approach at all. Some other forces also took out secret treasures to protect the people around them. As for the members of the demon sect, they were all enveloped by the light emitted from Zhou Qiong's eyebrows, and the ghosts did not dare to approach at all. The ghosts in the field were still wreaking havoc, and the entire secret realm was slowly changing. The sky began to darken, some white bones slowly emerged from the ground,
and the air was filled with a cold and damp smell of corpses. Even the area that was once emitting light turned black, emitting a deadly aura. A huge black shadow rushed out from the light. Ha ha ha, I'm alive again, ha 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 ha. Just wait for me, old bastard. The black shadow was wearing a crown, royal robes, a square face, and holding a notebook in his hand. When Zhou Qiang saw this figure, a figure emerged in his mind, the king of hell in the underworld in mythology and legends. Ever since he appeared, the surrounding black shadows quickly flew into his body and merged with him, and his aura continued to increase. The shadow looked around and said in a dark voice, "Welcome everyone to my netherworld hell. I am the master of this place, King Guanyu. Everyone who came here is my savior. To repay you, those of you who survive will become my first group of subordinates. Be grateful, haha." When King Guanyu appeared, many forces had already realized that something was wrong and were secretly using teleportation talismans, but what made them despair was that all the teleportation talismans were ineffective. Looking at King Guanyu, who had obviously recovered to the level of Daluo and was still getting stronger, he felt infinite fear in his heart. "King Guanyu, it's actually King Guanyu, he's not dead," said Ada, who was next to the Li siblings, in surprise. "Do you know him?" Li Wanner looked at Ada and asked. "Miss, I once stumbled across his records. This King Guanyu was once a casual cultivator, but he somehow inherited something and cultivated a hellish technique. He once transformed an entire city into a ghost town just to practice. Later, he was directly killed by the imperial tutor of that dynasty with a palm strike from midair. I never thought that thousands of years later, he would actually come back to life. Huh, that old bastard, huh, I just used his hand to bring me back to life. Now I have mastered the martial arts, and when I recover, I will destroy his entire dynasty." King Guanyu laughed strangely and said with a sinister look on his face. The surrounding black shadows continued to enter King Guanyu's body, and black gas continued to emerge from the underground of the entire secret realm and was absorbed by King Guanyu. "Oh no, he's stalling for time. We can't let him recover any further. If this goes on, we'll all die." Li Wanner shouted. "Everyone, work together to break open this secret realm." The others seemed to understand that they couldn't go on like this, and they all attacked King Guanyu. Everyone knew that this was a moment of life and death, and they all took out their strongest means. For a moment, the entire secret realm seemed to be shaking due to the bombardment, and huge roars continued to sound. The sound of spitting blood continued to be heard. The people who had attacked King Guanyu were slapped back by a palm one after another. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Those with low cultivation died tragically on the spot. Looking up at the unharmed King Guanyu, he was deeply desperate. He could neither win nor escape. It seemed that they were really going to die here. Up to now, only 1 in 10 living creatures in the entire secret realm were alive. Even Ada was beaten to the point of spitting blood and returned to the side of the Li siblings. He said to Li Wanner, "No, miss, the Guanyu king has recovered to the 7th level of Daluo. We can't wait any longer. It's time to use the talisman." After hearing this, a golden talisman appeared in Li Wanner's hand and she gritted her teeth. She knew that as long as she crushed the talisman, someone would come to rescue them. By then, let alone King Guanyu recovering to the level of a semi-saint, even if he broke through to another level, they would not be in danger. But after that she couldn't wander around outside anymore, but needed to go back and complete that crappy marriage. Li Wanner turned her head and looked at Li Gu, as if she had made up her mind. If it were her, she would rather die here than use the talisman, but she couldn't let Li Gu die here too. Just when everyone was in despair and Li Wanner was about to use the talisman, King Guanyu in the sky looked at Zhou Qiang and said with a strange smile, "Very good, you didn't attack me just now. What's your name? You will be my #1 general under King Guanyu from now on." The others then remembered that when everyone attacked King Guanyu together, Zhou Qiang did not make a move, but stood there motionless. Li Gu also turned to look at Zhou Qiang, cursing in his heart. It seemed that Zhou Qiang was also a coward who was afraid of death. He didn't even have the courage to take action just now. It was a waste that he had admired him so much in the past. Zhou Qiang looked at King Guanyu in the sky and said in a cold voice, "I am Zhou Qiang, the leader of the demon cult. Do you want to take me as your subordinate? Of course, you will follow me to conquer the world in the future. This will be your great honor. And they who dared to attack me will all die."
King Guanyu looked at the others and said with a sinister look on his face. Liwana was so scared that she tightened her grip on the talisman, as if she was going to crush it at any moment.
Okay, if you can survive my blow, I might consider it.
Zhou Qian looked at King Guanyu with disdain. When these words were spoken, everyone was immediately surprised.
What did he just say? He actually let King Guanyu take his sword. Is Zhou Qian used to being domineering, or was he just frightened silly?
How dare he say such words?
Doesn't he know that King Guanyu has recovered to the high level of Daluo? Isn't this courting death? Li Gu also looked at Zhou Qian with his mouth wide open.
He had seen countless geniuses since he was a child, and many of them were domineering and proud, but there was really no one else as domineering as Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian couldn't even be called overbearing. It felt like he had lost sight of the situation.
And he hadn't taken action just now. Had he been waiting for this moment to act pretentious?
Li Gu looked at Zhou Qian, as if he had thought of something. King Guanyu sneered angrily, looking at Zhou Qian below, and said harshly, "Do you know what you just said?
It seems that you don't want to live anymore. King Guanyu, I hope you can survive my blow."
Thanks to Baezwo Duogwei for the capsule, Shinra Tensei, Yu Shang, and Wuming Lui for the reminders and mountain climbing, Jinsi for the mountain climbing invitation and likes, and all the readers for their likes. There are not many places, so there may be incompleteness, so please forgive me. Thank you very much again. I started writing as soon as I got home from get off work.
Thank you all for your support. I also hope that everyone will not forget to give good reviews and ask for updates. Chapter 54 Mysterious Gift Pack. Zhou Qian didn't say any more nonsense.
Silver black lightning flashed between his eyebrows, and the divine demon sword slowly emerged from his hand. To be honest, since the divine demon sword absorbed the blood and souls of billions of lives last time, Zhou Qian had no idea how strong the sword's attack power was now, but it did not prevent him from drawing his sword. Zhou Qian slowly walked towards King Guanyu in the sky. With every step he took, the evil spirit on his body increased a bit, and the momentum of the divine demon sword also became stronger.
Slowly, the entire secret realm seemed to be affected by the bloody evil spirit of Zhou Qian and the divine demon sword.
The dark sky began to slowly turn into a blood-red aura. At first, King Guanyu didn't pay much attention to Zhou Qian, but when the divine demon sword appeared, he frowned deeply. He actually felt a threat to his life from this sword. Zhou Qian faced King Guanyu, slowly raised the divine demon sword, and slashed at King Guanyu. Suddenly, the bloody energy in the air surged tenfold again, and a blood-red sword energy shot up into the sky and slashed towards King Guanyu. Looking at the long sword coming towards him, King Guanyu felt a little fear in his heart, as if he could not dodge the sword no matter what, and he had no choice but to take it head-on.
Yu Ming Fu Tian!
King Guanyu shouted loudly. An infinite black light radiated from his body, and he launched countless attacks on the long sword continuously. Boom! A collision sound that was 10 times louder than the previous attack was heard.
The entire secret realm began to shake violently. Countless mountains collapsed, and the plains began to sink.
The entire secret realm seemed to have experienced the end of the world. Before anyone could react, a ray of light suddenly shot in front of them. When they looked up, they saw that a huge hole had been cut in the sky of the secret realm, and sunlight from outside was shining directly in. Everyone looked towards the two men fighting in the sky. Zhou Qian slowly sheathed his sword and looked at King Guanyu across from him. He said in a cold voice, "You can take my sword and survive.
You have enough to be proud of yourself."
King Guanyu looked up at Zhou Qian with shock in his eyes. Everyone looked at King Guanyu and found that his whole body was split into two halves. He clearly wanted to merge together, but there seemed to be a bloody aura blocking it. A flash of black light instantly rushed outward. It was King Guanyu, who fled without a word. Although he didn't believe Zhou Qian could deliver that divine and demonic blow again, he simply didn't dare to gamble. He had finally survived for thousands of years, and he didn't want to die at the beginning. Zhou Qian waved his hand and flew to the outside world with everyone from the demon cult. The previous blow was really too powerful and directly cut through the secret realm. Now the secret realm may explode at any time, so it is better to get out early. In the outside world, many living creatures rushed out. Everyone suffered heavy losses in this treasure hunt in the secret realm, and not even 1/10 of them came out alive. Everyone who came out bowed to Zhou Qian and expressed their gratitude. The Yang family of Yangchang, thank you, Master Zhou, for your help. The Sun family of Guanqing, thank you, Master Zhou, for your help. Tang Snake Clan, thank you Zhou. Flying Tiger Mountain, Jiangnan Brothers. Zhou Qiong nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I hope you won't block my way in the future, otherwise my sword will chop you down. Everyone was thinking, will we chat?
We are thanking you, don't you know?
Why are you suddenly threatening us? Zhou Qiong ignored other people's thoughts and led the members of the demon sect towards the flying chariot.
Master Zhou, wait a moment.
A voice suddenly came from behind the demonic cultists.
Li Ge, dressed in brocade, appeared before Zhou Qiong. Master Zhou, thank you for saving my life. This is my jade pendant. If you ever visit my great Wu dynasty in the future, you can come to the Wu Palace to find me. I will make a bed for you.
Zhou Qiong took the jade pendant and, without a word, led everyone into the flying chariot, disappearing between the mountains. Li Ge looked at the flying chariot flying away and shouted, Don't forget!
Not long after Zhou Qiong left, Li Wan'er and her brother were about to continue their journey to the next destination when an elderly figure suddenly appeared before them. Standing there, he seemed to be the center of the entire world. If King Guanyu were here, he would have been terrified. This person had already reached the realm he had always dreamed of. Li Wan'er looked at the person who came with a bitter expression, and a trace of despair appeared in her heart. The old man looked at Li Wan'er and Li Ge, bowed and said softly, This old servant greets the princess and the young prince. On the flying chariot, Zhou Qiong sat upright on the magic dragon chair and took a deep breath. The previous sword attack had consumed too much of his energy. The aura on the divine demon sword also became dim. Although it absorbed some of King Guanyu's blood, its power was much smaller. It was estimated that it could only deal with ordinary Daluo realm. System, have I completed this mission? Zhou Qiong asked a little confusedly. He remembered that the system made him the biggest beneficiary, but apart from driving away King Guanyu, he didn't gain anything else. Ding, the system is verifying. Because the host's performance is not accurate, the reward is being reduced. The reduction is complete. The host will be rewarded with a gift package. Zhou Qiong was silent, which meant that even if he increased his cultivation by 2 levels, his villain value would be gone, but at least he was given a mysterious gift package. I don't know what's inside. Zhou Qiong clicked on the gift package, and 2 things flew out of it, a tower-like building and an egg. Yes, an egg. Zhou Qiong clicked on the building's introduction and saw that it was written on it. The magic tower contains magic techniques from various worlds. Every time you successfully clear a level, you can randomly obtain a magic technique. Zhou Qiong nodded secretly. This magic tower is very helpful to the current demon cult. The current cultivation techniques of the lower-level members of the demon cult are pretty good, but except for Lianqing and the 4 leaders, the cultivation techniques of the rest of the higher-level members are not a very high level. Zhou Qiong has always wanted to exchange techniques for them, but unfortunately the villain points in his hands are not enough. While Zhou Qiong was still thinking about the magic tower, a crisp sound came from the side. Zhou Qiong turned around and saw that the egg in the gift bag was broken, and a black head popped out from it. Slowly, the whole body crawled out of the egg, turned around and ate the eggshell. Zhou Qiong looked at the black creature crawling out of the egg with a look of disbelief. After it ate the eggshell, its body began to grow rapidly, and it expanded to the point that the flying chariot could hardly accommodate it. Then it quickly shrank to half the size of Zhou Qiong. It had a pitch-black pointed head, a slender body, and 4 limbs on the ground. Its tail kept swinging behind it, and it called out to Zhou Qiong twice. You can guess what comes out of the egg. Chapter 55. Do you know Wu Shi? Woof, woof, the black species opposite barked twice at Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong was bewildered. Isn't this a dog? How did it hatch from an egg? What was this? Was it a pet or a mount? Zhou Qiong felt a chill in his heart when he thought of him riding a dog into battle. Zhou Qiong looked at the black dog, then looked at himself, and asked the system speechlessly. System, do you know Wu Shi? I don't know, what about Yang Jin? It took Zhou Qiong a long time to accept the fact that a dog came out of the egg, and he clicked on the dog's profile. Demon dog, the unknown world's creation beast. Yes, that's all the description says, and nothing more. But judging by the description of the creation beast, it seems like it's a truly formidable pet. What should I call you? Black Emperor, that's not good enough for copyright infringement. Roaring Sky Dog, that's a bit dull. So let's call you Dabai, bark twice, Zhou Qiong called out to the black dog. The dog rolled its eyes and barked twice helplessly, because the other party was its master. The flying chariot slowly flew to the demon cult's headquarters. Zhou Qiong walked out of the chariot and stood on top of the demon peak. A black dog followed him. In his hand was a small black tower, which he gently threw towards the back mountain of the demon cult. The small tower grew bigger and bigger in the air. When it landed on the back mountain, it was already about 10,000 feet high, right next to Mulao. Mulao was shocked when he saw the huge tower that suddenly appeared. A voice appeared beside Mulao's ears. This is the sacred object of my demonic sect, take good care of it. I will follow the leader's orders. In the main hall of Tianma Peak, the court meeting was held. As usual, all the senior officials stood on both sides, with Zhou Qiong sitting on the top and Lianqing standing on the right. The only difference was that there was one more person today. No, it was a black dog, lying on Zhou Qiong's left. Zhou Qiong pointed at the black dog and said in a deep voice, "This is my new pet, Dabai." Everyone in the demon cult, Lianqing, everyone was speechless. It was so inappropriate to call this black dog Dabai. He didn't even have the whites of his eyes, yet he was called Dabai. The leader's ability in naming was really, well, terrible. How is my sect developing at the moment? A cold voice interrupted everyone's imagination. Master, our sect is developing rapidly and recruiting disciples. Currently, we have 53 people in the Eternal Realm and more than 30,000 in the Profound Realm. Lianqing bowed and replied. My demon cult is still not strong enough. From today on, we will fully allocate resources and recruit disciples. I hope that in 10 years, only my demon cult will be heard in this chaotic place. Yes. Many high-ranking members of the demon cult responded in unison. Time flies. Next to a huge tower in the back mountain of the demon cult, a group of people gathered together and talked. That knife maniac has been in there for half an hour and hasn't come out yet. I guess he's past the 9th floor. I think so. This sword maniac is worthy of being favored by Lord Changsheng. In just a few years, not only has his strength increased to the 9th level of Tongshan, but now he can even break through the 9th level of the demonic path tower. Yes, he is now a rising star in our demon sect. He is a top figure and has a bright future ahead of him. At this time, a man with a long sword on his back walked out of the giant tower. He had a cold aura, as if he said no strangers should approach him. It was the sword maniac. A figure in brocade clothes suddenly appeared beside him, stretched out an arm to hold his shoulder, and asked softly, "How is it going? Which floor did you reach this time?" The knife maniac gave a dull grin and replied stiffly, "The 10th floor, and I also got a strange technique." "I knew it, you're lucky. Go back and practice first. I have to try my luck too. I can't let you surpass me." As he spoke, the figure in brocade clothes walked towards the giant tower and whispered to the old man lying in the rocking chair at the entrance of the tower, "Mr. Mu, I'm going to break into the tower." The old man opened his eyes slightly and glanced at him. "Yuchi, come in." The people outside watched Xian Yuchi enter the giant tower and continued to talk. This guy can probably pass the 9th floor too, should be able to. Daoqi and he are both the right-hand men of Lord Changsheng, and their strengths are similar. If Daoqi can do it, then he can do it too. Such scenes appear in the magic tower every day. Ever since people knew that they could obtain martial arts skills by passing the tower, countless people came to challenge the tower almost every day. Later, due to too many people, they had to set a limit on the number of times each person could challenge the tower each year. 8 years have passed since the incident in the semi-saint secret realm. During these 8 years, the demon cult has been constantly recruiting disciples. Together with the disciples who ascend from the lower realm every year, there are currently more than 1 million disciples in the demon cult, and the number is still increasing. During these 8 years, the demon cult did not attack other forces again, but everyone knew that the demon cult might start a war at any time. However, even though they knew this would happen, no one dared to take action against the demon cult first. After all, during the battle in the secret realm, Zhou Qiong's combat power was constantly spread by the surviving creatures. As time went by, the rumors were becoming more and more bizarre. Some even say that Zhou Qiong has broken through to the semi-saint realm. Of course, not many people believe this news, but if you ask who is the strongest in the land of chaos, there is no doubt that the answer is Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demon cult Zhou Qiong,
who had been in seclusion for 8 years, slowly opened his eyes. It was normal for him to be in seclusion for 80 years at a time with his level of cultivation, but Zhou Qiong did not want to waste his time in seclusion. After all, it was not worth it for him, so he set a time with the system to wake him up 8 years later. During these 8 years, he had sorted out all his skills in cultivation, and it can be said that he had reaped a lot of rewards. Zhou Qiong opened his attribute panel: character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi, position, demon cult leader, cultivation, Jinwu level 1 martial arts, demonic god, skylife and death hand, god and demon eye, devouring heaven, demonic art 3rd level, demon mount, dragon chariot pet, divine beast. Dubai. There are no other changes, except that the cultivation column has been upgraded to the Jinwu level, and there is an additional pet page. Speaking of Dubai, during the past few years of his seclusion, Dubai has been wandering outside. No one knows where it goes. It just comes back every once in a while to see Zhou Qiong coming in and out of seclusion, and then disappears again. At first, the demon cult members were afraid it would get lost, so they tried to find a way to trap it. However, after Dubai stole Mulao's speeches, Mulao wanted to teach it a lesson, but not only did he fail, Dubai chased and bit him all over the demon mountain. If Lianqing hadn't intervened, Mulao would have lost 2 tails of meat. Everyone only then realized that the pet collected by this cult leader was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention losing it, it was probably a pet that no one dared to mess with outside. Xiaobai, I am shamelessly asking for a wave of good reviews and urging for updates. Chapter 56, The Mysterious Sky Witch Clan. Mulao's tribulation. In a chaotic place, inside an inn in a city, the guests were drinking and talking to each other. Have you heard that the demon cult has recently started recruiting disciples? What's going on? Why are you summoning disciples? Are you going to? That's right. I guess there's going to be another war in this chaotic land. I wonder if it will affect this city. I think we should go to Yangcheng. After all, that city is the farthest away from the demon cult. The demon cult's sudden call for disciples caused unrest in the entire chaotic land. Some cities close to the demon cult were extremely frightened. Some planned to surrender directly to the demon cult, while others planned to resist to the ENDDI. In the past, although the entire chaotic land was independent of each other, large-scale wars rarely occurred. The overthrow of a city was already a major event. However, since the arrival of the demon cult, the entire chaotic land has rioted again. At the Tianwu tribe's headquarters in the sealed city, a group of leaders were discussing strategies in the main hall. Brother, what should we do? Why did this demonic sect choose to start a war at this very moment? We could wait a while and seal off the city to send him away, but now, yes, big brother, we can't let the people of the demon cult occupy the city now, otherwise the secret, yes. Impatient voices continued to ring out in the lobby. The leader of the Sky Witch clan, who was sitting at the head of the group, waved his hand gloomily. Silence. Send someone to monitor the progress of the demon cult. If our plan is completed before they arrive, we will give the city to them. Once we get hold of that thing, this chaotic land will no longer be under the control of the demon cult. Yes. Yuwang City is the closest city to Fengcheng. At this moment, a group of people are sitting in the hall of the city lord's mansion. A man in a red robe is sitting on the first seat. This man is obviously only at the Qiangu realm, but he is accompanied by a group of masters below, and there are even masters at the Jinwu realm among them. The man sitting in the upper seat was none other than Lian Shang, the chief steward of the demon cult. A year ago, the demon cult officially began its fight for supremacy in the chaotic land, and had captured more than 20 cities. If the demon cult had not been short of manpower and had slowed down its pace, it would have probably occupied even more cities. The method adopted by the demon cult now is to attack cities and occupy territories while training the disciples' cultivation and combat effectiveness. After all, the combat effectiveness of the demon cult's top leaders is still somewhat insufficient. Except for Zhou Qiong, Mulao, and some surrendered people, there is not even a single true martial realm left, and the strongest Lianshang is only at the 8th level of the Eternal Age realm. General Manager, our Yuwang City will officially submit to the demon cult. I hope you can say a few good words to the leader of the cult. Yuan, who was wearing a white python robe, said flatteringly to the red-robed man who was sitting on the upper seat. Well, I have already passed the news of Yuwang City to the leader. Yuwang, you will be given the position of Outer Sect Guardian. Thank you, Master. Thank you, General Manager. King Yu felt a little relieved after hearing this. The outer sect guardian position of the demon cult is a newly emerged position. Any Jinwu realm leader who surrenders to the demon cult can get such a position, and those in the Qiangu realm can get the position of manager. Although he already had some guesses about his position, he felt much more at ease after hearing Lianqing's confirmation. Lianqing looked at the happy King Yu and admired Zhou Qiong even more in his heart. The reason why he was able to occupy so many cities in the past year was mainly because Zhou Qiong's reputation was too strong. When many cities heard that the demon cult was coming, they did not dare to resist and simply opened the city to surrender. The remaining few cities that resisted were also easily conquered by the cooperation between inside and outside. So even though they had occupied more than 20 cities in the past 6 months, the number of lives slaughtered was still not as many as that massacre.
King Yu, how much do you know about the Tianwu clan that sealed the city? Lianqing looked at King Yu and whispered that the real purpose of his trip was the Tianwu tribe.
This was the task assigned by the leader. This ethnic group is very mysterious, with many legends. The members rarely go out, and they did not even participate in the last big commotion in the semi-saint secret realm. King Yu pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "General Manager, the sealed city is truly mysterious. Over 3,000 years ago, they suddenly appeared in the chaotic land and directly occupied the then sealed city. They then actually drove all the living creatures out of the city. Moreover, for a full 3,000 years, the tribesmen have basically not left the city. And they look very similar to humans. If they hadn't called themselves the Sky Witch clan, others would have thought they were humans."
Do you know who the masters are in the clan? Lianqing asked with a frown.
I don't know about that. I only know that 3,000 years ago, one person from their clan subdued the then Lord of Fengcheng. I'm afraid there are more than one masters of Jinwu realm in their clan. King Yu said with some fear. Lianqing waved his hand, and a secret guard appeared in front of him. Pass the news to the leader, and ask Mu Lao and a few outer sect guardians to come over. The secret guard nodded and disappeared into the lobby. Lianqing was very wary of the mysterious Tianwu clan. His intuition told him that this Tianwu clan was definitely not simple. At this time, on the back mountain of Tianma Peak, there was a huge peach tree that exuded a terrifying aura. Countless spiritual energy poured into its body, and its momentum became stronger and stronger, causing the entire peach tree to begin to emit bursts of fairy light. Suddenly, a large number of black clouds gathered in the sky, and endless lightning was brewing. Zhou Qiong, sitting in the hall, looked up at the sky and muttered, "Thunder tribulation." He looked at the peach tree on the back mountain with a complicated look in his eyes. It seemed that this peach tree was not an ordinary variety. Just breaking through the limitations of its body could actually bring about a thunder tribulation. You should know that the thunder tribulation will only appear when Jinwu breaks through to Daluo, but now Mu Lao is only cultivated to the first level of Jinwu. When the members of the demon cult discovered the situation, they all ran to the back mountain. The dark clouds in the sky became more and more violent, and the lightning became more and more frequent. Finally, a huge bolt of lightning struck the peach tree, and without stopping, 2 even larger bolts of lightning struck down in succession. When the members of the demon sect arrived at the place in the back mountain that was struck by lightning, they found that the black clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the originally huge peach tree on the ground was now only left with its roots, which were terrifyingly black, like charcoal.
Is this old man going to die? What are you talking about? How could Mu Lao, who has such strong cultivation, die? But the thunder tribulation just now was too terrifying. Mu Lao has now turned into charcoal.
Just as the members of the demon cult were discussing the matter, a new branch suddenly grew out of the charcoal, and then sprouted and grew rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, the new branch grew into a towering peach tree again, and it was more than twice as big as before. The aura on his body continued to grow stronger, and waves of peach fragrance slowly emanated and drifted slowly to the entire Tianma mountain. The huge peach trees were once again full of fruits. Thanks to Meng Chuxing and SCP-000 Saitama for the reminder, Jiangnan Gufang Bu Zishang and 94956902 for the mountain climbing invitation. I also thank other big guys for their rewards. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your support of Xiaobai. Chapter 57, Invulnerable to all attacks. Investigating information. The peach tree shook its body lightly, and a large number of peaches flew towards the members of the demon sect, then slowly shrank and finally turned into Mu Lao in human form.
Everyone, these peaches are given to you. Thank you for your concern,
Mu Lao said with a smile on his face. He was really happy that the constraints of his body that had been bothering him had finally disappeared. Woof, woof. A voice reached Mulao's ears, frightening him so much that he shuddered. He looked down and saw a black dog standing opposite him. Seeing the black dog baring its teeth and looking at him, Mulao felt a wave of fear. The shadow left by the black dog on him was too great. When the other party stole his peaches, he originally wanted to teach it a lesson, but he didn't expect that the dog was not afraid of attacks. Whether it was physical attacks or spell attacks, it was completely harmless to it. It also had sharp teeth and bit off 2 tails of flesh from his body in one bite. For some reason, it can't recover in the short term and it hurts terribly. I really don't know where the leader got it and named this black dog Dabai. Mulao had no choice but to take out another peach and throw it at Dabai. Dabai didn't catch it, but crushed it with his foot. Looking at Mulao's angry face, he barked twice again, revealing the sharp teeth in his mouth. Mulao and the other members of the demon cult felt cold in their hearts, and were afraid that it would bite them. Mulao's face turned pale. Finally, with a look of pain on his face, he pulled out a glowing peach, which was surprisingly different from the one he had just given to everyone. He threw it to Dabai, who swallowed the peach in one gulp and then looked at Mulao. This time, a figure wearing a dragon battle robe appeared in front of everyone. When Dabai saw the person coming, he immediately retracted his teeth and kept wagging his tail at the person. When everyone saw the figure appear, they immediately bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Master." At the same time, looking at Dabai's expression, he kept changing. It turned out that he was a dog who relied on the power of others, or rather, a dog who bullied the weak and feared the strong. "Protector Mu, you have made a breakthrough." Zhou Qiong looked at Mulao and said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Master, for the elixir that allowed me to break through." Mulao bowed and replied excitedly. "Lianqing needs your help now, go." Zhou Qiong said, waved his hand and disappeared with Dabai. "Yes, sir." Inside the heavenly demon palace, Zhou Qiong and Dabai stared at each other. Finally, Dabai couldn't stand Zhou Qiong's gaze anymore, so he lowered his head and lay down, whimpering twice. Zhou Qiong looked at Dabai and fell into deep thought. After he came out of seclusion, Tianbu reported to him some things about Dabai, including that Dabai was not afraid of any physical or magical attacks. Zhou Qiong stretched out his hand and slapped Dabai. Bang! A loud noise was heard. He looked down at Dabai and saw that the other party was looking at him innocently, as if he didn't understand why Zhou Qiong wanted to hit it. The black fur on its body was shining, and it didn't hurt at all. Zhou Qiong pondered silently. It seemed he had underestimated Dabai. As a divine beast that created a world, it must have some special qualities. Was it invulnerable to all attacks? Elsewhere, inside the city lord's mansion, a figure flashed by quickly, leaving the patrolling guards completely unaware. Even some of the Eternal Realm cultivators were unaware. The shadow stopped outside a room, peered inside, and quickly vanished. A man lying inside opened his eyes, checked his surroundings with his consciousness, found nothing, and frowned slightly. He seemed to feel that someone was peeping at him. The black shadow moved quickly in the city lord's mansion, and finally slowly disappeared in the city lord's mansion. As soon as the shadow disappeared, the door to a room in the city lord's mansion opened, and 5 or 6 figures walked out, each with an aura above the true martial realm. If the shadow had seen this, he would have been shocked and unable to accept it, because he had just checked the room and found no one. "Chief, he really didn't notice us. But this kid is really amazing. Old 5 and the others didn't even notice him. Yes, he is only at the Eternal Realm, yet he was able to evade the divine senses of Lao Wu and the others. This demonic cult is indeed quite clever. Why didn't the clan leader capture him just now? There's no need. Let him find some false information so that a strong force won't come. As long as the leader of the evil cult doesn't come, we can delay for a while longer." Several people who came out of the house talked in a low voice. In Yuang City, in a meeting hall, many high-ranking members of the demon cult were discussing how to take down the city. "If you ask me, we should just attack directly. Are you afraid that he can't seal the city?" The demon Tiger King slammed the table and shouted loudly while sitting in his chair. "Okay, sit down first. This is not the same as the Kangwu continent. My demon cult is not invincible yet. The details of this sealed city have not been investigated yet. It is not a good idea to attack rashly. The demon rat king Chen Shu shook the fan in his hand and said softly,
"So what do you think we should do? Are we just going to sit here and do nothing?"
"The leader said we'd conquer the Chaos Land within 10 years, but there's only a little over a year left."
Cough.
Looking at the people from the demon cult who were talking below, Lianqing coughed lightly. Immediately, everyone stopped talking and looked at Lianqing.
Someone has already gone to the sealed city to gather information. Please wait a moment.
Half an hour later, just when everyone was getting impatient, a dark shadow appeared in front of them, wearing a golden mask on his face. It was DE from the Earth Department. Several outer sect guards who had been sitting there without saying a word looked at the newcomer in surprise.
They hadn't even noticed this person coming in.
They had to know that they were all at the true martial realm, yet the newcomer had managed to hide from their consciousness. Dai bowed to Lianqing and said, "There are 5 people in the Jinwu realm and more than 400 people in the Chengdu realm in the Fengqing City Lord's Mansion." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and said again, "The City Lord's Mansion gives me a very strange feeling.
It seems that there is something that I can't explore. The chief steward should be more careful."
As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in the meeting hall.
What?
All the demon cult members who reacted were shocked. They were not surprised by Fengchang's strength. After all, Fengchang was very mysterious, and even if there were 5 people in the Jinwu realm, it was within their expectations. What surprised them was that DE actually went directly to the City Lord's Mansion in Fengqing to inquire about the news. Not only did he get the specific strength of the City Lord's Mansion, but he also returned safely under the noses of many Jinwu realm masters. How powerful must DE's strength, or his ability to hide, be? Those outer sect guardians were also extremely surprised. After they joined the demon cult, they heard that the demon cult had 4 dark departments that only obeyed the orders of the leader. They originally thought that they were just some guards and people who were gathering information. Now it seems that these 4 departments are much more powerful than they had imagined. Even Lianqing was very surprised.
The leader asked this person to help gather information.
He originally thought that he could just investigate the situation in the city, but he didn't expect that the other party could directly find out the specific strength of the city closure.
Chapter 58, The Sky Witch Clan, High Priest. After hearing the news brought by DE, everyone discussed how to deal with the city closure.
Wood Guardian, Outer Gate Guardian Group, Demon Rat King, Demon Tiger King, and Hall Master Wan.
Lianqing said in a deep voice.
"I'm here," everyone responded in unison.
"Tomorrow, we will set out to seal off the city and test the effectiveness of his blockade."
"Yes, sir." At this time, Fengchang also received news that the demon cult was leading people to attack.
"Brother, the demon cult is attacking. Why don't we just take them all down?" "No need. The demon cult leader hasn't made his move yet. This is the critical moment of our plan. We should delay it as long as possible. Lao Wu, you take the others to deal with it. Remember not to push the enemy too hard. Just make them feel a certain amount of pressure."
"Yes." A burly man responded. Outside the gate of Fengchang, 2 groups of people stood facing each other. One side was the demon cult, and the other side was the Fengcheng Tianwu clan.
"I am Wushan, nice to meet the chief steward.
I wonder why he came to my sealed city."
The 5th elder of the Tianwu clan, dressed in tight clothes and with a burly figure, said loudly to the demon sect leader Lianqing. Lianqing looked at Wushan opposite and felt that the other party was indeed very similar to humans.
Except that he was a little more muscular and taller than humans, everything else was exactly the same. Moreover, this was the other party's true body, not an illusion.
"Wushan, you should know the purpose of my demon sect. If you surrender and offer the city, then my demon sect will give you the position of protector. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless."
Lianqing said coldly.
"My Tianwu tribe is willing to surrender." Wushan's words immediately disrupted Lianqing's rhythm. "Shouldn't you just refuse and then fight back desperately? Why are you suddenly willing to surrender? If you want to surrender, why do you bring so many people to confront me?"
Before Lianqing could fully react to this sentence, the other party continued, "But my Tianwu clan has 3 conditions."
"What conditions?" Lianqing's eyes narrowed and he looked at Wushan gloomily.
He felt that things were not that simple. First, we want 5 guardian positions.
You also know that we have 5 clansmen in the Jinwu realm. Second, the disciples of my Tianwu clan should be treated the same as normal disciples in the demon sect. Third, this sealed city will still be under the jurisdiction of our Tianwu clan in the future. Wushan said solemnly, as if they would surrender immediately as long as the demon sect agreed to these 3 conditions. Lianqing looked at Wushan with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The first 2 conditions were not conditions at all, and only the third one could barely be considered a condition. As soon as the other party finished saying the third condition, he immediately looked up at him. Although he tried his best to conceal it, Lianqing still noticed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The Tianwu clan insisted on keeping the territory of the sealed city, and even drove away all living beings after occupying it. There must be a big secret hidden in this sealed city, and it is a secret that is very important to the Tianwu clan. Okay, my demonic cult agrees to your request. Open the city gate and let us in. Lianqing looked at Wushan with a sneer on his face. When Wushan heard this, his expression changed. He clenched his fists and looked at Lianqing and said, "It seems that the demon cult does not agree to our conditions. Then let's see what your demon cult is capable of." Lianqing didn't waste any words. The other party didn't intend to surrender at all. He waved his hand and all the people from the demon cult rushed forward. This time, there were 6 outer sect guardians, plus 1 mulao, a total of 7 masters in the Jinwu realm, while the Tianwu clan had only 5 masters in the Jinwu realm. Mulao did not attack directly, but guarded Lianqing. After all, it was 6 against 5, and everyone was at the lower level of the Jinwu realm, so the demon cult clearly had the upper hand, but things did not go as they expected. Wushan directly stopped the 2 outer sect guards and was obviously not at a disadvantage. His skills were very unique. He stepped on the ground, and his body was emitting a yellowish-brown light. His powerful aura was endless, as if he didn't know how to get tired at all. In other areas of the battle, the demon cult also gradually fell into a disadvantage. The Skywitch clan seemed unconcerned about attrition, attacking with all their might, leaving the demon cult members exhausted. Mulao looked at the situation and said softly to Lian Shang, "General Manager, I will go and help as well." "Go." Lianqing said in a deep voice, looking at several Jinwu realm masters of the Tianwu clan opposite with a deep frown. He felt that the other party seemed not to have tried their best, especially Wushan. Although he held back 2 Jinwu realm masters by himself, his moves seemed to be avoiding the vital points, and he had no killing intention at all. Others may not be able to feel it. Even the 2 true martial realm masters who were fighting with Wushan did not react. They just thought that neither of them could defeat the other, but they did not know that if the other party did not hold back, they might have died here. Only Lianqing, whose eyes contained divine power due to his practice of the sunflower magic scripture, could see that the Tianwu clan was holding back. "Retreat!" A loud shout disrupted Lianqing's thoughts. It turned out that when Wushan saw Mulao taking action, he did not resist at all. He directly ordered the Tianwu tribe to retreat back to the closed city, and stayed behind to cover their retreat. After taking 2 attacks from Mulao, he also retreated back to the closed city. As soon as the Tianwu clan entered the closed city, a huge protective shield appeared inside the city. No matter how the demon cult attacked and insulted them, they would not leave the city. The protective shield was also extremely strong. Several masters of the Jinwu realm attacked together but could not shake it. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. Wushan returned to the council hall of the city lord's mansion and shouted before even entering the door, "Brother, the demon sect is not that good. If you hadn't told me to hold back, I would have wiped them out today." When Wushan entered the meeting hall, he found that no one paid any attention to what he said, and everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. He looked up and suddenly found that the person sitting in the first seat was not his eldest brother, but an old man. The old man was pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and a pool of blood on the ground in front of him. It was obvious that he had just vomited blood. Wushan looked at the old man in shock and shouted, "High priest, why did you come out? Who hurt you? I will kill him." Wuli, also known as Wushan's big brother, cleared his throat and said, "Stop yelling. No one hurt the high priest. He just divined a certain person this time." "Who is that person?" Wushan asked curiously, thinking that the person must be very powerful to make the high priest vomit blood during divination. The high priest just divined the cult leader Zhou Qiong. Chapter 59 Son of Destiny. What?
Wu Li's words immediately frightened Wu Shan.
You know, the last time the high priest divined a semi-saint, the strong man's face was just a little pale. Now the demon cult leader Zhou Qiong, who had been divined, actually vomited blood. How powerful is that demon cult leader? High priest, what did you divine?
Wu Li asked softly. Wu Shan came in just as the high priest finished divination, so the high priest didn't have time to tell him the result of his divination. The high priest coughed twice and said, "I didn't get any divination." It seemed as if the other party was shrouded in something. I was just about to see the truth when I was hit back and seriously injured. If I hadn't stopped in time, I might have lost my life.
What?
The high priest's words stunned all the Tianwu people. They originally thought that Zhou Qiong must be very powerful if he could make the high priest spit blood for divination. But now, the high priest actually said that he had not divined anything.
High priest, why can't you predict anything? Is Zhou Qiong really that powerful?
Wu Li asked solemnly.
It shouldn't be due to his strength. There are 3 reasons for this situation. The first is that the opponent is very powerful. The second is that there is a great master who can block the secrets for him. The third is that he is the son of destiny. He should be the third reason. After all, there are too few great masters who can block the secrets of heaven. What is the son of destiny? The masters of the Tianwu clan looked at the high priest in confusion. A child of destiny is someone who is favored by heaven.
Not only does this person cultivate incredibly quickly, but they also have incredibly good luck. It can be said that they can find magical treasures in the mountains and fish out immortal stones in the water. There is no good outcome for those who oppose this kind of person. The high priest said with envy. After hearing this, the people of the Tianwu clan felt a chill in their hearts. Doesn't this mean that if they went against the demonic cult, they would definitely not have a good ending? So why bother resisting? Just surrender. Zhou Qiong had no idea that the high priest considered him the son of destiny, or else he would have died of laughter. With the existence of the system, even the most powerful person, let alone the high priest, would probably not be able to predict him. As if he had guessed everyone's thoughts, the high priest said leisurely, "There are countless lives in this vast world, and there are many children of destiny. Only those who grow up are considered to be truly destined, while there are also many who die halfway. There is no need to be so dejected. Are my Tianwu clan easy to bully?" That's what the high priest taught. Wu Li suddenly waved his hand to set up a barrier in the room, then looked at the high priest with a serious face. You know, even when talking about the son of destiny just now, Wu Li was not so serious. "High priest, how is the plan going? When will the blood pool be formed?" "It will be soon, it should be this month," the high priest said solemnly. The other Tianwu clan masters showed surprise on their faces after hearing this. They had been waiting for this moment for 3,000 years. As long as the plan is completed, their Tianwu tribe will be able to be completely reborn. By then, they will not even care about this small closed city or even the chaotic land. In Yuang City, all the members of the demon cult sat in the hall with gloomy faces. The failure of sealing the city this time was really hard for them to accept. Since coming to the upper realm, the demon cult had been doing smoothly, and this sudden failure made them very uncomfortable. "Go to hell, chief steward, or else get all the outer sect guardians of the main temple to come over. I don't believe that 7 Jinwu can't break through his sealed city, let alone 17. The Demon Tiger King slammed the table and said angrily. The Demon Tiger King's words immediately erupted in chaos throughout the hall. Some called for a complete siege and sealing of the city, some called for assistance from the main altar, and some even called for the leader to take direct action. For a moment, the scene was in turmoil. This failure had completely unsettled the demon cult's members. There was a loud bang, and everyone looked over and found that Lianqing had smashed the table next to him with a palm. "Everyone sit down quietly." Seeing Lianqing's cold expression, the members of the demon sect stopped arguing and sat down quietly. "It seems like you've been really inflated lately." "My demon cult has been developing rapidly recently, but that's all thanks to the leader's reputation." "Who do you think you are? You don't know how to practice properly, but you only know how to act arrogantly. Do you have the capital to be so arrogant?" Lianqing looked at the many high-ranking members of the demon cult opposite him and cursed angrily. He suddenly felt that the failure of the demon cult this time was not a bad thing. At least it could make these high-ranking members of the demon cult recognize themselves. The demon cult has developed so rapidly in recent years that many high-level officials suddenly have a large amount of resources. Some of them are fine and use the resources to practice hard, but some people gradually began to become lazy. They thought that because of their status, everyone would give them some face, but what the world values most is strength.
You all understand the leader's ambitions.
This chaotic land cannot contain the demon cult's progress.
In the future, the demon cult will have a larger territory, and more masters will join. Do you think you can still maintain your position when that happens?
Many high-ranking members of the demon cult below suddenly became depressed, especially the demon Tiger King. Due to his status and the leader's love for him, he could obtain a lot of resources, but his current cultivation level was only the 4th level of the Eternal Realm, not to mention the other high-ranking members of the demon sect. Even some of the rising stars were almost catching up with him. The reason why he could now stand on equal footing with the masters of the true martial realm was simply because of his status. It's not that his aptitude is poor, it's just that his mentality has expanded too quickly and he has no intention of practicing. After hearing what the general manager said today, he suddenly woke up. The other high-ranking members of the demon cult had all shown some similar attitudes recently. After hearing what the Grand Steward said, they all stood up, bowed to Lian Shang, and said in unison, "Don't worry, Grand Steward. We will work hard to cultivate and live up to the reputation of our demon cult."
Lianqing nodded, his expression improving considerably.
He said to the secret guard beside him in a deep voice, "Report this news to the leader. Tell him that there is a great secret within the sealed city." Inside the main hall of the demon cult's headquarters, Tianma Piki Zhouqiang sat on the magic dragon chair, practicing with his eyes closed. Beside him lay a black dog, yawning non-stop. Suddenly, the black dog opened its eyes, stared in a certain direction, then closed them again and yawned again. A dark shadow emerged from where the black dog had just looked and knelt on one knee on the ground.
"My subordinate Xianxi is here to see the leader.
The Grand Steward has sent word that the sealed city is hiding a great secret. The Grand Steward and his men attacked the city once but were unsuccessful and have returned in defeat."
"Well, go down."
A cold voice sounded in the hall. After hearing the voice, Xianxi slowly disappeared as Zhou Qiong opened his eyes and muttered softly, "It seems that the secret of the sealed city is not small." Chapter 60. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Zhou Qiong opened the system panel, and a task was pinned on top.
Ding, the mission is to explore the secrets within the sealed city.
Success will reward you with a mysterious technique, and failure will result in no penalty.
The status of the task is accepted.
Zhou Qiong accepted this task half a year ago.
He didn't pay much attention to it at that time.
After all, he is not short of skills now, and this reward is not attractive to him. I didn't expect that the mission suddenly turned red just now, and there was suddenly an additional 1 million villain points in the reward column.
It seems that the system has a very high evaluation of the secret of this closed city.
On the other side, several high-ranking members of the demon cult at the city gate kept shouting and cursing, among which the demon Tiger King cursed the most harshly, but the Tianwu clan inside did not come out at all. The news that the demon cult had been unable to conquer the Tianwu clan for a long time also spread throughout the entire chaotic land. The entire closed city was filled with onlookers, all talking in low voices.
"You said this demon cult has been attacking and sealing off the city for a month. Why haven't they taken it yet? It seems this demon cult isn't as scary as the legends say."
"Hush, keep your voice down.
Didn't you see that the witch tribe hid in the city that day and didn't come out at all?
Now they are just relying on the protective shield to block it."
"Yeah, I heard the demon cult has sent another expert here. I guess the city won't be able to hold on. Besides, the demon cult leader hasn't taken any action yet."
On the demon cult side, the demon Tiger King finally got tired of scolding and returned to Lian Shang, saying hoarsely, "This Tianwu tribe is like a turtle.
No matter how I scold you, you won't respond."
Lianqing did not respond, but frowned even deeper. During this period, the demon cult attacked the city every 2 days. A few days ago, the Tianwu clan came out to fight, but these days, no matter how they cursed, no one came out.
"When will the people from the headquarters arrive?"
Lianqing asked the secret guard beside him.
"General Manager, the outer sect guardians of the main altar will arrive today." After waiting for about half an hour, 7 or 8 people flew over from afar.
Each of them had a terrifyingly strong aura and were obviously masters of the Jinwu realm. The visitors flew in front of the demon cult members and bowed to Lianqing.
Greetings, General Manager. We are here on the orders of the cult master to await your orders. The crowd around them immediately started talking. Isn't that Wan Likong, the Lord of Hika City?
He has actually surrendered to the demon cult. That's Ghost Han Shura, a great demon who fears nothing, yet I didn't expect him to join the demon cult.
And that?
In the chaotic land, every master of the Jinwu realm has his own legend. It can be said that no one who can cultivate to the Jinwu realm is a simple person, and their experiences are all legendary. When the visitors heard the discussions of the people around them, they were not embarrassed but proud. They had originally joined the demon cult only because they were forced by the situation, but after arriving at the demon sect, they saw the demon tower and gained benefits inside. Some skills that they had tried their best to obtain outside were as easy to obtain as cabbage inside. They have gained a lot of benefits from the demon sect. Now even if someone chases them away with a whip, no one will leave. Lianqing saw that everyone had arrived and looked towards Fengcheng. Although he didn't know what secrets were hidden inside, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. Everyone, attack Fengcheng together and break his protective shield.
Yes, sir.
Everyone in the demon cult responded in unison, and for a moment, countless terrifying attacks came towards the closed city like snowflakes.
Together with the guardians of the demon cult who came later, there were already 15 masters of the true martial realm who had taken action from the demon cult. The protective shield that was originally as stable as a rock suddenly began to shake violently, as if it was about to break at any time. Inside the sealed city, many Tianwu clan masters had disappeared in the city lord's mansion. 5,000 meters underground in the city lord's mansion, in a huge cave, there was a huge formation in operation.
The surrounding air was full of the smell of blood, and there was a huge pool of blood in the middle of the formation. There was a black monster above, with drops of blood slowly flowing out of its mouth and falling into the blood pool. The blood pool kept rolling, and countless blood was evaporating, as if it was refining impurities. The blood pool was surrounded by masters of the Tianwu clan.
High Priest, will this be cured soon?
Wu Li, who was standing next to the high priest, asked anxiously. The other masters of the Tianwu clan looked anxious, looking at the extremely hot blood pool, as if they were about to jump in at any time.
No, there's still a little impurity in it, but it will be gone soon, probably today.
As soon as the high priest finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake and the entire cave began to sway.
Oh no, the protective shield is about to break. We must not let the demon cult know what's happening here.
Wu Li's face was full of anger and anxiety.
He quickly called on everyone else to rush out of the cave and return to the city lord's mansion. Just as Wu Li and the others returned to the ground, the khaki protective shield above the sealed city broke with a bang. The entire sealed city began to shake, huge cracks appeared on the ground, and many houses in the city began to collapse, as if it was the end of the world. Wu Li's face was gloomy at this time. It was just one day away, but this evil cult came today instead of earlier or later. At this time, Lianqing brought many high-ranking members of the demon cult and flew into the closed city, and the crowd who came to watch the excitement also surrounded the closed city. Lian Shang, who had just entered the sealed city, had his eyes narrowed suddenly. Opposite him stood a group of people from the Tianwu clan. Each of them had an aura that was no less than that of the Jinwu realm.
There were as many as 9 of them, and the leader was no longer the Wushan from before, but a man with a much larger body. Everyone who came to see this scene from afar was shocked.
I saw it right, there were actually 9 true martial realm masters from the Wu clan that day. The strength of the Tianwu clan is probably not weaker than that of Yangcheng.
They have been hiding so deeply for so many years.
The people of the demon cult are in trouble now.
I think the person leading the Tianwu clan is obviously not an ordinary Jinwu realm. The members of the demon cult were also surprised to see the masters of the Tianwu clan opposite them. They did not expect that the Tianwu clan had hidden so much strength before. Lianqing looked at Wu Li opposite him and said coldly, "It seems that the secret of your sealed city is very big.
You must be the patriarch of the Tianwu tribe." Wu Li looked at Lianqing opposite him with a gloomy face. He knew that the other party had already known the secret of the city closure, so he could not let them leave here today. As for the revenge of the cult leader in the future, he is not afraid. As long as today is over, their plan can be completed. When the time comes, there will be no need for the demon cult to cause trouble for them. He will lead his people to destroy the demon cult and kill Zhou Qiong,
who claims to be the best master in the land of chaos. Wu Li waved his hand, and suddenly a large number of Tianwu people emerged around him, and each of them had a cultivation level above the eternal realm. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Thanks to, for the inspiration capsule, and thanks to, L339051116, 33157237, for the mountain climbing invitation. I also thank other readers for their support. Thank you all for supporting Xiaobai, thank you. Chapter 61 The Secret of the Tianwu Clan. The Tiangu realm that the Tianwu clan surrounded the demon cult with is about twice the size of the demon cults. But who are the people in the demon cult? They have all waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They are a group of people who don't care about their lives. Coupled with the recent series of wars, their bloodiness has long been bursting to the extreme. At this point, let alone facing twice as many enemies, they wouldn't be afraid even if they were 10 times as many. Without any nonsense, the two sides started fighting directly. Mu Lao, the strongest of the demon cult, directly faced Wu Li, and other high-level leaders also faced the high-level leaders of the Tianwu clan. Since Mu Lao broke through the limitations of his body, his cultivation level has skyrocketed to the 5th level of Jinwu, and his combat power has also increased dramatically. The average 7th level Jinwu was no match for him. However, Wu Li was an 8th level Jinwu master, and his strength was extraordinary. His cultivation was terrifyingly profound, and Mu Lao was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the entire battlefield. The members of the demon cult fought desperately and immediately suppressed the Tianwu clan, but the faces of the members of the demon cult were not relaxed, because none of the Tianwu people have died so far, and each of them has terrifyingly strong defense. No matter how the demon cult attacks, they cannot cause any substantial damage to them. Instead, dozens of members of the demon cult were killed in a short period of time. If this continues, the demon cult has little chance of winning, but this only aroused the murderous intent of the demon sect members. Who were they? They were the strongest demon sect disciples in the chaotic land. Could they lose to a small Tianwu clan? While the demon cult was still fighting fiercely with the Sky Witch clan above, a black shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave below. Looking at the blood pool in front of it and the high priest who was praying beside the blood pool, the black shadow frowned. The high priest who was kneeling beside the blood pool and praying seemed to feel something and turned his head back suddenly. There was a man standing behind him. He was wearing a dragon robe, with demonic flames all over his body. There was a silver-black lightning between his eyebrows. There was also a black dog standing next to him, grinning at him. The high priest's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't even notice when the man and the dog appeared. Who are you and how did you get in here? The high priest looked at the black shadow with fear and questioned. The black shadow looked at the high priest and said in a cold voice, I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demon cult. It seems that this blood pool is the secret that your Tianwu clan has guarded for 3,000 years. What, you are Zhou Qiong? The high priest looked at Zhou Qiong in shock. He didn't expect Zhou Qiong to come. His Tianwu clan had deliberately shown weakness to the demon cult before, for fear of attracting Zhou Qiong. Otherwise, the people from the demon cult outside would have no chance of waiting for rescue. But he didn't expect that the other party would still come. The high priest said nothing more, and began to quickly form seals with his hands. Suddenly, a large khaki bell covered the surrounding sky, and it was shining with light. It was obviously much stronger than the protective shield outside the city. The high priest didn't think that this big bell cover could trap Zhou Qiong for how long, but as long as it could trap him for an hour, the blood pool would soon take shape. At that time, he would just have to collect the blood pool and leave here quickly. Once his Tianwu clan absorbs the energy in the blood pool, this small demon sect can be destroyed in an instant. Before the high priest could continue to fantasize about a beautiful future, he suddenly saw a black dog standing opposite him. It was the one that appeared with Zhou Qiong. But if he remembered correctly, the big bell had trapped him and Zhou Qiong together. Zhou Qiong was clearly still trapped in the big bell, so how did the dog get out? Before the high priest could react, the black dog started biting the bell like eating a biscuit, and bit a hole in the bell in just a few bites. The big bell broke with a sound, and Zhou Qiong walked out slowly, stretching out a huge hand to grab the high priest. The high priest was not good at fighting at all. Although his cultivation had reached the Jinwu realm, he had no ability to resist in Zhou Qiong's hands. Tell me the secret of this blood pool, and I will kill you. Zhou Qiong looked at the high priest coldly. Humph, little Zhou Qiong, you will never know in your lifetime, the high priest shouted at Zhou Qiong,
and then died instantly. Zhou Qiong frowned at the high priest. He actually committed suicide. He was really courageous. But did he think that Zhou Qiong would have no way to deal with him after his death? If it were the previous Zhou Qiong, he really would have no way to do it, but since he practiced the magic technique, Zhou Qiong knows too many strange techniques. Restore the origin and restore the memory. Zhou Qiong waved at the high priest, and suddenly a black air enveloped the high priest's body. Zhou Qiong slowly closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Zhou Qiong slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the blood pool with curiosity. Just now Zhou Qiong saw all the memories of the high priest. The Tianwu tribe is a branch of a huge tribe. They were expelled from the tribe because of mistakes they made. After a long migration, they finally came to this chaotic place, but just when they wanted to continue migrating, the high priest suddenly discovered something unusual about the city's closure. Through divination and blood sensing, he guessed that a great witch of their tribe had fallen in this place and his blood had flowed into the ground. You have to know that he was a great wizard. Even at that time, their entire tribe only had one great wizard. If they could obtain the blood of this great wizard to improve and enhance their bloodline, the strength of their branch would skyrocket, and at that time, it would not be impossible for them to return to their roots. Therefore, they directly occupied the sealed city, drove out everyone in the city, and set up a huge blood gathering and sky sealing formation under the sealed city to collect the blood of the great witch. However, since there were too many impurities in the blood and it was too dispersed, they could only continue to gather and purify it. It took a full 3,000 years to finally purify the blood, but just when they were on the verge of success, Zhou Qiong appeared and snatched away their opportunity. Looking at the blood pool in front of him, Zhou Qiong smiled. This trip was not in vain. This blood pool could be used not only by the Tianwu clan, but also by other races. With this blood pool, the strength of the demon cult would once again skyrocket to a terrifying level. Chapter 62. Why attack my Tianwu clan? As for the high priest's sudden suicide just now, it was indeed not that simple. It was because the last step of the blood pool was not completed. Now using such blood would not only not enhance strength, but would cause people to explode and die due to the violent energy. But the high priest never thought that Zhou Qiong had a secret method to search memories, which made his death a joke. Zhou Qiong quickly formed seals with his hands according to his memory and continuously struck the blood pool. The blood pool began to become thicker and slowly stabilized. Mission accomplished. Zhou Qiong slowly walked into the blood pool. He had to enjoy this good thing first. As for the battle situation outside, Zhou Qiong had a good idea. Lately, the demon cult members had been feeling very arrogant, so he could use the help of the Heavenly Witch clan to hone their skills. Only those who survived could follow him to conquer the world. As for the dead, since ancient times, it has always been the case that one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Zhou Qiong slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy in the blood. Dabai also jumped into the blood pool at this time. Both the man and the dog were practicing hard. An hour later, Zhou Qiong's aura began to rise continuously, climbing from the 3rd level of Jinwu to the 4th level, and then to the 7th level of Jinwu before slowly stopping and slowly opening his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The effect of this blood pool was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even with such a strong foundation, he had directly improved by 5 small levels. Others might be able to directly break through to a major realm. Moreover, this blood actually has the effect of improving physical strength. With my current physical strength, I am afraid that even if I use a weapon, I won't be hurt. Open the properties panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Woody. Position: Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation: Jinwu Level 7. Martial Arts: Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic Art 3rd Level, Demon Mount, Dragon Chariot Pet, Demon Dog. Dabai. Zhou Qiong walked out of the blood pool and glanced at Dabai, who was still in the blood pool. At this time, Dabai also opened his eyes and slowly walked out. Why not soak it again? The effect is still good. Zhou Qiong looked at Dabai and smiled. Dabai shook his head slowly. After soaking for such a long time, apart from the fact that his fur became darker, he didn't seem to have any stronger aura. Speaking of Dabai, it is obvious that his cultivation is not inferior to the Jinwu realm, but he can't transform and can't even speak. Last time, Zhou Qiong specially communicated with it. Finally, after Dabai's gestures, he realized that his cultivation is still too low. He needs to reach the Daluo realm at least to speak. Zhou Qiong waved his hand to collect the blood pool and walked out of the cave. Outside, inside the sealed city, shouts of killing filled the air, and the bloody aura was so terrifying that it frightened the people watching the excitement from afar and made them tremble and dare not get close. This demon cult is truly too fierce. Their numbers are clearly less than half of the celestial witch group, yet they haven't fallen behind until now. Yeah, are they all crazy? Aren't they afraid of death? Why are they fighting so recklessly? From now on, I will definitely avoid people from the demon cult when I see them. They are too scary. The sealed city was now littered with corpses, some from the demon cult and some from the celestial witch clan. The demon cult's numbers had been reduced by 1/3, but the remaining 2/3 were even more terrifying, each one looking like they had just crawled out of hell. Although the Tianwu tribe had amazing defense, their combat experience was indeed average. 1/3 of their members died under the desperate fighting style of the demon cult. Both sides are currently competing in attrition, as if to see who has more people and can survive to the end. While the people below were still shouting and killing, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky with a black dog standing next to it. The demon cult members looked up and saw the newcomer. Their faces lit up with joy as they bowed and said, "Greetings, cult leader." The people of the Tianwu tribe looked at the newcomers with a look of worry on their faces. Wooly looked at Zhou Qiong in the sky, and his heart sank quickly. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared. It was obvious that the other party's cultivation was definitely not comparable to his own. Wooly made a face towards Wushan beside him and said in a voice transmission, "Let's go see how the high priest is doing. If he's fine, we'll leave immediately. Let them take the city first and we'll take it back later." Wushan turned around and quickly rushed into the city lord's mansion, but before he entered the city lord's mansion, he heard Wuli's sad and angry roar from behind. Wushan turned around and saw Zhou Qiong in the sky. He waved his hand and an old head fell from the sky. The eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he died with his eyes open. Suddenly the entire Tianwu clan roared. "No, how could the high priest die? No, the high priest will not die. Zhou Qiong, Wushan, will tear you into pieces." Wushan knelt on the ground, holding the high priest's head and roared angrily, with hot tears streaming down his eyes. All the members of the Tianwu tribe burst into tears. No one didn't know how important the high priest was to their Tianwu tribe. At the beginning, their branch was expelled from the tribe, but the high priest who held a considerable status in the clan followed them. He didn't need to do that, as with his talent, no one would expel him, but he was willing to be expelled along with them. The high priest led them to migrate continuously, looking for a place to live, and relied on his divination skills to lead them out of danger. It can be said that over the past few thousand years, the high priest has completely become the spiritual pillar of the Tianwu clan. With him, the Tianwu clan has hope, and his importance to the Tianwu clan even surpasses that of the blood pool. But he is dead now, killed by Zhou Qiong of the demon cult. It is estimated that the blood pool they have been planning for thousands of years was also taken away by Zhou Qiong. Wushan looked up at Zhou Qiong and shouted angrily, "Why? My Tianwu clan is not interested in fighting with the world, and our members rarely leave the city. Why are you, the demon cult, attacking us?" Zhou Qiong looked at Wushan with a sneer. "If you want a reason, I'll give you one. You're too weak, yet you still blocked my path. So you deserve to die." The people of the Tianwu tribe below were shouting in anger. Why was Zhou Qiong so domineering? Why should anyone who blocked his way die? Was it just because of his strong strength? Wuli looked up at Zhou Qiong, his eyes bloodshot, and roared. "Zhou Qiong, you will pay the price for what you said, great wizard god of war." Wuli's body expanded rapidly, and stopped only after it reached 5 meters. His aura also reached the 10th level of Jinwu. "Brother, I'm here to help you. We must avenge the high priest." Wushan shouted from the side, and his body quickly rushed towards Wuli, and actually merged directly into him. Then Wuli's body swelled again. "Brother, I'm here. I must avenge my high priest. Chief, I am here to avenge my high priest." All the people of the Tianwu tribe rushed towards Wuli and merged into Wuli's body. Then Wuli's body grew bigger and bigger. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it was only a short moment from the time when the witch power was used to bring out the Great Witch's true body to the time when the Heavenly Witch clan merged into his body. Others did not have time to react at all. Chapter 63 Violent Zhou Qiong. After everyone reacted, the entire Tianwu clan merged into Wuli's body. Wuli's body was now several hundred feet tall,
and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of Daluo. Wooly looked at Zhou Qiong with red eyes filled with hatred. He knew that from the moment the high priest died, their Tianwu clan was finished. Now the great witch god of war he used was integrated into all the clan members. This great shaman god of war is the secret method of their clan. It can only be used normally when one reaches the semi-saint realm. Otherwise, there will be huge sequelae, that is, all the clan members who are integrated into the body will die after disintegration. All the tribesmen knew this, but in order to avenge the high priest, they were determined and had no hesitation. Zhou Qiong, didn't you say whoever is stronger is right? I'll show you who is stronger. Wooly roared and punched Zhou Qiong. As Wooly punched out, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was oppressed and made sharp explosions. The space was torn apart and the scene was terrifying. If Zhou Qiong had not entered the blood pool, he might not have dared to take this punch head on. But now, he can test how strong his body is. Zhou Qiong also threw a punch, which did not cause any ripples, but this punch seemed to have fixed the surrounding heaven and earth, and neither of them used any magic power, but pure physical strength. As their fists collided, a terrifying aftermath emanated, and the surrounding buildings continued to collapse. The members of the demon cult hurriedly flew out of the city. Even those who were watching the excitement around hurriedly retreated dozens of miles before stopping. The aftermath dissipated, revealing the two people inside. Zhou Qiong stood in the sky with a calm expression. The terrifying giant opposite retreated several miles, his right arm constantly shaking, obviously injured. How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so strong? Wooly looked at Zhou Qiong in disbelief. You know, their Tianwu clan is naturally stronger in physical strength than other races. Now that he has merged with all the members of his tribe, his physical strength is terrifyingly powerful. Then Wooly seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "You have absorbed the blood of the great witch, it must be. It's clearly from my heavenly witch clan. Die." Sky-shaking witch fist. Wooly roared angrily. Originally, he had the blood of the great witch of their Tianwu clan, but now he had become Zhou Qiong. It was really hard for him to accept. Zhou Qiong punched out again, and at the same time, silver-black lightning flashed from his brows. A ring appeared in his hand, quickly grew larger, and was thrown towards Wooly. Bang! A loud noise appeared again, and Wooly was pushed back several miles. This time, before he could fly over, he was trapped by a black ring. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. It was Zhou Qiong's God and Demon Ring. This God and Demon Ring once trapped the mysterious fallen angel in the netherworld. Zhou Qiong rarely used it afterwards. When the God and Demon Eye was upgraded last time, its function was also improved. Now it not only has the effect of trapping people, but also has the function of suppressing. To be honest, ever since Zhou Qiong came to this world, he has always been able to kill his opponents in seconds, and he almost forgot what a real battle is like. Looking at Wooly, who was trapped opposite, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and hit Wooly quickly. With a bang, Wooly was knocked directly into the sky. Before he could fall naturally, Zhou Qiong appeared in the sky again and kicked him. Wooly was suddenly hit back and forth in the sky by Zhou Qiong like a ball, and the man kept spitting blood in the air. The demon cult members outside looked at Zhou Qiong, who was getting more and more excited as he fought, with a look of confusion on their faces. What's wrong with the leader? Why is he addicted to fighting? I don't know, but I didn't expect the leader to have violent tendencies. Keep your voice down. If the leader hears you, do you still want to live? The onlookers looked at the two people fighting in the sky. It shouldn't be two people who were fighting and being beaten at the same time. They were all shocked. This demon cult leader is too strong. His Wooly is now at a high level of Daluo, yet he was beaten so hard that he had no chance to resist. Yeah, isn't it said that his swordsmanship is amazing? How come he has a ring weapon? I think after the ring trapped Wooly, Wooly immediately lost the ability to resist. It's really scary. Yeah, he hasn't even taken out his knife yet. Some of the onlookers were amazed, while others immediately took out communication devices to report to their own forces. In any case, Zhou Qiong's move this time surprised everyone, and Zhou Qiong looked at the witch power falling from the sky and whispered, "It's over." He suddenly punched out, which was obviously much more powerful than the previous ones. Wooly, falling from the sky, looked at the incoming fist with a look of despair. He had let down all his people. Not only did he fail to kill Zhou Qiong, but he was directly killed by the other party. He roared in anger. I don't accept it. Bang, there was a loud noise. This time it was no longer the sound of a collision, but Zhou Qiong directly punched Wu Li's body to pieces, and the body parts scattered all over the sky. Like a rain of body parts, Zhou Qiong slowly walked out of the city, followed by Dabai. At this time, Dabai was obviously a little further away from Zhou Qiong. It was really because Zhou Qiong's violence just now was too scary. It could have been solved with one move, but it took so many punches to do it. Wu Li was really unlucky. His strength was not originally that high, but before he could fully exert his strength, he was trapped by the God and Demon Ring and was tortured to death. It was extremely frustrating. The members of the demon cult hurriedly flew to Zhou Qiong and bowed in greeting. Very good, you didn't disappoint me this time. You are brave. This is what the disciples of my demon sect should be like. Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Well, let's go back to the headquarters. Zhou Qiong said, and flew into the sky. In the distance, a magic dragon chariot was flying quickly. Zhou Qiong and Dabai approached the chariot. The magic dragon roared and flew away. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting upright on the flying chariot, had a smile on his face. This comprehensive massacre of Wu Li not only dispelled the depression he had experienced during his journey, but also made him realize his current strength now. Without the need for the divine demon sword, his combat power has already reached the 8th or 9th level of Daluo. It can be said that he is now the undisputed #1 master in the land of chaos. After completely unifying the land of chaos, his strength will skyrocket again. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission of exploring the sealed city. You will be rewarded with a mysterious technique, which is being distributed. Zhou Qiong didn't care. He no longer lacked martial arts techniques. He was already very satisfied to have obtained the blood pool on this trip. As for what kind of martial arts techniques he got, he didn't care. Suddenly, a set of skills appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand. Zhou Qiong looked at the skills and his eyes narrowed. The name of the skills was only one word. Thanks to Xiaolongu Dumail God user 10658865 for sending the reminder. Thanks to user 11914861 for the invitation to go hiking. Thanks also to the other big guys for the gifts. Thank you for your support of Xiaobai. Remember to give good reviews and follow the update. If you have time, you can watch the 30-second video that appears after the update. Thank you. Chapter 60 For the powerful effects of the Holy Blood Temple. I only saw the name written on the technique was Yin. Zhou Qiong clicked on the introduction, which only contained 4 sentences. A word from heaven and earth is determined, a word from all things is followed, my words are destiny, my words are truth. Oh my god, isn't this just an upgraded version of the Golden Mouth and Jade Words technique? Zhou Qiong thought to himself, this technique is so practical for Zhou Qiong. It is simply the most powerful artifact for pretending to be stupid. A court meeting was held in the main hall of Tianma Peak. All the high-level officials stood on both sides, and Zhou Qiong sat upright on the top. At this time, 3 days had passed since the Tianwu clan in the sealed city was wiped out. You didn't disappoint me this time, so I'll reward you for your merit. Where are Lianqing, Bai Haotian, and Mu Hufa? Subordinates are here. The 3 of them immediately stood up. You 3 have done a great job this time. As a reward, you will receive 10 energy mines and 1 day of training in the Holy Blood Temple. Thank you, Master. The 2 bowed in thanks. Although they didn't know what the Holy Blood Temple was, since the Master regarded it as a reward, it must be something that would be of great benefit to them. Everyone else will also be rewarded with an energy mine. Thank you, Master. The high-ranking members of the demon cult immediately bowed in thanks. Half an hour later, the meeting dispersed. Lianqing and the other 2 gathered together and walked towards the location of the Holy Blood Temple mentioned by the leader. The Holy Blood Temple was built 2 days ago, right next to the demonic tower in the back mountain of the demonic sect. I don't know what good things are in the Holy Blood Temple that the leader mentioned. Mu Lao said softly. It should be something that is very helpful for cultivation, otherwise the leader would not give it to us as a reward. Bai Haotian answered from the side, you should know that Zhou Qiong has always been very generous to the high-ranking members of the demon cult. In the past, Both the 10,000 Demons pool and the Great 10,000 Demons pool were directly open to all the high-ranking members. But this time, he gave it to only the 3 of them as a reward. It must be something extraordinary. When the 3 of them walked to the back mountain, they found that the demonic tower, no, it should be the Holy Blood Temple, was surrounded by high-ranking members and disciples of the demonic sect. They were all very curious about the newly appeared Holy Blood Temple. Even the demonic tower is open to everyone, but the Holy Blood Temple is obviously not.
Even the high-level officials cannot enter without merit.
Suddenly, all the people in the demon sect were curious about what was inside. Lianqing and the other 2 walked over without hesitation. At this time, 2 Xuanbu secret guards were standing at the door of the Holy Blood Hall. After seeing the 3 people, they saluted and slowly opened the door of the hall. The 3 of them walked in, and what came into view was a huge pool of blood. It looked very ordinary, but gave people a heavy feeling. The 3 of them walked straight in.
As soon as they entered the blood pool, violent energy rushed into their bodies frantically.
The 3 of them didn't care about being shocked, and hurriedly practiced their skills to absorb it. A whole day had passed, and the members of the demon cult were still waiting outside, looking at the door from time to time. They were so curious about what was inside. Bang! The main hall door opened from the inside, and a red-robed figure quickly flew out, hovering in midair. His entire body exuded a majestic aura, and his cultivation began to climb continuously. He soared from the 9th level of the Eternal Ages to the 10th level of the Eternal Ages, breaking through the barrier of the Jinwu realm without stopping, and only stopped at the 6th level of the Jinwu realm.
Oh my god, this is too awesome!
The demonic Tiger King said in surprise, slapping his head. At this time, all the people from the demon cult around were looking at Lianqing in shock. If they were not mistaken, the other party had just taken only 1 day to break through 8 realms in succession, even including the barrier from the Qinggu realm to the Jinwu realm. You have to know how many people in the Chaos Land have never broken through to the true martial realm in their entire lives, and finally died with hatred. If the true martial realm was so easy to break through, then there would not be such a high status. Before anyone could react, Bai Haotian, dressed in a white robe, flew out, his aura rising continuously until he reached the 9th level of Jinwu. Mu Lao also slowly walked out, his cultivation having clearly broken through to the 10th level of Jinwu. Having directly broken through 5 levels, the outer sect guardians who had surrendered also opened their mouths wide. This was too shocking. A day ago, the 3 of them were 2 in the Qinggu realm and 1 in the middle level of Jinwu. Now, 3 masters above the 6th level of Jinwu appeared in front of them. If the demonic tower made them willingly stay in the demonic sect, then the Holy Blood Temple that appeared at this time would make them completely devoted. In this chaotic land, there are countless true martial realm cultivators who have practiced for thousands of years to break through a small realm. Some, even those who are not talented enough, have found it difficult to break through even after tens of thousands of years. Now, this evil cult actually has the Holy Blood Palace that can directly improve the cultivation level of the true martial realm. In a short period of time, one can improve the cultivation level of the Jinwu realm by several levels. If those who have been practicing hard in the Qinggu realm and Jinwu realm knew about this, they would probably try their best to join the demon cult. The members of the demon cult looked at the 3 people with envy, and then looked at the Holy Blood Temple with longing. They were so eager to go in and practice for a day. Ahem. Lianqing cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "I'm sure everyone knows the effectiveness of this Holy Blood Temple.
Next, my demon cult will quickly occupy the entire Chaos Land. As long as you can make contributions, the leader will reward you with the opportunity to practice. Of course, it depends on how great your contributions are. Thank you for your guidance, General Manager. We will devote our lives to the demon cult and will not stop until we die for the leader."
The members of the demon cult shouted excitedly. At this moment, they couldn't wait to set off immediately. It would be best if those cities did not surrender and must resist, so that they could make more contributions to the demon cult. At this time, Zhou Qiong had no idea that because of the Holy Blood Temple, there would be another bloody storm outside. At this time, he was trying hard to practice the Yin technique. This technique has now been placed in the first tier of required techniques. Chapter 65, 99 God-destroying tribulations. Because of the appearance of the Holy Blood Temple, the demon cult suddenly became energized and began to attack the surrounding cities frantically. Many cities originally wanted to act tough in order to get a good position, but the people of the demon cult did not waste any time.
As long as the city did not open and surrender, they would directly attack the city.
Once the city was captured, all the forces in charge in the city would be killed for a moment. The entire city in the chaotic land was in complete chaos. Except for some people who planned to resist to the end, the rest did not wait for the arrival of the demon cult members, but went out of the city gate 10 miles away to greet them, with smiles and flattery on their faces. The members of the demon cult had no chance to turn against them. They could only accept the city with a depressed look on their faces. However, when they encountered some cities that resisted, they immediately treated them as treasures. There were even heated arguments among the people over the seizure of cities. Outside Lihua City, the Zhang family, the largest family in the city, was guarding the city wall, looking at the people from the demon cult who were surrounding them from outside, and everyone looked solemn. They were also afraid of the demon cult, but Lihua City was their Zhang family's territory, which they had guarded for 8,000 years. How could they possibly give it up, even to the demon cult? They just didn't know why the demon cult hadn't attacked them after surrounding them for so long. The demon cult had already started arguing. King of Demonic Tiger, this Lihua City is clearly within the attack range of my Xuanwu Hall. What are you doing here? Wanli, the head of Xuanwu Hall, looked at the King of Demonic Tiger with a gloomy face. He knew that the other party was here to steal the credit. As time went by, there were not many cities left in this chaotic land, and even fewer still resisting. How could I be willing to give up the one I had finally encountered to others? Master Wan, you have already entered the holy blood pool once. The leader said that the second time would not have much effect. Can you give me this city? The Demon Tiger King looked at Wanli with a smile on his face. After all, you have to have a good attitude when asking others for help. Demon Tiger King, you have entered before. Why are you still fighting with me for this city? Wanli said indifferently. Isn't it that the Demon Monkey King has really bad luck? All the cities he attacked did not resist and surrendered directly. Doesn't this mean that his accumulated merits are not enough? How about considering that I, the Demon Tiger King, owe you a favor? The Demon Tiger King said sincerely. Hearing this, Wanli frowned and thought. This time, another large group of people flew over from afar, led by the Demon Rat King Chenshu, followed by the other 10 Demon Kings. Chenshu stood in front of Wanli and said in a deep voice, "Let's consider this as a favor that the 12 Demon Kings together owe you. Is that okay with you?" Wanli thought about it and nodded. It was a good deal to exchange the favor of the 12 Demon Kings for a city that was not very important to him at the moment. Since the demon cult has grown in size, although they are all loyal to Zhou Qiong, it is inevitable that they will form groups. At present, in the entire demon sect, the Grand Steward Lianqing and the Grand Protector Bai Haotian are considered independent, while the remaining 4 Hall Masters are one group, the 12 Demon Kings are one group, the Inner Door Protectors are one group, and the Outer Door Protectors are one group. They were all secretly competing with each other, and no one wanted to give in to the other. Zhou Qiong was happy about this. After all, competition is the driving force, and the demon cult did not need a lifeless state. The Demon Monkey King on the side looked at the other Demon Kings with gratitude, and excitedly rushed towards Lihua City with his men. As long as he captured this rebellious city, he could enter the Holy Blood Temple, improve his cultivation, and live up to his reputation as one of the 12 Demon Kings. Chen Shu glanced at the Demon Tiger King and said, "You go and help the monkey. After all, he is still at the Eternal Realm." "Okay, big brother, I'll go right away." The Demonic Tiger King agreed and flew towards Lihua City, his aura bursting out, and it was obvious that he was already a master of the 5th level of Zhenwu.at. This time, in the main hall of Tianma Peak, Zhou Qiong sat upright on a chair. The system prompt sound keeps ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 2/10 of dominating the Chaos Land. The reward is to increase your cultivation by 1 level. Your current cultivation level is the 8th level of Zhenwu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 3/10 of dominating the Chaotic Land. The reward is to increase your cultivation by 1 level. Your current cultivation level is the 9th level of Zhenwu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 4/10 of dominating the Chaotic Land. The reward is to increase your cultivation by 1 level. Your current cultivation level is the 10th level of Zhenwu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 1st level of the Daluo realm. Friendly reminder, the heavenly tribulation is approaching. Suddenly, a large amount of black clouds quickly gathered above the entire demon sect. They were more than 10 times larger than the black clouds that Mu Lao had used to overcome the tribulation last time. There were even traces of purple lightning in them thousands of miles away from the demon cult's headquarters. An old man was flying slowly with a young man. The young man looked at the old man and said, "Master, where are we going?" Those demon cult members were too brutal. They killed our opponents even though they had surrendered. We went to look for the leader of the demon cult. I never thought that even though I hadn't been to this chaotic place for only 50 years, a strange sect like the demon cult would appear. The old man said gloomily. Yes, the last time I came here with Master, this chaotic land was still ruled by its own people. It hasn't even been 50 years yet, and now I'm afraid most of them have fallen into the hands of the demon cult. Master, what should we do then? Master originally wanted to unify this chaotic land, but I didn't expect that it would be unified by the demon cult first. It has been a great help to Master. As long as Master can capture the leader of the demon cult, this demon cult will be a good opportunity for us, Master and disciple. The old man said with a playful smile. The young man smiled happily after hearing this, but then he said worriedly, Master, I heard that the leader of the demon sect has unfathomable cultivation. Will it be dangerous for us to go there like this? The old man glanced at the young man and said angrily, My master is a master of the 10th level of Daluo, one step away from reaching the realm of semi-saint. How can a small demon sect leader compare to him? The two were still talking when suddenly the old man frowned and looked in the direction of Tianma Peak. At this time, the place was covered with dark clouds, blocking out the sky and the sun. Even though he was so far away, he could see it clearly, which showed how terrifying the calamity clouds there were. Master, there are people going through tribulation over there. Is he going through the tribulation of semi-saint? Why is it so terrifying? The young man looked towards Tianma Peak in surprise. No, this is the Great Tribulation, the strongest of the 99 God-exterminating tribulations. Only an unparalleled monster can overcome it. This demon cult leader is truly extraordinary. The old man was secretly shocked as he looked at the calamity clouds in the distance. It seemed that the leader of the demon cult was even more evil than he had imagined. You know, even the princes of some dynasties could hardly survive this heavenly calamity. It's a pity that the other party encountered me. Even if he could survive the disaster, he would be seriously injured, and I would be the one who reaps the benefits. The more the old man thought about it, the happier he became, as if he had already killed Zhou Qiong, subdued the demon cult, and become the master of the land of chaos. The most important thing was that he was able to kill a monster like Zhou Qiong, which made him extremely excited. He couldn't help laughing. The young man looked at the old man and wondered why he was laughing so obscenely. Could he be crazy? The old man didn't know what his apprentice was thinking, otherwise he would have probably killed him with a single blow. He waved his hand and quickly flew towards the demon peak with his apprentice. Chapter 66 I won't cross the river anymore, please leave at this time. At Tianma Peak, all the members of the demon sect were looking at the calamity clouds in the sky with fear on their faces. The power emanating from them was really too terrifying. It seemed that as long as the thunderbolt struck, the entire Tianma Peak would be destroyed. Outside the demonic peak, a man in a brocade robe was standing in a corner. He was also attracted by the calamity cloud. The man muttered softly, I didn't expect that there would be such a demonic monster in this small chaotic place. 50 miles away from him stood an old man and a young man. At this moment, they had not noticed the man in brocade robe at all. They were both looking at the calamity clouds above the demon peak with serious expressions. Even the old man looked at it with curiosity. He had only heard of this kind of calamity cloud before, but this was the first time he had actually seen it. This time, a man slowly emerged in the air above the demonic peak. He was wearing a magic dragon battle robe and was covered in demonic flames. He slowly looked up at the calamity clouds above. When the members of the demon cult below saw this person appear, they immediately calmed down. They didn't know when they started to think that the leader was omnipotent. Even if this terrifying calamity cloud came down, the leader would definitely be fine as long as he was there. The calamity cloud seemed to be brewing, and a huge thunderbolt struck Zhou Qiong. The air around him began to tremble violently. Zhou Qiong stretched out a palm, and a huge black vortex formed on it, which directly swallowed the entire thunderbolt, and then slowly disappeared. The young man watching outside suddenly opened his mouth wide. Master, why is the thunder tribulation gone?
Was it swallowed? What kind of skill is that can even swallow the thunder tribulation?
Looking at the young man who kept asking questions, the old man did not say anything. He did not know that there was a technique that could absorb thunder tribulation. The man in brocade clothes frowned as he looked at the disappearing vortex. This skill was indeed strange. It could actually absorb the thunder tribulation and feed it back to itself. The calamity cloud seemed to be angry, and quickly shot out another calamity of lightning, which was obviously much stronger than the previous one. Then without stopping, the third calamity of lightning also struck down from the calamity cloud. Zhou Qiong did not hesitate. The silver-black lightning between his eyebrows emitted light, and the god and demon ring appeared in his hand, which he quickly threw towards the two lightning bolts. With a bang, the second thunder tribulation was instantly destroyed by the god and demon ring. The god and demon ring then rushed towards the third thunder tribulation, but this time it failed and was directly struck away by the thunder tribulation. However, the power of the third thunder tribulation was much smaller. As a result, Zhou Qiong stretched out his hand again to form a black vortex, swallowing the thunder tribulation. It can be said that these three thunder tribulations not only did not hurt Zhou Qiong at all, but were instead swallowed by Zhou Qiong using the heaven-swallowing demonic art, and fed back to himself. The young man standing by opened his mouth in shock. You know, he was right there when his master was going through the great tribulation. That was only the worst of the 39 tribulations, with only 3 thunder tribulations in total, and it was many times less powerful than Zhou Qiong's. Just like that, his master was almost killed by the thunder tribulation, and he survived it with a narrow escape from death. But now what about Zhou Qiong? The 3 more powerful thunder tribulations did not cause any harm to him at all. The man in brocade clothes frowned even deeper as he looked at Zhou Qiong. It was within his expectation that Zhou Qiong could survive 3 levels of thunder tribulation. It was impossible for a person who could cause the 99 god-destroying tribulation to die in the first 3 levels of thunder tribulation. What surprised him was the lightning between Zhou Qiong's eyebrows. He felt that there was something strange contained in the lightning, but even he couldn't tell what it was. Just as everyone was waiting for the 4th thunder tribulation to descend, Zhou Qiong in the sky slowly shook his neck and looked up at the tribulation cloud. He said in a deep voice, "It's really boring. It has no power at all. I won't cross it. You can leave now." Everyone in the demon cult below was confused. What did the leader mean? He said he would not endure the tribulation, but could he just not endure the thunder tribulation? The 2 old men also looked up at Zhou Qiong as if he was a fool. They thought that Zhou Qiong must have been struck dumb by the lightning just now. He actually let Lei Jie go. Did he think Lei Jie was his family? He just left without saying anything. Just when everyone was speechless, the calamity clouds in the sky slowly shrank, and the lightning inside slowly dispersed, with no sign of striking down again. Before anyone could react, Zhou Qiong in the sky frowned and said again, "Hurry up, don't waste time." The black cloud seemed to be frightened and flew away quickly, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, Zhou Qiong's aura in the sky began to increase continuously, from the 1st level of Daluo to the 2nd level of Daluo, and then to the 5th level of Daluo before stopping. This proved that 9/10 of the entire chaotic land was under the jurisdiction of the demon cult. When the old man saw the black cloud running away, he took the young man and crushed a large teleportation talisman. You know, this is his life-saving thing, but he can't care about it now. It was really shocking that Zhou Qiong's words just now scared away the black cloud. What the hell is going on? He can actually command a thunder tribulation directly. If you are so powerful, why don't you go to heaven? Why are you making a fuss in this small chaotic place? Aren't you looking for trouble? If I attack the demon sect, I will definitely destroy you directly. The man in brocade clothes standing by did not leave, but his expression was full of shock. What did he see just now? The art of speaking with golden words? But isn't that something only the emperor can practice? The other party was obviously not that kind of person. How could he possibly possess such a bizarre technique? He clearly wasn't cultivating the imperial way, yet he could actually cultivate the golden mouth and jade words technique. Besides, I'd never heard of the golden mouth and jade words technique being able to command thunder tribulations. Could it be an even more terrifying technique? Just as he was thinking about it, the man in brocade clothes suddenly looked up at Zhou Qiong, and Zhou Qiong also looked over. The man was shocked again that the other party could actually find him. You know, Although he did not deliberately hide himself, it would be difficult for an ordinary semi-saint to notice him. The man slowly stood up and flew towards Zhou Qiong, saying softly, "I didn't expect that this small chaotic place would hide a monster like you." Zhou Qiong looked at the man and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that there would be a strong man like you in the land of chaos." The man laughed after hearing this. "I'm not from this chaotic place. I'm just passing through." "You're very strong, you can get a spot." "What quota?" Zhou Qiong said with a frown. He always felt that the man had something else to say. The man did not respond. He took out a black token from his arms and threw it to Zhou Qiong. "This is a place for the demonic path. I give it to you. You will know it later." After that, the man disappeared in front of Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong looked at the token and saw the word demon written on the front and a dark figure engraved on the back, but the face could not be seen clearly, thanks to the inspiration capsule of Dark Horse Club, thanks to 333333241 for the reminder and 226466150 for the mountain climbing invitation. Thanks also to all the other big guys who gave rewards. I hope all the readers will take a look at the advertisement and support Xiao Bai. Update is here. I've been working overtime lately and it's a headache. Chapter 67, Unification of the Chaos Land. At this time, the members of the demon cult looked at Zhou Qiong in the sky, their faces full of fanaticism and admiration. He scared away the heavenly calamity with just one word. What an awesome existence he was. They all bowed and shouted, "Congratulations to the leader, your cultivation has greatly increased and you are now invincible." Congratulations to the leader, your cultivation has greatly increased and you are now invincible. The incident of Zhou Qiong scaring away the heavenly tribulation with just one word spread throughout the entire chaotic land in an instant, and the city that had originally planned to resist stubbornly now gave up completely. Damn it, the heavenly tribulation is afraid of him, no matter how we play with him. Currently, except for Yangcheng and some cities around Yangcheng, the entire chaotic land is under the jurisdiction of the demon cult. At this time in Yangcheng, in the Yang family mansion, an old man was sitting on the upper floor drinking tea in a depressed mood, and 6 or 7 imposing men were sitting below, each with an anxious look on his face. "Lord Yang, please make up your mind. How should we deal with the demon cult? Should we surrender or resist?" A burly man in tight clothes said anxiously. This man was the lord of the city surrounding Yangcheng. The 6 or 7 people sitting below were all city lords around Yangcheng. They had always followed the lead of Yangcheng city lord Yang Liwu. Now, seeing that the demon cult was about to unify the entire chaotic land, they could no longer sit still and came to Yangcheng to ask for an explanation. Yang Liwu, who was sitting at the top, also had a depressed look on his face. He hadn't expected the demon cult to take over so quickly. Shouldn't they have taken over bit by bit? How could he have so many people to manage it? He had originally planned to move the entire Yang family out of this city and relocate to the main family of the Great Wu dynasty in 10 or 8 years. That's right, their Yangcheng Yang family is just a branch of the Real Yang family. They have been working hard to return to the family over the years. Finally, their branch produced a genius child last year. According to the rules, their branch can officially return to the family in 3 years, but the demon cult didn't give him a chance. Yang Liwu looked at the anxious people below and asked in a deep voice, "How do you think we should deal with this?" The burly man from before replied again, "I think it's better to surrender. The demon cult has unified the chaotic land and is unstoppable. Besides, the demon cult leader once saved us in the semi-saint secret realm. We can't be ungrateful and go against him. Moreover, the demon cult treats surrendered forces very well." The stronger man's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. He knew how shameless his words were. The fear of being ungrateful and the good treatment from the demon sect were all excuses. He was just afraid of death. The strange thing was that no one interrupted him, no one refuted, they all lowered their heads, as if they agreed. Yang Liwu knew when he saw this that these people had wanted to surrender in their hearts for a long time, but they came to ask for his opinion because of his concern. "I'm afraid that even if I say I want to resist the demon cult, they won't listen. Maybe they will even turn around and deal with me as a token of my joining the demon cult." Yang Liwu sighed. "If that's the case, then surrender. In the next 2 days, I, Yang Cheng, will formally submit a letter of surrender to the demon cult. You all should come along then." After hearing this, everyone agreed with joy, chatted briefly for a few more words, and then said goodbye with a smile.
However, as soon as they left the lobby, everyone's faces showed disappointment. After a few people left, Yang Liwu's face suddenly became frighteningly gloomy, and a figure who looked somewhat like Yang Liwu walked out from behind.
"Brother, do you really want to surrender to the demon cult?" the visitor asked in surprise.
Of course not. Secretly gather all the clansmen immediately. We will leave Yangqing tonight and go to the Da dynasty, Yang Liwu said in a deep voice. Then why did Big Brother lie to them just now? The visitor looked a little confused. Do you really think they came to ask for my opinion? They just want to use me to gain merit. Just now I said that I would resist to the end. I guess they would lead people to attack my Yangqing before tonight and cut off my head to offer to the demon cult. Yang Liwu said with a sneer. After hearing this, the visitor broke out in a cold sweat and quickly ran away to gather his tribesmen. The next day, the news that the Yang family, the largest family in Yangcheng, suddenly disappeared mysteriously attracted everyone's attention. Some said that they fled overnight because they were afraid of the demon cult, while others said that the leader of the demon cult came to the Yang family last night and killed everyone. In short, there were many different opinions. Afterwards, the cities around Yangcheng announced their surrender and submitted to the demon cult. It took the demon cult 10 years to formally unify the land of chaos, and Zhou Qiong became the king of the land of chaos. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission of unifying the chaotic land. Rewards are being distributed. Suddenly, Zhou Qiong's aura intensified again. He opened the attribute panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Woody. Position: Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation: Daluo Level 6 Martial Arts, Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic Art 3rd Level, Demon, Word Mount, Dragon Chariot Pet, Demon Dog. Zhou Qiong knocked on the chair, and Tianni, wearing a mask, slowly appeared and knelt on one knee in the hall. How's the investigation going? Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. Master, outside this chaotic land lies the Great Wu dynasty and the Qingqiu kingdom, ruled by the human race and the fox tribe of the demon race respectively. It is said that the Wu Emperor and the Lord of Qingqiu have both reached the peak of semi-saint cultivation. Zhou Qiong frowned. After the Daluo realm is the semi-saint, which is divided into 10 levels. The breakthrough of each level is comparable to a major realm. It can be said that an ordinary semi-saint of the second level is enough to be comparable to 10 semi-saints of the first level. Moreover, every 3 levels is a watershed, that is, a 4th level semi-saint is comparable to more than 100 3rd level semi-saints, which means that a 4th level semi-saint can kill a 3rd level semi-saint in seconds. As for the peak of semi-saint, that is a person who can become a saint immediately. Even if I can challenge higher levels, it is impossible for me to cross so many levels. I just don't know if the divine and demonic sword that has absorbed the blood of all the rebellious creatures in the chaotic land can cause any harm to such a person. By the way, the Wuwang mansion that the leader asked me to pay attention to last time is indeed from the Great Wu dynasty. This Wuwang mansion is the residence of the younger brother of the current Emperor Wu. It is said that his cultivation has reached the 9th level of semi-saint, and he is only one step away from the peak of semi-saint. And Li Gu is the prince of Wuwang mansion. Tianni said slowly. Okay, go and inform all the senior executives to come to the Demon Palace for a morning meeting tomorrow. Yes, sir. Chapter 68. The Strength of the Da Dynasty. On the second day, a court meeting was held at Tenma Peak. At this time, many high-ranking members of the demon cult, including some newly joined guardians, were standing on both sides below. Zhou Qiong sat upright on the chair. Lianqing in a red robe was still standing on his right. Dabai was lying at his feet, with demonic flames constantly bursting out of his body, as if a demon god was sitting there. It took 10 years for my demon cult to unify this chaotic land. I am very happy, but not satisfied. Zhou Qiong said coldly. The people below looked at their leader with confusion. It had only been 10 years since he unified the land of chaos, but he was still not satisfied. You know, there are 220 cities in this land of chaos, and each one is as big as a continent below. If their cultivation had not been constantly improving over the years, it would have been difficult for them to conquer all these cities in 10 years, let alone occupy them. Tianbu, let me report to you the strength of the outside world. Yes, leader. Tianni, wearing a diamond mask, stood out from the crowd and spoke loudly to the many high-ranking members of the demon sect.
Everyone, there are two major forces bordering our chaotic land: the Great Wu Dynasty and the Qingqiu Kingdom. The Great Wu Dynasty has a total of 1,350 cities, and the mayors of each city are at least at the Daluo realm, with the stronger ones reaching the peak of the Daluo realm. This does not include the strength of some families and sects within the dynasty, let alone the Imperial Wu family. These words immediately stunned the members of the demon cult below. Except for a few guardians who knew these things before, the others were all shocked. Although their demon cult also occupied 220 cities, its strength was far inferior. In the Dao dynasty, there are more than 1,000 city lords in the Daluo realm, not counting those in families and sections. As for their demon sect, there is only one leader in the Daluo realm, and the strongest among them is the general manager who has the strength of the 8th level of Jinwu. The demon Tiger King slapped his head and asked numbly, "How strong is the royal family?" Tianyi replied leisurely, "Not to mention the Daluo realm, there are dozens of people in the royal family who are at the semi-saint realm alone. If you include some of the tributes, there are probably no less than 100 people." Emperor Wu was even at the peak of the semi-saint realm. After hearing this, everyone's hearts calmed down instantly. The pride that had originally arisen from unifying the chaotic land subsided in an instant, and then a strong fighting spirit burst out again. No matter how powerful the Dao dynasty is, when their demon sect just ascended, the strongest leader was only at the Qiangu realm, and there were not many of them at the Tongxin realm. But now, in just over a decade, the leader has become a high-level Daluo, with unfathomable combat power, and he and others have also reached the high level of Jinwu. What if they were given another 10 years? If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 or 1,000 years? Under the leadership of the omnipotent leader, the strength of their demon sect would surely surge again, and sooner or later they would surpass the Dao dynasty. After everyone figured it out, they looked at Zhou Qiong with fighting spirit. Even if Zhou Qiong directly ordered an attack on the Dao dynasty, they probably wouldn't object. Zhou Qiong smiled and said, "Alright, as long as you have fighting spirit, you don't have to be afraid of others' strength. My demon sect is also getting stronger. I want to see where the peak of the upper realm is. Are you willing to come with me to take a look?" Lianqing is willing to follow the leader until death, and reach the summit together. The demonic Tiger King is willing to follow the leader until death, and together we will reach the summit. Wood Guardian, the leaders of the demon cult shouted excitedly, and even the outer sect protectors who had just surrendered were impressed by Zhou Qiong's domineering attitude. With such a leader, it would be difficult for the demon cult not to develop rapidly. "Okay, my demon cult is short of talent right now. We'll hold a martial arts competition in half a month. Everyone in the land of chaos can participate. The top 10,000 will qualify to join the demon cult, the top 100 will get the position of helmsman, and the top 3 will be rewarded with a day of training in the Holy Blood Temple." Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice. "Yes, sir." After the court meeting, all the members of the demon cult left the hall. Only Lianqing remained standing beside Zhou Qiong. "Are you sure you can break through?" Zhou Qiong asked softly. Lianqing bowed. "I still have some of the Shura blood I absorbed in the cave last time that hasn't been digested yet. It was all stimulated after I entered the Holy Blood Palace last time. I'll retreat for another month this time, and I'm sure I'll have a breakthrough." "Okay, if necessary, you can go to the Holy Blood Temple to practice for another day." "Thank you, Master." The entire Chaos Land was shaken by the news from the demon cult. The demon cult was actually planning to hold a competition. The top 10,000 would be able to join the demon cult and become elite disciples. The top 100 would even receive the position of helmsman. As for the top 3, they couldn't even dream of making it in a large courtyard. A young man was practicing his swordsmanship, with a murderous aura. A beautiful girl stood next to him and called out softly, "Brother, stop practicing, don't get too tired, take a rest." When the young man heard the girl's voice, he stopped immediately, put away his evil spirit, and looked at the girl with a smile on his face. "I, your brother, just broke through to the eternal realm. How could I be tired?" "Brother, do you really want to participate in the demon cult's arena? Will it be dangerous?" "Don't worry, no one can hurt me. This time, I, your brother, will definitely get a spot as an elite disciple. Then we'll see who dares to bully us." Inside a huge mansion in his city, a group of old men were sitting.
Each of them looked very imposing and were obviously masters of the eternal realm. In the middle stood a middle-aged man. Although he looked the youngest, he had the strongest aura. He was probably about to break through to the true martial realm. The old man in the lead said in a deep voice, "It's settled. This time, Jonger will participate in the demon cult's competition and must win the position of helmsman. No matter which city Jonger is assigned to be the helmsman, our family will move there. This matter concerns the future of our family, and it all depends on you, Jonger. Don't worry, father. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Such scenes continued to unfold in the chaotic land, and even some hidden families and figures appeared one after another, some for the helmsman, and some for the mysterious Holy Blood Temple. A huge square was newly built in Black King City, which was built for the purpose of the competition. The location of this competition was officially set in Black King City, which was closest to the Demon Peak. The Black King City has been bustling with people these days. In just a few days, the entire Black King City was almost packed, and the room prices of all the inns began to rise continuously, and not many people came to Black King City to compete, because the demon cult required that the minimum cultivation level must be above the 9th level of Tongxian, so a large number of people were eliminated at once. But this did not prevent everyone from coming to watch the fun. A competition of this scale might not be seen for thousands of years. More and more people crowded into the Black King City, and the inn was completely unable to accommodate them, but it didn't matter. We were all cultivators, so we could just sleep on the ground. If that didn't work, we could just sit cross-legged on the side of the road. No one wanted to miss this grand occasion anyway. Chapter 69, Arena Competition. Millions of people appear in Black King City was already full of people, all chatting non-stop. Have you heard? Bai Wu Dao, the master of 10,000 demons, is here. He's a ruthless man. I heard that 1,000 years ago, he slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people from an entire family for a trivial matter, leaving no one alive. And Shura Finger Wan Kuei is here too. I heard he broke through to the true martial realm a few years ago. I didn't expect him to be here to participate in the arena competition. Besides, more and more characters were mentioned by the crowd. Each of them was once a prominent figure in the chaotic land, and now they have emerged because of a martial arts competition. Do you want to know why such a master came here? A man who looked like a shopkeeper came over and whispered. Why? If you know, tell me quickly. The people around became interested and asked hurriedly. The shopkeeper smiled slightly when he heard this and said, "Our shop has just released a new kind of spirit wine. Would you like to try it? It's a bit pricey, though." Why are you so slow, shopkeeper? This is a top-grade energy stone. It's enough to buy you some wine. Tell me the news quickly. A burly man threw out an energy stone with an impatient look on his face. The shopkeeper paid no attention to it. He reached out and took the energy stone, tucked it into his arms, and said softly, "Everyone knows that the top 3 winners of this prize will not only receive the position of helmsman, but also a chance to enter the Holy Blood Temple for training." Of course I know. Didn't this evil cult send out a notice a long time ago? The man looked at the shopkeeper angrily, fearing that if the shopkeeper didn't tell him the truth, he would take the energy stone back. Do you all know what the Holy Blood Palace is? It's the demon cult's holy land for cultivation. You all know the current demon cult leaders. They have all cultivated in the Holy Blood Palace. Look, who among them is not a great master of the Jinwu realm? It is said that as long as you cultivate in the Holy Blood Palace for a day, you can break through 5 or 6 levels of cultivation in a row, and even break the barrier between Qinggu and Jinwu. What, are you serious? The strong man asked in surprise. It should be true. I once saw the demon Tiger King from afar. Although he was very powerful at that time, his cultivation level was only the 7th level of Qinggu. But when I saw him again 2 days later, he had already reached the 4th level of Jinwu. At that time, I thought he had been hiding his cultivation level. Now it seems that this must be the result of the Holy Blood Temple. A young man on the side took over. The sturdy man smiled excitedly. He originally just wanted to join in the fun and had never thought of joining the demon cult. But now he was attracted to the Holy Blood Temple. This time, he not only wanted to join the demon cult, but also had to win the top 3. Time passed,
and the day of the martial arts competition was about to arrive. Countless people rushed towards the arena. At this time, people from the demon cult were already maintaining order. There were 5 chairs above the arena, 1 in the middle, 2 on each side, and no less than 500 arenas below. At this time, all the contestants had gathered around the ring. There were no less than 1 million people, and the crowd was talking. This demonic sect is truly remarkable. Even the disciples who maintain order have cultivation levels above the 9th level of Tongxian, and quite a few are at the Qiangu realm. Yes, this Qiangu realm can open up a small force outside, but here it is just a disciple who maintains order. Look, there are 5 chairs up there. I wonder if the master will come. What are you thinking about? I guess it's good enough that the chief steward Lianqing can come. The discussion continued, and the time for the competition was getting closer and closer. At this time, in a restaurant opposite the square, the windows of the private room on the 5th floor were open. From this position, one could clearly see everything on the square arena without having to crowd around the square. Many people wanted this spot, and it was finally bought by a mysterious man for 10,000 high-quality energy stones. The shopkeeper was so happy that he went crazy. You know, his entire restaurant was not worth so many energy stones, not to mention the price of staying in a private room for a few days. At this time, 2 girls were standing by the window of the private room. One was dressed in green and had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and the other had a round face that was a bit cute. Several guards were standing behind them. "Miss, what's so interesting about a martial arts competition in this remote place? There's not even a Daluo realm expert." The round-faced girl said softly. "It's boring to stay here anyway, so it's nice to watch this competition." The person called Miss said in a deep voice. At this time, a figure quickly appeared above the square, with a burst of momentum. He quickly rushed to the top of the ring and sat on the second seat on the left. It was the Demon Monkey King. With his appearance, 3 waves of momentum burst out from the square again, and 3 figures sat directly on the 3 chairs on the ring. The demon sect members below bowed and shouted, "Greetings to the White Guardian, the Wood Guardian, the Master of the 10,000 Halls, and the Demon Monkey King." The contestants below also hurried to see the 4 people and discussed in low voices. The demon cult is indeed powerful. I feel like this white protector has at least reached the 8th level of Jinwu. Yes, even the weakest Demon Monkey King has reached the 6th level of Jinwu cultivation. You should know that there are 12 people at the same level as the Demon Monkey King in the demon sect. The round-faced girl in the restaurant across the street pouted and muttered, "These 4 are only at the true martial realm, yet they act so arrogantly. I'd have thought they were half-saints." Okay, with their level of cultivation in this chaotic place, they are indeed the dominant force. The leading girl said softly, but the contempt at the corner of her mouth revealed that she was also very disdainful. At this time, of the 5 seats on the square arena, only the middle seat was left unoccupied. At this moment, a red-robed figure suddenly appeared on the middle seat, and his imposing aura directly pressed towards everyone present. His momentum was like a flood, unstoppable. The bloody aura was overwhelming, enveloping everyone. The millions of contestants present were overwhelmed by his momentum and did not dare to look up. Is this the leader of the demon cult? He has great cultivation, speed, and domineering aura. He is indeed a great figure. The green-clothed girl in the private room said in a deep voice. Before she could continue, the demon cult members in the square bowed and saluted, shouting, "Greetings, Grand Steward." Even Bai Hufa and others who were sitting in their seats stood up, bowed, and then slowly sat down. After hearing this, the girl in green knew that she had recognized the wrong person. She smiled awkwardly and whispered, "Not bad, not bad." But in her heart, she became interested in the leader of the demon cult. To be able to subdue a person like Lianqing, this demon cult leader must be extraordinary. Thanks to 259888937 for the reminder and 6073924291440364 for the mountain climbing invitation. Thanks also to other big guys for their support. Chapter 70 The Leader's Order. Miss, since this evil cult dares to call itself by this name, will it? The round-faced girl at the side asked curiously. No, how could he come into contact with such a person in his small chaotic place? He is just ignorant. The girl in green curled her lips and said, "Miss, I see those arenas are newly built, and the materials used are ordinary. I wonder if they will collapse during the competition." The girl in green also frowned after hearing this.
She didn't know what this evil cult was up to. Why didn't they spend more time building some good arenas? If they were worried about the high cost, they could just build fewer. There was no need to build it like this. If it really collapsed, wouldn't it be a huge loss of face? At this time, millions of people in the square were looking at Lianqing with fanaticism. They were sure that what Lord Lianqing had just displayed was the cultivation level of Daluo realm. You know, in the entire chaotic land, except Zhou Qiong, no one has broken through to Daluo for thousands of years. Of course, the most important thing is that all the deeds of the demon cult have been spread. They just ascended from the lower realm more than 10 years ago. At that time, even Lord Lianqing was only at the Tongshan realm, but now he has reached the Daluo realm. After joining the demon cult, wouldn't the strength of himself and others also increase dramatically? On the square arena, Lianqing, dressed in a red robe, stood up, took out a piece of paper from his hand, and said loudly, "The leader has ordered that the competition here will last for 3 days. The arena must be indestructible and cannot be damaged." After that, he gently threw the paper out. The paper quickly emitted light in the air, and an indescribable meaning directly covered all the arenas. Then the paper slowly shrank and returned to Lianqing's hand. Many people competing in the martial arts competition in the square were all confused. What was Lord Lianqing doing just now? Throwing out a handwritten letter and then asking the Lord Leader to keep the arena intact, Lianqing didn't explain and directly hit one of the arenas with his palm. With a loud bang, the arena was intact. Everyone below opened their mouths in astonishment, faces filled with shock. Even the demon cult disciples were stunned. They had built this arena, and they knew its quality all too well. It was absolutely shoddy, barely able to withstand a fight from the Eternal Realm. Now, because of a single word from their leader, even the Daluo realm couldn't destroy it. They all secretly thought that the leader had indeed become terrifyingly powerful and omnipotent, and their secret worship of Zhou Qiong became even more fanatical. The people who participated in the competition also recovered from their deep shock and only admired the legendary leader even more. As for the bakery, the girl in green has never closed her mouth since Lianqing threw out the handwriting. The more she knows, the more she realizes how awesome this handwriting is. A handwritten letter directly changed the laws of a place. Although there was a 3-day time limit, it was still incredible. I'm afraid that even my father's golden words and jade words would not have such a great effect. The girl looked towards the direction of Tianma Peak with increasing curiosity. She clapped her hands slowly and said, "Let's go and meet the demon cult leader Zhou Qiong. I want to see how powerful he is." Just as they were about to leave the room, a guard behind them felt a slight vibration in his arms. The guard immediately bowed to the girl in green and said, "Miss, the king has summoned you to return home immediately. Do not delay." The girl in green frowned, nodded, and disappeared into the tavern with her guards. In the arena square, Lianqing shouted in a deep voice, "The demon cult martial arts arena tournament has officially begun. Life or death is not a matter of concern." The crowd below nodded in agreement, and the outer sect guardians appeared at the edge of the arena to act as referees. After experiencing the miraculous event just now, all the contestants went crazy. In order to get a place to join the demon sect, they would never admit defeat until the last moment. For a while, there were countless casualties on the fighting arena. Some people withdrew from the competition because of fear, and of course some became even crazier. This is also what the demon cult hopes to see. The demon cult is not a famous and upright sect that believes in stopping at a certain point. What they want is ruthless people, the more ruthless the better. The martial arts competition of the demon cult outside was still going on, but Zhou Qiong had already left the demon peak. The gate of the Dao dynasty's imperial city. Zhou Qiong looked up at the giant golden dragon in the sky, a trace of thought on his lips. The demon tiger king stood behind him and chuckled, "Master, the Dao dynasty is truly powerful. I think the guards guarding the city gate are all at the Eternal Realm. Yeah, so we have to take it slow. Let's go check on our old friends first." Inside the imperial city of the dynasty, a huge mansion stood next to the imperial palace. The entire mansion covered an area of more than 1,000 miles and looked not much smaller than the imperial palace. At the gate of the mansion stood 2 rows of guards, each radiating the true spirit of martial arts. Surprisingly, each one was a master of the Jinwu realm. Having Jinwu realm guards at the gate showed how powerful this mansion was. Above the door were 3 large characters that read Prince Wu's mansion. The characters exuded such a powerful aura that people dared not even look directly at it.at this time. Two people appeared at the door, one wearing a dragon battle robe and the other wearing a black robe and a bald head. The chief guard at the door frowned as he looked at the two of them. It was obvious that these two people were not righteous people. One must know that in the Dao dynasty, whether it was the royal family, the cultivation families, or some sects, they all focused on the righteous path. The royal family also follows an upright path, so there are very few demonic figures in the imperial city of the Dao dynasty. Even if there are, they are sneaky. Now, there are two demonic figures who appear in front of the gate of Prince Wu's mansion in broad daylight. This is the first time the head of the guard strode over, looked at the two of them, and asked in a deep voice, "How dare you, a demon from the devil, come to the gate of Prince Wu's mansion? Are you seeking death? How dare you speak to our leader like that? Are you looking for death?" The demon tiger king on the side shouted loudly. In his mind, no one could say such things about the leader, no matter who it was, even if the other party was powerful. When the chief guard heard this, he was immediately furious. No one had dared to speak to him like this for many years. Ever since he became the chief gatekeeper of Prince Wu's palace, everyone who saw him would greet him with a smile. Even when the half-saint of the Situ family came some time ago, he didn't treat him like this. He was about to draw his sword, but before he could, the man in the dragon robe glanced at him. He suddenly felt a chill in his body, and the space around him changed instantly. It was like entering a huge battlefield where an ancient demon was fighting with people. There were dead bodies everywhere and blood was flowing like a river. Countless bloody auras were attacking him, and no matter how he hid, he could not escape. Outside, the other guards looked at their leader with curiosity, wondering why the leader suddenly stood still when he went to ask questions. "Hey, why are the leader's legs shaking? Water is flowing out of my pants. It can't be. Thanks for your support. Tomato has launched a gift king competition. Those who are on the list can increase the exposure and recommendation of the book. You can support Xiaobai according to your own situation. It seems that readers can also get the title. Without further ado, I would like to thank all the readers for their support. I will work hard to update. Here's the third update. I'm having a company dinner tonight, so I'll try to leave early and update as soon as possible. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 71 Dao Imperial City, Zhou Mansion. Everyone noticed that something was wrong with the leader of the guards, and they rushed forward to surround Zhou Qiong and the other two. The leader of the guards suddenly collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually regained clarity, and he looked in the direction of Zhou Qiong with fear in his eyes. The scene just now had left him with a serious psychological trauma. What he didn't know was that his foundation had just been broken by Zhou Qiong. No matter how he practiced in the future, he would not be able to break through to the Daluo realm. He could even easily go astray and die while practicing. "Master Zhou, why are you here?" A big man walked out of King Wu's mansion and shouted in surprise at Zhou Qiong. It was Ada, who used to follow Li Gu and Li Wan'er. "I came here to see Prince Li, but now I don't want to see him anymore," Zhou Qiong said indifferently. After that, he turned around and left with the demon tiger king. The guards were intimidated by Zhou Qiong's aura and did not dare to stop him. No matter how Ada shouted from behind, he had no intention of turning back. Seeing the situation, Ada hurried into Prince Wu's palace. This time, in a huge mansion in Prince Wu's palace, Li Wan'er, dressed in gorgeous clothes, was sitting in the yard with a sad face. No matter what funny actions Li Gu opposite her made, it was of no use. Li Wan'er turned to look at Li Gu and asked softly, "Li Gu, how's the information I asked you to find out going?" "Sister, Zhao Wuji is really a dog that can't change its bad habits. He has been idle recently and doesn't work hard on his cultivation. He even went there a few days ago and went there again." Li Ji's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. "Where did you go?" Li Wan'er asked angrily. Although she knew the possibility, she still found it hard to believe. "Tinglang Pavilion." Li Gu sighed and said, "Although Tinglang Pavilion sounds nice, it is actually just an elegant name for a brothel. How dare he? Doesn't he know that he's going to get married in a few months?" Li Wan'er said angrily, her eyes full of disappointment. The Zhao Wuji they were talking about was the only son of the king of Jinbei in the Dao dynasty. It could be said that the father was a hero but the son was a coward. The king of Jinbei was the one who followed Emperor Wu and King Wu to conquer the world. The three of them were called the three heroes of Dao.
After the establishment of the dynasty, he was named King of Jinbei. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of semi-saint. It could be said that in the entire Da dynasty, except for Emperor Wu, he was the strongest one. No worse than King Wu. The Prince of Jinbei had 3 sons. The first 2 died unexpectedly before they reached adulthood, and only the youngest son, Zhao Wuji, survived. Unfortunately, he had no talent for martial arts at all, and only relied on the resources of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion to barely cultivate to the eternal realm, and that's nothing special, but he's obsessed with beauty, living a life of debauchery and committing all kinds of evil.
However, he also has an even more infuriating engagement with the daughter of King Wu, Li Waner.
You know, Li Waner is known as the most beautiful woman in the Great Wu, but unfortunately, she was betrothed to Zhao Wuji since childhood. This made Li Waner very worried. Ever since she knew about the engagement, she had been resisting, but no one agreed. Gradually, she realized that her parents would never agree to her breaking off the engagement, so she ran away. Unfortunately, she was caught and now she has accepted her fate, and she has heard that Zhao Wuji suddenly changed his personality since a year ago. He no longer lives a life of debauchery, but instead practices hard in the house every day. Although everyone thinks that he will not achieve anything great through his practice, Li Waner is still relieved, but unexpectedly, less than a year later, when the wedding was about to begin, Zhao Wuji started again.
Doesn't he know how I look?
Doesn't he care about my feelings? Outside, Ada knocked gently on the door, came in and whispered a few words to Li Gu. Li Gu turned around and left the yard with Ada. The two walked out of the yard, and Li Gu asked in a deep voice, "What's the status of the thing I asked you to do? Why is there no news at all?" Ada's face changed, and he replied, "Prince, I specifically looked for those evil people, all of whom are at the Daluo realm. But it's been 3 days, and they haven't replied to me. I guess they failed. But don't worry, Prince, the Jinbei Palace won't find us. You useless piece of shit. You can't even handle a mere eternal realm cultivator. What's the use of you?" Li Ji's face darkened. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, "Go out and find out where Zhou Qiong is." Ada quickly agreed and ran away. At this moment, Zhou Qiong and the Demon Tiger King appeared at the gate of a house in the city. Above the house was written the words Zhou Mansion. The door opened and a man in a black robe and a mask walked out. He saluted Zhou Qiong and said, "Your subordinate greets the leader."
Yeah.
Zhou Qiong strode into the mansion. Zhou Qiong was not unprepared when he came to the Da dynasty. As early as half a year ago, 4 guards came here to purchase things, and this mansion was one of them. They even opened an inn to collect information. Entering the hall of the mansion, Zhou Qiong sat on the upper floor and asked in a deep voice, "What is the situation in the imperial city?" "Master, the relationships within the imperial city are very complicated. First and foremost, the strongest is the imperial Li family, which is currently divided into 2 branches, the Emperor's branch and the Martial Palace. Other factions include the Jinbei King, the Great Martial Academy, and the Jixia Academy, all of which contain experts above the 9th level of the semi-saint level. There are also a number of other smaller factions." Zhou Qiong frowned. It seemed that it would take some time to take down the Da dynasty.
"We are currently following the leader's orders to establish various branches of the demon cult in the Great Wu dynasty.
The leaders of each branch have also assassinated several city lords, causing some unrest. However, it seems that another force is taking advantage of the situation and assassinating the city lords of various cities. The leader and his team are currently investigating. We only know that the other party seems to be called the Blood Lotus Cult."
"Well, is there any other important news?"
Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice.
"Master, there is one more thing I want to tell you.
3 days ago, the head of the Xian department accidentally discovered an assassination attempt. The assassin was Zhao Wuji, the Prince of Jinbei. However, Zhao Wuji, who had always been called a waste, suddenly burst out with the cultivation of the Daluo realm and killed the assassin. After that, he reported some things about Zhao Wuji's life." Zhou Qiong waved his hand, and Di San took his leave and disappeared into the lobby. Sitting there, Zhou Qiong thought secretly, the prince of a royal palace, a born waste, a playboy. The woman wanted to break off the engagement. He was silent for a year, and suddenly exploded. This was another template of a protagonist. As expected, in this vast world, there are many people who have the template of the protagonist.
Unfortunately, he also blocked his own path. He is destined not to go far. System, has the lottery section been upgraded? Host, the upgrade has been successful, and now you have the best lottery template. Chapter 72 Demon Guard appears, invited to Sky Tower system, take all the prizes from the top prize draw. Ding, exchanging for the best prize in the lottery. 2 top prizes have been exchanged. The lottery is starting. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Magic Guardian gift pack. Before Zhou Qiong could react, 11 people in black armor suddenly stood before him and knelt on the ground. We are here to see the leader. Zhou Qiong opened the introduction and saw that it read, Demon Guards, they are the host's personal guards, bound to the host. If the host dies, they die too. Their current initial cultivation level is the first level of Semi-Saint. The Demon Guard leader's initial cultivation level is the 5th level of Semi-Saint. Zhou Qiong looked at the leader of the Demon Guards and asked in a deep voice, do you have a name? My subordinates and I don't have any, so I hope the leader can give us a name. Okay, from today on, you will be called Mo Wudao. The others will be ranked in order from Mo1 to Mo10. Thank you for the name, Master. The 11 people stood up and answered in unison. Zhou Qiong's brows relaxed a lot. He was worried that the demon cult currently did not have any high-end combat power. Now that 11 of them had been pulled out, although they could not directly crush the Da dynasty, it also gave Zhou Qiong a lot of confidence. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the elixir gift package, rewards are being delivered. Suddenly, 3 medicine bottles appeared in front of Zhou Qiong, with the words Tongtian Pill, Wuhuan Pill, and Shixing Pill written on them respectively. Tongtian Pill is used to improve cultivation. For Zhou Qiong at present, it can only improve his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels. Wuhuan Pill is used to improve soul power. This elixir gift package is not very attractive to Zhou Qiong. It is not as good as drawing out another team of demon guards. Of course, it is just imagination. Luck cannot always be on his side. After all, he is not the protagonist, but what caught Zhou Qiong's attention was the heart-eating pill, a pill that could control people. Anyone who took this pill would obey Zhou Qiong's orders, even if it meant asking them to commit suicide, they would not hesitate at all. The limitation was that the other party's cultivation level could not exceed the 3rd level of Semi-Saint. The advantage was that no matter who took it, no one else would be able to detect any abnormality. Zhou Qiong solemnly put away the heart-eating pill. This pill would be of great use to him in the future. Just as Zhou Qiong put away the pill, a black shadow rushed in from outside. He shouted, Boss, look what I brought you back. Dabai quickly appeared in front of the hall, took out a fruit from his mouth, and put it into Zhou Qiong's hand. He wagged his tail and said, this is a magical fruit that can increase physical strength. It's rare. Boss, eat it quickly. Zhou Qiong looked at the fruit in his hand that was emitting corpse energy and was speechless. He knew this fruit was called the Heavenly Corpse Fruit. It could indeed increase the strength of the body, but this kind of fruit would only grow on the corpses of strong people. Whose ancestral grave are you digging up again? Zhou Qiong curled his lips. Isn't this easy? There's no one alive in there, and no one will hold us accountable if we take things. It's trouble-free, how great! Dabai said with a grin. Now it was born with the ability to break through formations. No matter how large the formation was, it couldn't stop it. In addition, it was not afraid of ordinary physical and magical attacks. It could be said to be an expert at digging graves, tomb robbing. Zhou Qiong didn't know how many graves it had dug over the years. Zhou Qiong reached out and threw the fruit back to Dabai. He really couldn't eat this fruit. It was not because he was averse to fruits growing on corpses, but if he remembered correctly, this fruit was spit out from Dabai's mouth, and it felt slippery on it. Don't ask, it was just due as Zhou Qiong just couldn't bring himself to say it anyway. Next time you bring something for me, put it in a box, don't use your mouth, okay? Zhou Qiong kicked Dabai angrily. Dabai rolled his eyes speechlessly, lay down at Zhou Qiong's feet, and said nothing more. He wanted to discourage the dog's enthusiasm. It was just a little saliva, so just wipe it off. Why bother to be so fussy? There was a knock on the door and the Demon Tiger King walked in. He looked at the many demon guards in the room in surprise. He didn't remember when so many people came into the lobby. Then he bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, "Master, Prince Wu has sent an invitation to have dinner at Sky Tower to welcome you." "Okay, got it. Tell him I'll go," Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice. He then pointed at the 11 demon guards and said, "These are my new guards." The demon Tiger King grinned and nodded. After all, the leader had great powers, so nothing he did was strange. Not to mention that he had only recruited 11 powerful guards. He would have believed it even if the Dao dynasty directly announced its submission to the demon cult tomorrow. The Sky Tower is the largest restaurant in the entire imperial city. The cost of a meal here is enough for an ordinary person to practice for a year. Only high-ranking figures in the Dao dynasty can eat there. At this time, the door of the #1 private room in the Sky Building opened. You should know that if you want to eat in this private room, you not only need energy stones, but also need to have enough status. Many guests below were looking at the private room curiously, and asked the shopkeeper who wanted to dine there. The shopkeeper didn't dare to say more and could only give a vague answer. About half an hour later, a man in a brocade robe with a coiled dragon pattern walked in. Everyone suddenly realized that it was the Prince of King Wu. That was normal. With his status, he could live in this room for a year and no one would dare to say anything. They all stood up and greeted the prince cordially. The prince nodded casually. After the prince entered the private room, everyone started talking in low voices. Who did the prince invite? He actually booked a room in room #1. That's nothing. Didn't you see that the prince has arrived but the other party hasn't? He must be a very important person. With the status of the crown prince, who could be stronger than him? Could it be some prince? But with the crown prince's status, even if he invites a prince, he doesn't need to wait in advance. Then I really don't know. Suddenly, there were more and more discussions. As time went by, the other party still didn't show up, and the guests became even more curious. Who was this person? How could he dare to make the prince wait for so long without getting angry? Many guests even stayed after finishing their meal, just to see who the other person was. About half an hour later, 2 dark figures walked in with a black dog. The leader was dressed in a dragon robe, radiating a demonic aura, like a peerless demon god. Behind them followed a man dressed in armor and dressed as a guard led by the shopkeeper. The 2 people and the dog slowly walked into the private room. When the door was closed, everyone took a breath of cold air. Those who can sit here and eat are naturally not simple people and have very broad knowledge. They cannot tell what realm the man in the dragon robe is in. It seems that there is something surrounding him that prevents them from exploring, but the armored man following behind them could feel that the other party was definitely a semi-saint, and at least above the 4th level of semi-saint. You must know that although there are hundreds of semi-saints in the entire Dao dynasty, but most of them are only at the 1st level of semi-saints. There are definitely no more than 100 people above the 4th level of semi-saints. Moreover, in the territory of the Dao dynasty, these hundreds of semi-saints are not many at all. There are only more semi-saints in the imperial city, but even in the imperial city, those at the 1st level of semi-saint are all top figures, either the patriarch of a family or the head of a sect, and those above the 4th level of semi-saint are the existences that suppress everything. If they join the dynasty, they can be directly granted the title of Marquis. But what did they see? The man who was above the 4th level of semi-saint was dressed as a guard and followed behind others. How strong must that man be, or how powerful must his influence be? Could he have come from a force stronger than the Dao dynasty? Chapter 73 Go, kill him. All the guests outside the private room were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Some left quickly to pass the news to their family forces, while some stayed in the restaurant to continue watching. The Prince of King Wu's mansion invited a mysterious and powerful person to dinner, and the other party was also a figure in the magic world. This was a big event. In the private room, Li Go looked at the 2 people and the dog who came in with his mouth wide open. With his vision, he could naturally see Mo Wudao's cultivation level, but he could not see Zhou Qiong's cultivation level. After all, he was the prince of the Wu Palace, so he quickly calmed down, stood up, walked towards Zhou Qiong and said, "Master Zhou, I am so lucky to have you here. Last time, thanks to you, Master Zhou, I can't repay you for saving my life. My sister often asks me about you and says she will find a chance to repay you." After that, he quickly invited Zhou Qiong and the other man to sit down, and told the shopkeeper to serve the food quickly. Zhou Qiong sat on the chair, but Mo Wudao did not.
Instead, he stood behind Zhou Qiong, not looking away. He was obviously a professionally trained guard. Li Gu was secretly shocked. He originally thought that the other party was a friend, or at worst a superior subordinate relationship. But now it was obvious that the other party was just a guard, and a professionally trained one at that. That person was a half-saint, and who could train a half-saint into a guard? Could it be that the other party is really not an ordinary person? Legend has it that the other party ascended from the lower realm. Could it be that the legend is false? Zhou Qiong is actually a disciple of some ancient family or a large holy land. He is just out for training. The more Li Gu thinks about it, the more certain he is that he was very enthusiastic towards Zhou Qiong, but Zhou Qiong was very cold and replied briefly. Li Gu always mentioned his sister inadvertently, saying how his sister wanted to repay Zhou Qiong's kindness, and how sad his sister was that she wanted to marry the incompetent Zhao Wuji. Zhou Qiong guessed what Li Gu meant. He wanted to stir up conflict between him and Zhao Wuji and let him take action against Zhao Wuji. It seemed that Li Gu attached great importance to his sister. It was probably him who arranged the assassination of Zhao Wuji last time, but he was destined to fail. To deal with the protagonist Zhao Wuji, ordinary people would only become his stepping stones. Not only would they not harm Zhao Wuji, but they would also help his development. I haven't seen your sister for a long time since we last met. Why don't we go out for a walk together one day? Zhou Qiong said jokingly to Li Ge. Li Gu was confused. What did you do? Why do you want to see my sister just for a chat? Are you really going to trick my sister? My sister will never be nice to you, otherwise my father will beat me to death. Before Li Gu could figure out how to refuse Zhou Qiong, an arrogant voice suddenly came from outside. I don't care who was in there, I want this room now, get the person inside out. Li Ge's face instantly turned gloomy. He looked at Zhou Qiong and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, Master Zhou. I'll go out and take care of it first and we'll be back soon. After that, Li Gu walked out of the box. Zhou Qiong frowned. Although Li Ge's expression was gloomy just now, he noticed that there was a smile hidden inside. It was obvious that he was not angry about the other party's arrival, but was very happy. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled. Under Debai's confused gaze, he held up 3 fingers and whispered, 3, 2, 1. Bang! Just as Zhou Qiong counted to 1, the door to the private room shattered, and a figure instantly fell beside him. It was Li Gu, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Several people came in from outside the private room, led by a man in a python robe with an arrogant look on his face, followed by several guards. One of the guards looked at his hands with a confused look on his face. The man in the python robe laughed and said, Brother-in-law, you haven't been practicing well recently. My guards can easily knock you away with just one move. Then he turned to look at Zhou Qiong, pointed at Zhou Qiong and said, I guess you are the guest invited by Li Gu. I am Zhao Wuji, the Prince of Jinbei. This is for you. Go to another place to eat. This place is reserved for me. After saying that, he threw an energy stone to Zhou Qiong with an arrogant expression, as if to say, I'm giving you the energy stone to give you face, so why don't you thank me quickly? The guests outside were discussing this Prince of Jinbei is indeed as arrogant as the legend says. He even dares to attack the Prince of Wu Palace. Yeah, but that demon is in trouble. If he just leaves quietly, it'll be fine. But if he dares to resist, he's finished. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten that he has a semi-saint guard? So what? Can he be stronger than the king of Jinbei? He is famous for protecting his subordinates. Who dares to mess with Zhao Wuji in all these years? Zhou Qiong was amused. He was right. Li Gu had indeed used this stupid trick to invite him to dinner and then lure Zhao Wuji over. He knew that Zhao Wuji's character would definitely offend him, and he would also be an unyielding person. It would be better for him to kill Zhao Wuji directly. Li Gu raised his head and looked at Zhou Qiong. What he feared most at this moment was that Zhou Qiong would suddenly back down. Then his plan would be in vain and he would have been beaten in vain. Zhou Qiong did not let him down. He looked at Zhao Wuji and said in a deep voice, Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Wu Dao broke his arm. As soon as Zhou Qiong finished speaking, Wu Dao rushed out instantly, came to Zhao Wuji, and directly pulled Zhao Wuji's left arm down with a scream. Zhao Wuji covered his broken arm with one hand, his face grimacing with pain. He looked at Zhou Qiong as if he wanted to eat him, but if you looked closely, you could see the calmness in the depths of his eyes, as if he felt no pain at all. The guests were all terrified at this time and looked at Zhou Qiong with fear. Is he crazy? How dare he cripple Zhao Wuji's arm? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Zhenbei Palace? As expected, all the demonic people are crazy. They don't consider the consequences of their actions. They only care about the present. I will definitely stay as far away from them as possible when I see them next time. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. How dare you? Who dares to hurt the Prince of Zhenbei Palace? An old figure quickly appeared beside Zhao Wuji, looking at the two people opposite with a look of anger. Zhou Qiong sighed and said slowly, as expected, if you beat the younger one, the older one will appear. Go, Wu Dao, and kill him. Chapter 74. Kneel down properly. Mo Wu Dao rushed directly towards the old man, and the two of them quickly took off into the air and started fighting in the sky. A large number of people quickly gathered around and looked up at the two people fighting in the sky. Isn't that the steward of the Zhenbei Palace? Why is he fighting with someone? Yes, he is a powerful person at the 5th level of the semi-saint. Who dares to mess with him? Who is the one who fights with him and can hold his own? You don't know, Zhao Wuji had a conflict with someone and had his arm broken. That's why the palace's steward came directly, but he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. I don't think the steward can take him down. The people around also nodded, especially when they heard that Zhao Wuji had lost one arm. They all smiled. It was really because he had done too many bad things in the past, and his evil deeds were spread throughout every corner of the imperial city. Now a ruthless person has finally appeared and taught Zhao Wuji a lesson for them. It can be said that God has eyes. Even that person probably cannot escape the revenge of the Zhenbei Palace and may not see the sun tomorrow. More and more people came to watch the fun, and even a semi-saint level figure appeared. After all, it was rare to see strong men at the 5th level of semi-saint fighting each other. I saw a blood-red spear appear in the hand of Mo Wu Dao in the sky. Endless bloody murderous aura enveloped the old man, who was constantly resisting with a long sword in his hand. Spear the magic dragon! Mo Wu Dao in the sky shouted, and stabbed the old man with the spear in his hand. It was as if there was an ancient magic dragon roaring continuously on the spear. The surrounding space was quickly locked, making it impossible for the old man to leave. He could only choose to take it head-on. With a loud bang, the old man was knocked away and kept spitting blood in the air. He was seriously injured and it would probably take him hundreds of years to recover from his injuries. The people below were immediately frightened and looked at Mo Wu Dao in the sky in shock. You have to know that this steward is no ordinary person. He was the one who followed the king of Zhenbei in his battles. Later, because of his military exploits, the emperor wanted to confer him the title of Marquis of Blood Robe, but he refused to agree and insisted on being the steward of the king of Zhenbei's mansion. The old man looked at Mo Wu Dao opposite him with a look of shock. He had fought countless battles and killed countless enemies in his life, and there were very few rivals in the same realm. But the other party was obviously in the same realm as him, but he defeated him in just half an hour. This guy is just a guard. What kind of person did this prince offend? How could he be so terrifying? I have never heard of such a powerful demon in the Dao dynasty. Could he be from the Blood Lotus sect? Even the old butler was defeated. This guy is too strong. Since when did my Dao dynasty have such a demonic figure? Doesn't Dao restrict the cultivation of demons? Zhao Wuji, who was below, crushed a jade pendant when he saw the butler being knocked away. Zhou Qiong did not stop him, and there was no need to stop him, because the other party had already arrived before Zhao Wuji crushed the jade pendant. A huge space slowly appeared in front of Zhou Qiong's eyes. A huge mountain was pressing towards him in the space. The infinite pressure seemed to be able to crush not only him but also the space. Humph! Zhou Qiong snorted coldly. An overbearing, bloody, and terrifying sword intent began to emanate from Zhou Qiong's body, and it chopped directly towards the mountain. The mountain shattered in response. Zhou Qiong's eyes returned to reality again, and a voice entered his ears. You are very strong. Zhou Qiong curled his lips and replied, You, just average. The two exchanged state of mind for a moment. Except for some masters above the 5th level of the semi-saints who seemed to sense something, the others were completely unaware that just now the king of Jinbei appeared and exchanged a hand with Zhou Qiong. It was still a draw if the butler in the sky seemed to have heard something, nodded slowly, flew to Zhao Wuji, and wanted to take Zhao Wuji away. Did I tell you to leave? Do you think you can leave so easily? Zhou Qiong said coldly. The housekeeper looked at Zhou Qiong with anger, and then said helplessly, "What do you want?" "Kneel down." A cold voice came out of Zhou Qiong's mouth. Before the butler could react, Zhao Wuji knelt down in front of Zhou Qiong with a plop.at. This moment, Zhao Wuji's calm look was no longer there. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Even though the butler was defeated just now, he didn't react much. He had tried everything, but couldn't get up. He even used some secret methods that shouldn't exist in this dynasty, but there was no response. Zhou Qiong slowly stood up, looked at Zhao Wuji and said coldly, "Kneel down and don't get up before dark." After that, he took Mo Wudao and Dabai and left. The people around them immediately made way for him. The kneeling Zhao Wuji growled angrily, "No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price." After Zhou Qiong, the other two, and the dog completely disappeared, people around them began to murmur, "What's going on? How come Zhao Wuji just knelt down with just one word from him? Yeah, could it be the golden mouth jade words technique?" Silence. That's a magical power that only the royal family can use. And even the royal family can only use it on their own territory. Also, why didn't the Prince of Jinbei show up? This is a slap in the face of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. Some masters hiding in the dark looked at Zhou Qiong walking away in shock, because they were the only ones who knew that King Jinbei had been here, and that the two had even fought. Although they didn't know who won or lost, it seemed that Zhou Qiong definitely didn't lose, otherwise how could he dare to make Zhao Wuji kneel? The butler was anxious at this time, but no matter what he did, he couldn't help Zhao Wuji up. He seemed to be fixed there. Even when no one noticed, a dark figure appeared in front of Zhao Wuji, sighed and left. After a few minutes, Zhao Wuji knelt in the private room until the evening before getting up and leaving. What happened today spread throughout the entire imperial city in an instant, with all kinds of versions. Ordinary people just wanted to have fun and would secretly curse Zhao Wuji, "You deserved it." However, the reactions of the major forces were very different. All major forces speculated about Zhou Qiong's identity, and countless spies were sent out. They all warned their children not to provoke Zhou Qiong, otherwise no one could save him. Didn't you see that the prince of the palace knelt for an entire afternoon, and even the king of Jinbei's appearance was of no use.at. This time, inside the palace, a man was sitting on the dragon throne. He was wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon robe and radiated golden light all over his body, making people dare not look directly at him. A black figure slowly emerged next to him. "Your Majesty, something happened in the Sky Tower today." The black shadow narrated everything that happened in the Sky Tower today. Zhao Tiei really went there and couldn't do anything to the other party. A heavy voice came from the dragon throne. "Yes, the king of Jinbei did fight that man once, and then the king of Jinbei withdrew, and Prince Zhao knelt in the Sky Tower for the entire afternoon. Go and investigate the Blood Lotus cult thoroughly to see if it has any connection with Zhao Tiei." "Yes." The black shadow agreed and slowly disappeared. After the shadow disappeared, a cold voice echoed from the hall, "Zhao Tiei, please don't let me down. Accept the marriage proposal, it would be so wonderful." The demon cult, could it really be the son of that? Chapter 75, Killing Mission. At this time, in a study in the Jinbei Palace, there were two people talking in a low voice. They were the Jinbei prince and his son. "Father, why don't you take that man down today? It's not the right time yet, and I'm not completely sure. Is his cultivation really that strong?" Zhao Wuji said gloomily. "I'm not sure, but he has a knife. The power of that knife is enough to threaten me. Even if I capture him, I will be hurt. But in the current situation, I can't get hurt. You just bear with it for now. After a while, I will definitely kill him for you." "Okay, I understand, father. I'll go back and rest now." Zhao Ti frowned as he watched Zhao Wuji leave. Was he really enduring? His son's sudden change in personality a year ago scared him. He even thought his son had been possessed by another soul. Finally, after various examinations and confirmation that the body was not possessed, Zhao Tiei reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was his last son, and he didn't want to end his lineage. However, over the past year, not only had his son's personality changed drastically, he had also been in contact with other forces outside, hiding his identity from him. Although he didn't know what force it was unlikely to be a righteous one. After all, although he wasn't a very conservative person, he was loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and didn't want his son to do anything out of line. Zhao Tie was still lost in thought when the butler slowly appeared beside him.
Your Highness, we've investigated. The man's name is Zhou Qiong.
He came from the land of chaos and founded the demonic cult.
He has now unified the land of chaos. His cultivation level is unknown.
Furthermore, it was Prince Wu who deliberately lured Wuji here today. He probably wants to use Zhou Qiong to eliminate young Master Wuji.
Zhao Tie's expression was stern.
He didn't care about unifying the Chaos Land, it was just a remote place. But they actually dared to call it the demon cult.
Could this person really be related to that person? It was unlikely. The gap was too big. However, with such cultivation in guards, he must be no ordinary person.
He must be a disciple from some ancient family Holy Land. Of course, the most important thing to him at the moment is not Zhou Qiong, but the attitude of the current emperor. He hopes that Prince Wu's actions are not approved by the royal family. If they really want to take action against their only son, then don't blame him, Zhao Tie, for being disloyal to the emperor and unpatriotic. Zhao Wuji, returning to his room, had a terribly gloomy expression. Ever since he regained his memory a year ago, he had never been so humiliated as today.
Someone actually dared to make him kneel. It was truly outrageous.
He was determined to tear Zhou Qiong into pieces. A blood-red figure appeared before Zhao Wuji. His cultivation had surprisingly reached the 5th level of the semi-saint realm. He knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, we have investigated and found out that the man who came today came from the land of chaos and founded a demonic cult. He is the leader of the cult."
The demonic cult, you really dare to come up with a name? Let's not worry about this for now. How is the formation arranged? When can it be used?
Zhao Wuji said gloomily. The emergence of a new force has disrupted some of our plans, but we will definitely be able to complete it in 3 months.
Please rest assured, my lord.
Zhao Wuji nodded grimly. The royal family may be tracking you down recently. Be careful and don't expose yourself.
Everything will be decided after the plan is completed. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will be careful.
After saying this, the man in blood-stained clothes slowly disappeared.
Humph, Zhou Qiong, I don't care whether you are a disciple of a holy land or the heir of a noble family. Once I complete my plan, you will be dead.
Zhao Wuji growled. Although his voice was young, his tone revealed a sense of vicissitudes of life. He is not Zhao Wuji at all, but someone who has taken over someone else's body. As for why the king of Jinbei didn't find out, it was because he had taken over Zhao Wuji's body before he was born. His soul hadn't changed at all, so of course it couldn't be found out. Unfortunately, there was a small mistake at that time, which caused him to recover his memory only last year. Only one day after Zhou Qiong arrived, the entire Da dynasty seemed to be in turmoil. This dynasty, which had been established for millions of years, seemed to be beginning to crumble. The Zhou mansion is full of spies outside. The deeds of Zhou Qiong and others today have completely established the status of the Zhou mansion. Many people believe that Zhou Qiong's cultivation is definitely not inferior to that of King Jinbei and King Wu and others, and he is a peerless master at the top level of semi-saint. If Zhou Qiong had not offended the king of Jinbei and was not a demonic figure, the gate of the Zhou mansion would have been broken down by visitors by now. At this time, Zhou Qiong in the Zhou mansion was looking at the attribute panel of the system in front of him in deep thought. When Zhao Wuji just appeared in the restaurant, the system suddenly started to upgrade, and the upgrade was only completed just now. At this time, a blood-red task was pinned to the top of the system page. Because the host encountered the second son of destiny, a hidden killing task has occurred. Every time the host kills a son of destiny, he will randomly receive a mysterious gift package and can draw the energy of destiny to give to others. Zhou Qiong took a long time to understand before he realized that the chi of destiny should be the good fortune of these protagonists. As long as he killed one, he could get a piece of chi of destiny, then he can give it to others.
To whom? Of course, to his own subordinates.
Zhou Qiong was excited when he thought that he would be followed by hundreds or thousands of people with the luck of the protagonist.
How awesome he would be then.
He didn't know if there were so many protagonists to kill in the upper realm. After the restaurant incident, the entire imperial city was quiet for 2 days, and then quickly became lively again because the once-in-a-century martial arts competition and exchange meeting between the Jixia Academy and the Dao Academy was about to begin. At this time, young talents from both the two universities and other families and sects will take the stage. As long as they get a place in the competition, they will surely become famous, and may even be directly recruited by the Marquis Mansion or the Duke's Mansion as a son-in-law. Anyway, as long as they can stand out in the competition, they can directly reach the pinnacle of life.
It can be said to be a shortcut among shortcuts. Bang, bang, bang.
The demonic Tiger King knocked on the door and said to the inside, "Master, the Great Martial Arts Academy has sent you an invitation to attend the martial arts competition, new. I was invited to participate in the martial arts competition, which of course I cannot miss. Generally, at such exchanges, there will definitely be people with the protagonist template who step on various stepping stones to enter the stage. I just don't know if Zhao Wuji will take action."
What is his protagonist template? Did he obtain the ancient inheritance, or was he taken over by a strong man?
He is no longer like Zhao Li, who has an old grandfather.
Chapter 76, Semi-Saint Demon Dragon pulling a Carchochon didn't think any more about it.
No matter what kind of protagonist halo the other party had, he had to die. Time passed slowly, and finally the day of the martial arts exchange competition arrived. The venue of this exchange was at the Dao Academy. At this time, the huge martial arts arena of the Dao Academy was full of people. There were also some people in brocade robes surrounding the periphery, also watching. They were people from the major marquisates and dukedoms. As long as they found a young talent with great potential, they would fight for him directly. After all, there were not many people with extraordinary talent. The time for the competition has not yet come. Discussions began to rage below.
Have you heard?
Young Marquis Zhang is also here.
He's a top-notch figure who reached the Daluo realm in less than 100 years.
Yes, Master Sun Shang and Master Bai Xiu from the Jixia Academy are here, and several disciples of the Palace Master of the Dao Academy have also come out of seclusion.
There are also some family members who haven't come out yet.
Yes,
there are many more masters this time than 100 years ago. Our Dao dynasty is really getting stronger.
It's really a fight between dragons and tigers.
We can only join in the fun.
Hey, you said that Zhao Wuji is also the master's disciple. Will he also come to participate?
He just defended a big shot a few days ago and had his arm broken. How dare he come again?
Besides, even if he wasn't injured, coming here to participate in the competition is just asking for trouble, isn't it?
What? You don't know about this?
Have you not been out lately? There were constant discussions around, and people would look up at the seats above from time to time. Those seats were reserved for some important figures, such as the Deputy Master of Dao Academy, the Deputy Master of Jixia Academy, and the top figures of the Dao dynasty. Of course, these people will not show up today. The competition will last for a week, and these big names will only appear in the finals. Arrogant voice came from the back, "Get out of the way.
This prince is here to challenge me."
A large group of guards kept pushing the crowd aside, and Zhao Wuji, dressed in a python robe, walked out and jumped directly onto one of the rings. He shouted, "This prince will start defending the ring now. Who wants to challenge?" According to the rules of the martial arts competition, each person only needs to win 10 competitions in the past few days to win. Before everyone could react, a guard came up to challenge, then admitted defeat. 10 guards came up again and again, and the whole process took less than a minute from start to finish. Zhao Wuji laughed wildly and said, "I have been promoted today, let's go." After that, he waved his hand and left with many guards. Everyone looked at Zhao Wuji with anger as he walked away. Zhao Wuji was truly shameless. He actually resorted to such methods. He had no shame at all. Yes, given his personality, this wasn't too much to ask. Seriously, why didn't that big shot just kill him that day? Countless people cursed Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Wuji's face looked unhappy after he walked away. He originally didn't want to participate in the competition, but he didn't expect that the reward for the first place in the competition was a Ju Yuan stone, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. Besides, after being silent for so many years, it's time for him to explode, otherwise everyone will still think he's just a useless prince. And as for Li Wanner, his body is deeply obsessed with her. The martial arts preliminaries lasted for 6 days, and 500 winners were selected. They all became famous and gained both wealth and beauty. There was only one exception, and that was Zhao Wuji. Everyone was angry about his advancement but dared not say a word. Today will be the day of the finals. There are several spectator chairs above the ring, which will be prepared for the big names coming today. There were already 2 or 3 people sitting on it. Look, that's Dongfang Ho, a master of the 7th level of semi-saint. He really has an extraordinary aura. Yes, the one next to him is the first vice president of our great martial academy. His cultivation level is at the 8th level of semi-saint. Guess who's sitting on the other chairs? Who else could it be? The patriarchs and masters of various families and sects. More and more people came, and some seeded players who were expected to win the championship also appeared one after another, including the arrogant Zhao Wuji. At this time, the guards had cleared out the area around him, and he was sitting leisurely on a chair. At this time, the Li siblings also came and sat in the audience seats. Li Wanner looked at Zhao Wuji lying there leisurely with a gloomy face. She really didn't know why this man was so shameless. The competition was about to begin. The chairs above the ring were already full of people. There were 8 chairs in total, but only one was empty. Everyone looked around. My lord, I wonder who this chair is reserved for. One of the old men sitting on the chair asked. Master Tang, I don't know either. After hearing this, the others slowly shook their heads. Only the deputy master of the Great Martial Academy seemed to know something, but before he could speak, he could say it. Suddenly, a huge dragon-shaped flying chariot flew over from the distance. Speaking of which, this flying chariot is now truly extraordinary. Zhou Qiong relied on his luck in the lottery to directly upgrade the flying chariot. Not only has the chariot's strength increased significantly, but even the magic dragon's cultivation has increased to the semi-saint level, and it has become a 3-dragon carriage. Oh my god, who is this? He actually used a semi-saint dragon to pull a cart. That's too awesome. This is too infuriating. Who is so cruel? It's a waste for a semi-saint to pull a cart, and 3 of them at that. These 3 dragons would probably be regarded as guardian beasts in any family. Only the Li siblings looked at the flying sedan with surprise. Of course they knew the flying sedan and the people inside it, but last time there was only one magic dragon in the flying sedan, and it was only at the true martial realm. But how come it has become a half-saint realm now? Could it be another one? But there was clearly a black dog standing on the head of the demon dragon in the middle. Li Gu also recognized this dog. It was the one next to Zhou Qiong. At this moment, the flying sedan stopped above the arena. The gate opened, and 10 guards in black armor walked out, standing on both sides. A man in a demonic cult robe slowly appeared in front of everyone, with an extremely domineering aura, like a demon god. The man flew onto the seat with 11 guards. The people on the other seats looked at him with curiosity. Although no one knew him, everyone knew about the recent legend in the imperial city. This person was an existence that was no weaker than the king of Jinbei. Only the deputy palace master of Jixia Academy looked at him with a bad eye. After all, their academy practiced Confucianism and Taoism, and they hated the people of the demonic path the most. It was just because of Zhou Qiong's strength and unknown identity that they did not take direct action. Master Zhou, you are so courageous. A semi-saint realm person serves as your bodyguard, and even the one pulling the cart is a semi-saint realm dragon. It is really admirable, said Sect Master Tang, who was sitting on the side in a deep voice. Zhou Qiong didn't reply and snorted. The others on the chairs remained silent. If they had only speculated before, they were now convinced that the other party was definitely a disciple of an ancient family or a holy land. Otherwise, who would be willing to let a semi-saint serve as a guard? Perhaps the demonic cult was just his creation. These semi-saints were his true team. Chapter 77: The Rise of Zhao Wuji. System bug. The people below were completely frightened. I must be dreaming. Why do those 10 guards look like semi-saints to me? A young man from a small family muttered to himself. Pa, a slap interrupted his thoughts.
He looked at the person who hit him angrily and said, "Are you sick? Why are you hitting me?"
The person next to him looked at his hands and said slowly, "It seems to be true.
My hands are a little numb from the shock."
You are so shameless. I'm going to go. You hit me until your hands are numb, and you still think you're right, right?
I'm thick-skinned, I'm happy to eat your rice.
Isn't this bullying? The others also had surprised expressions on their faces.
10 half-saint guards, even the royal family couldn't afford it.
It's not that they didn't have them, but they simply couldn't bear to have half-saints as guards. At least they would be made generals or something like that. It was a waste to have them as guards, and 10 of them at that.
Who on earth is this person?
I know this guy is a great demonic figure who just arrived in the imperial city. His name is said to be Zhou Qiong, and his cultivation is said to be no less than that of the king of Jinbei.
Oh my god, that's a really big shot.
I think he's more powerful than the king of Jinbei. At least the king of Jinbei doesn't have such a strong guard. When Zhou Qiong appeared below, Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with hatred, but he quickly hid it. He knew that he could not defeat Zhou Qiong at the moment, even if he used concealment. He could only take it step by step. At this time, Zhou Qiong above was also looking at him. It was the first time he saw Zhao Wuji since the system upgrade. In Zhou Qiong's eyes, a golden light suddenly appeared above Zhao Wuji's head and shot straight into the sky. The system page shows that the luck is 153. The luck is not fixed, but will slowly change with time and experience. However, the fluctuations are generally not too big. Moreover, people with destiny are protected by the laws of nature and are extremely difficult to kill.
They will always turn danger into safety and will even have greater adventures.
Of course, they are not impossible to kill. As long as the gap in strength is too great, they may still be killed. However, no matter who kills them, it will affect their own destiny and deepen their bad luck.
System, are you kidding me?
Killing him will only worsen my bad luck.
Why would I kill him? Host, you can consume the opponent's destiny.
For example, you can make things difficult for him and rob him of his opportunities. As long as his destiny drops below 100, killing him will not cause a backlash from the heavens, nor will his bad luck worsen.
System, are you sick?
You are contradicting yourself, don't you know that?
His destiny energy is below 100, and I can't take it away.
If he still has it, it will backfire if I kill him.
It will be a thankless task no matter what I do. Don't you have a bug?
Zhou Qiong said coldly in his heart. Ding, there's a bug in the system, it's being repaired, ding.
Don, Zhou Qiong cursed inwardly, will this system crash? Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
The competition had already begun outside. One of the referees shouted, Ring 120, Zhao Wuji vs Zhang Tianyi.
Discussions below. Zhao Wuji is in trouble now.
Zhang Tianyi is the direct disciple of the vice master of the Great Martial Academy.
He won't let him down. I wonder how he can win now. Yes, he is finally going to be eliminated.
It is a disgrace to our Dadi dynasty for a loser like him to stand on top. On the 120th ring, Zhang Tianyi sneered at Zhao Wuji across from him, Your Highness, I think you'd better admit defeat. It would be terrible if I hurt you later. Zhao Wuji didn't respond, but took out a long sword and slashed at Zhang Tianyi.
Zhang Tianyi's face was gloomy. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for hitting you hard. Bang!
A figure was knocked out of the ring and fell heavily on the floor outside the ring, spitting blood. It was Zhang Tianyi.
What? How is this possible? How could Zhao Wuji defeat Zhang Tianyi with just one move? Absolutely impossible. Zhao Wuji must have used some shady trick.
Senior brother Zhang is the top disciple of our school. Even though he's not the strongest, there's no way he could be defeated by this loser in one move. The crowd below started shouting, some even yelled that Zhao Wuji was cheating, and the referee was also shocked. He had just seen it clearly, Zhao Wuji definitely did not cheat.
Zhao Wuji wins, the referee announced in surprise. Even the big guys sitting above looked at Zhao Wuji.
Zhao Wuji's sudden burst of Daluo realm cultivation just now really scared them. It seems that the king of Jinbei is really scheming and sinister. He actually let his son hide for so many years and did not refute being called a waste for so many years.
Is he afraid that the royal family will harm his last son? But why did Zhao Wuji explode again now?
Could it be that everyone seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes were suddenly filled with shock?
The royal family has always been wary of the prestige of the king of Jinbei in the army.
This is known to all the top figures. The king of Jinbei has been keeping a low profile these years. He has never shown up except for matters concerning Zhao Wuji. He even let his son pretend to be a waste for so many years, which was just to show weakness to the royal family. Now that he suddenly stops pretending, there is only one possibility: the king of Jinbei is no longer afraid of the royal family. The king of Jinbei may have broken through and become a person at the peak of the semi-saint realm. At this time, Prince Jinbei secretly sneezed a few times in his own mansion. He didn't know that some people had imagined him as a person who had broken through to the peak of semi-saint, and some even imagined that he was about to start a rebellion. Zhou Qiong, however, had a calm expression on his face. After all, he had the template of the protagonist. Not to mention killing an opponent of the same level in one move, it was also normal for him to fight across 3 or 5 levels.
Which protagonist didn't fight across levels? To do otherwise would be a disgrace to the protagonist's halo. Sister, how come Zhao Wuji is so powerful? Li Gu in the audience opened his mouth wide. He was the most surprised person in the audience. Ever since he knew that his sister was engaged to Zhao Wuji, he had been looking for trouble with Zhao Wuji and paying attention to everything about him. It could be said that he knew Zhao Wuji better than the king of Jinbei, but today he had directly shattered his 3 views. How could Zhao Wuji, who was only at the Qiangu realm, suddenly become a Daluo realm, and his combat power was so formidable? Could it be that the person he sent to assassinate last time was killed by Zhao Wuji himself? The more Li Gu thought about it, the more headache he had. Li Waner on the side had eyes full of contemplation. What she thought was that Zhao Wuji must have been extremely talented since childhood, but because of the tragic deaths of his 2 brothers, he hid his cultivation and spent his days in debauchery to deceive others and make everyone lose their guard against him. Are you afraid of the royal family? Then why is it exposed now?
Yes, it must be for me. I remember that Zhao Wuji always had a silly smile on his face every time he saw me. I used to think he was frivolous, but now it seems that Zhao Wuji must like me very much. Now she is not hesitating to expose her cultivation level because of herself. She wants to prove that Zhao Wuji is not a waste and is qualified to marry her so that she can live a happy life instead of bearing the reputation of marrying a waste. It is said that the protagonist is lucky, and women's imagination is also amazing. Li Waner, who originally hated Zhao Wuji, now has a hint of tenderness in her eyes when she looks at Zhao Wuji.
Ding, system repair completed.
Chapter 78, Playing Pigs and Eating Tigers. Xiao Daora Ding, the system generates a talisman, the Heaven Covering Talisman, which can be used to temporarily deceive the Heavenly Dao. During this time, if someone kills someone with heavenly luck, the Heavenly Dao cannot detect it and will not impose any punishment. Since the host discovered a loophole, a first-level Heaven Covering Talisman will be awarded, which can deceive people with heavenly luck below 500.
Zhou Qiong nodded secretly.
It seemed that the loophole found in the system had been fixed.
The Heaven Covering Talisman was not bad, but why was it divided into levels?
Zhou Qiong opened the mall and searched for talismans. The first one was the Heaven Covering Talisman, and it was written on it. A first-level Heaven Covering Talisman, capable of deceiving those with a heaven luck below 500, is priced at 1 million villain points. A level 2 Heaven Covering Talisman, capable of deceiving those with a heaven luck below 1000, is priced at 2 million villain points. Zhou Qiong didn't even look down, but he was shocked by the 2 prices.
They were too expensive. Fortunately, the system rewarded him with one, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford any of them. Ding, a mission is being generated. Inquire about Zhao Wuji's secrets.
Completion rewards include a cultivation upgrade of 1 level, a saint-level demon robe, and a villain value of 500,000. There's no penalty for failure.
Do you accept? Accept.
The competition has already gone on for 2 more rounds. There is no doubt that Zhao Wuji has killed his opponent in seconds again. Everyone below has accepted this fact, and some have even started to praise him.
I told you, how could the son of the king of Jinbei be a waste?
Yeah, I guess I was just too lazy to take action before, so I just pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger.
Fortunately, I didn't offend him before. I didn't expect that he would hide it so deeply. Li Wanner in the audience looked even more tender, only Zhou Qiong frowned in thought. He found that the luck points above Zhao Wuji's head had changed, from 153 to 158. It seemed that luck would increase with the character's explosiveness, then I can't waste it. Zhao Wuji's current number is a bit low. When it rises to more than 400, it will be the time of his demise. Of course, it's not that Zhou Qiong doesn't want to kill him now, but Zhou Qiong's current cultivation is not as awesome as others think. Open the properties panel. Character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position, Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation, Daluo 8th level martial arts, Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic Art 3rd level, Demon, Words Weapons, God and Demon Ring, God and Demon Sword Mount, Dragon Chariot Pet, Demon Dog. By others considered him a semi-saint, simply because of the might of the Divine Demon Sword. However, the Divine Demon Sword could only strike once before returning to normal. With his 8th level Daluo cultivation, he was no match for the Jinbei King and his ilk. However, with the Divine Demon Sword, as long as he didn't kill Zhao Wuji, no one would dare challenge him. I can only pretend to be cool for now and develop it bit by bit. The final round had already begun in the square, and Zhao Wuji was beginning to struggle with his instant kill. His opponent was none other than Bai Xiu of the Jixia Academy. He had reached the terrifying 5th level of the Daluo realm, a formidable figure who had risen to prominence in the Da dynasty over the past century. His Confucian magical powers were truly extraordinary. Zhao Wuji, I don't care what you've been hiding in the past. It doesn't matter to me. I just hope you can cancel your engagement with Wanner. Can I just consider it as a favor Bai Xiu, owe you? Bai Xiu asked sincerely. He had liked Li Wanner since he was a child. Later, with his own efforts, he was finally accepted as a disciple by the palace master of Jixia Academy. However, before he could tell Li Wanner, he heard about the marriage between Prince Wu's mansion and Prince Xinbei's mansion. Now he only hopes that Zhao Wuji will break off the engagement, so that he can be with Li Wanner. Bai Xiu, do you think you can beat me? And Wanner is not someone you can call your own? Li Wanner is Zhao Wuji's, wife. You are not worthy of her. Zhao Wuji said harshly, word by word. Although his current cultivation level is only at the Daluo level, he can still beat Bai Xiu with his skills. Li Wanner in the audience heard Zhao Wuji's domineering words, but for some reason she didn't feel disgusted at all, and it seemed as if there was even a hint of joy in her heart. Bai Xiu's face turned pale with anger. He instantly swung his folding fan forward, chanting, "The wind blows with a biting chill, and all things wither." A burst of white light shot up into the sky, brimming with righteous energy. An icy chill instantly froze Zhao Wuji, but before Bai Xiu could be happy, Zhao Wuji broke the seal and attacked with a sword in hand. Zhou Qiong frowned as he watched the two fighting, especially Bai Xiu. This Confucian technique was truly miraculous, even capable of subtly restraining the devil. It seemed this Confucian couldn't stay any longer. No one is seen in the thousands of miles, and the clouds have dispersed. The sword light chills the 19 continents. With Bai Xiu's loud shout, a huge sword energy in the sky slashed towards Zhao Wuji. This was Bai Xiu's strongest means. He didn't believe that Zhao Wuji, who was at the 1st level of Daluo, could block it. The deputy palace master sitting above was about to intervene. If Bai Xiu killed Zhao Wuji here, the king of Jinbei would tear down his Jixia Academy. But the Marquis of Dongfang shook his head and said softly, "No rush." Zhao Wuji had a calm expression on his face. He dropped the long sword in his hand, clenched his fists, and endless spiritual energy flowed into his fists, hitting the long sword directly. He shouted, "Seal the heaven!" Bang! With a loud bang, the entire arena was actually cracked by the aftermath. The onlookers also stepped back dozens of steps to avoid the aftermath. Fortunately, the arena was engraved with formations, otherwise this attack would have destroyed the entire arena. When the aftermath dissipated, two figures appeared. Bai Xiu was lying on the ground, spitting blood and twitching all over. On the other side, Zhao Wuji was not injured, but his momentum was constantly increasing. Endless spiritual energy rushed directly into his body, and bang, he actually broke through to the 2nd level of Daluo realm. In Zhou Qiong's eyes, the luck points on his head increased again and rushed to 200 before stopping. Is this true? He was able to break through right after the fight. Is Zhao Wuji a peerless genius? Yeah, even the king of Jinbei wasn't like this, right? Could it be that the Zhao family is going to produce another king of Jinbei? It's not that easy. Once you reach the semi-saint realm, it's not that easy to break through.
But based on his current situation, he can be called a monstrous figure. The Marquis of Dongfang, who was sitting in the upper seat, laughed and said, Zhao Wuji is indeed a talented person. The king of Jinbei has a good son. He was once a member of the army and was very close to the king of Jinbei. Seeing how powerful Zhao Wuji was, how could he not be happy? He is indeed patient and a character. What does sect leader Zhou think? The deputy head of the Jixia Academy turned to look at Zhou Qiong and asked, You are pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, little dour. You are destined to be a failure. You are just a waste. Zhou Qiong said in a cold voice. His voice was so loud that even everyone in the arena could hear it, including Zhao Wuji, of course. Chapter 79, A Life and Death Battle. Do you dare? Zhao Wuji turned around and looked at Zhou Qiong angrily, gritting his teeth. He really couldn't stand Zhou Qiong's attitude. This insult with a hint of pretentiousness was worse than insulting him directly. Zhou Qiong looked at Zhao Wuji, who was glaring at him from below, and sneered, Why are you not convinced? Zhou Qiong, don't go too far. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do you dare to make a bet with me? 30 years from now, you and I will have a life and death battle in this Dao dynasty. Do you dare? Zhao Wuji shouted angrily. Everyone around was shocked. Is Zhao Wuji crazy? Doesn't he know the other party's strength? Even if his cultivation level improves rapidly, it's impossible for him to reach the peak of semi-saint in just 30 years. Isn't he courting death? He must have gone mad and lost his mind. He will definitely regret it later. Dongfang Ho, who was sitting nearby, heard Zhao Wuji's call and secretly cried out in disbelief. He hurriedly said, Master Zhou, please be magnanimous. The Prince of Jinbei was confused in a moment of anxiety and had no intention of provoking you. Zhou Qiong looked at Zhao Wuji calmly, but cursed in his heart, Damn, is this sentence common to all protagonists? I can hear it here too. It's really weird, but Zhao Wuji's momentum is not good enough. Others' bets are for 3 years, but he suddenly makes it 30 years. It seems that he doesn't have enough confidence in himself. Zhao Wuji didn't know what he was thinking. He always thought that Zhou Qiong was a top-level semi-saint, so he set the period at 30 years. If he knew that Zhou Qiong was only at the Daluo realm, he would probably have to fight Zhou Qiong to the death right now, let alone 30 years, but who made him think that there are so many people pretending to be pigs and eating tigers in this world? How could there be someone who would force himself to cross classes and pretend to be cool? Zhou Qiong, don't you even dare to accept my challenge? Seeing that Zhou Qiong didn't respond, Zhao Wuji shouted again. Kneel down. A cold voice came from the corner of Zhou Qiong's mouth. Zhao Wuji cried out inwardly that something was wrong and hurriedly used his secret technique to resist, but his legs did not give him time to react at all and he knelt down immediately. Oh my god, you can't hold it up anymore. Zhao Wuji quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped his legs, but his thighs didn't move at all. They were still out of his control and even trembled. It seems like it's useless to tell him that I can hold on a little longer. You can't blame your thighs for your incompetence. Zhao Wuji looked at Zhou Qiong angrily. Ever since he last returned, he had practiced a secret method to resist the Jade Words technique, but to his surprise, it didn't work at all. What kind of evil technique was Zhou Qiong practicing? Dongfang Ho on the side tried to practice his skills several times, but finally gave up. He could feel a terrifying sword intent suppressing him. If he took action, he would definitely not have a good ending. Besides, he was just making Zhao Wuji kneel down, not killing him. If Zhou Qiong took action himself and killed Zhao Wuji directly, he would be a sinner. The best thing to do now is to stay still. Dongfang Ho kept making excuses for himself in his mind. He closed his eyes and acted like he couldn't see anything and didn't care what happened. Zhao Wuji was speechless. He was so reckless just now because Dongfang Ho was here. He didn't expect that the other party didn't dare to stand up for him. Just because you're a piece of trash, you dare to gamble with me? For the sake of King Jinbei, I'll forgive you this time. If you do it again, I don't mind making King Jinbei's descendants extinct. Okay, the show is over.
I'm not interested in watching the kids playing house over there. Let's go.
Zhou Qiong waved his hand and slowly flew towards the sedan chair with his guards. The three magic dragons roared and pulled the flying sedan away. Only when the flying sedan completely disappeared from everyone's sight did Zhao Wuji's legs slowly regain their instincts. Zhao Wuji stood up, his eyes red as if he wanted to eat someone. After a long while, he recovered and jumped directly onto the ring. He shouted, "In this competition, I, Zhao Wuji, will be the first. Anyone who dares to oppose me, come forward together." A genius from a small family was so angry that he jumped onto the platform and shouted, "Zhao Wuji, don't take it out on us just because you can't afford to offend others. I, Tong Hai, will meet you." What answered him was a cold sword energy. When everyone reacted, they found that a bloody crack appeared on Tong Hai's body, and his body slowly split into two halves. Zhao Wuji had just killed him in an instant, and even spared his soul. "Zhao Wuji, you are so cruel that you actually killed someone." The people on the side shouted. However, when Zhao Wuji looked in their direction, they all took a few steps back. Zhao Wuji didn't care whether to kill or not at this time. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he just wanted to vent. Others also reacted one after another, and no one dared to rush into the muzzle of the gun. You must know that it would be okay for Zhao Wuji to kill them. If they wanted to kill Zhao Wuji, it would be almost like seeking death. Not to mention the revenge of the Jinbei Palace, the Dongfang Ho sitting above would not allow Zhao Wuji to be harmed. As for what happened just now, that was an exception. They don't have Zhou Qiong's cultivation. The rest of the competition was a foregone conclusion. Zhao Wuji took first place, feeling quite relieved. At least he got what he wanted. "Zhou Qiong, just wait. I won't let you off easily." Zhou Qiong wasn't here. If he had been, he would have noticed that Zhao Wuji's luck points had soared again, reaching 250 points. Well, an incredible number. This time, Zhou Qiong was very happy sitting on the flying sedan chair. This time, playing tricks on Zhao Wuji, the destined protagonist, made him feel inexplicably refreshed. Last time, Zhao Li ran too fast, which made Zhou Qiong feel unhappy. Back in the Zhou mansion lobby, a figure appeared behind Zhou Qiong, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Subordinate Xuanyi greets the leader. "How is the current development?" Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. "Master, my sect has developed 34 branches in the Da dynasty and controls 2 cities. The Da dynasty appears powerful on the surface, but it is actually very corrupt from within. We assassinated 2 city lords and then, by spending resources and bribing officials, we made one of our own the city lord." "Well, very good. How's the investigation going on with that force that's been taking advantage of the situation?" "Master, we've discovered that they seem to be plotting something. They have people in all the surrounding cities, but they're not many. They seem to be carrying out some plan. Master Lianqing has already gone to investigate, and we expect to find out the results soon." "Okay, I understand." Xuanyi bowed and saluted, then slowly disappeared in front of Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice to the outside, "Go to Prince Wu's mansion and deliver a letter. Tell him that I invite Li Wanner to go to the river with me tomorrow." "Yes, sir." "Zhao Wuji, who told you to reward me for killing you?" Chapter 80, Heart Erosion Pill, copy memory. At this time in Prince Wu's mansion, Li Wanner was sitting in her boudoir, looking up at the sky and smiling foolishly from time to time. Although Zhao Wuji was badly beaten by Zhou Qiong today, who was Zhou Qiong? He was a figure who was not inferior to her father. Besides, even when facing a master like Zhou Qiong, Zhao Wuji dared to fight back and even said such heroic words. 30 years. 30 years? It is hard to imagine how confident he is in himself. Only this kind of person is worthy of me. Bah, what are you thinking? You are already crazy about him before we even get married. Li Wanner was constantly showing her crazy love for him. She was so happy about Zhao Wuji's transformation. She had accepted her fate of marrying a loser, but she didn't expect that the loser would turn into a diamond after washing himself. Isn't it amazing? Bang, bang, bang. A knock on the door disrupted her thoughts. "Sister, can I come in?" "Come in." Li Wanner responded when she heard Li Ji's voice. Li Gu walked in, looked at Li Wanner, and said in a deep voice, "Sister, Zhou Qiong sent someone to deliver a letter, inviting you to go for a stroll by the river tomorrow." After saying this, he felt a little confused. "Sister, do you think Zhou Qiong likes you?"
Although he is a demon, with his cultivation level, I think father would agree. This way you can get rid of Zhao Wuji. Bah, what are you talking about? I, your sister, am going to marry into the Jinbei Palace. Please help me reject him. Li Wan'er glared at Li Gu angrily. Okay. Although Li Gu had always had a bad impression of Zhao Wuji, his impression of him had changed a lot after the competition. Just as he was about to walk out, he was suddenly stopped by Li Wan'er. Reply Zhou Qiong and tell him I'll be there tomorrow. Ah. Li Gu was a little speechless because of Li Wan'er. She didn't want to go just now. Why did she want to go now? Could it be that she was really interested in Zhou Qiong? It turned out that women always say one thing and mean another, but he didn't dare to ask more. He was beaten by his sister since he was a child and was used to obeying Li Wan'er. He agreed and ran away. Li Wan'er didn't think so much. Ever since she experienced the martial arts competition, she has regarded herself as Zhao Wuji's wife. She agreed to Zhou Qiong's invitation because she thought of the conflict between Zhao Wuji and Zhou Qiong. She thought about whether she could resolve the conflict tomorrow. After all, although Zhou Qiong was overbearing, he wouldn't be unreasonable. What she didn't know was that Zhou Qiong was never unreasonable. The next day, Li Wan'er put on some beautiful makeup and went straight to the Nanjiang River. The Nanjiang River was the largest river in the entire imperial city. The scenery along the river was very pleasant. Many young couples in the dynasty would make dates here, to promote their relationships. At this time, a man wearing a dragon battle robe was standing by the river, with his hands behind his back, looking at the river in front of him with a calm face. The men and women coming and going around him would look at him curiously. His face was filled with indignation. What the hell are you doing here by the river? Don't you know that the place behind you is very secluded? It's one of the few sacred places by the South River. Didn't you see so many men and women passing by you together? I want you to leave. If Zhou Qiong's aura wasn't so terrifying, someone would have chased him away. At this time, a beautiful figure walked over from a distance, attracting all the attention around. Hey, isn't that Princess Wan'er? Why is she here by the river? Could it be? What are you thinking? Princess Wan'er is pure and innocent. How could that happen? She must have just been invited by friends to hang out together. Hey, why is he walking towards the man in black robe? A beautiful figure stood beside Zhou Qiong, looking at him curiously and asked, I'm here to keep my appointment. I wonder what Master Zhou wants me to do. Nothing, just bored. Zhou Qiong said lightly. Li Wan'er gritted her teeth and said, Are you sick? Why did you invite me out when you were bored? Even if you said you like me, I would accept it. What do you mean by bored? Do you think I'm your mistress? I don't know why Master Zhou is so hostile to Zhao Wuji. If Zhao Wuji has done anything wrong, I would like to apologize to you on his behalf. Li Wan'er changed the subject and went straight to the point. This was the purpose of her coming here today. Zhou Qiong smiled jokingly. The protagonist's halo was so powerful that it made people speechless. He was still hating Zhao Wuji a few days ago, but now he was bowing down at the feet of that loser. Why didn't he have it? No, he did. He had turned himself into a wreath. Follow me. A cold voice rang in Li Wan'er's ears, and her body began to lose control. She followed Zhou Qiong directly into the enclosed space behind. She was terrified and wanted to scream, but she couldn't do anything. She wondered in her heart what Zhou Qiong was going to do. He asked her to meet him at the riverside and then forced her to walk into a closed place. Could it be that? She didn't dare to think further. At this time, everyone on the riverbank was looking at the two of them in surprise. Oh my God, this is impossible. The princess really went in with that guy. Maybe there is something important to discuss. A weak voice argued. Regardless of what people outside were saying, after being shielded from everyone's sight, Li Wan'er suddenly found she could speak again. She hurriedly said, What are you going to do? My father is the king of Wu, and my future father-in-law is the king of Jinbei. If you dare to be rude to me, they won't let you go. Zhou Qiong looked at Li Wan'er and had to admit that Li Wan'er was indeed pretty enough to become one of the most beautiful women in the Dao dynasty. Unfortunately, he didn't have that mind right now, as she was an important chess piece for Zhou Qiong,
he took out a pill and said coldly, "Open your mouth." Li Wanner opened her mouth wide immediately, and Zhou Qiong threw the pill directly into her mouth. After the pill entered her mouth, it slowly melted. Li Wanner looked anxious at first, then slowly calmed down, and finally looked at Zhou Qiong with a face full of respect. He bowed and saluted Zhou Qiong, "Meet the master." Zhou Qiong nodded. This heart-eroding pill was indeed good, and the effect was immediate. Return to Prince Wu's mansion. Everything is normal. Wait for my orders. Yes, master. Li Wanner agreed and turned to leave. The people outside saw Li Wanner come out within a few minutes, neatly dressed. They breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, they had misjudged her. How could the princess go into the woods with someone else? Zhou Qiong returned to the Zhou mansion and sat on a chair, slowly sorting out Li Wanner's memories. Yes, the heart-eroding pill also has an important function, which is that it can copy the user's memory and transmit it directly to Zhou Qiong without causing any harm to the user. In Li Wanner's memory, Zhou Qiong discovered some secrets of this world. These secrets are unknown to normal people, but Li Wanner was born in Prince Wu's mansion and often went to the royal library to study, so she knew much more than ordinary people. However, the current demon cult doesn't know much about this world. Chapter 81: The Man of Destiny reappears. While according to Li Wanner's memory, this world is boundless and vast. Because it is connected to endless small worlds, everyone is accustomed to calling it the upper realm. There are thousands of races in this world. About tens of billions of years ago, a melee between various races lasted for millions of years. At the time, all major ethnic groups suffered heavy casualties, so they signed a truce agreement, barely stopping the fighting. However, it has been so long since then that many ethnic groups have completely forgotten the agreement. Friction still occurs from time to time. The strength of each major group is divided into Jinwu realm forces, Daluo level forces, semi-saint level forces, and saint level forces. Saint level forces are further divided into many smaller levels. However, according to Li Wanner's memory, there were no saint level forces within billions of miles of the Da dynasty. The strongest were only semi-saint level forces. And most of them were led by humans and demons. Zhou Qiong frowned secretly. According to the power classification, if his guards were not counted, the demon cult would be a Daluo level power. But the demon cult happened to be right next to the Da dynasty and Qingqiu kingdom, two semi-saint level peak forces, which could be said to be completely blocked from development. It seemed that he could only. A masked man in black appeared in front of Zhou Qiong and knelt down on one knee. Master, the Grand Steward sent a letter saying that he had found some intelligence on the Blood Lotus cult. The Blood Lotus cult is currently setting up a large formation between the major cities in the south. The Grand Steward has already found the location of the formation. Got it. Zhou Qiong said in a deep voice, and the man in black slowly disappeared. About half an hour later, the magic dragon chariot slowly rose from the sky, left the imperial city, and flew outside. The news of Zhou Qiong's departure made all the major forces in the dynasty breathe a sigh of relief. They really couldn't feel at ease with such a moody demon in the dynasty, and his cultivation was so strong. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on the flying sedan chair, looked back at the imperial city with a wicked smile on his face. The chess pieces had been arranged, and there was no point in staying in the imperial city now. This is a good opportunity to find out the secret of the Blood Lotus sect. If he guessed correctly, the secret of the Blood Lotus sect should be Zhao Wuji's secret. The magic dragon's chariot flew all the way to a huge empty mountain before it stopped. A figure in a red robe flew into the chariot. I am Lianqing, your subordinate, here to pay my respects to the leader. It was Lianqing, the chief steward of the demon cult. Well, you have been practicing well recently, Zhou Qiong said while looking at Lianqing. Now Lianqing has reached the second level of Daluo, which is surprisingly fast. Zhou Qiong really wants to know what Lianqing will become if he is blessed with luck. Thank you for the compliment, Master. These past few days, I captured a high-ranking member of the Blood Lotus sect. Through soul searching, I learned that they are setting up formations in hundreds of surrounding cities, and the core formation is right here in Qingyang City. Zhou Qiong nodded slightly. It seemed that Zhao Wuji's secret was within Qingyang City. The sedan chair took off and flew towards Qingyang City. When it was halfway through the flight, Zhou Qiong let out a light exclamation, walked out of the sedan chair and looked at a huge mountain in the distance. The mountain was surrounded by fairy air, and cranes were flying around. It looked like the residence of immortals, but these were not what Zhou Qiong cared about. What attracted Zhou Qiong was the faint light coming from a place on the mountain. It was the energy of destiny. Unexpectedly, another person with destiny appeared, and he was wild. Which force occupies that mountain? Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. Master, it's the Tianheng sect. The sect's most powerful figure is the Grand Elder, a third-level semi-saint, but he's been in seclusion. The current headmaster is a first-level semi-saint. Lianqing replied hastily. Since arriving in the Da dynasty, he's been busy investigating all the surrounding forces. It's really a pure wild thing, with a simple background. It's interesting. There is an unexpected gain from this trip. Zhou Qiong waved his hand and said, let's go to Tianheng sect and take a look. Although Lianqing was surprised, he didn't say much. After all, as a subordinate, he just needed to obey. At this time, a large number of disciples in the Tianheng sect square were diligently practicing. Among them was a man in green clothes with white hair, holding a spear, practicing slowly, his aura and sharpness revealed. With his white hair, he looked extremely handsome and elegant. People around were talking about senior brother Luo is truly amazing. His heavenly spear technique is truly superb. I'm sure he'll be among the top in this 3-faction competition and become a true disciple. Yes, senior brother Luo is the second most outstanding genius in our Tianheng sect in the past 1,000 years. How could our Tianheng sect be so lucky? It's a pity that senior brother Luo Tong and senior brother Qin Yu were born in the same era, otherwise they would definitely be the master's personal disciple now. The white-haired young man who was practicing shooting at the side changed his expression when he heard Qin Yu's name. He slowly put away his spear and walked towards his residence. He whispered, Qin Yu, I won't let you have it easy. I'm going to defeat you in this duel. I want to see if the master will still side with you. At this time, a pretty woman in a white long dress appeared beside him. Brother Luo, this is for you. This is the fruit I picked at Tianlong Peak. It's so sweet. Then she handed Luo Tong a green fruit. Luo Tong took it and took a bite. It was sweet, so damn sweet that my teeth almost fell out. Looking at the girl's cunning smile, Luo Tong swallowed the fruit directly and looked at the girl with a smile. When the woman saw Luo Tong's reaction, she snorted, no reaction at all. I'm so jealous of you. Luo Tong didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the woman and said solemnly, Muli, in a few days, when I win a place in the sect competition, I will definitely ask Elder Mu to marry you. When the woman heard this, her face turned red instantly. She stomped her feet twice on the spot, covered her face and ran away quickly. Muli is the most beautiful girl in Tianheng sect. She has admirers all over the sect. In addition, her father is an elder, so people approach her every day for various reasons. But she just happens to fall in love with Luo Tong. After Muli left, Luo Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had changed. Muli still liked him. As long as he defeated Qin Feng after the competition and proposed to Elder Mu first, he would be able to change his fate. When Luo Tong thought of this, the smile on his face gradually grew wider. He had waited for 3 years, and now his wish was about to come true. He had a secret that no one knew. He was reborn 3 years ago. God knows how he spent the past 3 years. He was cautious every day for fear of affecting his future. Fortunately, nothing has changed now. In his previous life, Luo Tong was also in love with Muli. Although Luo Tong was not known as a peerless genius at that time, he was also a person with good talent. At that time, he thought about practicing hard to reach the Jinwu realm after the competition, so he proposed to Muli, but reality played a joke on him. Right after the competition ended, Qin Feng, the #1 genius of Tianheng sect, proposed marriage directly to Mu Lao. One was a peerless genius who had reached the 7th level of Jinwu, personally passed down by the sect leader, while the other was just a slightly better disciple of Qiangu realm. Mu Lao agreed to Qin Feng's proposal without any hesitation. Chapter 82 I was so scared finally, there was no other choice but Luo Tong eloped with Muli on the wedding day. As you can imagine, their elopement put the entire Tianheng sect in an awkward situation. The invitations had just been sent out, all the important guests had arrived, and the bride ran away. Isn't this a slap in the face? The leader of Tianheng sect directly issued a bounty order. Whoever catches the two people can go to Tianheng sect to receive 10,000 immortal stones, regardless of life or death. As a result, Luo Tong and Muli began a life of exile. Not long after, they were surrounded. In order to save him, Muli blocked a sword for him and died on the spot. He endured the grief and barely escaped. He hid all the way and finally left the Da dynasty. He left for hundreds of years. As he experienced various adventures, his heart became ruthless, and he killed people all the way to upgrade himself. Finally, after he came back with successful cultivation, he found that the Da dynasty had completely changed. Even the emperor had been changed. His surname was Zhao, and I heard his name was Zhao Wuji. The Tianheng sect was directly destroyed by the Xian dynasty because it chose the wrong side. Disheartened, he began to travel around the world and finally found a map of mountains and rivers in his secret realm. Unexpectedly, the secret realm suddenly collapsed at this time. When he woke up, he had returned to the present with the map of mountains and rivers in his hand. Luo Tong returned to his residence and slowly rubbed the tip of his gun. Everything would change after the competition in 2 days. 2 days later, the entire Tianheng Peak was bustling with people.
Today was the day of the 10-year martial arts competition among Tianheng sect, Wanzhou sect, and Tianjin sect. It was also heard that the head of Tianheng sect wanted to recruit his own disciples from this batch of disciples. What is the master's personal disciple? That person is the future master, who will dominate the world in the future. Well, that's not the truth, but at least he will be a giant in the area. Therefore, all the small families and sects near Tianheng sect came to watch the ceremony. As long as the future leader is determined, they will flatter him desperately. As long as they can establish a good relationship with the other party, they will definitely rise to prominence. Some women even dress up deliberately to see if they can hook the guy today. If that doesn't work, they can at least hook a true disciple. The arena was packed with people. Then, a giant sword flew from the horizon, its blade ablaze with energy. Then, a giant tiger came running from the horizon, its body covered with people. Wow, the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Beast sect have arrived. They are truly magnificent. Yes, look at that huge tiger, it's actually at the Daluo realm. That giant sword is also an incredible treasure. I heard that the Myriad Beast sect mobilized all of their semi-saints to capture this tiger. At this time, a figure in white slowly appeared on Tianheng Peak and said in a loud voice, "Welcome Elder Bai and Brother Zhang." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the mountain gate formation opened immediately. The figure on the giant sword and the tiger flew down and flew towards the square. The figure of the tiger also shrank several times and lay on one side of the square. There were 3 chairs in the square. The figure in white who had just spoken sat in the middle. He was Song Yi, the head of the Tianheng sect. The man he called Brother Zhang sat to his left. He was none other than Zhang Jiwei, the head of the Wanzhou sect. And to his right sat Old Bai, a female swordsman. She was the first elder of the Tianjin sect. Bai Yuyan. All 3 of them were at the first level of semi-saint. Weiwei, your broken cat's cultivation hasn't even reached the peak of Daluo. By the time he breaks through to the semi-saint level, you'll be old and dead. What's the use of it? You might as well roast it and eat it. Bai Yuyan said jokingly while looking at Zhang Jiwei opposite him. You, crazy Bai, what does the cultivation level of the tiger I raised have to do with you? And don't call me Weiwei in the future. Zhang Jiwei said angrily. Song Yi, who was in the middle, hurried to offer some words of advice. After all, the 3 sects had supported each other for tens of thousands of years, and they couldn't allow conflicts to arise over such a small matter. This elder Bai was good in every way, except that he was a bit of a bad mouth. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 major sects below have all arrived. The sect competition is about to begin. Ah, who do you think will take first place in this competition? I said it must be Bai Yan, whom I taught. She is the most outstanding female swordsman in our Tianjin sect besides Elder Bai. She is also very beautiful. I don't think so. Senior brother Qin Feng from the Tianheng sect has already mastered the Tianheng fist and will definitely take first place. Look at that, my 10,000 beasts sect. At this time, the seed disciples of each sect had already qualified for the finals. At this time, Luo Tong, who was below, was holding a spear with an excited look on his face. As expected, nothing has changed. Today is the day when I, Luo Tongming, will become the first of the 3 factions in the town. Qin Feng, just wait. I, Muli, will definitely make you happy. Standing in front of the Tianheng sect disciples was Qin Feng. He looked very proud at this moment. All the disciples around him were accompanying him attentively. Even the patriarchs and sect leaders of some small families and sects who came to watch the ceremony surrounded him, calling him a child of destiny and praising him so much that he felt lighthearted. Song Yi stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is the grand competition between our 3 sects that takes place once every 10 years, and I will take the first place winner of the competition as my last disciple today." After speaking, he paused, waved his hand, and shouted, "The fight begins." But before the disciples could go on stage, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the horizon, followed by continuous dragon roars. A huge flying chariot came from the horizon, and there were actually 3 magic dragons pulling the chariot in front. The flying sedan was getting closer and closer, and everyone looked up. Oh my god, why do I feel like those 3 dragons pulling the cart are even more powerful than the tigers of the Myriad Beast sect? These 3 demon dragons won't do that. They must have the cultivation level of a semi-saint. How is it possible? The 3 leading masters also looked up and saw the magic dragon chariot approaching quickly. They actually used 3 semi-saintly dragons to pull the cart. Who is this big shot? Zhang Jiwei said in horror. It seems to be flying towards Tianheng Peak. Bai Yuyan murmured. No, he should just be passing by. How could our Tianheng sect summon such a person? The flying chariot was getting closer and closer, and the terrifying pressure of the 3 magic dragons was becoming stronger and stronger. A terrified voice suddenly came from the crowd. What the hell? What's that smell? Why is it so stinky? Oh my god, the tiger is dead. A disciple pointed at the tiger beside him and shouted, then quickly ran away a few steps. The others also turned to look, only to see that the giant tiger that was originally lying on the square was now curled up into a ball, with its 2 paws tightly covering its head, and its eyes were full of fear. At this time, liquid was constantly gushing out from behind its butt, and it even got on its tail. It was actually frightened by the dragon's majesty and had diarrhea. Everyone around covered their mouths and noses, and Zhang Jiwei's face was ashen. This was too embarrassing. The guardian beast of the Wanshou sect was actually scared. If this got out, he would be laughed to death. It seemed that he had to change a beast in the future, otherwise he, Zhang Jiwei, could not afford to lose face. Chapter 83, Killing Gods, Immortals, and Buddhas. The first demon in the sky, Zhang Jiwei, quickly used his magic power to gather a large amount of water, quickly washed the tiger's body, waved his hand to dispel the stench in the square, and then threw the frightened giant tiger into the woods nearby. Out of sight, out of mind. At this time, the flying sedan had slowly stopped above Tianheng Peak. Sect leader Song Yi's face turned pale. He instantly tried to recall whether he had offended anyone during this period, but he couldn't remember anything. He had no time to react and hurriedly flew into the sky. Song Yi flew to the opposite side of the flying chariot and saw a couplet written on both sides of the chariot: killing gods, killing immortals, and killing Buddhas, the first demon in the sky of all eternity. Song Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. With such an arrogant tone and domineering mood, how big a figure could this person be? Moreover, he was a figure from the demonic sect. You have to know that people from the demonic sect are moody. How could Tianheng Peak summon such a figure? He didn't dare to think anymore and could only bow deeply. I am Song Yi, the headmaster of Tianheng sect. Nice to meet you, sir. I wonder what orders you have for my Tianheng sect. After saying that, Song Yi hurriedly lowered his head. He felt that the aura in the flying sedan was so terrifying that he felt as if the people inside could crush him to death with just a breath. The gate of the flying sedan slowly opened, and 10 men in black armor walked out. Their bodies were covered in blood, and each of them had the cultivation level of the semi-saint realm. After the 10 men came out, they stood on both sides. A sound of heavy footsteps was heard, and 3 people came out of the flying sedan again. The leader was wearing a magic dragon robe, with demonic flames all over his body, and a silver-black lightning between his eyebrows. Behind him followed 2 people. One was wearing a red robe, exuding evil intent, and the other was wearing armor, and his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the semi-saint realm. Cold sweat poured down Song Yi's forehead.
The other party was actually more terrifying than he had imagined.
What kind of person was this?
10 guards at the first level of semi-saint and 1 bodyguard at the 5th level of semi-saint. This was too powerful. These people, let alone coming to their small sect, would be top forces even if they went to the Imperial City. If they wanted to destroy his Tianheng sect, wouldn't it be destroyed with a wave of their hands?
You are the leader of this sect. Lianqing, dressed in a red robe, pointed at Song Yi and asked.
Yes, sir, I am the head of this sect. Yes, our sect is the Tianheng sect. I have always been here and never caused any trouble.
Song Yi replied hurriedly.
Although Lianqing's aura was not strong and was far inferior to his, he was now standing next to this group of people and his status was not low.
How could he dare to neglect him?
He quickly revealed the sect's aura, wanting to remind the other party whether they had come to the wrong sect.
You are holding a competition, right?
Our leader wants to watch it, Lianqing said. Zhou Qian led everyone to fly directly to Tianheng Peak.
Song Yi, who was behind him, finally reacted and flew quickly after him, shouting repeatedly, "It is an honor for our Tianheng sect that the adults can come. Please come, please come."
Before Song Yi finished speaking, Zhou Qian and others were already standing above the square. Lianqing took out a magic dragon chair, placed it on top, and waved his hand to smash the 3 existing chairs.
How could anyone else sit where their leader Zhou Qian sat? Song Yi stood beside Zhang Jiwei and the other man, looking at the domineering Lianqing, his heart in turmoil, not knowing what the other party was going to do. He could only pray that he could serve the other party well and let them leave quickly. Zhou Qian sat on the magic dragon chair, looking down at the people below.
Everyone lowered their heads and no one dared to look at him. Only a young man holding a spear looked up at him in surprise, then quickly lowered his head again. Zhou Qian looked at him. This person was exactly the target of Zhou Qian's visit. He was also the 3rd person with destiny that he had met till today. The destiny points on his head were only 105, which was quite few. However, this can be increased. Based on the experience of observing Zhao Wuji last time, as long as he experiences some major events, his luck points will increase, such as the fight in front of him. Luo Tong, who lowered his head below, was full of surprise, with a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. That's right, there was no Zhou Qian in his memory at all. Originally, Zhou Qian would not appear at all, but he appeared now. My memory is definitely correct. Could it be that my rebirth changed some things and caused Zhou Qian to appear? Luo Tong turned his head and glanced at Muli, who was standing at the edge of the square. She was standing next to an old woman at the moment. His heart quickly calmed down. No one could stop him from marrying Muli. Besides, how could a big shot like Zhou Qian care about the affairs of someone like him? As long as he doesn't provoke the other party. Luo Tong felt a lot more relaxed when he thought of this. Sir, this competition. Song Yi walked to Zhou Qian, lowered his head and asked in a low voice. Let the competition begin. I really like watching this kind of fighting scene. Zhou Qian said coldly. If we follow the general development of the protagonist, today should be the day when the protagonist rises. Did he directly win the first place in the competition? It shouldn't be that simple. Usually there will be a villain who will appear and stop him, and finally the protagonist will rebel against the sect. Zhou Qian is looking forward to the subsequent developments. Anyway, he will reap the benefits in the end. He just hopes that the protagonist's luck points can increase a little bit in the meantime. Song Yi felt relieved after receiving Zhou Qian's reply. He thought to himself that maybe this important person really just had a habit of watching fights. He just hoped that he would leave quickly after watching the fights and not make things difficult for their Tianheng sect. His Tianheng sect has been developing for tens of thousands of years, and it has not been easy to get to such a status. Well, it should be said that he, Song Yi, has climbed for so many years and finally climbed to the position of the head sect, and now he has not enjoyed it enough. After calming himself, Song Yi stood in the square and said loudly, "It is a great honor for our sect that you, the masters, have come to compete in our Tianheng sect today. You should also be proud of this and show us your true abilities. Let the masters watch." Now the competition begins. Bai Yuyan rolled her eyes at the side. What a huge honor. You're so proud of it. I guess you're dreaming about him leaving quickly now. What a hypocrite. What a flatterer. Zhou Qian was suddenly surprised. He found that the luck points above Luo Tong's head suddenly increased by 50 points and directly became 153. The fight hadn't even started yet, so how could it have increased so much? Luo Tong was even more surprised at this moment. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Finally woke up. Boy, you are the new owner of the mountain and river map. You are so weak, you are only at the true martial realm. You are, who are you? Chapter 84. You must not provoke this person, Luo Tong asked in horror, then immediately covered his mouth and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he felt relieved. Don't worry, kid. I'm the spirit of the mountain and river map. You can communicate with me simply by reciting my name in your heart. A voice echoed in Luo Tong's mind again. A white dragon appeared. Luo Tong felt a little relieved. To be honest, this map of mountains and rivers was reborn with him, but it had been staying in his dantian for the past 3 years. No matter how he communicated with it, there was no response. He didn't expect that a spirit of the weapon would appear today. What's your name? Why haven't you spoken in all these years? Boy, there's no need to test me. I'm really the spirit of the mountain and river map. You can just call me Lord Bai. You should have traveled through the long river of time. This mountain and river map is a treasure of time and space. It's a pity that it's broken. After taking you through the long river of time, I've lost all my energy. I've been asleep for 3 years now, and it took me 3 years to finally regain consciousness and wake up. Luo Tong was completely relieved after hearing this. Rebirth is his biggest secret. This spirit actually knows it, so it can't be a lie. Then how can you help me? I'm about to compete. I urgently need some experience. I am really awesome. Zhou Qian looked at Luo Tong, who was standing motionless below. The silver-black lightning between his eyebrows emitted a faint light, then slowly disappeared, and a wicked smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He just saw a white dragon emerge from Luo Tong's body, thinking it must be his golden finger. A golden finger that just appeared? Another old man, or something. At this moment, the weapon spirit that was communicating with Luo Tong suddenly stopped and began to tremble. It was not until Zhou Qian's gaze shifted away that it slowly recovered. Master Bai, what's wrong with you? Luo Tong asked curiously. How come the spirit was so arrogant just now, bragging about being the boss of heaven, second to earth, and third to him, and suddenly it started shaking? Could it be epilepsy? Is it having an attack? The white dragon spirit looked at Zhou Qian and asked in a low voice, who is this person sitting in the upper seat? Is he your senior master? If you listen carefully, you can find a hint of fear in its voice. No, this person suddenly came to watch the ceremony today, and as far as I can remember, he didn't show up last time. After hearing this, Bai Long kept thinking and said to Luo Tong in a firm tone, you absolutely must not provoke this person. If it's not necessary, you'd better not participate in this competition. Just withdraw. Let's leave here. I, Lord Bai, will train you. It's much better than this Tianheng sect. As Bai Long spoke, he looked carefully at Zhou Qian above him. It was the spirit of the mountain and river map. The mountain and river map contained the laws of time and space, so it had a certain ability to predict the future. Although it was not strong, it could help it avoid danger and seek good fortune. Just now, when Zhou Qian looked over, he felt a great sense of danger, as if something fatal would happen at any time. So he wanted to persuade Luo Tong to see if he could leave here. To be more precise, leave Zhou Qian, this terrifying figure. No, I must participate in this competition. Luo Tong said firmly that he had been planning for 3 years and had finally waited until now. Success was right in front of him, but he was asked to leave. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Listening to Luo Tong's tone, Bai Long sighed softly, knowing that he couldn't persuade him. Well, try not to attract his attention. He gives me a terrifying feeling. I don't know why such a person would come to this shabby place to watch a fight. Good. Luo Tong agreed. He was also very worried about the unexpected appearance of Zhou Qian, but this was not a reason to hinder him. No matter what, he would never give up Muli in this life. This time, the fighting had already begun in the square. First, the ordinary disciples fought, and then slowly it was the turn of the elite disciples. Luo Tong, dressed in a tight outfit, stood in the arena, spear in hand. In front of him was an elite disciple of the Myriad Beast sect. Next to him stood a giant gray wolf. The spear in Luo Tong's hand transformed into a sky full of silver light, and the giant gray wolf was immediately stabbed with blood all over its body. It was a miserable sight. Luo Tong didn't give the other party any chance to react. He swung his spear and knocked the man and the beast off the stage. He slowly stood up, the spear in his hand, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. It has to be said that he was very charming at that time, and he could be said to have directly obtained the priority right to choose a spouse in Tianheng sect for 1 year. Muli, who was standing on the side of the square, looked at the man who had won above him, with a smile that could not be hidden on his face. He clapped his hands quickly and cheered loudly. The old woman next to her looked at Muli and knew that her daughter had fallen in love with him. He was indeed a genius, and if he could really grow up, he would be able to rule a place. But who made him and Qin Feng born in the same era? The small families and sects below didn't care about these things. They all remembered Luo Tong's appearance. Judging from the talent he showed now, he would definitely become a big boss of Tianheng sect in the future. Some women even approached Luo Tong directly, constantly flirting with him, wanting to have a long-term friendship and love relationship with him. Lian Shang, who was standing above him, frowned and bowed to Zhou Qiong, saying, "This man is quite talented. I think he still has some hidden strength, but he's not decisive enough. Is the leader planning to recruit him into the demon sect?" There was a hint of curiosity in Lianqing's tone. He noticed that the leader had been staring at this person. Could it be that he valued his talent and wanted to accept him into the sect? But this person is okay as a righteous person, but he is far from being an evil person. He could have defeated his opponent faster, but he was afraid of seriously injuring his opponent and chose to waste time attacking. If someone with this kind of personality falls into the devil's way, he might be eaten to the very bones. Zhou Qiong smiled playfully. He could accept him into the demon sect, but he was not accepting him as a person. Instead, he wanted his destiny. The number of reviews has exceeded 1,000, and the number of comments is approaching 200. Third update. Thank you readers for your support. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Chapter 85, Continuous Battles. Conspiracy emerges. The competition was still going on, and Zhou Qiong was extremely bored. If he hadn't seen Luo Tong below gaining a little luck point with every victory, he would have given up waiting long ago. But at this time, Luo Tong began to shine brightly, and his cultivation began to show continuously. He was at the 7th level of Jinwu. For a sect like theirs, disciples at the 7th level of Jinwu were definitely the top group. Those who are young and talented will be trained as the head disciple. Song Yi and the other two who were standing in the corner also noticed Luo Tong's existence. Congratulations, Brother Song. Your Tianheng sect has produced another peerless genius. It's really enviable. Zhang Jiwei on the side said enviously. Yes, I think Luo Tong has excellent talent, no less than Qin Feng. You, the Tianheng sect, are really lucky. Bai Yuyan also echoed from the side. Disciples like Luo Tong and Qin Feng are hard to come by in 1,000 years. Disciples with good talents have already been recruited by more powerful forces. The ones who come to them are just the ones left over by others. Of course, some of the little geniuses they don't want will also be cultivated as treasures by some small forces and small sects below. This is the state of the human race in this world. The strong are getting stronger, while the weak are struggling to develop. Song Yi quietly echoed the two people's compliments and envy. Looking at Luo Tong standing on the ring, his eyes showed contemplation. He also had an impression of Luo Tong, who had risen in this sect in the past 3 years. I know that he is a talented person, but it seems that he has been hiding something. Now looking at his condition, although he is still a little short of Qin Feng, he is not far away. Originally, he had thought of asking the elders in the sect to accept Luo Tong as a disciple, so that when Qin Feng became the leader, he could become a great help to him. However, now Luo Tong has become a bit of a threat to Qin Feng's position. A hint of gloom appeared in Song Yi's eyes. After continuous battles, 5 disciples have been selected, including the seeded players who directly advanced from the 3 major sects, and Luo Tong and Sun Hao from the Tianheng sect. It is said that this generation of Tianheng sect is indeed full of talents. Sun Hao is also a rising figure in Tianheng sect in recent years. Although he is not as good as Luo Tong and Qin Feng, he can also be called a genius, otherwise he would not have entered the final round. Zhang Jiwei and the other man standing by didn't look too good. There were 5 disciples in total, and 3 of them were from Tianheng sect. You know, this 10-year competition was not just a contest between disciples, it also concerned the allocation of resources among the 3 sects in the next 10 years. The 5 disciples were playing a lot drawing competition. An elder from the Tianheng sect took out 5 balls and walked towards the crowd. Xin Feng directly took out 1, and the others also picked up balls. The 5 people opened it, and Bai Yan from the Tianjian sect let out a silver bell-like laugh. They saw that the ball in her hand was empty, which meant that she had a Bai Yuyan and Zhang Jiwei on the side breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the Tianheng sect had tampered with the drawing of lots. Now it seems that there was indeed no such thing. The probability of 3 people having 1 in 5 won was only because the Tianheng sect was unlucky. Among the 5 people, Xin Feng fights against the disciples of Wanshou sect, and Luo Tong fights against Sun Hao. The 2 sides were fighting at the same time, and a battle was about to break out. However, when Sun Hao was about to go on stage, he paused briefly and then walked up quickly. No one noticed anything unusual. Meanwhile, Xin Feng and the disciples of the Myriad Beast sect had already started fighting. However, a closer look revealed that neither side was using their full strength. It seemed as if they were both afraid of each other, or as if there was something else going on. On the other hand, Luo Tong's side was completely different. Sun Hao first said "I'm sorry," and then a big knife appeared in his hand and he chopped at Luo Tong madly. Not to mention the masters, even some ordinary disciples below noticed something was wrong. Sun Hao completely disregarded consumption and used all his strength in every move. Looking like a complete loser, Luo Tong was also confused. Although he could defeat Sun Hao's current condition would inevitably consume some of his physical strength. But there might be 2 more fights waiting for him, but Sun Hao didn't give him time to think. He chopped with his sword more and more crazily, and Luo Tong no longer held back. He had to dig down Sun Hao quickly to save his energy. The smile on Zhou Qiong's face, who was sitting above, became more and more intense. Sure enough, the protagonist's path could not be smooth, and now the tribulation was coming. Half an hour later, Luo Tong shot Sun Hao unconscious with a shot, and the battle was finally over. He took a deep breath, as Sun Hao was really too difficult to deal with. Even though he was injured, he refused to admit defeat. He had no choice but to knock the opponent unconscious, but this consumed some of his own energy. On the other side, the battle between Xin Feng and the other person had already ended. Unlike Luo Tong, the style of painting here completely adheres to the principle of friendship first and competition second. The 2 of them exchanged friendly exercises for a while, without using any powerful moves, but the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect surrendered directly. Although everyone knows that he is no match for Xin Feng, he still has to fight hard. This fight is too friendly. Look at the way the guy next to him fights. The gap between you is too big. Boy, why do I feel something is wrong? The white dragon in Luo Tong's mind shouted. Luo Tong also began to ponder, and he also found something wrong. Although he had no friendship with Sun Hao, he did not have any hatred between them, so he would not let the other party try so hard to stop him. What is the reason? The elders of Tianheng sect took out 3 balls again. Xin Feng, Bai Yan, and Luo Tong stepped forward and took 1 each. Xin Feng took it first again. The 3 of them slowly opened the ball. Luo Tong's face darkened. The ball in Xin Feng's hand was empty, which meant that his next opponent would be Bai Yan. Zhang Jiwei and the others seemed to have discovered something, but they did not say it out loud. After all, this was the sect's own business, and had nothing to do with them, nor did it affect them. In the fighting arena, Luo Tong and Bai Yan stood opposite each other. Bai Yan was the most outstanding disciple of the Tianjian sect in the past 100 years. His cultivation was even higher than Luo Tong's, reaching the 8th level of Jinwu. And the most adept thing about sword cultivators was fighting against opponents of higher levels. Although Luo Tong was confident of taking down Bai Yan, it was destined to be a difficult task. After a series of battles, it would not be so easy for him to defeat Xin Feng. Could this all be arranged? Luo Tong took a deep look at Song Yi in the corner. It seemed that the other party still valued Xin Feng more. If I guessed correctly, Sun Hao's performance was also under the instruction of Song Yi. Good. No matter how many obstacles you try, they won't stop me. I'll see if you'll still care about Xin Feng when I defeat him. Luo Tong gripped his spear tightly and stabbed at Bai Yan. Luo Tong asked anxiously while fighting with Bai Yan. Master Bai, do you have any ideas? Don't worry, you have to defeat her first. I will use the laws of time and space to accelerate the space around you, so that you can at least recover 80% of your cultivation and physical strength. After hearing Bai Long's reply, Luo Tong felt relieved and immediately started to attack Bai Yan with all his strength. He didn't know that Bai Long was worried at this moment, and kept muttering, "Don't let that adult notice you later. Why do I always feel so dangerous? Why does the other side give me such a dangerous feeling when they are clearly not in the Holy Realm?" Chapter 86 Shameless Song Yi. The battle between Luo Tong and Bai Yan lasted for half an hour. In the end, Luo Tong pierced Bai Yan's shoulder with a gun and won. Now there are only Luo Tong and Qin Feng left on the field. According to previous statements, the winner will become the master's personal disciple. He will also be the next leader of Tianheng sect. At this time, some fluctuations began to appear around Luo Tong. If someone was 1 centimeter away from him, they would find that the time around him was obviously speeding up, but no one noticed. Only Zhou Qiong looked at Luo Tong with a strange look in his eyes. He could control the flow of time with such a domineering golden finger. This would definitely be a great advantage if he developed it. It was a pity that he had to meet this super villain boss in the early stage. At this time, Song Yi, who was standing in the corner, stood up and walked towards the square. He first bowed to Zhou Qiong. Looking at Luo Tong, he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that, Luo Tong, you actually have such talent. In my Tianheng sect, I'm afraid you are only weaker than Qin Feng. Well, I see you've consumed a lot of energy. Let's forget about the fight between you two. We're both disciples of the Tianheng sect, so there's no need for this." After saying that, he turned to look at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you are the most talented disciple of my Tianheng sect. Today, I, the sect master, will accept you as my personal disciple, and Luo Tong can also become the disciple of the criminal law elder." Qin Feng bowed quickly after hearing this. Disciple greets master. Wait. Qin Feng was interrupted by Luo Tong before he could finish his words. "What's going on? I haven't even spoken yet, and the two of them are already deciding the matter in unison. If this is done, my rebirth will not be in vain, so let's have fun." "Master, I want to challenge Qin Feng. Only the strongest person can be the master disciple of my Tianheng sect. This is the rule left by our ancestors." Luo Tong said to Song Yi in a deep voice. Song Yi's face changed, but he didn't know what to say. He nodded slowly and retreated to the corner. He just wanted to be safer. Now it seems that Luo Tong's attitude is that he will never agree, and he even brought up the word rules. In this case, let's fight. He doesn't believe that Luo Tong, who was seriously exhausted, can be Qin Feng's opponent. Luo Tong was much calmer at this time. His physical strength had just recovered to 80%. Looking at Qin Feng opposite him, if the opponent's fighting ability was still the same as in his previous life, he would definitely win. Luo Tong gripped the spear tightly and stabbed it directly at Qin Feng. A sense of breaking the army slowly emerged from it, and the surrounding space was slightly rippled. What? It's actually the spear intent. Luo Tong has actually mastered the spear intent. This is something only a genius of the demonic level can master. Yeah, how could he master the spear intent? How is that possible? Is it possible that my Tianheng sect is also going to produce an unparalleled monster? Zhang Jiwei and Bai Yuyan in the corner had heavy expressions on their faces. Those who could cultivate artistic conception in the Zhenwu realm were all peerless monsters. As long as such people did not die young, they would definitely be able to cultivate to the semi-saint realm, or even to the high level of semi-saint. At that time, the harmonious state of their three factions might change. However, Song Yi, who was standing next to them, did not have the smile on his face. Instead, he showed an angry expression, and slowly stretched out his right hand, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Qin Feng didn't expect Luo Tong to be able to cultivate the spear intent, and he struck out with a palm in a panic. With a bang, Qin Feng retreated 10 steps and almost quit the ring, but Luo Tong attacked again. He wanted to defeat Qin Feng with a strong attitude today. Let Song Yi know who is the strongest disciple of Tianheng sect, and let Elder Mu know who can give her daughter true happiness. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting above, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. It turned out that there was motivation only when there was pressure. Now that Luo Tongtian's luck points had risen to more than 180, it seemed that he needed to face more pressure. Zhou Qiong slowly stretched out his right hand, and a black air that no one could see rushed into Qin Feng's body. Suddenly, a black light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and then disappeared. He once again struck the attacking spear with his palm, only to see that there was also a sense of artistic conception on Qin Feng's palm. To slap Luo Tong back, everyone opened their mouths in surprise, including Song Yi. they must have seen it right. Qin Feng also mastered the palm. What is going on? Two peerless monsters appeared in Tianheng sect at the same time. What a blessing this is. This is the beginning of smoke rising from the Tianheng sect's ancestral tomb. An unconcealable smile emerged on Song Yi's lips. Sure enough, Qin Feng did not disappoint him. He was even better than he had imagined. Luo Tong was also surprised and picked up his spear to attack again. The Tujinwu realm warriors, relying on these two artistic conception, actually displayed the power of the Daluo realm. Even the fighting arena began to crack and was about to break. Push forward courageously and with all your might. A loud shout was heard from the arena, and a burst of spear intent that could reach the sky rushed out from Luo Tong's spear. Bang! The entire arena could no longer withstand the blow and exploded directly, with a figure flying out from it. He fell to the ground with a bang, spitting out blood from his mouth. Then Luo Tong, holding his spear, slowly walked out from the dust. Looking at Song Yi, whose face was dark, he said in a deep voice, "Master, I won this competition." Although Luo Tong didn't know why Qin Feng was so much stronger than in his previous life, he still won. Song Yi's face darkened again. He looked at Luo Tong deeply, and said slowly, "Luo Tong won this competition, but my Tianheng sect has produced 2 disciples in the realm of artistic conception in a row. This is a huge matter, so the matter of the sect leader's disciples will be discussed later." After hearing this, Luo Tong gripped the spear tighter in his hand. Why? It was clearly agreed that whoever wins will own it, but now they have changed their mind. The people below were also looking at Song Yi with strange expressions. After a series of events, even they could see that the headmaster was targeting Luo Tong. No, he might also be paying special attention to Qin Feng, but this is too much partiality. Luo Tong's expression gradually calmed down. He didn't really care about the position of the master disciple. With the help of his reborn memory and the map of mountains and rivers, he even ignored the Tianheng sect. "I just wanted to prove myself, but now I have to do another big thing." Luo Tong turned to look at Elder Mu next to Muli and said softly, "Elder Mu, Muli and I have been together day and night for the past few years and have developed feelings for each other. I, Luo Tong, am willing to marry Muli. I promise to protect her for the rest of my life. If I live, she lives. If I die, she lives too. I hope Elder Mu will grant this wish." Everyone below looked at Luo Tong, especially the girls, who were all fascinated. Wow, this Luo Tong is so handsome, he can even say such touching words. It would be nice if you could tell me. A girl with freckles on her face said shyly. Elder Mu looked at Luo Tong with a complicated expression. His face was gloomy and he said in a deep voice, "You and Muli are not a good match. It's better not to think about it." Thanks to Yeshe Yangduren for the reminder. Thanks to Mulan Tian Duwu for the invitation to climb the mountain. I also thank other readers for their rewards. These chapters are just a transition to help Luo Tong's luck points increase. Luo Tong will soon become the first person with luck to die at Zhou Qiong's hands. His golden finger will also be a great help to the development of the demon cult. Chapter 87. Song Yi wants to kill Luo Tong. Elder Mu's sudden rebuttal shocked everyone. Although Luo Tong has not been accepted as a disciple by Song Yi, the leader of Tianheng sect, he has shown great talent and will definitely become a half-saint in the future. Even though Muli was considered a little genius and had an elder mother, with Luo Tong's talent, it would even be considered marrying above her station for Muli to marry him, but Elder Mu refused without hesitation. What was hidden in this? Luo Tong also looked at Elder Mu with a confused expression. What was going on? He had clearly planned everything, but he defeated Qin Feng and became the #1 genius, yet Elder Mu still didn't agree to his proposal. Muli looked at her mother with a look of surprise. Originally, she was the happiest one because Luo Tong had defeated Qin Feng. When Luo Tong proposed to her mother, she had even thought about how many children she would have in the future. But how could her mother refuse? At this time, Zhou Qiong above was becoming more and more happy as he watched. This was much more interesting than reading a novel. It was a pure live-action performance. According to the routine, the protagonist Luo Tong should still encounter difficulties, and then solve them in the end to become the biggest winner. The luck points must be increased further, so that the rewards will be richer. Just when everyone was surprised, Qin Feng, who was healing his wounds on the side, slowly stood up, laughed a few times, his eyes full of pride. Qin Feng walked towards Elder Mu and bowed gently. "My name is Qin Feng. I have admired junior sister Muli since childhood, but I have never confessed my feelings. However, given the circumstances today, I cannot help but speak out." I also proposed to Elder Mu to marry junior sister Mu Li and promised to love her forever. I hope Elder Mu will grant my wish. The people around were watching this scene as if they were watching a play. What was going on? Why did people start proposing marriage today? Could it be that today was an auspicious day that only comes once in 1,000 years? How come Mu Li is so charming? I am 100 times more beautiful than her. Why don't these two propose to me? They are so short-sighted. The girl with freckles on her face said angrily again. Everyone around her was so scared that they moved away from her. This woman is too shameless. We should stay away from her, otherwise it will be disgusting. Elder Mu on the other side nodded solemnly. Qin Feng, I acknowledge your excellence. I'm confident that Mu Li will marry you. What? Elder Mu's words caused a huge stir, and everyone below began to get confused. Are you sick? Luo Tong, who was obviously the most talented, proposed first, and you didn't agree. Now Qin Feng, who is obviously inferior, you are the first to agree. Lianqing and others who were watching the excitement from above were also speechless. Only Zhou Qiong had a calm expression. Mu Fengyu. What do you mean? Luo Tong clenched the spear in his hand so tightly that it almost bled. He was too lazy to even call Elder Mu and just called her name directly. Mu Li also looked at her mother with disappointment. She had clearly told her mother that she liked Luo Tong, but now her mother ignored her objection and insisted that she marry Qin Feng. Mu Li was about to say something, but Elder Mu slapped him and froze him. Qin Feng on the side looked at Luo Tong with contempt. Brother Luo, please be careful with your words. Elder Mu is the elder of our sect and my future mother-in-law. You can't just call her that. You are looking for death. Luo Tong looked at Qin Feng with red eyes, who looked very proud. He knew that Qin Feng was deliberately provoking him, but he really couldn't bear it anymore. After being reborn, how could he bear such humiliation? At worst, he would quit the sect and elope with Mu Li. The spear in his hand stabbed directly at Qin Feng, and the spear intent was more than twice as powerful as before. Although Qin Feng had expected this, he didn't expect Luo Tong to have hidden his strength. He quickly struck out with a palm in his hand. With a bang, Qin Feng was blown several miles away. His eyes turned white and he fainted. Wind! Song Yi let out a mournful roar and quickly rushed to Qin Feng's side. Various elixirs appeared in his hands and he desperately stuffed them into Qin Feng's mouth. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw Qin Feng's breathing stabilized. He turned around and looked at Luo Tong angrily. He roared, Luo Tong, you actually want to kill your fellow disciples for no reason. Do you know what this crime is? He's not dead, I was careful when I attacked. Luo Tong looked at Song Yi and said calmly. You still dare to quibble? I think you have evil intentions. You will definitely bring disaster to the people when you go out. After saying that, Song Yi slapped Luo Tong directly with his palm. The aura of a semi-saint was lingering on him, and he was actually attacking with all his strength. It was likely that after this palm strike, Luo Tong would have no chance of survival. No, let's go. When Song Yi was about to raise his hand, the roar of the white dragon appeared in Luo Tong's mind. Luo Tong quickly moved to the side, and even time fluctuations appeared on his body. Bang! A huge deep pit appeared where Luo Tong had just stood. Although Luo Tong moved away in advance, it was not easy for him to receive the palm of the half-saint. The aftermath alone made him spit out blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a heavy blow. From the time Luo Tong attacked Qin Feng to the time Song Yi severely injured Luo Tong with one palm, it seemed like a long time, but in fact it was only a few seconds. It was not until Luo Tong was lying on the ground seriously injured that the others reacted. Fuck! Is sect leader Song Yi crazy? Even though Luo Tong was wrong just now, he shouldn't have been beaten like this. More than that, I saw that sect leader Song's palm strike just now clearly meant to kill Luo Tong. This is really puzzling. Zhang Jiwei and the other person standing by also had a strange look on their faces. What was going on with Song Yi? The sect had finally produced a peerless genius like Luo Tong, but not only did he not protect him, he even wanted to beat him to death. Why on earth? Luo Tong, kneeling on the ground, looked at Song Yi and shouted excitedly. You know, he has always respected Song Yi, and even after being reborn, he wanted to worship Song Yi as his master, but why did he want to kill him? Why? A disciple who kills his fellow disciples cannot be kept alive. Song Yi looked at Luo Tong's calm face, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He struck Luo Tong with a palm strike again. In his current state, Luo Tong would definitely not be able to withstand this palm strike. This must kill him. This is interesting. Zhou Qiong, who was sitting above, looked at Luo Tong's luck points, which had skyrocketed to over 260, and whispered with a smile. As for whether Song Yi could kill Luo Tong, he was not worried at all. The Son of Destiny was not easy to kill. It seems that Luo Tong's luck points will soon break through 400, and that will be the time of his death. Chapter 88. I want to have some fun too. Song Yi's giant palm was about to hit the seriously injured Luo Tong. Mu Li, who was standing next to him, clenched his teeth tightly, but his body was controlled by Elder Mu and he couldn't move at all. Huge tears appeared in his eyes, but Mu Lao beside him watched the scene calmly. Ever since Luo Tong seriously injured Qin Feng, he had guessed that this would be the result. She knew a secret that no one else knew, that is, Qin Feng's surname was not Qin at all, but Song. He was Song Yi's illegitimate son, because Tenhung sect had a rule that the position of the head could not be passed on to the son, so for this matter, Song Yi deliberately changed his son's surname, sent him to be raised outside, and then brought him back when he was 10 years old, saying that he was an outstanding disciple discovered outside. In this way, when Qin Feng grows up, he can naturally take over the position of the head. Everything was going smoothly, but Luo Tong, this outlier, showed up. Even if he had defeated Qin Feng, Song Yi wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But he had severely injured Qin Feng, which violated the sect's rules. Even if Song Yi had killed him, it would only be a clean break, with an apology at best. Who could possibly bother a master like him with such matters? Just when everyone thought Luo Tong was dead, Zhou Qiong raised his head and whispered, "Here I come." Lianqing standing by was full of questions. What's coming? Suddenly, a figure rushed out from Tianhong Peak and struck Song Yi with a palm. With a bang, the entire arena shook, and Song Yi was blown away. With blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, an old figure appeared beside Luo Tong, looking at Song Yi's angry face, and shouted, "Song Yi, if it weren't for you being the leader, I would have killed you with a single blow." When the disciples of Tianhong sect saw the old man coming, they immediately bowed and saluted. Meet the Grand Elder. Song Yi's face also turned pale. He didn't expect that the Supreme Elder who had been in seclusion would appear. Now it would be difficult to get rid of Luo Tong. What he didn't know was that the Supreme Elder had already woken up when Zhou Qiong and others appeared, but he had been pretending to be in seclusion, simply because he didn't want to come out. When he was in seclusion, he was the Supreme Elder, but when he came out, he was in trouble. It was because Zhou Qiong and others were too strong. The Grand Elder bowed deeply to Zhou Qiong, who was seated high above him. "I am Yu Yang of Tianhong Zone, and I greet you, Your Excellency. I was not aware that you were coming here, and I apologize for not welcoming you. I hope you will forgive me." "Well, you should deal with your sect's affairs first," Zhou Qiong said jokingly. "Thank you, sir." Yu Yang bowed again. Yu Yang turned around and looked at Song Yi opposite him. He said in a deep voice, "How can you be a master? You actually want to kill a talented disciple like Luo Tong? You must give an explanation for this." Song Yi's expression gradually calmed down. "Grand Elder, this person actually killed a fellow disciple. I am also following the sect rules." "Sect rules? What good sect rules? Do you think I don't know that Qin Feng also killed a fellow disciple in the past? Why didn't I hear that you were going to kill Qin Feng then?" Yu Yang looked at Song Yi and said coldly. Song Yi's face turned pale. He thought that no one knew about this matter, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hide it from the old man. Just as he was about to refute, he suddenly received a voice transmission in his mind. It was Yu Yang opposite. "Song Yi, do you think I don't know that Qin Feng is your illegitimate son? You used to think of Qin Feng as your illegitimate son, but now you want to kill Luo Tong, who has even more talent. Do you still have any regard for the sect?" Song Yi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Yu Yang also knew what he thought was only known by him and Elder Mu, and had known it for a long time, but then he thought, since Yu Yang didn't say it to his face, he didn't want to break up and leave room for himself. He could only bow his head and say to Yu Yang, "It was my mistake for a moment, I hope the Grand Elder will forgive me." Yu Yang nodded secretly. Song Yi was the head of Tianhong sect and the only other semi-saint besides him. He should not break up with him unless it was absolutely necessary. He said in a deep voice, Master Song Yi was unfair in his conduct, so he was punished by having his salary confiscated for 100 years. Xin Feng once accidentally killed a fellow disciple, so he was sentenced to face the wall in the mountains for 50 years. Luo Tong did accidentally injure a fellow disciple, but there were reasons for it, so he was sentenced to clean the library for 30 years.
Do you have any objections? Although Song Yi looked unwilling, he could only nod and agree.
Xin Feng had fainted, so there was no chance for him to refute. So Yu Yang turned to look at Luo Tong. He was very optimistic about Luo Tong and believed that he would most likely cultivate to the high level of semi-saint or even the peak in the future. At that time, his Tianheng sect would reach a higher level, so Luo Tong could not be allowed to harbor resentment towards Tianheng sect. Luo Tong's expression had softened considerably since Yu Yang's appearance, and he felt even more relieved after hearing Yu Yang's punishment for the three. Although he was also sentenced to clean the library for 30 years, the library was a place where such a punishment could be considered a reward.
Luo Tong is willing to accept the punishment from the Grand Elder. But Luo Tong still has one thing to ask. Before Luo Tong could continue to say anything, Yu Yang waved his hand. He knew what Luo Tong was going to ask, but this matter could not be said out loud. Why Yu Yang turned to look at Elder Mu and silently began to transmit his message, saying, I think Luo Tong has amazing talent and is a good match for Mu Li. I'd like to act as a matchmaker and arrange for them to get married soon. What do you think, Elder Mu?
Elder Mu's expression changed several times, mainly because Yu Yang's voice transmission made him feel relieved.
He nodded lightly. It's all up to the Supreme Elder to decide.
Then he released Mu Li's control.at this time. Mu Li's eyes were red and she was extremely excited. She originally thought that Luo Tong was dead, but she didn't expect the Supreme Elder to suddenly appear. Now not only Luo Tong was not dead, but her mother had changed her mind and agreed to her marriage. Luo Tong was also very excited at this time. He had been reborn for 3 years. Although today's experience was a bit bumpy, the final result was what he wanted. He bowed to Yu Yang, who was smiling above him, and said excitedly, Thank you, Grand Elder. At this time, Zhou Qiong, who was sitting in the upper seat, had a sneer on his face. Is this the ending after going through hardships, difficulties, and finally getting help from a noble person, and having a happy family? It's a pity that Luo Tong's luck points have not broken 400 yet, and are only 365 now. It seems that he will have to be dealt a heavy blow. Just when everyone in the square thought the situation had calmed down, a cold voice appeared in their ears. You've all finished your performances, and I'm going to have some fun too. Oh no, kid, run away, this devil is going to attack you. Bai Long's anxious shout suddenly appeared in Luo Tong's mind, and even his tone was full of fear and terror. Chapter 89, forcing Luo Tong to show up before Luo Tong could react. The white dragon in his body actually took control of the map of mountains and rivers, emitting a white light that enveloped Luo Tong and disappeared directly in the square. Boom, Luo Tong had just disappeared when a huge explosion occurred at the location he was at. A bottomless pit was blasted into the ground, and countless onlookers were killed or injured. For a moment, dead bodies and debris were everywhere, and countless seriously injured people were wailing. The survivors in the square all looked at Zhou Qiong above with fear. The terrifying attack just now was launched by this person. Sir, why are you attacking us? Yu Yang, who had recovered from his shock, looked at Zhou Qiong and asked, his eyes filled with resentment, just with that attack just now, not counting those who came to watch, more than 100 of his Tianheng sect disciples were killed or injured. You have to know that they were all elite disciples. I find it interesting. Do you have any objection? Zhou Qiong said coldly before Yu Yang could reply. Mo Wudao, who was standing behind Zhou Qiong, punched out directly at Yu Yang. Why Yu Yang didn't react at all. He barely stretched out his palm to defend himself. Bang! With a loud explosion, Yu Yang's entire body was blown up and turned into ashes. The great elder of the Tianheng sect died just like that. The entire square fell silent in an instant. Even the seriously injured person lying on the ground quickly covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound, for fear of attracting the attention of Zhou Qiong and the others. At this time, Luo Tong was standing above the mountain, but no one could find him because the time around him was 1 minute in the future. White light emanated from Luo Tong's body, but the light kept fading, which proved that he could not maintain this state for long. Wrapped in white light, Luo Tong kept trying to fly away from here, but the entire mountain was shrouded in a faint black light, like a ban, making it impossible for him to leave. That if you look closely, you can see a slowly rotating circle above the mountain, and the black light is emitted from it. This is Zhou Qiong's god and demon ring. The white dragon in Luo Tong's body kept roaring. What should we do? I told you it was a great evil and we should have left long ago.
This devil is too strong and we are no match for him. Ah! We are doomed. What on earth is that black ring? It can even block time. Luo Tong's face was also full of anxiety and even more angry. He didn't know why Zhou Qiong wanted to attack him. He had been planning for 3 years and finally completed everything, but it was ruined by Zhou Qiong. Was it because of his outstanding talent? Let's fight, Luo Tong.
I'll use my secret method to break through this blockade and get you out. But you must find more immortal artifacts to repair the mountain and river map in the future, otherwise it will collapse. Bai Long spoke with a resolute tone. He felt that if he fell into Zhou Qiong's hands, he would definitely not have a good end. He even suspected that Zhou Qiong was targeting Luo Tong just for the mountain and river map, and that he must have discovered the map's secret.
No, we can't leave. Muley is still in the square. We must take her away too. Luo Tong shouted anxiously. He couldn't abandon Muley and leave here. This devil is obviously targeting you. If you go out now, you will die.
The white dragon screamed in anger. It was really terrified to the extreme, but Luo Tong refused to listen and insisted on rescuing Muley. Just as the two were still arguing, there was a bang, and the sound of Yu Yang being blown up penetrated their ears. When the ashes in the sky cleared, Luo Tong roared, "No!" He suddenly noticed that the man in a red robe next to Zhou Qiong was holding a person in his hand and struggling constantly. This was his Muley. Zhou Qiong sat on the chair and looked up.
He knew that Luo Tong was watching from all around.
He was indeed the son of destiny. He was hiding so well that even his divine and demonic eyes could not detect him, but so what? Regardless of whether he can escape the blockade of the god and demon ring, he will not leave just because of Muley's existence.
This is a common problem among the protagonists.
If they give up their women to survive, they cannot be the protagonist. Zhou Qiong nodded slowly, and Lianqing immediately grabbed Muley's hand and released a burst of demonic energy that directly enveloped the other party. In an instant, a needle-like pain came upon Muley. Muley screamed. Luo Tong, who was hiding on the top of the mountain, suddenly had veins popping out on his face. If there hadn't been a white dragon wrapped around him trying to stop him, he would have rushed out and fought Zhou Qiong to the death. "Let me go, I want to kill him, kill him."
Luo Tong kept roaring. Luo Tong, calm down.
If you go out like this, not only will you fail to save her, you will also die.
I don't care.
I want to die with Muley. I can't leave her behind again in this life. Luo Tong's eyes were full of determination. This is the common problem of the protagonist, who always thinks he is right and sacrifices everyone else for the sake of the people around him.
For example, the white dragon in the mountain and river map.
Luo Tong knew that saving Muley would likely cause it to suffer a disaster, but he didn't care at all because in his consciousness, this is right. If Bai Long really sacrifices himself, he will remember his good deeds. "Okay, I'll help you rescue her, just give me some time to prepare," Bai Long said harshly. He knew that Luo Tong would not leave unless Muley was rescued. The final result was that all three of them ended up badly, so they had no choice but to give it a try. Colorful light began to emit from the white dragon's body, and he began to silently recite a bunch of spells. Zhou Qiong below sneered. Luo Tong was quite calm, but he would come out sooner or later. After half an incense stick, Luo Tong had completely lost his mind and rushed towards Zhou Qiong desperately. The white dragon wrapped around him could hardly hold on. The spell in Bai Long's mouth suddenly stopped and he said quickly, "Ready." Thanks to the big guy, Red Dust Passerby, for the little whip. Thanks to 756063353, Zhetian Gang Jueching Ling Xiaoling Tian, for the update reminder. Thanks to Take a Look, 111411322, Permanent Divine Crown, for the invitation to climb the mountain. I would also like to thank the other big guys who gave Xiaobai rewards. Thank you very much. Once again shamelessly asking for a wave of praise, follow-up, and rewards. Dear readers, the update is here. Welcome to leave your comments. Chapter 90, Killing the Son of Destiny. After hearing Bai Long's words, Luo Tong barely regained consciousness. Bai Long took out a jade talisman and said to Luo Tong solemnly, "I'll use a secret technique to have you swap places with Muley. You must immediately crush the jade talisman to return to the mountain and river map. Then I'll break through the space and rush out with the mountain and river map. Although it sounds simple, both of them know how difficult it is. With the strength of Zhou Qiong and others, Luo Tong is afraid that after replacing Muli, he will not have time to crush the Jade Talisman, but Luo Tong did not hesitate. He was willing to take the risk. As long as he could rescue Muli, he was willing to pay any price. If he said something unexpected, there was still a chance of success. Let's do it, hurry up. Luo Tong said firmly just as the two were about to fight. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Qiong's mouth as he sat on the chair, and a silver-black lightning slowly glowed between his eyebrows. At this time, Muli was in Lianqing's hands and had completely lost the ability to resist. Her vision was also a little blurred. Suddenly, she felt her body go empty and she lost control. When she reacted, the person in front of her was no longer the evil Lianqing. Instead, it was a giant white dragon, and a white light enveloped the two people. Bai Long looked towards Zhou Qiong and the others with anxious eyes. At this time, Lianqing only felt something strange in his hand. He looked closely and saw that the inhuman-like Muli in his hand instantly turned into Luo Tong. Luo Tong quickly and forcefully pinched the jade talisman in his hand. Bang! There was a sound of something bursting in Luo Tong's hand, but his body did not move away and was still controlled by Lianqing. When he looked at his hand, he found that what he had just crushed was not a jade talisman, but had turned into a stone. Interesting. A cold voice reached Luo Tong's ears. Luo Tong turned around and saw Zhou Qiong, who had been sitting on the chair, playing with a jade talisman in his hand and looking at him meaningfully. Oh no! Luo Tong reacted instantly and realized that his plan had been discovered by the other party. He shouted anxiously towards the sky. Lord Bai, take Muli away quickly. Luo Tong's voice was full of determination. The white dragon in the sky changed his expression, and finally became gloomy. He thought, a friend would rather die than let me die. It has been great for him to rescue Muli. Thinking of this, he grabbed Muli, who kept shouting and was about to break through the space and leave. The slowly rotating black ring in the sky suddenly doubled in size. The time of the entire Tianheng Peak suddenly began to solidify, and even the map of mountains and rivers was instantly squeezed out of the gap in time. A white dragon appeared in the sky, holding Muli in its claws. The white dragon's face was full of confusion and disbelief. He kept cursing in his heart, what the hell is this ring weapon? Even if the mountain and river map is incomplete, it is still an unparalleled magical treasure that can control time. This ring actually broke the laws of the mountain and river map. Mo Wudao, who was standing behind Zhou Qiong, took a step forward and came directly in front of Bai Long. He stretched out his palm, one hand grew bigger and grabbed Bai Long's neck, while the other hand controlled Muli. Bai Long was unable to resist at all under the pressure of the ring. From the time Luo Tong replaced Muli to the time all three of them were captured, it seemed very long, but in fact it only took less than a second. Luo Tong looked at the captured Muli with a look of shock on his face. He then looked at Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on the throne, and shouted anxiously, Sir, please spare Muli. I will do anything you ask. Zhou Qiong's face changed. Damn it, it's as if I want to force a good woman into prostitution. With a gentle wave of his hand, Mo Wudao understood and turned Muli into ashes with a wave of his hand. Luo Tong's eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. His eyes were red and his facial features began to twist. He looked at Zhou Qiong, who had a calm face, and shouted angrily, Why on earth? Zhou Qiong let out a cold smile. Why? Because your luck points have risen to 450. A talisman slowly appeared in his hand. It was the heaven-covering talisman given by the system. He crushed it directly. I originally thought that this talisman would be used on Zhao Wuji, but I didn't expect it to be used on Luo Tong first. An invisible wave emanated from the heaven-covering talisman, covering the entire Tianheng Peak. No one else felt anything, only Luo Tong felt as if he had lost something in an instant, but he didn't have time to think about it. He just felt his body go cold and lost consciousness instantly. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the white dragon controlled by Mo Wudao in the sky. He saw a black vortex emerge from Zhou Qiong's hand and swallowed Luo Tong directly. Could this be eaten? In fact, it was almost as he thought. Luo Tong was directly swallowed by Zhou Qiong using the heaven-devouring demonic art. After all, as the protagonist, who knows if Luo Tong has any magic weapon that can bring him back to life? He can just swallow it and refine it, and even the bone residue will be gone. It is safe and worry-free. The system's voice suddenly rang in Zhou Qiong's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Destiny, Luo Tong. You will be rewarded with a mysterious gift package and a destiny pearl. Since this is the first time the host has killed the Son of Destiny, an additional 500,000 villain points will be awarded. A bead emitting golden light appeared in front of Zhou Qiong's eyes. On the bead was written a number, 450. This was the energy of destiny that was stripped from Luo Tong and could be transferred to others. In other words, whoever swallows this bead will become a new child of destiny. System, if I give this bead to someone and he becomes the child of destiny, and then I kill him, will there still be a mysterious gift package? No matter who consumes the heavenly fortune pearl, even if the host kills them again, it will be ineffective. Zhou Qiong sighed inwardly. He had finally discovered a new bug, but he couldn't fix it. System, does this Tianyun pearl have any effect after I eat it? It's useless. The host is parasitized by the system and cannot take the heavenly fortune pearl. Otherwise, not only will it have no good effect, but it will cause heavenly punishment. Neither this nor that works. It seems I can only give it to my subordinates. Zhou Qiong withdrew his thoughts and looked up at Bai Long. This should be Luo Tong's golden finger, controlling time. When Bai Long saw Zhou Qiong looking over, his whole body trembled continuously, and the omen of great misfortune kept emerging in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with tears, and he cried miserably. Sir, it was that little Luo Tong who forced me to do it. I refused and he beat me. I was forced to do it, sir. Chapter 91 Mysterious Gift Pack. Bai Long blushed inside after he said this, but there was nothing he could do, because the other party was an unpredictable murderer, and a dragon had to bow his head under the eaves. That means Luo Tong has been torn to pieces, otherwise I would have to come back to life and scold him. Who forced you? It's obviously you who are timid and afraid, but now you blame me. Are you trying to bully a dead person who can't speak? Zhou Qiong didn't care whether Bai Long's words were true or not. He simply reached out and took the mountain and river map, and Bai Long was also taken into the map. He slowly stood up from the magic dragon chair and flew towards the magic dragon chariot in the sky. Lianqing and the demon guards also flew towards the flying sedan chair. The survivors below were secretly rejoicing, and even Song Yi's face showed joy. Now that the stubborn old supreme elder was dead, he was the strongest in the entire Tianheng sect. From now on, he would be the most respected. Just when everyone on the mountain was still silently rejoicing that they had survived the disaster, the spear in the hand of Mo Wudao in the sky slowly grew larger, and he attacked the mountain directly with one shot. Boom! The Tianheng sect's foundation was not good to begin with, and there were not many defensive formations on the mountain. Mo Wudao's full-strength shot directly destroyed half of the Tianheng mountain. As you can imagine, the people who survived on the mountain were happy for only a few seconds before they started dying in an instant. The Tianheng sect, which had stood for tens of thousands of years, was completely destroyed from today. This was the cruel reality of the upper realm. The three magic dragons roared and pulled the flying chariot away quickly. Zhou Qiong sat inside the flying chariot, holding the map of mountains and rivers in his hand, and slowly probed into it with his mind. At this time, Bai Long was hiding in a corner of the map, trembling. It was not until half an hour later that he slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Although I had expected this, I didn't expect Luo Tong's golden finger to be so powerful. The internal space of the mountain and river map is huge, comparable to the size of the Dao Imperial City, and it has its own ecosystem. The spiritual energy is several times that of the outside world. Practicing inside is much faster than outside. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he possesses the law of time, which can accelerate the passage of time. Although the current state of the mountain and river map is very bad, it can still produce a tenfold time difference. That is to say, for every day that passes in the outside world, only 10 days pass inside. In addition, due to the spiritual energy, the cultivation inside is dozens of times faster and stronger than that in the outside world. You must know that what the demon cult lacks most at the moment is time. Ever since the demon cult unified the chaotic land, it has had more resources than it can use, but it just doesn't have enough time. The higher the realm, the longer it takes to break through. This is something Zhou Qiong has always been troubled by. He has the help of a system and can quickly improve his cultivation, but the people in the demon sect can only rely on themselves. Even if Zhou Qiong wanted to use the heavenly luck pearl to improve their talents and increase their luck, the sons of heavenly luck were not everywhere, and this might take a long time, but the appearance of the mountain and river map did solve some of the problems. As long as the members of the demon cult used accelerated time to practice, coupled with a large supply of resources, they could at least catch up quickly and not fall too far behind. As Zhou Qiong put away the map of mountains and rivers, and a huge gift package appeared in his hand. This was the mysterious gift package obtained by killing the Son of Destiny. Zhou Qiong was also very curious about what would come out. I asked the system, but the system said that the things that came out were random. It could be an amazing item, or it could be a piece of shit. In short, it was very mysterious. Slowly opening the gift package, Zhou Qiong heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Holy Land experience card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening a bag of super fragrant dog food. Puff! Zhou Qiong was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He could understand the Holy Land experience card. After all, the literal meaning was very clear. Sure enough, when I clicked on the introduction, it said that the Holy Land experience card could allow the host to exert the power of the Holy Land for one day, and then return to normal without any harm to the body. This experience card is very helpful to Zhou Qiong at the moment. At least he has a huge trump card, but what exactly is this extremely fragrant dog food? It must have come from a mysterious gift package. Zhou Qiong clicked on the introduction with doubt in his heart. It says on it, giant fragrant dog food, the best in dog food, irresistible delicacy, features, fragrant, efficacy. No, Zhou Qiong's eyes were a little confused. If he understood correctly, this should have no other effect except for the fragrance. A bag of dog food appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand. He slowly opened it, and suddenly a fragrance wafted out, as if there was an unparalleled delicacy inside. Looking inside, he saw grains of food, which looked very similar to the dog food in his previous life. He stretched out his hand and slowly took out a grain. He smelled it and it was indeed terribly fragrant. Zhou Qiong swallowed secretly. If I remember correctly, humans could eat dog food in my previous life. Zhou Qiong looked around and slowly brought the dog food to his mouth.
He really couldn't resist the temptation. Woof. A black figure instantly rushed into the flying chariot and appeared in front of Zhou Qiong, looking at the dog food in his hand, drooling. Dabai's appearance made Zhou Qiong withdraw his hand instantly. He quickly threw the dog food in his hand to Dabai and said awkwardly, "Well, you've been doing well lately, so this dog food is a reward for you. Go eat it." Dabai grabbed the dog food in one mouthful, ran to the corner quickly, and said vaguely, "Thank you, boss. You are so kind to me. If there is a next life, I will still be your dog." Zhou Qiong heard his mumbling, and the embarrassment on his face dissipated a lot. He curled his lips slightly. "Fortunately, I was quick just now, otherwise this stupid dog would have seen me eating dog food, and my image would have been completely ruined." After calming down, Zhou Qiong, who was sitting on a chair, gently knocked on the chair. A red-robed figure slowly appeared beside him. It was Lian Shang. "Meet the master." A bead emitting golden light appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand. It was the Tianyun bead. He handed it to Lianxing. Of course, if there was any benefit, he would give it to the person closest to him first. Lianxing took the Tianyun pearl with a confused look on his face. "Swallow it." Zhou Qiong pointed at the Tianyun pearl. Lianxing didn't ask any questions and swallowed the bead without hesitation. As soon as Lianxing swallowed the Tianyun pearl, an intense light began to emanate from his body, and his aura continued to increase. Bang! Dalyu 3rd level, Dalyu 4th level, Dalyu 5th level. He actually broke through 3 small realms in a row before stopping. The golden light on his body dissipated, and a hint of enlightenment appeared in Lianxing's eyes. He felt that his talent seemed to have improved. He didn't know that improved talent and increased cultivation were just benefits that came with the Tianyun pearl. The most powerful function of the Tianyun pearl was to increase the luck of the user. To put it bluntly, Lianxing is a child of destiny. He can find treasures in the mountains and fish for gold in the rivers. He can even turn misfortune into good fortune. It is extremely difficult to kill him. Zhou Qiong looked up at Lianxing and saw that the other party's destiny energy was 500 points. System, what's going on? Chapter 92, Du Tian Demon Realm Formation Host. Everyone has some heavenly luck, but it will never exceed 100. If it exceeds 100, then the heaven will know and favor you, and you will be awesome in the future. If we rob those favored by heaven, will heaven find out in the future? Zhou Qiong asked curiously. This world is really too big, there are many people with destiny, and since you use the heaven covering talisman, the heavenly Tao will not find out. Zhou Qiong nodded. As long as the heavenly Tao couldn't find out, it would be fine. He didn't want to be targeted by the heavenly Tao so early. Lian Shang, who was standing by, finished absorbing the heavenly luck pearl and immediately bowed to Zhou Qiong and said, "Thank you, master, for the reward." "Alright, immediately send a message to have the higher-ups of the demon cult come here in batches. It's time for them to quickly increase their cultivation." "Yes, sir." Lianxing agreed and slowly disappeared above the hall. "Woof, is there any more?" Dabai squatted at Zhou Qiong's feet and said pitifully. It turned out that it had eaten up the big bag of dog food. "No more." Zhou Qiong said unhappily. Dabai walked to the side and lay down, muttering softly, "What a stingy person." Sitting on the chair, Zhou Qiong slowly opened his attribute page. Character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou Woody. Position, Demon Cult Leader. Cultivation, Dalyu 9th level Martial Arts, Demonic God, Skylife and Death Hand, God and Demon Eye, Devouring Heaven. Demonic Art 3rd level, Demon, Words Weapons, God and Demon Ring, God and Demon Sword Mount, Dragon Chariot Pet, Demon Dog. Dabai. Although the 9th level of Dalyu is not low, it is not considered a strong person in the Dao dynasty. Now Zhou Qiong relies entirely on the power of the divine demon sword to intimidate others, but this is not a long-term solution after all. I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible. It seems that I have to find out Zhao Wuji's secret first, complete the task, improve my cultivation to the 10th level of Dalyu, and then quickly break through to the semi-state level. Half a day later, Zhou Qiong and others appeared in Xingyang City, which was the center of the Blood Lotus cult's plan. Zhou Qiong and others walked into a mansion, and a figure wearing a bronze mask appeared in front of Zhou Qiong. Your subordinate Huang Yi pays homage to the leader. Well, is there any latest news? Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. Master, disciples of the Blood Lotus sect are everywhere in Xingyang City. We've confirmed that this city is their base. According to information gathered by my subordinates, they seem to be setting up a massive formation down below. It's going to be incredibly grand. The formation is so grand. Could it be the same as the formation of the Tianwu clan? No, it should be much more powerful than that of the Tianwu clan. After all, it was planned by the protagonist, so it must be extraordinary. Zhou Qiong thought to himself. Ever since entering this city, Zhou Qiong had a strange feeling, as if this city lacked vitality, but the people in the city were alive and well. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiong looked at the ground and found that the soil was very dull, as if it had no nutrients at all. The vertical eye between Zhou Qiong's eyebrows began to open slowly, and a faint light shone out. On the ground, misty yellowish gas continued to flow downwards and slowly disappeared. And it was not just this place, it seemed that the land of the entire city had such changes. Have you found the Blood Lotus sect's headquarters? Zhou Qiong asked in a deep voice. Master, there isn't any yet, but we've found some clues. We'll definitely be able to find it in 3 days at most. Huang Yi replied immediately. 2 days, we must find out in 2 days. Zhou Qiong said firmly. His intuition told him that this formation was about to be completed and he couldn't waste time on the investigation. As you command, Huang Yi agreed and quickly disappeared. He had to hurry to complete the difficult task the leader had given him. After Huang Yi left, Zhou Qiong turned to Lianqing and asked, Is the Blood Lotus cult distributed in many cities? Yes, but to be precise, they are distributed in the cities in the south of the Dao dynasty. However, there are not many people, and most of them are concentrated in Xingyang City. Lianqing replied hurriedly, but Zhou Qiong frowned. Send someone to investigate and bring back some soil from every city where the Blood Lotus sect is present. Yes, sir. 2 days later, hundreds of pieces of soil from the cities of the Dao dynasty were placed in front of Zhou Qiong. Lianqing stood below with a confused look on his face, not knowing what his master wanted the soil for. Zhou Qiong looked at the soil, a light flashed from his brows, and then disappeared, and he had a guess in his mind above the demon technique he practiced. There was an ancient secret technique, or it could be said to be a formation, called the Dutian Demon Realm Formation. The effect of this formation is very strange. It can neither attack nor defend, but it can quickly improve a person's strength without any side effects. However, there are many restrictions on setting up a formation. First, the formation needs to absorb the energy of the earth veins, and the more the better. Second, when the formation is activated, all living things in the main city will be buried in it. It can be said to be a serious magic technique. In fact, if there were only these two, Zhou Qiong would have made arrangements, but he had a more demanding condition, which was that a Tianlong skull was needed in the main formation. You must know that those who can be called Tianlong must have reached the Holy Realm. However, there was no one with saint-level cultivation within billions of miles of the Dao dynasty, let alone the rare Heavenly Dragon, so Zhou Qiong gave up using this method to improve the cultivation of the demon sect members, but it was really like searching for him everywhere for a long time, but he finally found him without any effort. It seemed that the Blood Lotus sect had set up this formation, no matter how he got the Heavenly Dragon bone, but the effectiveness of this formation cannot be wasted, and it must belong to the demon cult no matter what. It seems that these sons of destiny are indeed full of treasures. Zhou Qiong was still in deep thought when Huang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him. Master, the Blood Lotus cult's headquarters has been found. Okay, Mo Wudao, Lianqing, and Huang Yi, the three of you will come with me. Yes, sir. The three bowed in response. Led by Huang Yi, the three of them quickly shuttled through Xingyang City and walked into a grocery store. They saw a corpse lying inside the store. There was a Blood Lotus tattoo on the body. The corpse should be a disciple of the Blood Lotus sect. Standing next to him was a man also wearing a bronze mask. When he saw the newcomer, he immediately bowed and said, This subordinate, Huang Wu, greets the leader. Then he reached out and opened a secret door underground. Huang Yi pointed at the secret door and said, Master, we've discovered that this underground passage leads to the core of the Xingyang City formation. There are over 10 such passages throughout the Blood Lotus sect. And the guards rotate daily. Zhou Qiong nodded. It seemed that the formation had indeed reached a critical moment, otherwise the Blood Lotus sect would not have needed to take such strict precautions. Then Zhou Qiong waved his hand and walked away with the three of them. Before Huang Yi went down, he nodded to Huang Wu. Huang Wu waved his hand to pick up the corpse on the ground, took off his mask, and his face began to change constantly, and finally turned into the appearance of the original corpse on the ground, thanks to 90099473782482970 Zhongcheng. Vodka, for the reminder for update, thank you for, believe in love? Ha! 0.2 degrees Celsius, show operation, take a look, Jutian Gang the ruthless and cold young master Lingtian, 900994737 S invitation to climb a mountain. I would also like to thank other readers for their rewards to Xiaobai, thank you, degree, thank you readers for reading. Please urge me to update, give me good reviews, gifts, and knock me out. Chapter 93 Still not cruel enough. Zhou Qiong led the three people and continued to walk down the tunnel. After about an incense stick of time, the four of them entered a huge cave. There were constant sounds coming from the front. Master Qing, is this formation really that powerful? It can really improve our cultivation. Yes, Lord Protector, we have spent a whole year on this. Although the earth energy has gathered, there is no reaction at all in the formation now. What do you know? This was arranged by the Lord Sect leader himself. How could you possibly understand it? Watch carefully. The formation will soon succeed. The Lord Sect leader will be here soon. By then, my Blood Lotus sect will be more powerful than ever. A hoarse voice said in a deep voice, yes. Zhou Qiong and others stopped in front of the cave. They could see that there were many people busy inside, constantly throwing things into the formation, but they completely ignored Zhou Qiong and others who were right in front of them, because at this time Zhou Qiong was holding a ring in his hand, which emitted a black light that enveloped everyone. It can be said that Zhou Qiong's magic ring is indeed very useful. It not only has the ability to suppress and block, but also can hide the breath. Even the Green Guardian on the opposite side, who was dressed in a black robe and was at the 5th level of semi-saint, was completely unaware of the arrival of these people. Lianqing looked at Zhou Qiong and asked whether he should take down these people directly and control the formation. Zhou Qiong waved his hand to stop him. It was not the right time yet. The last step of the formation was to throw the Tianlong skull. At this time, the Tianlong skull was most likely not in the cave. If he guessed correctly, it should be in Zhao Wuji's hands. About 2 hours later, Zhou Qiong's eyes fixed and he looked in the other direction of the cave. At this time, a man in black was standing there. The man in black slowly walked to the center of the cave and took off his hood. It was Zhao Wuji, the son of destiny. When everyone in the cave saw Zhao Wuji's arrival, they immediately bowed and saluted, shouting in unison, "Greetings, master." Zhao Wuji nodded slightly and looked at the formation with excitement in his eyes. A year after recovering his memory, he finally completed this formation. With the help of the Dutian Demon Realm formation, he can at least recover to the 6th level of semi-saint cultivation, and can quickly train a large number of powerful subordinates. By then, he only needs to plan slowly, and within a few hundred years he will be able to seize the throne of the Dao dynasty. With the help of the dynasty, he will surely reach the top of the Holy Realm again and roam the world freely. The more Zhao Wuji thought about it, the more excited he became, and he even started to laugh foolishly. The others looked at him in confusion. Could he be stupid? No way, they had never heard of someone in the Daluo realm being stupid for no reason. Just when Zhao Wuji appeared, the system's voice sounded in Zhou Qiong's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering Zhao Wuji's secret and completing the mission. Reward, 1 level higher in cultivation, a set of saint-level demon robes, and a villain value of 500,000. Rewards are being distributed. Suddenly, Zhou Qiong's aura increased again, reaching the 10th level of Daluo realm. The dragon robe on his body was automatically replaced with a demon robe. As for the villain value, it just accumulated to 1 million again. Zhou Qiong glanced at the formation in the cave, then turned to Huang Yi and said, "Let our people evacuate Qingyang City immediately." Yes. Huang nodded, quickly took out a token from his hand and passed the message. When the demon cult members from the outside world received Huang Yi's news, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately rushed out of the city. Not long after Huang Yigang announced the news, he suddenly bowed and conveyed a message to Zhou Qiong. "Master, there's news from outside that the Blood Lotus cult is also expelling all living beings from the city." After hearing this, Zhou Qiong looked at Zhao Wuji, who was grinning foolishly, frowned, and a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. Zhao Wuji in the cave put away his smile and slowly took out a huge skull from the ring. It had a crocodile mouth, a horse head, and deer antlers. It was the skull of a Tianlong dragon. Speaking of this Tianlong skull, Zhao Wuji was also very excited. After he was reborn, he had been thinking about how to restore his strength, but he had never found a quick way. But one day when he was passing by the river in the imperial city, he saw a huge skull rushing out of the river. When he got closer, he found that it was the elusive skull of a Tianlong dragon. Zhao Wuji sighed at his amazing luck before deciding to set up the Dutian Demon Realm formation. Without hesitation, he threw the dragon bone in his hand into the formation. As soon as the skull entered the formation, a huge momentum emanated from the formation, and the dark yellow aura quickly enveloped the entire Qingyang city. The aura spread rapidly, and all the warriors who had not left Qingyang city died instantly when they came into contact with the aura. They were then wrapped by the earth and slowly disappeared for a moment. The entire Qingyang city was in chaos among those who had not evacuated. Countless warriors began to rush out of the city desperately, but they could not break through the blockade of the yellow aura at all. At the beginning, some warriors with higher realms used their skills to resist, but in less than half an hour, even warriors in the Daluo realm slowly fell to the ground and were wrapped by the earth. A city with hundreds of millions of lives was transformed into a dead city in less than half an hour. This shows the power of this formation. Of course, 99% of the lives had been expelled in advance. Inside the cave, the formation began to slowly take shape, turning into a huge round chair that exuded a terrifyingly heavy aura. This was the way to gather the energy of the earth's veins and cultivate oneself. Zhou Qiong glanced at Zhao Wuji, who was smiling, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. It took some courage to consume the veins of hundreds of cities and make hundreds of cities without spiritual energy for the next 1,000 years, just for his own cultivation. Unfortunately, it is still not cruel enough. If I set up the formation myself, billions of lives in this city will definitely not survive. Zhao Wuji's kindness also weakened the power of the entire Dutian Demon Realm formation by several percent. This time, Zhao Wuji raised his foot and walked quickly towards the round chair. When Zhou Qiong saw this, a sneer appeared on his face. "You can contribute your strength, but you can't pick the fruits." He slapped Zhao Wuji directly with his palm, and Lianqing, Mo Wudao, and others also quickly attacked the people in the cave. "Oh no, someone is ambushing," shouted the Green Guardian who was guarding Zhao Wuji. He picked up a mace and quickly smashed it against a spear. With a bang, a huge explosion sounded throughout the cave, and the aftermath directly killed a large number of Blood Lotus sect disciples. When Zhou Qiong's palm was about to hit Zhao Wuji, he seemed to sense something and quickly dodged to the side. Puff! Zhao Wuji stood 100 meters away, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. At this time, the sound of fighting began to be heard in the cave. Lianqing and Huang Yi were dealing with the followers of the Blood Lotus sect in a complete state of slaughter. Mo Wudao attacked the Green Protector. The Green Protector had no chance to fight back except to defend himself. It seemed that he could not hold on for long. Zhao Wuji looked at Zhou Qiong, who was sneering across from him, and unprecedented anger appeared in his eyes. "You again?